jingle bell, everything's okay, except your girlfriend's missing because I kidnapped her. Why? You didn't like, subscribe, or share. So hit that like button to get her back. Jingle jingle, feel the spell. Chapter 1. Darkness came in like a tide. Dizziness and pain came in waves after waves. Long time. Scarlet eyes opened, looking at the surrounding situation. Sumu was slightly startled. Wet and dark caves, piles of human bones, and some even have some minced meat left, with a strong pungent stench. Turning his head, next to him was the corpse of a man whose head had been cut off. No, it should be said, the corpse of a ghost. The head of this ghost's corpse has been cut off, and there is a faint light growing on the corpse, and the whole corpse seems to be dissipating quickly like a light spot. As the corpse dissipated, so did the stench and smell. Ghost killing squad, evil ghost. Sumu's mind exploded like a boom, and suddenly there were many more memories in his mind. I immediately understood the current situation. To be precise, he passed through. Came to the world of Demon Slayer and became a demon. Not long ago, the ghost-killing team attacked. He and his companions fought fiercely with the members of the ghost-killing team. Unfortunately, his companion had been cut off by Nichiren blades. Even if he was an undead ghost, he was cut off by Nichiren blades. And completely died. And the next. It was his turn. Cough cough. The severe pain in his throat made him unable to help but let out a hoarse cough. Bow. Only then did he realize that his entire body was covered in scars. In the chest, there is a big hole like the mouth of a bowl, pointing directly at the heart, exposing the bones, and the blood continuously drips down the wound and falls on the ground. The heart is broken. Such an injury, if it is human, it is afraid of death. But for evil spirits, although such injuries are serious, as long as they are given some time, they will soon be able to recover. Not fatal at all. Only by being decapitated by Nichiren blades, or exposed to sunlight, will these evil spirits be truly killed. It turned out that I became a ghost. Stroking his chest, his heart was pierced by Nichiren blades before, and the pain came in waves, making him slightly silent. Look up. There was a slight squirming sound from the ground not far away. A young man half supported his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. He was wearing the standard ghost-killing team uniform, black feather knitting, and holding a fiery red blade. Coughing blood and slowly walked towards him. Evil ghosts, they all deserve to die. With deep hatred in the boy's eyes, he stared at the evil ghost lying on the ground at the moment. The boy's muscles tightened slightly at this moment. His hand tightly grasped the handle of the Nichiren blades in his hand, step by step, vigilant. Come. Sumu silently looked at the boy who was approaching step by step. The opponent is holding the handle of the knife tightly at the moment. In the dark cave, the blade exudes a fiery red light, reflecting the sharp edge. The boy's eyes were full of hatred. The reason why he joined the ghost-killing team was to kill all the evil ghosts, and to take revenge on the relatives who were swallowed by the evil ghosts. The other party is going to kill me. And hate me. Seeing the boy approaching, Sumu sighed slightly. It seems that he has really become a ghost. Because, at this moment, there is a huge desire in his body. It seems that the body instinctively has a call, telling him over and over again to eat the human beings in front of him. Devour each other's flesh. It was an instinctive desire from the body. Ghosts, eat people. The young man walked slowly. Although the pace was slow, he was so firm, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Nichiren blades raised. With a howling gust of wind, it slashed towards his head fiercely. Will die. Looking at the waving Nichiren blades, Sumu's scarlet eyes shrank involuntarily. Die. It was an almost instinctive suffocating fear. He doesn't want to die. Even if it is now a ghost. At this moment, facing the slashing Nichiren blades, he almost instinctively raised his arm. Crack. The pain came like a tidal wave, and one of his arms was directly cut off by the boy's Nichiren blades, and the Nichiren blades were still slashing towards his neck after cutting off his arm. Resisting the huge pain of the arm being cut off, he twisted his head to the side, and the sharp knife slashed towards him. With a brief delay of the arm, his neck is not slashed by Nichiren blades. But Nichiren blades slashed on his shoulder. Those Nichiren blades were so sharp, they almost cut off half of his body. Fortunately, the Nichiren blades were stuck in his skeleton at the moment. The boy almost didn't even think about it, he was about to pull out his Nichiren blades and attack again. But at this moment, Sumu was already pounced. Suddenly the boy fell to the ground. In the dark cave, two figures were intertwined and scuffled fiercely. Blood spatter. Sumu couldn't remember how many punches he received, but felt that every punch from the opponent was hammering his body like a sledgehammer. But he just gritted his teeth and held down the Nichiren blades stuck in the bones, at the same time, kept attacking the boy. Time passes slowly. The dark cave, the dull fisting to the muffled hum of the flesh, the scarlet blood splashed down and sprayed on the faces of Sumu and the boy, making the two of them look like evil ghosts at the moment. After an unknown amount of time, the staring boy's fists stopped, and he lost his voice completely. Compared with the almost inexhaustible physical strength of the demons and the almost infinite recovery of the body, when the youth of the ghost-killing team lost Nichiren blades, which can kill the demons, and fell into an anxious battle with each other, the outcome was already doomed. Humans, after all, have limits. Evil ghost, I'll be waiting for you in hell. The young man was still baring his teeth when his breath dissipated, and looked at Sumu fiercely. Finally dead. Sumu broke apart the 5 fingers of the boy who was holding on to his flesh and blood, and slowly stood up. Covered in blood. The boy who looked at the silent corpse lying on the ground. This moment, his eyes dropped slightly. Looking at the other party's deadly eyes, my heart was inexplicably emotional. Sorry, I don't want to die yet. So, you can only die. Asterisk. Chapter 2. It's a blessing to be alive. But at this moment, Sumu was not in a good mood. Because, looking at the corpse of the young man in front of him, an inexplicable impulse grew in his mind. As if it wasn't a corpse. Rather, a delicious meal. His throat moved involuntarily, his body's instinct made him walk towards the boy's corpse, but, immediately, a stronger will stopped him. Although turned into a ghost. But was born human. How could he do this kind of deceitful act? Resisting the feeling of weakness coming from his body, Sumu slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades inserted into his body. Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief as the Nichiren blades were withdrawn from his body. The Nichiren blades inserted into his body, like the fiery sun scorching his body, making him weaker and weaker. Now, as the Nichiren blades are drawn out of his body, he can feel the activity of his body being suppressed by the Nichiren blades starting to rise. Wounds on the body begin to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. He squatted down, picked up his arm chopped off by the boy on the ground, and placed it on his broken arm. Soon, the severed arm was healed again. Wei Wei moved a bit, except Wei Wei felt some pain, the severed arm did not feel any discomfort. Is this the ghost? Feeling the physical condition, Sumu was slightly surprised. This kind of healing ability is something inhumane, even if the arm is cut off, even if the heart is broken, as long as it takes some time, it can heal quickly. Aside from being afraid of sunlight and being afraid of being cut off by Nichiren blades, ghosts are almost indestructible existences. But, immediately, he was slightly silent again. Ghosts are generally unkillable existences, but they can devour each other, especially powerful evil ghosts can easily devour weak ghosts. At the same time, at this moment, Sumu could faintly feel the surrender to a certain existence in his blood. It is the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen. The strongest ghost in the world. For ordinary evil spirits, it is the existence of ordinary evil spirits who created them, and the other party can kill them almost in a single thought. Ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen. It is the unspeakable and powerful existence of these ordinary evil spirits. Even at an extremely far distance, as long as he speaks his name, he will die. This is a kind of intuition. Suddenly, a slight feeling of dizziness grows in my mind. The next moment, Sumu felt as if a template of a three-dimensional character suddenly appeared in his mind. And the model template of the three-dimensional character is, himself. Condensed mind. Soon, his eyes fell on the three-dimensional character model. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Elementary Ghost, 5/10, Elementary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing. Skills, none. Status, Hungry, Enslaved. Evolution Point, 3. Looking at the template in his mind, especially the state shown above, made Sumu frown slightly. Hunger is still well understood. What is enslaved? However, he soon realized that he should be controlled by the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen. To be precise, except for those two ghosts, almost all the ghosts in this world are controlled by Kibutsuji Musen. After all, most ghosts were created by Kibutsuji Musen. Therefore, it will appear enslaved. After thinking about it, he couldn't help clenching his fists slightly. After all, the manipulation of life and death in the palms of others made him feel uncomfortable. However, immediately he turned his attention to the evolution stone point on the template. The evolution point shown above is 3. So, what's the use of this evolution point? And with the doubts in his heart, immediately, the character template seems to have changed again. It is the strength, a plus sign appears after the primary ghost, 5/10. An ability, undead body, pseudo, super healing, and the plus sign also appeared after swallowing. Looking at the plus sign that appeared behind his ability and strength made him have the urge to click on it immediately. But soon, he suppressed this urge in his heart. The current situation is not safe. If I click on the evolution point now, what happens to my body? When the danger comes, I am afraid that I can only be captured. Right now, the most important thing is to find a safe environment first. Suppressing the urge in his heart, Sumu picked up Nichiren blades and walked quickly out of the hole. As soon as he exited the cave, he raised his head, and there was still violent movement in the distance. Occasionally, a sharp knife light flashed out in the dark night. Squinting his eyes slightly, Sumu understood that this should be the ghost-killing team that was attacking some evil ghosts. After all, there are not many evil spirits swarming here. Find a safe place first and study your situation well. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Resisting the hunger that came from his body, Sumu's figure lurked carefully among the jungles, and the figure jumped up and down in the mountains and forests. Passing through the mountains, soon, there is a field of fireworks ahead. Is a small town. In the dark night, the town was still dimly lit with lights. At the same time, through this little light, Sumu could vaguely smell a special fragrance. It's the taste of food. Humans are the best food for evil spirits. Shaking his head, he forcibly endured the discomfort in his heart, suppressing some kind of eager thoughts in his heart. Although he has become an evil spirit in this life, he still has to persevere. If you really eat people, then you may completely lose yourself. Also lost its bottom line. This is a more terrifying existence than death. Everyone has their own bottom line. Although he has become an evil spirit in this life, he definitely cannot eat people. Turning back, his scarlet eyes stared into the dark distance behind him. There was still the sound of fierce fighting in the faint, that was the ghost-killing team fighting the evil ghost. Unconsciously grasping the handle of the knife, the hilt of the Nichiren blades felt a fiery burning pain, as if resisting his evil spirit. Yes, Nichiren blades is an existence that slays evil spirits, and there is a certain factor that can kill evil spirits. He could feel his body's instinctive distaste for these Nichiren blades. Even so, he still endured the discomfort in his body and chose to carry this Nichiren blades. Because whenever an extremely powerful hunger sensation came from his body, he would slash his arm with Nichiren blades. Only the special scorching feeling on the Nichiren blades allowed him to suppress the urge to eat people. Looking back, the mountains behind him are the ghost-killing team fighting the evil ghost. He didn't have the idea of going back to help his companion evil ghost. It stands to reason that he has become an evil ghost, and he should stand in the camp of evil ghosts. But deep down, he always insisted that he was a human being. Perhaps this is his last insistence. Soon, we came to the outskirts of the town. Look up. The full moon hanging high in the sky is already slowly retreating, and it will not be long before the sun will rise. When the sun rises and the sun shines all over the earth, if you are still outside, when you are irradiated by the sun, you will be ecstatic. Ghosts are afraid of the sun. Thinking of this, the figure moved quickly. There were many houses in the town, and his figure was moving in the alleys of the town. In the end, the figure ran into a somewhat dilapidated house. Through the cluttered environment of the house, it can be felt that the owner of this house should spend very little time in the room. Almost without hesitation, the figure came to a house at the back of the house that looked a little closed and seemed to be stacked with firewood. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the door of the woodshed, and he was going to hide in this house tomorrow and during the day. Entering the house, as he expected, the room was filled with firewood. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He was going to wait for the sun to rise, and then he would get into the firewood, so as not to be discovered tomorrow. Moreover, after entering this house, he has already looked at it, the cluttered environment, and the vague human smell from the main room of the room. The owner of this house should stay at home for very little time. After all, when he entered the room, no one was sleeping in the main room. But immediately, as if feeling something, his nose moved slightly. Because in this dark and damp firewood room, he smelled people again, which meant that there should be people in this firewood room. This made his face change suddenly, and his scarlet eyes swept across the room. Soon, his eyes fell on a small figure curled up in the corner of the room. An unkempt child, wearing a somewhat worn shirt, covered with dry brown dust. Bare feet. Her hair was unkempt as if it was knotted. What made Sumu's pupils shrink even more was that the child's neck was tied with a chain. The child looked up at him, with a hint of fear in his eyes, but more indifference. Yes. Indifferent. Emotionless indifference. Obviously beautiful eyes, but they are so empty and so rigid, as if they have lost all the feelings that a child of this age should have. This is the age of flowers, it is the time of innocence. But at this moment, I didn't find the slightest bit in this child. Through this child's eyes, Sumu seemed to touch something at once. But soon, deep inside, a greater longing arises deep within. It's the body's instinctive craving for food. Ghosts eat people. The odor emitted by human beings, for evil spirits, is the scent of food. Cells all over the body were telling Sumu to eat the child in front of him. Uncle, are you hungry? Are you going to eat me? A childish voice sounded at this time. This is for you, and you can eat it too. The girl's palm stretched out, the scarred palm stretched out, and a small piece of almost black-brown wauto lay quietly in that small hand. For a moment, Sumu's heart had some kind of inexplicable touch. Asterisk. Chapter 4. This is for you, and you can eat it too. The girl's palm was spread out, and a black-brown wow head appeared in the palm of her hand. Glancing across the girl's slightly wriggling throat, you can see that this dark brown, pungent odor of wowotiu is probably a very cherished food for the girl in front of her. Seeing this scene, Sumu shook his head. Seeing Sumu shaking his head, the girl's eyes and small head lowered unconsciously. Then uncle, are you going to eat me? Do not. Sumu shook his head. Although he is a ghost, he can't eat people. This is his bottom line. Although the various cells in the body are exuding an unparalleled hunger, he abruptly suppressed this hunger. The girl looked up suspiciously and looked at him. There was a hint of surprise in those slightly indifferent eyes. It was very beautiful, but looked at him with eyes that seemed to have lost emotion. After a while, he whispered, I can feel that my uncle is very hungry. I understand this feeling very well. Sumu's throat wriggled slightly and stood silently for a long time. He didn't understand what the child in front of him had done wrong that his parents would treat her like this. He was tied by an iron chain, with a small wooden bowl in front of him, trapped in this dark and closed firewood room. It is hard to imagine how cruel parents can treat such children. But I feel that this may not be the case. He didn't want to guess some kind of human heart with the greatest malice. Where is your family? After a long silence, Sumu opened his throat slightly hoarse. Family. The girl raised her head suspiciously, but she seemed to understand something immediately, and a certain fear appeared in her originally emotionless eyes. Through the fear in the girl's eyes, Sumu seemed to see something. Poor family. Gambling father. Indifferent mother. Frequent beatings. With a simple conversation, Sumu already knew something about the girl in front of him. The girl's family is very poor, which can be felt when Sumu enters the room. When the girl was young, she still had several brothers and sisters, but they all died under the violence of her parents, and she has survived until now by relying on her keen vision to avoid being hit. When she was very young, she would still cry after being beaten by her gambling father. She gradually understood that as long as she cried, she would be punched by her parents. So, gradually, she stopped crying and began to attract her own feelings. The passage of time, gradually no longer feel the pain, and slowly become indifferent. Moreover, it is said that her parents are going to sell her to human traffickers recently to pay off their gambling debts. For some unknown reason, the girl is actually a little happy. Understanding the situation of the girl in front of her, Sumu fell into a long silence. It is said that evil ghosts are scary and terrifying, but sometimes, the so-called human heart is even more frightening than evil ghosts. He walked in unconsciously and put his hand on the girl's head gently. The girl's hair is not smooth, and the tangled hair is mixed with a lot of mud that is entangled with the hair. The girl who was stroking her head by an evil spirit and tied to her neck with an iron chain unconsciously raised her head, her bright and emotionless eyes flickering faintly. Perhaps, living in an extremely malicious environment since childhood, he is particularly sensitive to the kindness of outsiders. Even if this little kindness comes from an evil spirit. Hand stroked the girl's hair, Sumu's heart was slightly touched. This moment, he vaguely thought of someone. Chestnut flowers fall. Chanel almost. The stepson of Kocho Shinobu, a beautiful girl with a cute and beautiful appearance, outstanding talent, taciturn, timid and shy personality. A member of the ghost killing squad who often responds with a polite smile when talking to people, and is often judged as stupid by others. The experience of this future ghost killer team girl seems to be inexplicably similar to that of the girl in front of her. Could it be that this one will be the future? Li Hualuo. Chanel? Chapter 5. Although he suspected that the girl in front of him would be the future Li Hualuo. Chanel, but he was only suspicious. Even if this is the future member of the ghost killing squad, but at the moment, the other party is not. Now, this is just a very poor child. I want to stay with you for a while, okay? Sumu crouched down and stared at the girl with some scarlet eyes. The girl nodded. Seeing the girl agree, Sumu was stunned for a moment, then, with a bit of a joke, he said, "Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Ghost. The girl looked at him with pink and purple eyes. Ghost, will it be scary? For humans, it's terrifying, because ghosts can eat people. His voice was a little hoarse and a little low involuntarily. Then uncle, will you eat me? The girl raised her head and looked at him. Those pink-purple eyes were very calm, and there was no expression of fear, which made Sumu feel an inexplicable touch in his heart. Won't? He shook his head, but the hunger from his inner cells made his throat twitch involuntarily. Very hungry, very hungry. The evil spirit's human addiction instinct is tormenting him all the time, urging him all the time, and the girl at the moment is a very tender delicacy. The other party exudes a fragrance that attracts evil spirits. He could feel that if he devoured the girl in front of him, his strength would definitely increase a lot. For evil spirits, devouring human beings can not only quickly restore the body's injuries, but also improve its strength. The more people devoured, the stronger the evil ghost will be. He grabbed the handle of the Nichiren blades violently, and in the dark night, the Nichiren blades exuded a sharp cold light. Almost without hesitation, he suddenly raised the knife and slashed his arm. Nichiren blades slashed across the body, bringing scorching stinging pain. The scorching warmth that seemed to hate the sun invaded the whole body, suppressing the urge to devour the body. No, I won't eat you. He hung Nichiren blades on his waist again, raised his head, raised his scarlet eyes, and looked at the girl in front of him calmly. Seeing the evil spirit in front of her act like self-mutilation, the girl's body shrank unconsciously. The ferocious look of the other party at the moment is so terrifying. But how to exude a frightening breath, but the girl instinctively feels that the other party will not hurt her. This is an instinct formed by years of torture. He stretched out his hand again and gently stroked the girl's head. After a long time, he removed his hand from the girl's head, turned around, and entered the darkest depths of the room. "Wait a moment." The girl suddenly spoke. Sumu turned around and looked at the girl. The girl stretched out her hand, revealing the dark wow head. "I'll give you something to eat." Sumu's throat was wriggling involuntarily, and his body's instinctive desire made him want to rush to eat this girl. "I'm not hungry, let alone. Evil ghosts don't need to eat." Suppressing the bloodthirsty urge in his heart, he turned his head away and ran a palm across the edge of Nichiren blades. The sharp blade touched the tough palm, and quickly cut through his skin. The energy of the sun contained in the Nichiren blades invaded his body, and the burning pain like the sun burning the body suppressed the body's addiction. "Instinct. You eat." He forced a smile. The girl looked at him with hesitant eyes, and could feel that the evil spirit was hungry, but the other party said that she was not hungry. What is certain is that the other party is lying. Because she is often hungry and knows what it feels like to be hungry, so no matter how the evil ghost hides it, the state of hunger cannot be concealed from her. It's just that some don't understand how the other party is so hungry. How can he endure not eating her food? "Are you as afraid of being beaten by your parents as you are?" Sumu turned around and burrowed into the firewood. In the depths of the closed firewood, suffocation and darkness enveloped him, but he did not feel any discomfort, and even felt like a fish in water. Ghosts like darkness and hate light. It's just that the hunger from the body is invading him all the time. Tell him to make him addicted to people. He clenched his fists tightly, pressing down the idea of people addiction. His gaze fell on the three-dimensional humanoid template deep in his mind again. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Elementary Ghost, 5/10, Elementary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing. Skills, none. Status, Hungry, Enslaved. Evolution Point, 3. Looking at the template in the template, especially the displayed 3 evolution point, and the current security situation around him, it is time for him to carefully study what this so-called evolution point does. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Elementary Ghost, 5/10, Elementary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing. Skills, none. Status, Hungry, Enslaved. Evolution Point, 3. His eyes fell on his panel, he hesitated for a while, and finally chose to add 3 evolution points to his strength. With the addition of 3 evolution points, Sumu can clearly feel a cold undercurrent wandering in his body. Previously, he had suffered a serious injury. Although the evil spirit's powerful self-healing ability healed the injury at an extremely fast pace, there were still obvious wounds in many parts. For example, the big hole that was pierced through the chest. But at this moment, with the addition of 3 evolution points, Sumu bowed his head, and the big hole in his chest healed in a faster way. You know, the healing speed of the wound has become slow. The reason why the healing speed has become slow, he probably has some guesses in his heart, that is, the body lacks nutrition. After all, the healing of the injury is not without consumption. This is also the reason why he was so hungry before. The consumption required for the healing of his physical injuries made him desperately want to supplement nutrition with human addiction. However, this strong human addiction impulse was suppressed by his strong will. Past. But the hunger from every cell in his body was tormenting him all the time, urging him to be human addicted. This human addictive impulse was constantly impacting his will and shaking his heart. At this moment, Sumu probably understood why some people became evil spirits. Even if they kept some memories before them, they could maintain the bottom line of being a human at the beginning, but as time went by, the body's addiction to people became stronger. Torture, and eventually completely lost the bottom line. No matter how strong your will is, you will be tortured over and over and over again, and eventually, you will become a people-loving evil spirit that is not tolerated by the world. However, adding 3 evolution points to the strength, the body's urge to addict people has undoubtedly weakened a lot. The strong hunger from the body also dissipated a lot. The urge to be addicted to people was no longer tormenting him, and Sumu's heart that had been tensed couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You know, he has been tensing his emotions all the time, fighting against the instinctive bloodthirsty impulse from his body. After adding evolution points, Sumu once again set his sights on the character template. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Elementary Ghost, 8/10, Elementary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. The strength went from 5/10 of the primary ghost progress to 8/10. It can be said that with 2 evolution points, his strength can reach the level of Evolution Ghost. After reaching the level of Evolutionary Ghost, he can comprehend his own Blood Ghost technique. Blood Ghost art is a special ability that belongs only to evil spirits. In this world, there are 2 types of camps. A class of camps are people. The other camp is the devil. Demons and humans exist in 2 completely different forms in this world. The body of an evil ghost is dozens of times that of a human being, and almost every evil ghost, for human beings, is an existence beyond the limits of the body. Whether it is physical strength, resilience, or the characteristics of immortality, evil ghosts are extremely powerful, and ordinary humans are not opponents at all. Therefore, it is very difficult for human beings in this world to deal with evil spirits. Even difficult to beat. However, after thousands of years of war against evil spirits by the ghost-killing team, they also slowly began to find a way to deal with evil spirits. The simplest is to deal with the evil spirit's fear of sunlight. As long as the evil spirit is exposed to sunlight, the evil spirit can be killed. Not only that, but also invented Nichiren blades, a weapon that can kill demons, even in the dark night without sunlight. In order to make up for the difference with the demon's body and gain powerful power, the breathing method was born. With Nichiren blades, and with the breathing method, the Ghost Slayer team truly has the ability to fight ghosts head-on. But evil ghosts do not rely solely on physical strength to fight. The blood of ghosts is a very special existence. When ghosts evolve to a certain height, the blood of ghosts has a certain special ability, which is blood ghost art. The ability of each ghost's blood ghost technique is also different and has different effects. With a powerful blood ghost technique, a ghost can truly surpass the existence of the ghost-killing squad. It can be said that in this world, the overall strength of evil spirits is above the ghost-killing team. But overall strength is overall strength after all, and for evil spirits, each other can't trust each other. After all, demons can devour each other. For the ghost-killing team, they are true combat partners who can trust each other with their backs. Asterisk. Chapter 7. The darkness faded, and the sun shone down on the earth, bringing light to the world. Dark Cave. A group of members of the ghost-killing squad wearing black feather knitting walked into the cave and saw the boy who died in the cave. Everyone is silent. The fists could not be clenched slightly. An inexplicable chilling atmosphere permeated the entire space. Everyone squatted down and pulled out the Nichiren blades from their waists, inserted the tip of the blade into the ground, squatted down, and lowered their heads. Someone's eyes are slightly red. Someone gritted their teeth. I swear to kill all evil spirits. After a long time, the leader pulled out the Nichiren blades inserted into the ground and slashed at his palm. Scarlet blood dripped down the wound, dyeing the ground red, but it didn't seem to feel pain. His eyes became firmer and more indifferent. Death is not uncommon for these ghost-killing teams, and the teenager is not the first, nor will it be the last. The reason why their ghost-killing team exists is to eliminate Kibutsuji Musen and kill the evil ghosts in the world. This is what they work hard for it, even if they die. The reason is that there will no longer be situations like him who have lost relatives and friends because of the ravages of evil spirits. in order to protect ordinary human beings to be safe forever, even if they go through fire and water, they will not give up. And this is the belief of their ghost-killing team. Death will not break them, it will only make their inner beliefs more condensed. Find the devil and kill him. The leader touched the Nichiren blades in his hands and spoke indifferently. Yes. Although everyone was exhausted after a night of fighting, at this moment, a silent force rose up in their bodies. When all the team members in the cave dispersed, the leader slowly walked up to the boy and knelt on his knees beside the boy's corpse. "Brother, I will avenge you, I swear." Gritting his teeth, he picked up the boy's body with trembling hands, tears silently swept across his face, and his eyes were full of hatred. But at the same time, there is a doubt. Why, my brother's body still exists. Although the body of the younger brother can be kept, it can give a little consolation to his injured heart. But more of a doubt. Because evil spirits are people addicted. Especially the people of the ghost-killing team, the flesh and blood contained in their bodies has a fatal attraction to evil ghosts. The evil spirits absolutely could not bear the temptation to eat his brother's corpse. Immediately, he noticed again that his brother's Nichiren blades were gone. Nichiren blades are the weapons used by the ghost-killing team to kill evil spirits. Nichiren blades contain the elements that can kill evil spirits. For evil spirits, Nichiren blades are something that they instinctively hate. In the past, even if the members of the ghost-killing team were killed by evil spirits, their bodies would be devoured, but Nichiren blades would definitely stay. But now, his brother's body is still there, but the Nichiren blades that belonged to his brother are gone, which makes him feel strange. What's going on? Why didn't the demons addict people, but took away the Nichiren blades that the demons instinctively hated? There are too many doubts in my heart. But soon, his eyes became firm. No matter what, he must find the evil ghost who killed his brother, find him, and kill him. Dark wood room. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, his scarlet eyes lifted, squinting and looking at the window. The windows of the woodshed were closed, but there was still a little sunlight streaming in. Sunlight is a warm existence for human beings, but it is extremely deadly existence for evil spirits. But fortunately, this firewood house is dark enough, except for the faint sunlight by the window, the rest of the place is dark, which is very suitable for the survival of evil spirits. But right now, Sumu couldn't help raising his head, and his eyes fell on the girl who was curled up, wearing thin clothes and a chain around her neck. Such a dark environment is suitable for the survival of evil spirits, but it is not suitable for human existence. This moment, only then did he realize that the girl's skin was a little abnormally pale, which was caused by the lack of sunlight all year round. Moreover, the temperature is very cold right now, and the other party's clothes are so thin, it's hard to imagine how this girl can endure it and how she can hold on to it until now. Like weeds, living with difficulty. Chapter 8. Boom. The door was violently opened, and a man with alcohol on his body and some sloppy clothes walked in. As the door opened and the sun shone through most of the firewood room, Sumu, whose body was hidden in the depths of the firewood, shrank slightly. The smell of sunlight in the air made his body feel an inexplicable fear. That's the devil's instinctive fear of sunlight. Because that is the fear of death. The man with some sloppy clothes entered the room, and glanced at the girl who was shaking the chain around her neck. As the other party's gaze glanced, the girl's body could not help shrinking slightly, and there was an instinctive fear in the depths of her eyes, as if she had an instinctive fear of this person. This man named Father. It seemed that the girl's eyes angered the man, and the drunk man reached out and drew a leather whip from behind. Snapped. A dull voice rang out suddenly in the dark room. The girl's body instinctively shook violently, and although it was an incomparable pain, the girl remained silent. The experience of being beaten for many years has made her understand that crying will only anger the man named Father in front of her. After hitting 2 whips, the man seemed to have thought of something, and finally put away the whip and turned to leave. Soon, the man who left came in again, holding a kettle and a bamboo tube in his hand. Opened the lid of the kettle, poured the water from the kettle into the wooden bowl in front of the girl, and then threw the bamboo tube in front of the girl, muttering, "Useless stuff, what's the use of raising you? I'll sell you in 2 days." Boom. The door of the firewood room was slammed shut, and the room fell into darkness again. When the man left, the girl carefully pulled the clothes on the outside of her left arm with her right hand. As the clothes were lifted, the whip marks were extremely conspicuous in this dark environment. Some of the scars are already scarred. Some were still splattered with blood, apparently just beaten. The girl spat on the palm of her hand, and then smeared the newly struck welts with saliva. After smearing, the girl lay down on the ground again and began to lick the clear water on the wooden bowl on the ground. After drinking the water, the girl turned around again and walked deeper into the firewood room. As the girl walked, the iron chain tied around the girl's neck made a crashing sound. Soon, the girl took out a wooden pestle and walked in, then opened the bamboo tube left by the man who had just left. The girl opened the bamboo tube and fell to the ground. A small handful of rice fell to the ground. The girl held the wooden pestle, clenched her hands tightly, and slammed the rice on the ground with great concentration. And I don't know when, Sumu came out from the depths of the firewood, came to the girl, crouched down in front of the girl, and watched the girl concentrate on pounding the rice on the ground with a wooden pestle. Sumu didn't quite understand at first. Until the girl's wooden pestle picked up some white rice grains that had been husked and put them back into the bamboo tube, Sumu already understood. The girl is in the pestle meter. Seeing this scene, Sumu's expression changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the little hand of the girl. The small hand full of scars is as small as a bird's claws, and the thick calluses on the small hand seem to be silently telling something. "What are you doing?" His voice was a little low. "Pestle rice." The girl raised her head and looked at him strangely, as if she felt that the evil spirit in front of her didn't understand. She explained in a low voice, "After the rice is done with the pestle, you can cook the rice. If Dad has leftovers, I can also eat some." Woolen cloth. Silence. Silence, silence. Scumbag. After a long time, Sumu almost gritted his teeth. It is said that evil spirits are scary, but some people are more evil than evil spirits. His hand gently caressed the girl's head, with a touch of pity. His scarlet eyes glowed with an inexplicable cold glow. "Uncle, will you kill him? How about I protect you in the future?" The girl's body trembled violently, her emotionless eyes slightly brightened at this moment. But there was a hint of fear and desire in those slightly bright eyes. It is the desire for warmth, and at the same time, it is also the fear of the warmth disappearing. "Uncle, are you really a ghost?" The girl raised her head at some point and looked at him with pink and purple eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Uncle, are you really a ghost? The little girl raised her head and looked at him with pink and purple eyes. The girl's eyes, which had gradually lost their spirituality, seemed to light up slightly at this moment. In an instant, Sumu felt as if something was touched in his heart. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The girl looked at the evil ghost who was stunned and motionless. Her eyes that were originally indifferent and not mixed with emotion seemed to have some doubts at this moment. Eyes with emotional colors that should appear on normal children seem to be so rare on little girls. "I'm an evil spirit, or a man-eating evil spirit." He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. As he spoke, his hand gently stroked the girl's head. The little girl's little head lifted up unconsciously, and she never had any strange feeling. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever touched her head with caring palms. In the young girl's childhood, there is only hunger, beatings, scolding, and cold. In a little girl's world. I've never felt so warm at this moment. So endearing. Although, this is the warmth from an evil spirit, but it makes people feel safe. As for whether the other party is a ghost or not, it doesn't matter at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with ghosts. Vaguely, Sumu felt that the girl began to have an inexplicable dependence on him, which made Sumu slightly silent. "What's your name?" He lowered his head and looked at each other. "Name?" The girl shook her head. Since she was born, her parents have not given her a name, if there is one. Probably Bastards, B. These were the names her father used to call her every day. Looking at the girl's eyes, Sumu probably understood something at this moment, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He couldn't help thinking of someone. Chestnut Falls. Chanel. a swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team, and the girl in front of him had an eerily similar childhood. Eyes on the girl's face. Although the face is dirty and full of dust, and due to long-term malnutrition, the chin is slightly pointed. But you can vaguely find the figure of chestnut flower falling. Chanel who from the girl's upright facial features. Combined with the situation that the girl's father will sell the other party to a slave trader in a few days. Sumu is 80% sure that the girl in front of him is the future swordsman of the ghost-killing team, Li Hualuo. So, shall I give you a name? He looked at the girl in front of him and asked for advice. The girl did not speak, but her eyes flickered slightly, as if she did not object. From now on, you will be called Li Hualuo. Chanel. Sumu stroked the girl's head and said softly. The girl's pink and purple eyes flickered slightly, and she could tell that the girl liked this name very much. For a girl, it is a very strange feeling to have her own name for the first time. For the first time, inexplicable joy appeared in the dry heart surging in the dry heart. Chestnut blossoms fall. Chanel. The girl murmured in a low voice, constantly repeating the name the evil uncle gave her. The little girl's voice was very light as a feather, but heavy, as if it was imprinted in the deepest part of her heart. Give you. The girl spread her hands again. In the center of the small palm full of calluses lay a small dark brown wautu. I don't know how long it has been kept by the girl, and this small piece of wautu has a faint musty smell. But such a small piece of food is the most treasured thing the girl has. Whenever she was too hungry to bear, she would gently lick a bit of wautu with her tongue to eat. That way, the feeling of hunger will be much lessened. And now. But he wanted to give this delicious piece of food to the evil-looking uncle who looked fierce but gentle. I believe this evil uncle will like it very much. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Sumu cherished the chestnut flower fall. Chanel was almost black. And as he accepted it, the girl's dusty face also showed a happy smile. For the first time, the girl's face showed a clear emotional change. Uncle, try it. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at him with expectant eyes. It is good. Sumu nodded and opened his mouth. Black wow head into the mouth. Very hard. Also has a musty smell. Obviously, this kind of food can't be eaten for some time. But Sumu swallowed it slowly. Such food is nothing to others, but it is a very precious treasure for Luoluo. Chanel. Is it tasty? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at him expectantly. Well, it's delicious. Sumu nodded and gently stroked the little girl's head. Today you gave me such delicious food, and in the evening, I will also take you to eat delicious food. Okay. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and those once dead eyes seemed to slowly begin to glow. Sumu smiled and put his hand on the girl's neck. It fell on the chain that tied the girl's neck. It's hard to imagine that there are such cruel parents in this world, tying them like dogs. Crack! With a slight force on his fingers, the chain that was tied to the chestnut flower fell. Chanel's neck snapped. And as the chain was broken, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's petite body trembled instinctively, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Obviously, Li Hualuo. Chanel was worried about his father. Once she let her father know that he broke the chain around his neck, he would whip her severely. Don't be afraid, I'm here. A little hoarse, but it reached the girl's ears with an inexplicable gentle power. I don't know why, when I heard this voice, the chestnut flowers fell. There was an inexplicable sense of security in Chanel's heart. Feeling the chestnut flowers falling, Chanel's mood began to stabilize, and he also wiped the girl's neck with his hand. There were very deep blood-colored marks on the girl's neck, which were left by the iron chain tied around the girl's neck for too long. In the future, no one will be able to tie you with chains again. Sumu spoke calmly. Suddenly, as if feeling something, he suddenly turned his head. Ta-ta-ta! Clear footsteps came from outside the door. It should be Li Hualuo. Chanel's father came over. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was also in great fear at this moment, and instinctively squatted down and wanted to retie the chain that was broken by Sumu on the ground around his neck. It's just that before the chestnut flowers fall, Chanel's small hand fell on the chain, and a very rough big hand pressed her small hand. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head unconsciously, and a scarlet light shone under her pink-purple eyes. Those are the eyes of the evil uncle. I don't know why, but at this moment, it gave Li Huoluo Chanel a great sense of security, and the panic in my heart seemed to dissipate a lot at once. However, the girl was still a little worried. And me? Sumu spoke softly, and then patted Li Huoluo Chanel's little head. After that, no longer caring what the girl was thinking, she turned around and stared at the door of the firewood house, her brows slightly wrinkled. Today, it is daytime, and once the door of the firewood house is opened, the sun will emerge. Sunshine is the existence that evil spirits fear. It is an existence that can kill evil spirits. So, his hands fell gently and pressed against his waist. 5 fingers caressed the hilt of Nichiren blades lightly. He stepped forward slowly and pressed the door with his hand. At this time, Li Huoluo Chaneu's father had already arrived at the gate of the firewood house, and was about to push open the gate roughly as usual. It's just that the palm of the hand is hard, but it is found that the door can't be opened. This made the man's eyebrows involuntarily show a touch of anger. You're the father of the girl in the house, aren't you? A hoarse voice came from the room. The man was stunned for a while, with some doubts, but he seemed to think of something immediately, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, I am the father of the girl in the house, and my lord will not be the employer who wants to buy my daughter. Apparently, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's father thought Sumu was the slave trader who was going to buy his daughter. No. The indifferent voice made Li Huoluo Chaneu's father looked puzzled. Then who are you and what are you doing at my house? Behind the firewood door, Sumu stood calmly, gently stroking the handle of the Nichiren blades with his 5 fingers, and raised his head slightly as the other party asked, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. Those scarlet eyes looked at the door calmly, as if seeing each other through the door. 5 fingers grasped the handle of the knife. Calm eyes. Under Sumu. As for what to do at your house? The voice paused for a moment, and then, an indifferent voice sounded. Please die. At this moment, Li Huoluo Chaneu's father only felt as if he was being stared at by a very terrifying existence. Even under the blazing sunlight outside the door, he felt an inexplicable chill in his body. Chapter 11. Please die. The indifferent voice came, and the chestnut flowers fell. Even though Chaneu's father was in the warm sunlight at the moment, he still felt his body cold. The incomparably powerful danger made his hair stand on end. I was sober from the hangover last night. Almost without thinking about it, I turned around and was about to run away. However, before he could take a step, the door in front of him heard that it was stabbed like tissue paper, and a fiery red blade penetrated the door. A sharp long knife penetrated the door and plunged into his heart. A sharp pain in the chest invaded the whole body. The man lowered his head and looked at the fiery red blade stuck in his heart, with horror and confusion in his eyes. Not sure who the hell is? Why did you come to kill him? Could it be the creditor who owed gambling debts, but why did they kill him if he hadn't paid them back? There are too many doubts in the man's mind. Pfft! The Nichiren blades inserted into the man were pulled back and fell into Sumu's hands inside the door again. Outside the door, chestnut flowers fell. Chaneu's father stretched out his hand, trying to cover his chest that was pierced by Nichiren blades, but he couldn't stop the flow of blood. The body gradually became stronger, and the consciousness gradually became blurred. Pfft! With a dull voice, the man fell to the ground and his breath gradually disappeared. Inside the door, the chestnut flowers fell. The death of Chaneu's father, the anger that lingered in Sumu's heart dissipated a lot. The Nichiren blades are retracted again. As the Nichiren blades retracted, a gaping hole appeared in the door, and the warm sunlight poured down the hole. At this time, Sumu's figure flashed, and the room was dark. Standing in the shadow of the room, he stared at the warm sunlight at the doorway. Once, for humans, it was so common to be under the warm sunlight, but after becoming an evil spirit, they can no longer bathe in the sun. With scarlet eyes twinkling, Sumu stood there for a long time. In the room, chestnut flowers fell. Chanel could feel the father's breath disappearing outside, and the girl stood there in a daze. Until the evil uncle appeared in front of her again and stroked her head with his rough hands. From today, the person who bullied you will never bully you again. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head, her pink-purple eyes looked at the evil uncle in front of her, and nodded. Will you hate me? The voice is a little hoarse. The girl shook her head. That father, the so-called father, was nothing but blood. Growing up in torture, I was beaten, scolded, and treated like a beast. I witnessed my brother being beaten to death by my father, my sister was beaten to death by my father, and I saw my sister being abused and beaten to death by my father. Gradually, this so-called father no longer has any feelings. For the so-called father, there is no longer any affection for you. When you were a young girl, you only had fear and fear for your father. It was a terrifying existence like a demon. Compared to his demon-like father, the demon uncle in front of him was so gentle. The gentle gaze of the other party made her feel the warmth of a father that she had never felt before. Not seeing the light of hatred in the eyes of Chestnut Flower falling and Chanel, Sumu felt an inexplicable pity while he was slightly relieved. With a slight smile, Sumu prepared to get into the firewood. Although the place he was in was very dark and could not see the sunlight, the direct sunlight from the entrance of the door was too close, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He needed to hide in the darkness deep in the firewood. However, the body just moved, but stopped. Because, suddenly, Li Hualuo. Chanel's little hand was tightly grasping his sleeve at the moment. As if afraid that she will leave. He lowered his head and looked at Li Hualuo. Chanel smiled softly, "Don't worry, I will accompany you." The rough hand gently patted the chestnut flower. Chanel almost grabbed the small hand of his clothes. The 5 fingers that the girl held tightly were slowly released. Perhaps, since birth, I have never felt a sense of safety, and I feel the long-lost safety in the uncle of the evil ghost in front of me, and I am more and more unwilling to let go. Afraid of losing. Afraid of losing the evil spirit in front of me. 1. Let the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel feels like the uncle of the evil ghost as warm as the sun *. Chapter 12. Li Hualuo. Chineu's father was a famous gambler nearby, and people around him avoided it like a scorpion. Therefore, even if there was a faint movement in his room, the surrounding neighbors did not come to check. What's more, you can often see the other side beating their own children, and everyone is accustomed to think that the other side is ruthlessly hitting their children again. In fact, at the beginning, the surrounding neighbors did not come to persuade them, but they couldn't persuade Li Hualuo. Chineu's father was even insulted by the other party. Even if there are poor children, they will also take chestnut flowers. Chineu's father has no choice, after all, it is the other party's child. Over time, no one will care. Out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, when there was movement in the room, no one came at all. In this way, the corpse lay quietly in the courtyard for the whole day without causing any discovery. Time passes slowly. The day passed quickly. The sun sets, and night falls. Every household closed their doors and windows, except for the lights in a few wealthy homes in the town, the rest was dark. Unlike usual. A lot of samurai wearing black haori came to town tonight. There is a word annihilation on the back of these samurai clothes, which means the annihilation of evil spirits. The leader of the samurai even wore a cape, and as the wind blew gently, the black cape swayed with the wind. These samurai are all members of the ghost-killing team that hunts evil ghosts, and the leader wearing a black cape is their captain Nanjing Yu. A ghost hunter who just lost his younger brother. Everyone, work hard, there may be evil spirits coming to this town today. Nanjing Yu lightly placed his fingers on the Nichiren blades around his waist, and his tired eyes were a little red. Last night, they fought against the evil spirits entrenched in the area. Although 3 evil spirits were beheaded, 2 evil spirits still escaped. One of the evil ghosts also killed his younger brother, which made Nanjinja heartbroken, but soon Nanjinja restrained his inner emotions. Losing his younger brother not only did not knock him down, but also strengthened Nanjinjo's determination to hunt evil spirits. The hatred accumulated in the heart, like a volcano about to erupt, endless anger piled up, and the way to eliminate the anger was to hunt ghosts. As for why they came to this town tonight, it was also because this town was very close to the place where they killed the evil ghost last night. Although the two evil ghosts escaped last night, they also suffered serious injuries. Although the evil ghost has almost an immortal body and a powerful self-healing ability, those injuries can be quickly recovered by the evil ghost's body, but the recovery of the evil ghost's body is not without cost, which will make them even more hungry. Humans are the favorite food of evil spirits, and devouring humans can even enhance their strength. Therefore, Nanjinjo concluded that the evil spirits will never be able to bear the temptation in their hearts, let alone hunger, and will definitely come to this town tonight to devour humans. Sumu walked out from the depths of the firewood, and the dark night made the cells in his body seem to be a lot more active. Turning her head, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was lying in the den against the firewood, covering her stomach with her eyes closed. It is more accurate to say that it is a kennel rather than a kennel. Slowly came to Li Huoluo. Shanahu stretched out his hand and gently patted the girl's head. Evil uncle. The girl's pink-purple eyes opened, and she looked at the evil ghost squatting in front of her. Are you hungry too? You won't be hungry if you fall asleep. Cuckoo. The girl's small voice was not as loud as the gurgling coming from her stomach. Watching this scene, Sumu's heart was inexplicably complicated. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a cruel father in this world. Uncle will take you to eat something delicious. After rubbing Li Huoluo's small head, Sumu said softly. The girl's pink-purple eyes lit up slightly at this moment, and her little tongue licked her lips unconsciously. It seemed that the girl was really hungry. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Can I have something to eat at night? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and looked at him. In the young girl's childhood, she almost never ate anything at night. Every night, when hunger comes, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel will try very hard to fall asleep. Only when he falls asleep, he will not be hungry. In the girl's cognition, she doesn't eat at night. Sumu patted Li Huoluo. Chineu's head, then let go, took the girl's little hand and walked out of the woodshed. In the dark night, only the full moon exudes a soft light. In the dim moonlight, the corpse facing the door of the woodshed lay quietly on the ground, blocking the way. Although her face was down, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel still realized at first glance that this was her father who often beat her up. The body instinctively shook, and the small hand unconsciously grasped Sumu's arm tightly, and the small body naturally shrank behind Sumu's back. For his father, even if he turned into a corpse, Li Huoluo. Chanel is also instinctively afraid, which is an instinctive reaction formed by being beaten again and again. Stopping, Sumu turned back and gently embraced the girl in his arms. He patted the girl's head with his hands, feeling the little girl's face buried in his chest, and felt inexplicable pity in his heart. This is a distressed girl. It's okay, I will protect you, don't be afraid. He spoke softly. A calm voice surged in the girl's heart. I don't know how long it took for the girl to recover from the state of fear and break free from the arms of the evil uncle. She looked at the corpse lying on the ground in fear, her eyes shrinking. Father, are you dead? The girl murmured as she looked at the corpse of the man lying on the ground. Sumu nodded. After that, he will never hit me again, right? The girl raised her head and asked the evil uncle. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. For others, having a father is a very happy thing. In the eyes of other children, the father is the angel who protects them, but in the heart of the chestnut flowers. Father. It is the evil ghost who came out of hell and specially tortured Li Huoluo. Now, this evil ghost who came out of hell has finally returned to hell. At this moment, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was somewhat relaxed, but for some reason, there was an inexplicable loss. There is no father anymore. Although she has never felt warmth from her father, and she has never asked for it, she also longs to be like other children. but the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head, her pink-purple eyes looked at the evil uncle who was standing in front of her like a giant. However, Chanel almost has a ghost uncle in the future. Sumu pulled the chestnut flower down Chanel's little hand, and went around the corpse. When passing the corpse, Sumu's breath was filled with an indescribable fragrance, which was emitted by the corpse. For evil spirits, human beings are the most beautiful food. Human beings exude the temptation of food that cannot be refused. That strong temptation makes him want to rush to the corpse now and chew it hard. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" A soft voice echoed in Sumu's ears, but the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked up at him suspiciously when he saw the evil uncle stop. Suppressing the craving deep in his heart, Sumu smiled, "It's nothing." Soon, Sumu came to the kitchen with chestnut flowers. Chanel came to the kitchen. In the past, Li Hualuo and Chanel came here too, and it was his father who asked him to make a fire in a small pot here. That small pot will cook very fragrant rice. Every time I smell the aroma of the rice, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel almost feels it is a very happy thing. Sometimes, when her father finishes eating, he will give her a little of the rest he doesn't eat. That is one of the few happy moments of Li Hualuo. Chanel. When they got to the kitchen, almost instinctively, the girl picked up the firewood and found the flint in the corner of the kitchen. Crack! A crisp sound sounded, it was a flint firing, and sparks burst. Soon, a wisp of flame rose in the dark kitchen. The warm flames reflected on the girl's pale face. Looking at the flames, the chestnut flowers fell. "It's on fire!" The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel whispered softly, "This is a very happy thing," she is easily satisfied. After all, there are too few happy things in life, and every happy thing is precious. Looking at the girl's familiar movements, it makes people feel distressed. Such a sensible child, I don't know how the other party can bear to be treated so cruelly. Reaching out his hand, he patted the girl's head. Sumu found a small bag of hulled rice and 2 eggs from the kitchen, and saw that the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's father rarely cooks at home, and there are not many ingredients in the kitchen, almost pitiful. "Now, let's start cooking." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel nodded heavily. Chapter 14. The small pot boiled, and the fragrance of millet came clearly through the heat from the gap of the pot lid, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's little nose sucked heavily. Smelling the hot rice fragrance, the girl's pale face turned a little red. "I like the taste." Aroma of rice. A faint fire lingered in the dark room, exuding warm heat. 2 figures, one big and one small, surrounded the small pot. When he felt almost the same, Sumu lifted the lid of the small pot, and the steaming white steam wafted out. The steaming water vapor rushed over the chestnut flowers. Chanel's pale face hit the girl's fluttering eyelashes and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel closed her eyes instinctively. But immediately, the girl quickly opened her eyes again. Big eyes stared at the small pot. In the small pot, the rice is full of grains, the color is clear, the rice grains are oily, so the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel likes it. At the very center of the rice is a small bowl of steamed egg with a tempting smell. The girl swallowed unconsciously. Because there are not many food materials in the kitchen, all I can do is steam a small pot of rice and a bowl of steamed eggs. For Sumu, it was a simple, ordinary meal. But for Luoluo.Shanahu, what is in front of you is the supreme delicacy. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel glanced at the small pot with some reluctance, and then took out a small bowl from the corner of the kitchen, which was very familiar. Some clumsily served a bowl of fragrant rice. Seeing the girl's happy meal, Sumu couldn't help showing a smile, but immediately, his smile stopped. Because, the girl handed him the cooked rice. What a sensible girl! He sighed inwardly. Taking the small bowl, Sumu patted Li Hualuo. Chanel's little head with inexplicable pity in his heart. It's just that, as an evil spirit, he doesn't have much appetite for these foods. After waiting for a while, Sumu suddenly found that Li Hualuo. Chanel didn't continue to take a bowl to fill himself with rice, but silently sat in the corner of the small pot, squatting beside the small pot, staring at the small pot. Sometimes, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel would turn his head again, looking at the rice in his hand. Why don't you serve yourself a meal? Sumu is a little weird. Uncle has finished eating, and if there is any leftovers, Chanel can almost eat it. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's answer was a matter of course. Holding the small bowl in hand, Sumu stood there, silent for a long time. Then, he silently came to Li Huoluo. In front of Chineu, he put the rice in the girl's hand. The girl looked at the rice in the palm of her hand that was filled with incense, and raised her head again, her pink-purple eyes looking at the evil uncle in a puzzled way. Eat. Sumu stroked the little girl's head and said softly. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was stunned for a moment, and the whole person seemed to be at a loss. In the whole childhood of the girl, there is no such experience. For Li Huoluo and Chineu, it is very happy to be able to help the fire and smell the fragrance of the rice. In the past, if the father ate some leftovers, those who can eat the rest of the food are the happiest for Li Huoluo. Chanel. In my memory, my elder brother was beaten to death by his furious father for stealing food. Therefore, in the young girl's childhood, sometimes even if he helped to set fire, he never dared to steal food. Really, mine? Can I eat? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was a little hesitant. Certainly. Sumu nodded seriously. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was still a little hesitating for a while, twisted a piece of rice with her small hand, and carefully placed it in her mouth. The taste is fragrant, soft, and so addicting. Discovering that the evil uncle didn't stop him, he didn't beat himself, and he didn't scold him, the chestnut flowers fell. It felt like a dream. Some can't wait to grab rice into small bowls with their hands. However, just as she moved her small hand, a big hand grabbed her small hand. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's body couldn't help but tremble, and her small hands trembled slightly. She raised her head, and her pink-purple eyes were a little misty. I didn't steal it. Reaching out his hand, he rubbed the chestnut flower falls. Chanel's little head, these rice were originally yours, why would you secretly eat them? I just wanted to ask why you don't use chopsticks. Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was stunned for a while, his eyes fell on the chopsticks next to the small pot, and then quickly shook his head. I won't. Suddenly, Sumu fell silent. With such a ruthless father, how could it be possible for parents like beasts? I'll feed you, he said softly. Then, taking the girl's small bowl, he used chopsticks to hold a small piece of rice and put it near the girl's mouth. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was stunned for a while, at a loss. Open your mouth, he spoke softly. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel couldn't help opening her mouth, and gently handed over the steaming hot rice. Sticky, steaming rice that falls into your mouth. The fragrance of rice and the sweetness of the heart grow in the girl's heart. The never-before-seen happiness lingers in the girl's heart. Unconsciously, the girl's pink-purple eyes became misty. No one has ever been so nice to her. Accustomed to living in the dark, suddenly, the warmth of the sun shines on Li Huoluo. Chanel's world makes her feel as if she is in a dream. Are you really dreaming? But the aroma of the rice lingered on the taste buds, causing the chestnut flowers to fall. Chanel knew that she was not dreaming. Thank you, Uncle Evil. The girl lowered her head, hazy mist lingering in her pink-purple eyes, and said silently in her heart with a voice that only she could hear. Asterisk. Chapter 15. The firewood next to the small pot was burning, and the flickering warm light brought warmth to the dark room. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel happily ate the rice, her pink-purple eyes filled with satisfaction. It seems that what I'm eating at the moment is not a very ordinary rice, but a supreme delicacy. And eggs. Sumu scooped the steamed egg with a spoon and put it next to Chanel's mouth. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the tender steamed egg in the bowl, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I've never eaten these. The girl opened her mouth and swallowed the steamed egg. The egg is completely melted in the mouth with just a sip. It is very fragrant, very delicious, and very warm to the stomach. At this moment, the girl's face was filled with happiness. Watching the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's almost satisfied appearance, Sumu's scarlet eyes flashed a touch of warmth. However, soon, a strong sense of hunger reappeared throughout the body. That's a craving for food. The little girl in front of her exudes an unparalleled fragrance. For evil spirits, this fragrance is extremely deadly, exuding an unspeakable temptation. It seems that eating the girl in front of him at this moment will have unimaginable benefits for him. That is the instinct of the evil spirit telling him. He put his hand on the Nichiren blades around his waist, and without hesitation, he slashed at his arm. Nichiren blades contains a certain factor that can kill evil spirits, which brings extreme pain to the body, and this pain suppresses the craving for humanity in the heart. I put my hand lightly on the blade of Nichiren blades, and I can feel the temperature that Nichiren blades exudes that is annoying to the body. The body instinctively hates this blade. Sumu naturally understood why. That's because each Nichiren blades is made from gorilla iron sand and gorilla ore as the main materials, both of which are iron ore that absorbs sunlight, and contains the sun's energy. Ghosts like the dark and hate the sun. This kind of weapon that contains solar energy is also instinctive disgust, and even has some instinctive fear. It is also this body's instinctive fear of the solar energy contained in Nichiren blades that suppresses the instinctive desire for humanity in the heart. But whenever his eyes fell on Li Huoluo Shanahu, the evil spirit's instinctive desire grew in his heart. It seems that the temptation of the food exuding from the chestnut flowers is far more tempting than that of ordinary people, even more tempting than the corpse of the ghost-killing team killed in the cave. This made Sumu frown unconsciously. Is it thin blood? Thin blood, for humans, is only a rare existence in the blood type, but for evil spirits, a human with thin blood is a supreme delicacy. Eating a human with thin blood is almost equivalent to eating dozens of people. The effect of hundreds of people. This effect is a powerful temptation for evil spirits. Just when Sumu was thinking about it, he found that his arm was being held, and he lowered his head, only to realize that the chestnut flower fell. Chanel was covering the wound he had just scratched with Nichiren blades with his small hand full of calluses. Stop the flow of blood from the wound. Through the girl's pink and purple eyes, all Sumu saw was the girl's worry. Reaching out his hand, he rubbed Li Huoluo's head, and said with a smile, "It's all right." As if to verify what he said, he removed the girl's small hand from the wound on his left arm. The terrifying wound that had just been slashed by Nichiren blades was completely healed at this moment, and there was no sign of injury at all. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's eyes widened, and the pink and purple eyes were full of confusion. He has been abused, beaten, and fallen chestnut since childhood. Chanel naturally knows how serious the injury Sumu has just suffered, but now, it has healed. That's one of the horrors of evil spirits. Terrifying self-healing power. Sumu rubbed the chestnut flowers. Chineu's small head said softly, "Evil ghosts are extremely terrifying existences for human beings, and they are also people-loving. In the future, if they encounter evil ghosts, they can run away. Run as far as you want. But, Uncle Evil Ghost, are you also an evil ghost?" The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked up and said, "The evil uncle will not eat me. I'm not like the other ghosts." Sumu raised his head, looked out through the kitchen window, and vaguely felt a lot of unpleasant aura. At the same time, accompanied by the breath of similar evil spirits, he unconsciously put his hand on the handle of Nichiren blades, his eyes lowered. "If you can survive today, I will take you out of here." He touched the girl's small head and spoke in a low voice. The girl's pink-purple eyes looked at the evil uncle in confusion. "If I can't live today, you will leave here with the people from the ghost-killing team that killed me, and they will take good care of you." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's pink-purple eyes couldn't help tightening, and the little hand subconsciously grabbed the arm of the evil uncle. Asterisk. Chapter 16. The torch ZZ was burning, and a group of samurai wearing black feather weaving held Nichiren blades in one hand, holding the torch in the other, and jumped back and forth like a tanuki from above the eaves. The leader, wearing a black cloak, was the leader of the team, Yu Nanjing. Sure enough, as he expected, the evil spirit couldn't bear the craving for human addiction, and this late night tried to come to this town to eat people. However, Nanjinjo and others, who had been prepared for a long time, were arrested by Nanjinjo led the team before the evil spirits broke into a family's people addicted. It's just that this evil ghost has a very strong ability to escape, and immediately escaped after finding out that something was wrong. Nanjinjo narrowed his eyes and looked at the evil spirit fleeing in front of him. He didn't know if this evil spirit was the murderer of his younger brother, but whether it was the murderer of his younger brother or not, this person should die. Thinking like this, the breathing began to rush slightly. With the violent breathing, a huge amount of oxygen was inhaled into the lungs, and the excess oxygen burned in the body, bringing huge energy to the body. The next second, its figure suddenly accelerated, approaching the back of the fleeing ghost in an instant. Die! With a roar, the Nichiren blades that he was holding in his hand slammed out, emitting a fiery red blade in the soft moonlight. Sensing the danger, the fleeing evil spirit turned back sharply. The fiery sword glow is fleeting. So fast! His mind was a little dazed, but his instinct flashed to the side. Swish! The fiery knife light failed to sever the head, but it also slashed down from the evil ghost's shoulder, directly severing an arm, and the scarlet blood burst out in the air. Boom! The evil spirit fell to the ground and got up in embarrassment. The figure of Yu Nanjing fell to the ground, the tip of the knife pointed diagonally to the ground, and the scarlet blood of the evil ghost dripped on the Nichiren blades. The evil ghost stared at Nanjinju, especially the indifferent eyes of the other party, which made the evil ghost shudder in his heart. Almost without hesitation, the body slammed open the front door and fled inside. It had already sensed the breath of the same kind inside. Find the same kind, join forces together, and maybe be able to deal with this powerful ghost hunter. Even if you can't deal with it, you will have a better chance to escape if you follow the cover of the same kind. Breaking through the gate, the figure of the evil spirit broke into the small courtyard, with scarlet eyes staring at a room beside the small courtyard. A dim light swayed in the room, and the fragrance of a special food came from the room. The aroma of food. The evil ghost sniffed slightly, and in the next second, his eyes lit up slightly. It's thin blood. But he didn't care about being happy. The evil ghost had already sensed the danger behind him, and he almost didn't even think about it, thinking about rolling around next to him. The sharp sword light fell, slashing at the place where the evil spirit had just stopped. Nanjing Yu followed with Nichiren blades, squinting at the evil spirit on the opposite side, and at the same time, the corner of his eyes swept across the small room next to the courtyard. A faint light flickered in the small room. It should be someone. But after such a big disturbance, the small room was so peaceful, making Nanjinja feel a little bit of vigilance in his heart. In fact, along the way, he had the opportunity to kill this evil ghost, but he did not kill it, but hung the other party, giving the other party hope of living, in order to let the evil ghost find a companion under the threat of life help. After all, although the ghost-killing team has a set of methods to find evil spirits, it is still far worse than the evil spirits' perception of each other. After all, last time I escaped from 2 evil spirits. Looking at the situation of the evil ghost in front of us, it is almost certain that there is another evil ghost lurking here, perhaps, in that room. Thinking of this, Nanjinja couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth. Gently caressing the hilt of Nichiren blades with his hand, his eyes first glanced at the frightened ghost in front of him, and then glanced at the room with the slightly flickering light. Don't even try to escape. Nanjing Yu whispered softly, killing intent filled his eyes. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of rapid footsteps came quickly. On the roof. Courtyard wall. Several samurai wearing black feather weave stood quietly with Nichiren blades in hand, and endless killing intent enveloped the entire small courtyard. The entire team is ready. In the room. Sumu gave Li Huoluo a small pot of rice and a small bowl of steamed eggs. After Shanahu finished feeding, he also stood up silently. Look up. With the door across the kitchen, the killing intent can still be felt. He stretched out his hand and touched Li Huoluo. Chanel's head, be good, stay in the room and don't come out. After he finished speaking, he opened Li Huoluo. Chanel clutched the small hand of his arm tightly, stepped forward and pushed open the door. When the figure stepped into the courtyard, he couldn't help but turn his head. What caught my eye were the bright eyes of the girl with a hazy mist. Those eyes with light. As if he were the light in the poor girl's eyes. He gently closed the door, and across the door, the girl's bright eyes were completely shut into the room. Turning back, looking at everything in front of him, he stood calmly, gently caressing the Nichiren blades in his hands. Feeling the temperature inside the Nichiren blades that makes evil spirits repulsive instinctively, his expression was silent. I don't want to fight with you. His voice was flat, but when his eyes fell on Nanjinjo's eyes that seemed to have some crazy terrifying killing intent, he was slightly silent and sighed silently. But, I don't want to die either. Chapter 17. Late at night. In the quiet courtyard, only the sound of zizi from the burning of the torches. Everything is so silent. Since Sumu walked out of the room, Nanjinjo's eyes were already scarlet, and those eyes full of murderous intent stared at him. It was you who killed my brother. Nanjinjo's voice was low, and the muscles all over his body were trembling. Hatred, fiery hatred filled the heart. The reason why he and his younger brother joined the ghost-killing team was because their parents died at the hands of evil spirits and were swallowed up by evil spirits. Now, his younger brother has died on the road of hunting ghosts. Future. Maybe he will also die on the road of hunting ghosts. But never regretted. However, although he and his younger brother had already anticipated their future outcome, Nanjingyu still could not accept his younger brother's death. The only thing he can do is to kill the murderer who killed his younger brother, to hunt down this evil ghost, not only to hunt down this evil ghost, but also to hunt down more evil ghosts in the future, for his brother who died, for himself dead parents take revenge. Evil spirit, those Nichiren blades belong to my brother, you don't deserve him. Yu Nanjing held Nichiren blades in his hand, the tip of the blade pointed diagonally to the ground, his head was slightly lowered, and his voice was low. Sumu stroked the Nichiren blades in his hand and felt Yu Nanjing's hatred for him. He understood the hatred very well. But understanding is understanding. But now, if the other party wants to kill him, it is not allowed. Just like his younger brother wanted to kill him, he could only send them to die. And the Nichiren blades in his hand are his trophies. He raised his head and looked at Yu Nanjing calmly. If you don't think I'm worthy, then take him from me. Nanjinjo began to breathe, a large amount of oxygen was inhaled in an instant, and the oxygen burned violently in the lungs to generate powerful energy to breathe in the body. Then, I will kill you and take back the weapon that belongs to my brother. Yu Nanjing spoke calmly, as if telling a fact that was about to happen. After speaking, Nanjinjo waved his right hand forward, and the members of the ghost-killing team all around also came off the stage. Although his heart was filled with infinite killing intent towards ghosts, Nanjinjo was not occupied by hatred. Evil ghosts were difficult to deal with. To hunt evil ghosts, he must go all out. The scene in front of him made the face of the other evil ghost change slightly, and without any hesitation, the figure flashed, and it fell to Sumu's side. Today, the entire courtyard is surrounded by people from the ghost-killing team, only the two evil ghosts. In order to survive, we can only cooperate with each other. Kill out together. The devil's voice was low. Sumu turned his head and looked at each other. This was the first evil ghost he had ever seen in this world, other than him. Don't look at me like this. How can we say that we are the same kind? At this time, we can only survive if we work together. Seeing that Sumu didn't respond, the evil spirit said again. Sumu was silent, murmuring the words similar in his mouth. Yes. Now, he is also an evil spirit, a human-loving evil spirit, destined to be unacceptable, and the person the ghost-killing team wants to kill. Only. My heart never thought I was a ghost. Even if he really became a ghost, he was definitely not the kind of ghost who lost himself. A monster that only knows human addiction. A slight wind was blowing the leaves, making a whirling sound. In the courtyard, it was so quiet. All the members of the ghost-killing squad have silently pulled out the Nichiren blades, moving forward slowly but firmly. The the blades touching the ground and sputtering sparks. Every step will bring strong inner pressure to Sumu and the other ghost. As long as Sumu and the other evil ghost showed a slight flaw, they would be greeted by a thunderclap. Sumu and the other evil spirit stared at each other vigilantly. Sumu stood with a knife in front of his eyebrows with a solemn expression. The muscles of the other evil ghost swelled violently at this moment, as if it had become a little giant. As for the leaders of these ghost-killing teams, they did not approach slowly like the other members of his subordinates, but stood there, breathing constantly, but he could feel that extremely terrifying energy was brewing in this man. Combat and life and death, at the touch of a button. Crack! At this critical moment, a crisp sound came out. All muscles are tight. But it was found that the sound did not belong to the evil ghost, nor did it belong to them, but that the door behind him was pushed open. A girl trotted out. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel didn't follow Sumu's request and hid in the kitchen obediently. And with the appearance of a human child, everyone in the ghost-killing squad looked tense. "Run, don't stay here!" Nanjing Yu shouted almost subconsciously. For evil spirits, human beings are the most delicious food. It is extremely dangerous to appear at this time, especially at this moment. It is impossible to take care of each other. But the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel didn't seem to hear it, and trotted all the way to the back of the evil uncle, and tightly hugged Sumu with her small hands. Thin blood. The other evil ghost looked at the girl who appeared beside Sumu, with fiery greed in his eyes. "I didn't expect there is a thin-blooded human here, let's eat it together, so that our strength can also be improved even more. Cow, and more confident to kill." Saying that, the evil spirit fell to the chestnut flower. Chanel almost grabbed it. Only. Immediately, the demon stopped again. Because, Sumu stopped in front of Li Huoluo. Chineu, staring at the evil spirit calmly. There was a look of confusion in the eyes of the evil spirit, and he didn't understand why Sumu wanted to stop him. Could it be that the other party wanted to enjoy the blood on his own? But now is not the time to be alone. However, immediately, the evil spirit found out that it was wrong, because it did not see the desire for human addiction in Sumu's eyes. Ghosts, shouldn't they all be people addicted? Especially the existence of thin blood. Why can the other party endure the craving for human addiction? Indistinctly, some vague and distant memories flashed in my heart. It seems that there are very important people in his life, but, in the end, he eats them all. Ah! The evil ghost couldn't help but grabbed his head and roared violently, "We are all ghosts. Why don't you eat people? Why don't you want to eat her? We are all the same." Sumu looked up, his face calm. Similar. Hands caressed chestnut flower falling. Chineu's head, feeling the other party's dependence on him, although the evil spirit still has the desire to devour the other party, that is the evil spirit's own desire for human flesh and blood. But these desires were deeply suppressed by him. He raised his head and looked at the evil ghost who seemed to recall painful memories. His eyes were calm. "I am not of the same kind as you. At least, it is completely different from a creature like you who can't stop eating flesh and loses its nature." Chapter 18. Listening to Sumu's words, the evil spirit raised his head, revealing a hideous face, with a bit of sarcasm on the corner of the evil spirit's mouth. "You and I are the same creature, both evil spirits. From the moment of becoming a ghost, the concept of belonging to a human begins to gradually become blurred. One day, it will be completely lost. Only by eating constantly can you protect yourself. Only by eating continuously will you become stronger and stronger. One day, when you look at weak human beings again, you will find that those people are so weak and sad." The evil ghost raised his head and stared at Sumu's eyes. "Although I can't remember clearly, there are still some vague memory traces. Once, when I became an evil ghost, I also naively thought that I could endure swallowing temptation. Even if you become an evil spirit, you can still." The voice of the evil spirit gradually became weaker, and his face became more and more hideous. "So, in the end, you don't hold on to yourself, you start people addiction and you can't hold on to yourself anymore." Sumu answered calmly. The evil ghost's scarlet eyes showed infinite pain. Those are the pains buried deep in my heart that I don't want to mention. Even if those memories gradually become weak, the things that have been lost, even after being strong, still have an inexplicable fear that cannot be directly looked at. Never want to look back. I don't want to face up to my real self. I can no longer remember what it was like to be human. Once, it was very common to enjoy the warm sunshine bathing. Now, I can only hide in a dark corner and huddle alone. The heart begins to become empty. So empty that apart from wanting to become stronger, there is nothing that one once had as a human being. Past family, friendship, friends, parents. Everything is gone. Roar. Roaring violently, the evil spirit looked up, and his scarlet eyes fell on Sumu. We have all become ghosts. Ghost. We are all of the same kind. What are you teaching in front of me? Do you think you will be special? Do you think? Pfft. A hand stretched out suddenly, 5 fingers sticking out like eagle claws, penetrating the chest of the evil spirit. Scarlet blood ran down the wound. The evil spirit lowered his head, looked at the hand that penetrated his chest, and raised his head in confusion. As the same kind, why, the other party will do it themselves. What's more, in such a dangerous environment right now, shouldn't we join forces to deal with the ghost-killing squad? Confused. However, as an evil spirit, it is almost an undead body, so even if Sumu pierces his chest with one hand and scratches his heart, it is still an immortal existence. You and I are the same kind, and you should understand the power of evil ghosts. The devil raised his head, his face grim. Yet, evil spirits are almost undead, except for sunlight and being chopped off by Nichiren blades, which are almost undead. Being pierced through the heart, this kind of injury is fatal to humans, but to evil spirits, such injuries are only minor injuries, as long as a little time is given. With the powerful self-healing ability of evil spirits, it can be very recovered in a short time. Sumu looked at the evil ghost and murmured silently, but his eyes became colder and colder. However, evil ghosts can devour each other. The voice fell, and the face of the evil spirit changed suddenly. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt that the strength of his body was constantly being lost. The evil spirit opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The breath slowly dissipated. Sumu drew back his hand, which was now full of blood covering the entire palm. Pfft! The corpse of the goblin fell, making a dull sound. In a short period of time, the body of the evil ghost also began to slowly dissipate, and as the body dissipated, the unpleasant stench began to escape into the air. In addition to the stench escaping into the air, with the death of the evil ghost, there is also a sad mood that permeates the entire small courtyard. Ghosts cannot live in the way they were born human. Nor can the true self die. Immortal evil spirits roam the world, even if they always exist, their hearts are empty. When the real death comes, every evil ghost will recall the fetters of being a human being and bathe in the beauty of the sun. And those once fetters, the beauty that once bathed in the sun, were also destroyed one by one after they were evil ghosts. When dying, the memories of the past are fleeting, and sadness comes with death. Chapter 19. The evil ghost died, and the air was filled with an inexplicable sadness, which was the happiness that the evil ghost once left behind and belonged to human beings. And Sumu obviously felt an inexplicable warm current surging in his body after devouring an evil spirit. It seems that in an instant, I can. Involuntarily, he turned his attention to his character template again. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Elementary Ghost, 8/10, Elementary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. Evolution Points, 3. Looking at his character template, Sumu found that after devouring an evil spirit, he not only gained 3 evolution points but also gained a body doubling ability. I couldn't help but think that the evil ghost had suddenly transformed into a body as powerful as a little giant, and my heart gradually became enlightened. At the same time as he devoured the evil spirit, he also gained the power of that evil spirit. And 3 more evolution points. Looking up, his eyes fell on Nanjinjo and the members of the ghost-killing squad behind him. The originally heavy heart was slightly relaxed. Originally, I didn't have the confidence to survive from these people's hands. But now, the strength grows. Without hesitation, he added 3 evolution points to his strength. With the addition of 3 evolution points to the strength, a cold undercurrent rises in the body. At this moment, a powerful breath began to emerge. Eyes fall on the character template again. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 1/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, none. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. The strength has been improved, from the primary ghost to the evolution ghost. Not only that, but also gained an ability. Or blood ghost art is more accurate. A blood ghost technique called shadow. Also at this moment, Sumu understood what the blood ghost technique of shadow is. The split shadow, which is similar to the clone, has about 1/5 of its own strength. However, with the current strength, this split shadow can only exist for 3 minutes at present. I have to say, this blood ghost technique is quite good. Watching Sumu kill his companion, Nanjinjo was slightly taken aback, but he did not expect that Sumu would do something to his companion at this time. But sensing the powerful aura that Sumu began to grow, Yu Nanjing and the members of the Ghost Slayer team behind him became more and more solemn. Originally, at this time, they should attack when Sumu's strength was not stable, but the existence of Li Huoluo and Chineu made them a little scruples. The purpose of the ghost-killing team is to kill evil ghosts and protect human beings. In addition, Nanjinjo still has some doubts in his heart, and the ghost in front of him seems to be a little different. Ghosts are people addicted, and the ghost in front of him doesn't seem to have eaten chestnut flowers. Chanel. This thought just turned slightly in my mind, it seems. Thoughts arose, but Yu Nanjing felt a little ridiculous right away. Not to mention that this evil ghost was the murderer of his younger brother. Even if the other party doesn't eat people now, it doesn't mean that the other party won't eat people in the future. As far as he knows, some firstborn evil spirits can endure the craving for human addiction, but as time goes on, the human addiction instinct becomes stronger and stronger, and in the end, no evil ghost can endure the human addiction instinct, turned into a man-eating demon. The demon in front of him was no exception. What's more, he also killed his own brother. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more filled. Nanjing Yu clenched the Nichiren blades in his hand, and the tip of the blade was slightly downward. "Child, leave that evil ghost." Nanjing Yu's voice was extremely stern. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel still hugged the evil uncle's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Seeing this scene, Nanjinjo sighed slightly. It seems that there is no choice. He doesn't want to hurt this little girl, but if the evil spirits threaten the little girl and make them tie their hands and feet, it is absolutely impossible. He must take responsibility for his own life and for the lives of his fellow men. So. However, in the next second, Nanjinjo's pupils shrank slightly. All the members of the ghost-killing team in the small courtyard showed surprises at this moment. Because the evil spirit pushed the chestnut flowers away. Chanel forcefully pushed them away. A member of the ghost-killing squad quickly stepped forward and rescued Li Huoluo and Chanel. At this moment, Sumu had his sword in front of his eyebrows, looking at them with an indifferent attitude. Combat is imminent. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Sumu crossed the sword in front of his eyebrows, his eyes were calm. Nanjinjo looked at the evil ghost in front of him, the murderer of his younger brother, with a silent expression. Although he didn't want to admit it, Nanjinjo had to admit that this evil ghost was different from the one he had seen. "Take this girl down." Yu Nanjing turned to look at Li Huoluo, who was still struggling, trying to break free from his companions. Chanel spoke calmly. "Yes." The swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team wearing a black feather knit immediately dropped the chestnut flower. Channa almost pulled him away. Sumu silently clenched the handle of the knife in his hand and looked silent. He naturally saw that the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was almost unwilling to leave him. But at the moment, there is no better choice. If he wins this battle, he will naturally recapture Li Huoluo. Chanel, but if he loses, it is naturally impossible to take care of Li Huoluo. Chanel. With the purpose of the ghost-killing team, it is impossible for this group of ghost hunters to protect a human being to harm an ignorant child. Perhaps it would be better for Li Huoluo and Chanel to stay in the ghost-killing team. After all, this was her home. You're a little different from the other ghosts I've seen. When the chestnut flowers fell and Chanel was taken away, Yu Nanjing looked up at Sumu. What's the same, what's the difference, will you give up hunting me? Sumu raised his head and looked at Yu Nanjing calmly. Yu Nanjing was silent for a while, and caressed the blade with his hand. Under the dark night, the Nichiren blades exuded a fiery red light against the stern face of the boy. If you don't say that you are an evil ghost, you deserve to die. You can't forgive me for killing my brother. Although the ghost in front of him may be different, perhaps, it can really overcome the instinct of devouring the evil ghost's human addiction, but killing his younger brother can never be forgiven. Sumu smiled and said indifferently, I won't kill your brother, won't your brother kill me? Since you want to kill me, you should think of the ending of being killed by me. Nanjinja raised his head, a pair of firm eyes flickered by the weak light on the torch. Yeah, my brother and I have already thought about the ending. Since the day we became ghost hunters, we have predicted that we will die in the future. On the path of ghost hunters. Having said that, Yu Nanjing's body is quite worthy at this moment. His right foot takes a slight step forward, and Nichiren blades hangs slightly in front of him. Ghost killing team, Nanjinja, please enlighten me. This battle is both a winner and a loser, but also life and death. The blades of Nichiren blades trembled, and a fiery red light escaped at this moment, and the aura of Yu Nanjing suddenly became stronger at this moment. Kill! At this moment, Sumu did not hesitate, shouted loudly, stepped on the ground, and his entire figure exploded in an instant. Kill! Nanjinja also shouted loudly and stepped in quickly. The two fiery red sword lights were cut out at this moment and instantly intersected. Clang! The symphony of gold and iron resounded suddenly, and sparks burst out. At this moment, the scarlet eyes of the evil ghost and the resolute eyes of the swordsman of the ghost-killing team collided with each other. Boom! The tremendous force transmitted from the blade of Nichiren blades made Yu Nanjing stumble back. The powerful physical quality of the evil ghost is not comparable to that of human beings. Even with the blessing of the breathing method, it is still far behind the evil ghost in front of him. In just a moment, it fell into the downwind. The strength of this evil ghost is far stronger than Nanjing Yu imagined. Sumu was about to take advantage of the victory, but immediately, he felt an extreme coldness on the back of his neck. Without any hesitation, Sumu immediately gave up the plan to pursue the victory and rolled to the side. The figure fell to the side. Sumu raised his head, his scarlet eyes fell on the place where he just stood, and the sharp knife light just slashed at the place where he just stood. Even with the undead body of the evil ghost, it will not die, but there is a fine line between life and death, and the next outcome can almost be predicted. Next to Yu Nanjing, a swordsman from the Ghost Slayer team took back the Nichiren blades, with a look of regret in his eyes. Looking at this scene, Sumu's scarlet eyes swept around again. Several ghost-killing team swordsmen have formed an encirclement, locking themselves firmly. Wei Wei was silent, his hand clenched the handle of the knife slightly. The other party had a companion. But himself. Lonely. *. Chapter 21. Nanjinja shook his arm to remove the numbness from the collision just now. Grasp the hilt of the Nichiren blades and approach the evil spirits like the rest of your comrades. Compared to a lonely evil ghost, he has a partner, and he is a partner who can safely give his back to the other party. As for the devil, the so-called evil spirits can never be experienced. Sumu stood alone, holding the Nichiren blades in his hands, his eyes lowered. The devil. Nanjinja looked at Sumu with pity, and the other party could never experience the feeling of being able to give his back to someone else. There is no trust between evil spirits at all. This is also one of the reasons why evil ghosts have always been killed by humans who are weaker than him, even if they are powerful. 1 is weak, 10 is strong. With his feet on the ground, Yu Nanjing's figure stepped abruptly and came to Sumu in the blink of an eye. The fiery red sword light slashed out directly. Sumu grabbed the handle of the knife and raised the knife. Clang! The sound of metal collision resounded. Drink! He let out a sigh of turbid air in his mouth, and his arm violently slammed Yu Nanjing into the air. After repelling Yu Nanjing, Sumu walked like a shadow and slashed again. Clang! Nanjing Yu raised the knife to block. Although he blocked Sumu's slash, the huge force from the heavy slash was transmitted to his chest, which still made Nanjing unavoidably let out a dull hum sound. Seeing that Yu Nanjing fell into a disadvantage, Sumu immediately began to pursue. But immediately, there was a whistling sound from the back and waist. There is no doubt that Nanjing's partner has shot at this moment. Sumu's figure twisted and he dodged in a split second, but immediately, a fiery red sword slashed from the side. However, another swordsman from the ghost-killing squad seized the opportunity when his figure was twisted and could no longer change direction, and slashed. Several people cooperated properly, although their individual strength was not as good as Sumu, but the tacit cooperation with each other, coupled with the skilled martial arts, only in an instant, Sumu fell into the disadvantage. The fiery red sword light slashed, Sumu couldn't dodge it at all at this moment. The scarlet eyes flashed with a slight sternness, and without hesitation, he raised his arm and greeted the slashing sword light. The moment the arm was raised, the muscles on the top were bulging in an instant, and it seemed to double in size in an instant. This is body doubling, the ability of the evil ghost that was just absorbed. Pfft! The sharp knife light slashed on the arm, and blood splashed instantly. However, because of the use of body doubling, the opponent's knife did not cut off his arm. Even so, the blade also cut deep into the bone, cutting a gap in the bone of his arm. Taking this opportunity, Sumu's figure flashed back. But at the same time, the rest of the Demon Slayer swordsmen also attacked at the same time. Brush brush! In the pitch-dark courtyard, only the faint light of torches could vaguely see the after-images in the small courtyard. Sword and shadow. Sumu stepped back, wounds all over his body. Let's give the head. When Sumu was dodging a swordsman's slash, Nanjing rushed forward and stabbed Sumu in the chest. Scarlet blood ran down the blade. The pain kept coming like a tide, making Sumu's eyes even more blood red. He raised his foot sharply and kicked Nanjing away, clutching his chest, standing still, panting slightly. Before Nanjing's body fell on the ground, his palm suddenly stretched out and slapped the ground. Then, with the force of the shock, the whole person stood up easily, holding the knife in one hand, staring at the evil ghost in front of him indifferently. A desperate demon. The swordsmen of the ghost-killing team scattered around, their footsteps moved forward gently, and a silent killing breath enveloped the evil ghost. You should understand that you are lost. Nanjing continued, because you will never be able to understand, because you will never have the strength of a partner who can give your back to the other party. Never need to think about your partner behind you. You can safely hand over your back to your teammates and attack with all your heart. During the battle, there will be no feeling of being tied up at all. A partner. Sumu pursed his lips, and from the moment he became a demon, he was doomed to be lonely. Hand on knife handle. He raised his head and looked around at the silent ghost killer swordsmen around him. Maybe, I don't need a partner. Chapter 22. Maybe, I don't need a partner. Sumu squinted his eyes and slashed the knife in front of his eyebrows again. Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Kill. Before Nanjing could say anything, a deafening low roar suddenly came out, and then Nanjing saw Sumu jump a few meters, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. So fast. This thought flashed in Nanjing's mind, but as a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, how many times he fought to the death, Nanjing quickly reacted, and almost subconsciously pushed Nichiren blades forward. Clang! The Nichiren blades collided, making a crash after crash. One knife after another, in just an instant, 9 knives slashed. Knife over knife. The violent collision generated a strong force that continuously invaded the whole body along the blade, making Nanjing Yu feel a tightness in his chest and trembling in his arms, but he could only grit his teeth and wave the blade to resist. Seeing that Yu Nanjing was at a disadvantage, almost instantly, the rest of the ghost-killing team swordsmen also moved violently. There is a swordsman by the side to rescue Nana Yu. A swordsman slashed at Sumu's feet. A swordsman stabbed Sumu's vest. More swordsmen cut Sumu's neck directly with Nichiren blades. Cooperate with each other tacitly and act decisively. Shadow. It was at this moment that Sumu drank suddenly. In the next second, an evil spirit identical to Sumu appeared and blocked him firmly behind him. Crack. Nichiren blades swept past, and this shadow just appeared when it was hit by the swordsman of the ghost-killing team. A swordsman cut off the legs of the shadow. A swordsman pierced the heart of the shadow with a knife. There are even swordsmen who directly cut off the head of the shadow. Almost as soon as the shadow appeared, they were killed by the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team in cooperation with each other. However, for Sumu, this moment of delay is enough. SHH. Almost at this moment, Sumu slashed towards Yu Nanjing's Nichiren blades with a beautiful turn, and stabbed diagonally behind him. The body of the swordsman who had just stabbed the shadow heart with a knife just now froze, and the sharp blade had already pierced his chin. The blade turned, and then slashed across the neck. A head rolled to the ground. Pulling out the long sword, Sumu's figure flashed again, and he came to the side of a swordsman again, and the sharp blade cut a cold light in the air. Seeing that the blade was about to cut off the swordsman's head, the swordsman next to him rushed forward, knocking the swordsman's body away, allowing the swordsman to dodge Sumu's sword. But unfortunately, the swordsman who rescued his companion was too late to defend himself when he rescued his companion, and was stabbed to the head by Sumu. The rolled head fell to the ground. The red blood stained the earth. Sumu stood where he was, looking silent. Sad, deplorable, honorable. Seeing the swordsman's head that fell to the ground, Sumu's heart was heavy. Probably, this is the companion. You can sacrifice yourself for your partner. Although he is an enemy, he has to be respected. This is probably one of the reasons why the ghost-killing team has been able to exist for thousands of years. Raising his head, his gaze fell on the remaining swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team. The eyes of all the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team were already red, especially the swordsman who had just survived because of the death of his comrades. At this moment, he was a little crazy. Never die! Nanjing Yu roared. After the roar, there was a silent silence. Such a death! Death in the ghost hunt was already expected. But his companion's death was still weighing heavily in his heart like a mountain. Pain, hatred. Ultimately condensed into a supreme firm belief. Kill demons! The pitch-black courtyard was silent, and a slight wind was blowing at this moment, blowing the black feather weaving of the swordsman of the Ghost Slayer. On the torches, flickering lights shone on the back of the swordsman, and the word death written on the back of the clothes became more and more dazzling. Destroy means destroy, that is, the annihilation of evil spirits. It is the unshakable belief in the hearts of all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer that supports them in not fearing death. The death of their companions will only strengthen their determination to kill evil spirits. Chapter 23. The dim moon brought sporadic light to bring a little light to this dark night. Sword and shadow. The battle between humans and demons continues. In the dark courtyard, the remaining swordsmen of the ghost-killing team gritted their teeth and launched an attack on the evil ghosts in silence. From time to time, swordsmen were injured by evil spirits, but none of the swordsmen made a painful hum sound. Sumu held Nichiren blades and once again beheaded a swordsman from the ghost-killing team, but the whole person also staggered back, and on his chest, a dazzling blade went straight into his chest. This was the dying denial of the swordsman he had just killed. Looking around, Sumu jerked out the Nichiren blades that had been inserted into his chest and threw them behind him. Chong! The sound of metal clashing came out, but a swordsman who tried to approach him behind and attacked was forced by the throw of Nichiren blades, and he had to show up with a knife and knock the Nichiren blades thrown into the air. Kill! With a loud shout, At some point, a short swordsman rushed in front of Sumu. Choke! The fiery red blade slashed out between the gaps. Sumu's face was condensed, and the Nichiren blades in his hand moved forward. Chong! The sound of weapons crashing suddenly resounded. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he was about to counterattack. A blood-red sword light slashed behind him, but it was the ghost-killing team's companion who took the opportunity to attack at this moment. At this time, the best way is undoubtedly to avoid. But after seeing the team attack of the ghost-killing team that cooperates with each other tacitly, once you dodge, then, next, it is almost certain that you will fall into the tacit fighting rhythm of the ghost-killing team swordsman. Then, even if his individual strength surpasses all the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team present, even if he has an almost undead body and a strong self-healing power, then, next, will there be a swordsman who finds the opportunity to cut off his own skull? Even if it has an undead body, once its head is cut off by Nichiren blades, it will die. Thinking like this, Sumu's face was silent, and instead of resisting the knife behind him, his figure swooped forward to meet the swordsman of the ghost-killing team in front of him. Kill! With a cold light slashing into the air, the swordsman of the ghost-killing team only felt a fiery red sword light covering his eyes. The swordsman's heart froze, and he did not hesitate to block with the knife. Clang! Sparks shot out. This sword was far stronger than the swordsman thought. Huge strength rushed to the whole body along the blade, and the huge shock from the blade made the swordsman's hand holding the hilt loosen slightly. Not good. The swordsman was horrified. He naturally knew that once Nichiren blades let go, it would be difficult to block the attack of the evil spirits. It's just that before he could take action, his abdomen was suddenly painful, but the evil spirit kicked him in the abdomen while taking advantage of the gap. Boom! With a dull voice, the swordsman was directly kicked to the ground by Sumu. The sharp pain in his chest caused the swordsman's eyes to darken slightly, but he still gritted his teeth to guard against the next attack of the evil spirit, but the hard thoughts that he gritted his teeth suddenly loosened. A blade of light flashed across, and the swordsman's pupils quickly enlarged. In the next second, time seemed to stand still in the eyes of this swordsman, and the world seemed to be plunged into endless darkness at this moment. Sumu retracted his long sword, his eyes fell slightly on the dead swordsman, and he lowered his head again. Another Nichiren blade stabbed into his belly. But when he killed the swordsman, other swordsmen took the opportunity to attack. The pain in his chest and abdomen made Sumu's teeth tremble slightly, but he remained silent, and without turning his head, he pulled back the Nichiren blades that had just killed a swordsman, twisted his body sharply, and slashed behind him. Chong! The sound of the impact of the weapon resounded, but the attacker behind him pulled out the Nichiren blades that had stabbed into his chest in time, and raised the knife to block. But obviously, it had some lows on the power of Sumu's slash, and was defeated by Sumu's Nichiren blades. The other swordsman also came to the rescue at this moment, but Sumu turned a deaf ear. As long as the Nichiren blades slashed at his neck, he would hardly hide. Pfft! A knife pierced the swordsman's chest. Pulling out the blade, watching the swordsman's body fall softly to the ground, Sumu stood there holding the sword. Now, Sumu was covered in blood, and one arm and one leg had been severed. This was the price he paid for killing two more swordsmen. At this moment, only the last swordsman of the entire ghost-killing squad remained. Minami Yu. He is also the strongest person in this ghost-killing squad. Before, watching a famous companion die in front of him, the swordsman's eyes were as red as blood. By now, you don't have any companions anymore. Sumu raised his head, looked at the other party calmly, and spoke words of punishment. And if it was as he expected, when he finished saying these words, Nanjinja seemed to be crazy, roaring, and rushing towards him. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Watching his companions die one by one in front of him, the pain completely occupied Nanjing Yu's chest. From the day he became a ghost hunter, Nanjing Yu had already anticipated his own ending. One day he would die on the road of a ghost hunter, and he would become the forerunner of this team's juniors. But he didn't expect that this time, the ghost hunter team led by him would be wiped out by his own hands. Except for himself and the companion who had just sent the child away, all of them died at the hands of the evil ghost. Pain shrouded in his heart, and Nanjing Yu, who was under hatred, broke out with a powerful fighting force. Although there is only one leg and one hand at present, Sumu's movements are still agile, but under the powerful explosive force of Yu Nanjing, Sumu is quickly injured in many places. Another stab in the chest. 2 of the 5 fingers of the right arm were originally cut off. There is even a slight knife mark on the neck. Just now, if he hadn't dodged in time, he might have been cut off by Yu Nanjing's Nichiren blades. Almost really dying. But Sumu's face remained calm. Unlike evil ghosts, who have almost inexhaustible physical strength, human flesh has limits after all. A powerful explosion like Yu Nanjing's makes him powerful in a short period of time, but this powerful fighting power is not without a price. If the combat power that erupts in a very short period of time fails to eliminate the enemy, it will fall into an infinite state of weakness. Such outbursts can only last for a short time after all. As Sumu expected, after 3 minutes, Yu Nanjing could hardly stand up again. The Nichiren blades were inserted into the ground, and the whole person was half kneeling on the ground, relying on the blades of the Nichiren blades to support him not to fall to the ground. If you just kept calm enough, maybe, you really have a chance to hunt me down. Sumu looked at Yu Nanjing, who was half kneeling in front of him, his eyes were calm. Nanjinja raised his head, his eyes glowed red, and stared at the evil ghost in front of him. I'm afraid you won't be able to calm down. Every swordsman has gone through numerous tests before becoming a ghost hunter, and almost every ghost hunter is an elite among human beings with strong will. But no matter how strong you are still human. All people have feelings. In one day, the younger brother whom he loved all the time died, and his companions who accompanied him died in front of him. How can he really suppress the real pain in his heart, and how can he turn the pain into something? Inexhaustible motivation. At least, Nanjinja can't do it. Perhaps, only the powerful pillar in the ghost-killing team can do it. In his mind, the ardent pillar of flame whose passion was always burning like a flame appeared in his mind. He had been taught by Lord Yanzu, and he always took the words of Lord Yanzu to heart. Fulfill your responsibilities. However, as the leader of the ghost hunter team, he misestimated the strength of the evil spirits and failed to fulfill his responsibilities as the team leader. I can let you go. Looking at Yu Nanjing, who was half squatting on the ground, even though he was extremely weak, Sumu spoke calmly. Nanjing Yu smiled. Compared to the power of evil spirits, although people are weak, they will always live with their chests up. Even in the face of death, they will still keep their chests up. Speaking of this, Nanjinja tightened his hand holding the handle of the knife slightly, and his eyes became more and more firm. Only dead ghost hunters. Looking at Yu Nanjing, Sumu sighed slightly. It seems that this is your choice. This is what I have to insist as a ghost hunter. Maybe it's my last insistence. The body swayed, and after a short burst of fighting power, Nanjinja was almost unsteady, but he still stood up slowly. I may not be the first to die, but I will still fight to the end, until the end of my life. 5 fingers held the hilt of the Nichiren blades. Yu Nanjing clenched the hilt of the Nichiren blades with his hand, the tip of the knife dragged on the ground, swiping a little spark, slowly and heavily, moving towards the demon step by step. With a slight sigh, Sumu probably understood why Tsuji Musen, who was as powerful as the Ghost King, was still so timid when facing the ghost-killing team, even though he was so powerful. Perhaps he was stunned by the sword of Jiguo Yuanyi, who was comparable to the living of the gods and Buddhas. Or, really shocked by the spirit of human beings. So, even in the 1,000 years after following Guo Yuanyi, he never dared to really expose himself to others. Indeed, in the face of a group of ghost hunters who put life and death away. For Tsuji Musen, a group of crazy people, they do feel scared. If such a person does not kill them completely, killing too many is not very meaningful, but will expose themselves to danger, which is not very meaningful to Tsuji Musen. Compared to what Tsuji Musen is going to pursue, ghost hunters are troublesome, but they are not the focus after all. Perhaps, for thousands of years, Tsuji Musen has not thought about exterminating the ghost-killing team, but there is no doubt that it has failed. Nanjing Yu's pace was slow, but he moved forward firmly. At first, the speed was slow, but soon, the speed began to increase, and the palm of the hand was holding the hilt of the Nichiren blades throughout the progress. At the last moment, Yuna Nanjing raised her head sharply, her lips moved slightly. Breath of flames. The shape of four, the meandering of Shenzhen. In the next second, with Nanjinju as the center, countless sword shadows were cut out, and the vortex-like flames condensed and suddenly erupted in an instant. Like a blooming spark. At the same moment, Sumu also rushed forward. The goblin and the ghost hunter swooped forward at the same time, the Nichiren blades intertwined with each other. The figures of each other are also staggered. Crack! Sumu's figure stopped and stood on the spot, but there was a crisp sound from his body, and there was a smooth incision below his chest and abdomen. The lower half of his body was directly cut in half by Nanjing Yu's most powerful blow. The whole person fell directly to the ground. The pain of the waist cut made Sumu's throat involuntarily make a dull sound, but Sumu's face was still calm, and the upper part of his body struggled to turn back and look behind him. A falling head fell to the ground. The pair of eyes under the head that fell to the ground always stared at him, even though it had lost its vitality, the pair of eyes still seemed to emit fiery red heat. Why bother? Sumu sighed slightly with complicated eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Why bother? Looking at the head rolling down on the ground, Sumu sighed slightly. In the state that he had just broken one leg and one foot, if the other party chose to leave, he could escape. But in the end, the opponent chose to fight to the death. Perhaps, from the moment he became a ghost hunter, Nanjinju already knew his way back. Or perhaps the successive deaths of his younger brother and his companions have made the ghost hunter die. Perhaps, for the other party, the difficult life is more painful for the other party than death. This is also the path most ghost hunters end up going. He let out a sigh of turbidity, and the only 3 fingers left in Sumu's right hand clenched the hilt of the knife slightly. Since the other party has chosen this way, then, I can only fulfill the other party and send the other party on the way back to where I want to go. Looking up, I don't know when, the moon is about to fall. As a demon, after all, cannot survive under the sun. Turning his head, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance, Chanel was still waiting. Now, he is not dead yet. Involuntarily, his eyes turned to himself, and now, his situation is quite bad. Broken left arm. The palm of the right arm has only 3 fingers left. Below the waist, it was cut off by Nichiren blades. With such an injury, if it were a human being, he would have died long ago and could no longer die. Even if Hua Tuo was alive, he would not be able to treat him. But unfortunately, now he is not a human, but a demon. Evil ghosts have almost undead bodies and extremely powerful self-healing powers. In this world, as long as they are not illuminated by sunlight and their necks are not cut off by Nichiren blades, evil ghosts are almost indestructible. Although the injury at the moment is heavy, with the powerful self-healing ability of the evil spirit, he can recover almost quickly. With his right hand supporting his upper body, he struggled to reach the lower body that had been chopped off, and the waist incision was stuck together. The waist wound that had been severed by Nichiren blades quickly joined together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some swayed and stood up on one leg, and then came to the side of the small courtyard to pick up the right leg that was still wriggling on the ground, and pressed it again in the position where it was cut off. A burst of flesh and blood squirmed, and the severed left leg quickly recovered. Wei Wei moved around a bit, but there was nothing unusual except Wei Wei felt some pain. He found the severed left arm in the small courtyard, and repressed the wound according to the previous operation. Soon, the severed left arm also recovered. The only trouble is the 3 fingers of the right hand, and it took a little time to find them again in the small courtyard. A while. The recovered Sumu stood quietly in the small courtyard. The surrounding ground was covered in blood, and 7 or 8 corpses were lying quietly. Looking in one direction, with a little bit of ground under his feet, he quickly left the courtyard like a raccoon rabbit. In the dark night, a swordsman wearing a black feather weave was running in the dark with a girl in his arms. The girl in her arms kept struggling, and she kept looking back. Those pink-purple eyes seemed to be hoping for something. Suddenly, as if feeling something, the girl's pink-purple eyes became brighter and brighter. "Uncle Evil is here." The girl's voice was a little cheerful. Unlike the cheerful voice of the little girl, the running swordsman stopped suddenly and couldn't help but turn his head. What he saw was a pale-looking evil spirit galloping in under the moonlight. The swordsman's heart sank to the bottom. Sumu's figure fell in front of him, standing there alone, looking at the swordsman calmly, and finally, his eyes fell on Li Huoluo, who was full of joy. The girl's pink-purple eyes were full of joy. His eyes fell from the chestnut flowers. Chanel's pink and purple eyes moved away, and fell on the swordsman whose body was tight and even had a hint of fear. Looking at the swordsman, Sumu's expression was calm. "Please take care of Chanel for so long, now, you can leave." The swordsman's body trembled, the evil spirit came, the captain and the others. What the result was, the swordsman already understood in his heart, and closed his eyes in pain. Gently putting down the girl in her arms, the girl happily ran towards the evil spirit and threw herself into the evil spirit's arms. Feeling Li Huoluo, Chanel's dependence on himself, Sumu unconsciously rubbed Li Huoluo's head gently with his hand. And the swordsman looked at this scene, and his eyes were a bit absurd. It was really absurd that a child was so close to the evil ghost who was addicted to people. "You're not leaving." Sumu raised his head, his scarlet eyes stared at the swordsman who had stopped in place. The swordsman stood there in silence. He was the only survivor in the entire team. Even the powerful Captain Nanjingyu lost his life, how could he be the opponent of the evil ghost in front of him? But so what? From the moment he became a ghost hunter, he knew his way back. The swordsman took a step forward with his right foot, pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and stared at the evil ghost in front of him. Everything has been unspoken. Sumu pulled the chestnut flowers down. Chanel pulled behind him and looked at the swordsman of the ghost-killing team in front of him with an inexplicable awe. Why bother? Looking at the swordsman in front of him, his fingers stroked the blades of Nichiren blades. "However, since this is your decision, then I will fulfill you." Chapter 26. Why bother? Looking at the swordsman in front of him, Sumu's expression was inexplicably complicated, and he said that he can let him go. But the other party still chose this way. His heart was inexplicably touched. Sumu unconsciously caressed the blade of Nichiren blades, feeling the fiery temperature of Nichiren blades that made his own blood hate. Sumu was inexplicably silent. Unfortunately, he is an evil ghost, destined to be the enemy of the ghost-killing team. After all, he admires the ghost-killing team, and if possible, he doesn't want to be an enemy of them. But looking at the swordsman in front of him, looking at the death in the eyes of the other party, he finally sighed slightly. He can't change it. So, if he wants to live, he has no choice. The scarlet eyes became firm, the blade slowly fell, and the blade pointed diagonally at the ground. And at this moment, the swordsman has moved. Like a moth to a fire, even if he knew he was going to die, he never retreated. Sumu's face was silent, and he stepped forward suddenly. The figure flickered. The two figures traveling at high speed met each other in an instant, and then passed by. Sumu stroked the Nichiren blades with his hand, and the scarlet blood stained the Nichiren blades in his hand. The swordsman was already half squatting on the ground, his hands covering his abdomen, and he raised his head with difficulty. Sumu looked back and looked at each other. The swordsman opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, his head fell weakly, and there was no breath. Sumu stood there alone, looking at the scene in front of him, his scarlet eyes drooping down inexplicably. "Is this the belief of the ghost-killing team?" he whispered softly, with a complex look in his eyes. As a human being, with such a ghost hunter to guard, there will always be inexplicable peace of mind. But unfortunately, as an evil spirit, he is destined to be intolerant of the world. It is destined to go to the opposite side of the ghost-killing team. But, as an evil spirit, will he be the same as other evil spirits? Sigh slightly. He is destined to be different from other evil spirits. In a wilderness, Sumu hugged chestnut flowers and fell. Chanel stood in front of a slightly raised mound. This is just dug up. He gathered up the corpses of the ghost-killing team he killed and buried them here together. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel snuggled quietly in the arms of the evil uncle, looking at the grave from time to time with pink and purple eyes. Uncle Evil, are they dead? The young girl's voice echoed in the dark night. It's going to another world. Sumu rubbed the girl's hair and said softly. Another world. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel frowned slightly, not knowing whether the so-called another world and death were the same. She is still very young and does not understand many things. The only thing that made the girl understand was that the evil uncle in front of her was very kind to her, and she also liked this evil uncle very much. Holding the girl's hair, Sumu stood there for a long time while looking at the mound in front of him. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at Li Hualuo. Chanel who? In the future, following me will be very dangerous. The girl's little hand unconsciously squeezed his sleeve tightly. Feeling the chestnut flowers falling. Chanel's heart, Sumu didn't say anything later, just gently rubbed the girl's head. Hopefully, one day in the future, you won't regret it. He murmured silently. A human being, following an evil spirit, is also destined to be intolerant of the world. Now, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel is still very young and may not understand what this means. When they grow up, the other party may understand the meaning of this. At that time, the chestnut flowers fell. How would Chanel choose? Sumu doesn't know. Maybe later on. Let's see. Asterisk. Chapter 27. The sun rises normally as usual. Humans are bathed in sunlight, while evil spirits can only silently curl up in the depths of darkness. In the dark underground cave, Sumu silently sat on the spot with his knees crossed, next to the girl who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He patted the girl's head slightly. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel opened his eyes in confusion, and looked at him suspiciously with pink and purple eyes. Go outside and get some sunshine. He watched the chestnut flowers fall gently. Chanel Huo. The girl's face is very pale, which is due to the lack of sunlight all the year round. Growing up, he was almost always kept in a dark woodshed by his father. In the dark room, there was only a little warm sunlight shining through the window into the small woodshed. Her favorite thing to do was to stretch out her little hand and put it under the warm sunlight. The young girl's small childhood rarely has the opportunity to bathe in the sun. The girl was inexplicably excited when she heard that she was going out to bask in the sun, but she couldn't help but hesitate when she saw Sumu who was motionless. Isn't the evil uncle together? Not yet. He spoke calmly. The evil spirits in this world are afraid of the sun. The light of the sun will destroy the vitality of the evil spirits and kill the evil spirits. Even Kibutsuji Musen, who is as powerful as the ancestor of the ghosts, cannot bathe in the sun. As for him now, it is even more impossible. However, he was not disappointed. He knew that the evil spirits in this world were not really unable to bathe in the sun. Just look for the cyan other side flower. For evil spirits, as long as they can eat the cyan flower of the other side, they can bathe in the sun. This is what Kibutsuji Musen has been pursuing for thousands of years. But the blue other side flowers are hard to find. For thousands of years, Kibutsuji Musen has worked hard to find the blue other side flowers. Then I'm not going either. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel sat back next to the evil uncle again, holding Sumu's arm tightly with her little hand. Feeling the girl's dependence on him, Sumu smiled bitterly. Li Hualuo. Chanel's reliance on himself made him inexplicably like it, but he knew in his heart that evil spirits and humans are different after all. If you don't get sunlight all the year round, for humans, it will have a serious impact on the body, and even induce some diseases. This is not what Sumu wants to see. Obedient? He patted the girl's little head again. I will watch you in the hole. The voice was inexplicably soft. Li Hualuo. Chanel nodded when she heard this, and walked out of the cave with small steps, turning back from time to time. Under the dark cave, the girl saw those scarlet eyes staring at her. Li Hualuo. Chanel's heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of security. Finally came to the outside of the cave. The warm sun shines on the whole body, it is warm, which makes the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel can't help but stretch out her little hand. The little hand full of scars stretched out slightly towards the air, as if to pick up a bunch of warm sunlight. The girl turned back and looked at the dark cave again. The cave was dark, and the Uncle Evil Ghost could not be seen, but the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel knew that Uncle Evil Ghost had been silently watching him in the dark cave. Under the sun, the girl showed a sweet smile to the evil uncle in the cave. Inside the cave, Sumu withdrew his gaze towards Li Huoluo. Chanel's eyes were silent. For the current Sumu, in addition to taking care of Li Huoluo, Chanel, the most important thing is to improve his strength. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 1/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, none. Status, Hunger, Micro, Enslaved. Evolution Point, 21. In the cave, Sumu's eyes fell on his character template again, and finally condensed on the number of the evolution point. There are a total of 21 evolution points. This is obtained after killing an entire ghost hunter squad. Whether it is killing ghost hunters or killing evil ghosts, there will be more evolution points on the character template. The evolution point is to increase the strength. Eyes narrowed slightly. This also means that if you want to quickly improve your strength, you must either hunt ghosts or attack the swordsman of the ghost killing team. As for killing ordinary people, he won't get evolution points. This is something that he understood when he ended Li Huoluo's father's life. Because the death of the other party did not provide him with an evolution point. Why can swordsmen who kill demons or ghost killers provide evolution points, but ordinary people can't provide evolution points? Sumu had doubts in his heart. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason, but if he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking too much about it. He just needs to understand how to quickly improve his strength. Looking at the evolution point on the character template, Sumu gently stroked the handle of the Nichiren blades around his waist, his scarlet eyes flickering slightly. It seems that I am destined to not be able to live in peace. Thinking like this, without hesitation, I added all the evolution points of 21 points to the strength. With the addition of the evolution point, Sumu could clearly feel a cold, warm current flowing through his limbs. Can feel myself getting stronger. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling that his power was much stronger than before. Such an increase in speed. Feeling the powerful power emerging from his body, Sumu's eyes slightly rippled. At this moment, he could not wait to immediately go to hunt ghosts or attack the swordsman of the ghost-killing team. But soon, he suppressed the thoughts that had arisen in his heart, and his expression was inexplicably serious. Because he understands that whether he is hunting ghosts or attacking the swordsman of the ghost-killing team, he will put himself in a very dangerous situation and will face a real battle of life and death. In the battle of life and death, the existence and disappearance of life is only in an instant. Once it really fails, then there is absolutely no chance for oneself to come back again. So, no matter what, you have to be careful. Moreover, he has not fully grasped his own strength, which was sensed in the previous battle with the ghost-killing squad. Obviously, his strength is stronger than any swordsman in the ghost-killing team, but in the process of fighting with the opponent can always rely on various skills or cooperation with each other to make him in a hurry. If it weren't for the evil spirit's undead body and powerful self-healing ability, perhaps he would have lost the previous battle. Therefore, the control of one's own strength is still very important. Thinking like this, Sumu couldn't help standing up and began to practice in the dark cave, constantly starting to control himself. The more I practiced, the more I felt the terror of myself. Evil ghosts not only possess almost undead bodies and powerful self-healing abilities, but even more terrifying, they also possess almost inexhaustible power. A high-intensity battle that can continue for a long time can be called a combat weapon-like existence. It is conceivable that for thousands of years, what a formidable enemy the Ghost Slayer team has faced. Dark Cave. Sumu practiced silently without stopping for a moment. Over time, Sumu can feel more and more adept at controlling himself. If he was only able to use 50% of his own strength before, then now, he can fully use 80% of his own strength. Although it was not as good as the swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad who were able to discover their own strength to the extreme, but for him in the initial practice, it was enough to make him happy. Once again set your eyes on the character template. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 22/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. Add 21 evolution points to the options of strength. His strength has arrived, Evolution Ghost, 22/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. It takes 78 evolution points to become the bottom in 12 Kizuki. Asterisk. Chapter 29. A Dwelling. Simple dining table. A young man is eating food with a big mouth, his expression is very focused. The youth has long yellow hair, and the edges of the hair are red like flames. He has thick black sword eyebrows and piercing eyes, wearing a brown team uniform and a feather weave with a flame pattern. The yellow hair with fiery strands around the edges is a unique symbol of the Rengoku family. And Yuri with a flame pattern is only qualified to wear it if he becomes a pillar of flame. Therefore, this person is none other than Rengoku Kagura, who has newly become the pillar of flame. I haven't had such a delicious sweet potato miso soup for a long time. Rengoku Kagura put down the big bowl in his hand, looked up unconsciously, looked at the noisy crowd outside through the window of the house, and couldn't help but smile. Such a lively scene, is exactly what he wants to protect. At this moment, Rengoku Kagura's smile froze slightly, and his expression became extremely serious. Rengoku Kagura raised his head and looked at the crow who was standing at the window. Crows are crows used to communicate with the Ghost Slayer headquarters. Every player has one. Generally, if there is no special thing, the crow will basically not be used to transmit information. And once the crow is used to transmit information, it means that something very important has happened. The figure almost flashed, and Rengoku Kagura came to the window and gently took off the bamboo tube on the leg of the crow. Take out a letter from the bamboo tube. After reading the above content, Rengoku Kagura was stunned for a long time. Nanjing Yu. Rengoku Kagura let out a sigh and unconsciously clenched the hilt of the Nichiren blades around his waist. For Yu Nanjing, Rengoku Kagura is very familiar, that is a very hard-working boy who has also guided the other party's training. In the past, Rengoku Kagura had also instructed many swordsmen training, but most of the trainings he taught were bitter. Because his training method is too strict, even if he becomes a pillar, no swordsman is willing to be his stepson. The so-called stepsons are members of the Ghost Slayer team trained by Zu himself. They must have considerable talents, and ordinary people cannot be elected. And Nanjinju never complained about his guidance and training. At that time, he was very impressed with this person and deeply looked forward to his growth. But I didn't expect such bad news today. Nanjinju, including his team, was wiped out, and everyone died. His eyes drooped slightly, his teeth clenched unconsciously. Namo Amitabha. There was a sound of Buddha's horn, and a big man with the appearance of a monk wearing a brown cassock with the words Namo Amitabha Buddha walked in. Sir Himejima Kume. Rengoku Kagura looked at the person who appeared and bowed slightly. Presumably, you also got the news. Himejima Kume folded her hands and raised her head, revealing a pair of white eyes. Rengoku Kagura couldn't help but stretched out his fist and punched the wooden window. As a pillar, as a senior, I can't protect the junior, I am so incompetent. Namo Amitabha. Himejima Kume sighed slightly. Kagura doesn't have to blame himself so much. The moment he became a ghost hunter, each of us didn't already understand our future destiny. Rengoku Kyujura fell silent. After a long time, he raised his head, looked at Himejima Kumei's faint worry, and forced a smile. Master Xingming, don't worry about me, it won't knock me down. Raising his head and looking at the warm sun, Nanjinjo's bad news came. He was heartbroken, very painful, and hated himself for being a senior but not being able to protect his junior well. Hate yourself for being incompetent. But Rengoku Kyujura knew better that no matter how painful it was, time would never stop, and he would not share his grief. Therefore, even if the pain enveloped his heart, even if he was crushed to the ground by his own powerlessness, he would have to ignite his fighting spirit, grit his teeth, and move forward. Feeling Rengoku Kyujura's state of mind at the moment, Himejima Kumei also breathed a sigh of relief. Where is the evil spirit who killed Nanjinju? Rengoku Kyujura raised his eyes and looked at Himejima Kumei. Lost track. Himejima Kumei smiled bitterly, however, this time the demons seem to be a little different. This time, Kyujura needs to be in charge of this event. If it weren't for his recent mission, he would definitely choose to go with Rengoku Kyujura. I see. Rengoku Kyujura, head bowed, just fingers gripping the hilt of Nichiren blades. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Wilderness. Mound. A man with long yellow and red hair, sword eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a mantle with a flame pattern stood quietly in front of the tomb. It was Rengoku Kyujura, the Pillar of Flames, who had been here all the way since he got the news. Is this built by the evil ghost? Rengoku Kyujura gently stroked the loess of the tomb, and vaguely seemed to see the youthful face of Nanjing Yu. This made Rengoku Kyujura's heart still aching. A strong man born stronger than others, Rengoku Kyujura has always remembered what his mother taught him. Saving the weak is the mission of the strong, this is what his mother said to him. He has always assumed and fulfilled his responsibility, and regards this as his mission, and never wants to forget it. But at this moment, he was dismissed again. He failed to take on the responsibility of protecting the weak, so that the team members he had been looking forward to so deeply once again came to the end of the ghost hunters. This situation made him feel extremely guilty. Yes, my lord. Behind him, a hidden replied in a low voice. The one who brought Rengoku Kyujura here is the hermit who is in charge of this place. The so-called hermit is the aftermath of the ghost-killing team. Generally, it is composed of team members who have no talent in swordsmanship, and is responsible for the finishing work of the ghost-killing team after the battle with the ghost. Hearing the words hidden, Rengoku Kyujura stood there for a long time. Rengoku Kyujura, who came from a Rengoku family who hunted ghosts, knew enough about demons, but this one made him a little puzzled. This evil spirit actually builds graves for ghost hunters. Although this is just a simple grave. But it can be seen that this evil ghost seems to be different from other evil ghosts. No wonder, even Lord Xingming is lamenting the difference of this evil ghost. Rengoku Kyujura clenched the hilt in his hand. At this moment, he also had a strong interest in this evil ghost. In addition to interest, there is also awe-inspiring killing intent. As a pillar, as a senior, you should be responsible for the junior, not let the junior sacrifice for the senior. I'll find the devil. Rengoku Kyujura stood in front of the mound and silently opened his mouth to the lonely mound. As the sun sets, darkness begins to fall. It is the evil spirits that are active in the world who have descended with the darkness. The last ray of sunlight on the ground finally fell, and Sumu, who was in the dark cave, also opened his eyes. Stand up and look out of the cave. Chanel, it's time to get out of here. Just didn't wait for the chestnut flowers to fall. Chanel's response. Sumu couldn't help but look back, only to find that Chanel was already asleep at the moment. Seeing this scene, Sumu also shook his head helplessly, but he didn't find it strange. After all, people and ghosts are different. Even though Chanel has been accustomed to the dark night since childhood, the habits of life are different from ghosts after all. Shaking his head, he didn't say anything, and didn't disturb Li Huoluo. Shanahu, but came to Chanawi's side, leaned over slightly, and hugged Shanahu. The little girl is not heavy. Even lightly. Painful lightly. His eyes fell on Li Huoluo. Chanel's face was sleeping very sweetly, making people unbearable to disturb him. He smiled helplessly, and just like that, he walked out of the dark cave with the girl in his arms. Outside the cave. The same dark night. In such a dark night, Sumu felt that all the cells in his body were active. Ghost. Ultimately love the dark. The girl in her arms. The figure of Sumu walked forward in this silent night. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Holding the girl in his arms, Sumu walked in the wilderness, neither hurried nor slow, walking silently. Ghost. Physical strength is unlimited. Therefore, even after walking for most of the night, I didn't feel any tiredness. Not knowing how long they had walked in the wilderness, a small town appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Small town. One of the gathering places of mankind. Compared with the darkness of the wilderness, even in the dark night under the deep sky, there are still large lights in the town. The tip of the nose sniffed slightly, and I could smell a lot of people. This smell has an unspeakable allure for evil spirits. After having endured for so long, the instinct of human addiction rose again, and every cell in his body was urging him to become human addiction. Brow wrinkled slightly. Gritting his teeth, he stood there silently. After a long time, Sumu raised his head, and before I knew it, a layer of sweat had spread all over his forehead. Once again, the instinct of people addiction was suppressed. It seems that at this moment, he suddenly understands why every person who becomes a demon finally completely abandons his past self and becomes a real cannibal demon. This kind of demand from the body, even the soul, can easily be tolerated. He didn't know how long he could endure the people addiction instinct, but he knew that he had to endure it. Once he really starts to be addicted to people, then he can no longer be him at that time. Bow. Looking at the peaceful face sleeping in his arms, Sumu's scarlet eyes flashed with tenderness. Evil ghosts are not tolerated by human beings, but, after all, in this world, there are people who are close to evil ghosts. Scarlet eyes looked around and landed on a dwelling. The figure sneaked into the dwelling and found 2 children's clothes and a hat. He covered his head with a black hat, and the hat fell down to cover the evil ghost's very different appearance from humans. Covering himself completely, he glanced at the sleeping girl in his arms, and Sumu walked towards the town. An inn. Sumu entered slowly. The shop assistant, who was dozing off in front of the cabinet, was struck by a crisp knocking sound. Opening his confused eyes, the shop assistant saw a strange man with a black hat on his head, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in shadow. The weirdo was also holding a dirty-looking child in his hands. "Stay in the hotel, prepare some hot water and food and some change of clothes." A hoarse voice came from under the black hat. Then, the shop assistant only felt a slight flash in front of his eyes, and there was already an extra banknote on the cabinet. 100 yuan. The banknotes with the face value of 100 yuan are still very powerful, and they can live in the store for a month. At first, looking at the clothes of the person in front of him, the shop assistant thought it was a poor family, and he was a little unhappy when he was disturbed and dozed off, but now looking at the banknotes of this denomination, I am afraid it is not. "Okay, prepare for the guests immediately, please go to the second floor and turn left to the first room." The shop assistant immediately became attentive. The man under the hat was non-committal, and walked slowly to the second floor with the girl in his arms. Halfway through, the man in the bucket hat stopped and said with a hoarse voice, "I don't like people to disturb me." "Yes, guest, we understand, understand." Xiao Er nodded graciously in agreement. As for the banknotes for the second shopkeeper, they were taken from the swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad, including Yu Nanjing, who had been killed before, and they were found by the way when their bodies were buried. As for why you want to enter the human inn, the reason is simple. He needs to take care of the chestnut flowers. Chanel. Give Chanel a wash and change some clothes for her. Li Hualuo. Chanel's clothes are too torn and dirty, and her body is also dirty. In the wilderness, the conditions are too rudimentary, there is no warm water, and there is no change of clothes. Certainly. And its own reasons. Even as an evil spirit, he was once a human, and he was not used to surviving alone in the wilderness. Although demons are dangerous in human towns. But for Sumu, as long as you are careful, everything is still acceptable. Chapter 32. In the room on the second floor, Sumu carefully placed the girl in his arms on the soft bed. Perhaps some were not quite used to the new environment. The sleeping girl instinctively grasped his clothes, until he gently patted Li Huoluo with his hand. Looking at the girl who was sleeping peacefully on the bed, Sumu also stood up. Go to the window. Most of the town was dark, but many lights were still on near the center of the town. Facing the slight wind, he stood quietly by the window for a long time until a knock on the door rang. Open the door. The shop assistant had a diligent face, carrying a rich meal in one hand, and behind him was a child pushing a wooden bucket with a wooden wheel, and the wooden bucket was filled with hot water with steam. Get out of the way and let the shop assistant and the child bring their things into the room. The shop assistant and the children respectfully put the food and wooden barrels in the room. After putting it away, the second shopkeeper took the child away, but the child raised his head curiously before leaving, just to meet Sumu's scarlet eyes under the hat. Those scarlet eyes made the child's instinctive body tremble. Sumu, who was under the hat, frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just quietly closed the door. Turn back. Glancing at Li Huoluo, who was still soundly asleep, Chanel, Sumu silently waited for the other party to wake up. Compared with humans, demons do not need sleep, and even their needs for food and water are reduced to a very low level. Looking at the sumptuous meals on the table, even though he hadn't eaten for a long time, he didn't eat any more. Compared to eating these meals, the body instinctively desires human flesh and blood. Suppressing the desire to devour human flesh and blood in his heart, Sumu came to the wooden barrel, stretched his hand in, and the warm water soaked his body. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his head suddenly. Li Huoluo. Chanel slowly opened his eyes, and rubbed his eyes with his dirty little hands. He glanced nervously around, and when he saw the evil uncle in the room, he had a nervous expression. Relax all of a sudden. However, immediately, the girl began to become cramped again. Especially after discovering the place where he was sleeping soundly, the whole person became more uneasy. For Li Huoluo. Chanel, he has never slept on a bed with such a warm quilt. Clean room. Neat furniture. All this is completely different from the small, cramped woodshed that has been staying. She was even a little afraid of her dirty body getting dirty here. This made her feel a little uneasy. Until a gentle big hand landed on her small head. The inner tension and embarrassment disappeared all of a sudden, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel could only feel the unprecedented peace. Take a shower, then change your clothes. Sumu pointed to the wooden barrel next to him. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was a little hesitant, but under the gentle eyes of the evil uncle, he came to the wooden barrel, and carefully poked the water in the wooden barrel with his little hand. I thought it was icy cold water, but I didn't expect it to be warm hot water, which made the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's eyes lit up a little. She has never bathed in hot water. After taking a shower and changing clothes, then eat. Sumu pointed his finger at the sumptuous meal on the table again. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised his head and landed on the table, the lunch box, the white rice, the fragrant chicken legs, and the steaming soup. Such delicious food was something she had never dared to expect before. Living in a warm house, soft bedding, warm hot water, delicious food. Everything, for the chestnut flower fall. Chanel seems to be in heaven. This is the chestnut blossoms that have lived in miserable days since childhood. Chanel has never dreamed of it. Never expected it. These are all given to her by the evil uncle. The girl lowered her head and pursed her lips slightly. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Sumu. A pair of pink-purple eyes glowing with a little sparkle. Uncle Evil, why are you being so nice to me? Chapter 33. Uncle Evil, why are you being so nice to me? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head, her pink-purple eyes so bright. In the little world of a girl, no one has ever treated her so tenderly. Sumu is slightly silent. I didn't feel how good I was to Chanel, I just felt pity for this ill-fated child. So I can't help but take care of some Chanel. But in the small world of Li Hualuo, Chanel, some of his simple care seems to be seeing the light for people who have lived in the dark for a long time. It's like being trapped in a desert and encountering a clear spring while hungry. So precious. In the tragic childhood of the girl, the people she encountered and the people she met were always treated rudely. He was beaten and scolded at every turn, and if he was a little careless, he might be beaten to death. Just like her older sister, younger brother, and younger sister, she died tragically at the hands of her gambling-addicted father, and if she hadn't relied on her innately keen vision to avoid being hit, I'm afraid she would have been killed by her parents just like her older brother, older sister, and younger sister. Brutally killed. Compared with her parents, the gentleness of Uncle Evil to her is something that Chanel never imagined. Never dreamed. Only. Why? The evil uncle will be so nice to her? She can't help each other. It is of no use to the other party. In fact, she faintly felt that the evil uncle wanted to eat her, and sometimes the scarlet people-loving instinct in the evil uncle's eyes made her a little scared. But sometimes, there is an inexplicable expectation in the heart. Looking forward to being eaten by the gentle evil uncle. So, I will be of some use to the evil uncle. Only useful to people will not be abandoned. This is the truth that Li Hualuo Chanel understood when she was very young, so even though she has been rudely treated by her gambling parents, she can live strong and occasionally get some food from her gambling parents. Although only very humble to live. However, it is precisely because of their usefulness that they can live. So, when she was very young, she seldom cried, seldom played, and rarely angered her gambling father, but even so, she was often beaten and scolded by her gambling father. The childhood experience made the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel felt that the world was originally like this. But the appearance of Uncle Evil brought Li Hualuo Chanel was different. He never hit himself. Be gentle to yourself. Gentleness that is different from the roughness of this world. Even if he walks in the wilderness with himself, he will get some food for himself to eat. Those roasted and charred prey fall in the chestnut flowers. In Chanel's eyes, they are all supremely delicious. Because, since the small chestnut flowers have fallen, Chanel has rarely eaten enough. Uncle Evil, why are you being so kind to me? Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised his head and asked again, a pair of pink and purple eyes full of desire. The girl is hungry for some answers. She hoped to understand why the evil uncle was so kind to her. Only understand these. Only when you understand the useful aspects of Uncle Evil, can you work hard in this area and make yourself more useful to Uncle Evil. So, in this way, the warmth will not leave you. I have never gotten tenderness, so once I get it, I am especially afraid of losing it. I heard that the evil ghosts are all cannibals, and she could faintly feel that the evil ghost's uncle was hiding some kind of people-loving desire, but why, the other party didn't eat her. The demon whom Sumu had met before, even wanted to eat her very eagerly when he saw her for the first time. The girl's pink-purple eyes stared at him earnestly, making Sumu slightly stunned, and she couldn't help reaching out and rubbing the girl's head. You want to know why I'm so kind to you? Having said that, Sumu couldn't help blinking. Chanel likes chicken legs or not? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the chicken legs with a tempting aroma on the table, which had never been eaten before. Like? Do you need a reason to like chicken legs? The girl was stunned. She likes to eat chicken legs. Do you need a reason? The girl suddenly lost her thoughts. So, I'm very good to Chanel, do I need a reason for this? He calmly watched the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel who? So, there is no need for a reason, just like parents treat their children gently. Halfway through, Sumu stopped again, because Li Hualuo Chanel's parents can't be called parents. Li Hualuo Chanel lowered her head. The explanation of the evil uncle made her a little dazed. Just like she likes to eat chicken legs, there is no reason to be so good to Chana Hui. But, is there really someone in this world who treats you so kindly? Does such a gentle person really need no reason to appear in his own world? Chapter 34. She took off her tattered clothes, washed away the dust, and put on new clothes. The one who reappeared in front of Sumu was a little girl with a peaceful face. Delicate eyebrows, pink-purple eyes. At first glance, it is a beautiful woman. If there is no accident, when she grows up, she will be a beautiful woman. This dress is so warm. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel carefully touched the newly changed clothes with her small hands. I have never worn such new and clean clothes. Nice. You love it. A slightly hoarse voice came from under the hat. Looking at the girl in front of him, Sumu couldn't help showing a smile on his face. After washing up, he put on new clothes, and this is how a girl of this age should look. Let's go eat. He pointed to the lunch box on the table. Okay. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel took small steps to the table, and climbed onto the chair with a small body. Looking at the rich food on the lunch box, the girl's eyes lit up. Although I wanted to eat these foods right away, I was very skilled in dividing the food on the lunch box into 2 portions. One large, one small. In front of Luoluo.Shanahu is a small serving. For Luoluo.Shanahu, this small amount is enough to eat. And the big one is for the evil uncle. Uncle, let's eat together. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel turned around and shouted to the evil uncle. I'm not hungry, you can eat. Sumu came to the table and dropped the chestnut flowers. Chanel almost gave him the large portion of food and pushed it in front of the girl. After becoming an evil spirit, his desire to eat ordinary food has dropped to a very low level, but instead he has a great desire for human flesh and blood. It's just that, once a human being, even if he becomes an evil spirit, he cannot truly become a human-loving evil spirit with peace of mind. You must eat. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the share that was pushed in front of him and assigned by him to the evil uncle, and immediately opened his mouth seriously. She had experienced the feeling of starvation, and she didn't want Uncle Evil to experience that feeling. I just felt that the evil uncle didn't seem to have any intention to eat, and the chestnut flowers fell. Channa immediately jumped off the stool and came to Sumu's side. The small palm grabbed his clothes and climbed to his chest like a small beast. 2 little hands almost half-hugged his arms, and then, with great effort, took off the hat on his head. The hat was taken off, revealing the face of a slightly hideous evil spirit. Most people would be afraid when they see evil spirits. Enli Huoluo. Chanel's eyes didn't have any fear, and those pink-purple eyes were full of Mu. Taking off Uncle Evil's hat, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel reached out and took the chicken thigh on the dining table. Uncle Evil. Eat a little. The girl's eyes were full of anticipation. Sumu smiled helplessly, but looking at the girl's expectant eyes, he finally took a bite. It's just that the taste system of evil spirits is different from that of human beings. Taste like chewing wax. How about it? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at him expectantly. Looking at the girl's expectant eyes, Sumu smiled slightly. Very good. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel immediately laughed happily, and then, he also picked up the small spoon on the table and took a mouthful of white rice. After swallowing the rice, the girl closed her eyes contentedly, and then seemed to think of something, dug out another spoonful and handed it to Uncle Evil's mouth. Looking at the little girl who was feeding him again, Sumu was also a little dumbfounded. A light like a bean. Under some dim lights, the evil spirit was sitting at the table, and the human girl in her arms held a small spoon. After a while, she ate a mouthful of food with satisfaction, and then fed the evil spirit uncle a mouthful of food again. Just like that, time slowly passed in the warm range. And this night. It was such a happy night for Li Huoluo. Chanel. Asterisk. Chapter 35. A new day comes again. The soft moonlight fell, and the mild sunlight spread over the earth. Sumu opened his scarlet eyes, wore a hat, and was shrouded in a black coat. The whole person seems to be wrapped in general. Walking slowly to the window, the gentle sunlight fell along the window and fell on him. Even though his whole body was wrapped in darkness, his body still had a sense of palpitations. Sunlight, for evil spirits, is a deadly thing after all. But fortunately, he was wrapped in black clothes, and the sunlight was blocked and did not really fall on his body. Through the window, eyes fell on the streets of the town, the sparse crowd. People started a new day of life. This town belongs to humans after all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sumu's eyes were calm, and he consciously moved away from the dark corner of the room where he came from the window. Darkness enveloped him again. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel woke up leisurely, and what caught his eye was a fancy carved roof, covered with a soft quilt, no longer the dark, cold, and damp woodshed. The gentle sun shines on the face along the window. Involuntarily reaching out. The warm sunlight shone on the little hand with a cocoon. The warm sunshine warms the little hands. Everything seemed like a dream, but it was not a dream. Where's Uncle Evil? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost sat up from the bed, her hair that was slightly withered but began to exude vitality and fell naturally. Pink-purple eyes glanced around the room. After a while, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost found the dark and pitch-black corner. A black hat and a black coat wrapped the evil uncle. He seemed to feel the chestnut flowers falling. Chanel looked at him, and the slightly drooping hat lifted up, and the scarlet eyes under the hat flickered slightly. Seeing the evil ghost uncle, the chestnut flower fell a little uneasy. Chanel almost settled down. Almost instinctively, he jumped off the bed and ran towards the evil uncle. It's so cold. As soon as her little feet stepped on the cold floor, the girl couldn't help but take a breath. He lowered his head unconsciously, looked at his little feet. Chestnut flowers fell. Chaneu's eyes were slightly confused and puzzled. In the past, even in the cold night, little feet have never felt so cold. But now, when my little feet touched the floor, I suddenly felt so cold. Maybe my little feet stayed in the warm quilt for too long last night, getting used to the warm quilt that was never wrapped. And when I was naked again outside, I suddenly felt cold. There are shoes by the bed, put on your shoes. A hoarse voice came from a dark corner of the room. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's eyes also fell on the bedside, a pair of brand new shoes. He looked back at Uncle Evil Ghost again, and when he saw Uncle Evil Ghost nodding to him, he came to the bed happily. Little hands hold little shoes like treasures. She finally has shoes. The first pair of shoes in my life. Very happy. Her pink-purple eyes were full of happy smiles, and she put on her shoes awkwardly. The shoes are very warm, and the little feet don't feel cold as soon as they put them on. Very comfortable. Putting on his shoes, he stood up again and circled in place. New clothes, coats, shoes. So happy, so excited, I want to show off to others. An unprecedented feeling haunted the girl's heart. After getting dressed, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel walked happily to the side of the evil uncle. The small body snuggled up against Uncle Evil's legs, and like Uncle Evil, he stood in the dark corner of the room and looked out. Although she was in a dark corner like Uncle Evil Ghost, the girl's heart was warm and infinitely bright. I like to stay with the evil uncle the most. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Time flies. I stayed in the dark corner of the room with Uncle Evil Ghost, doing nothing, just staying silent, but the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel didn't feel boring. I do not know how long it has been. There was a crisp knock on the door. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the evil uncle. Go open the door. Sumu patted the little girl's head. The girl nodded heavily, jumped out of the dark shadow of the room, and walked to the door. Open the door. This is the shop assistant of this small shop. The shop assistant looked at the little girl who opened the door and was slightly taken aback. Putting on clean clothes, the girl in front of her seemed to be a different person, with delicate eyebrows and shimmering pink-purple eyes. Although her face was still pale, she was so endearing. She doesn't seem to be the same as the girl who was held by a strange person yesterday. Her body was dirty and her clothes were tattered. But upon closer inspection, through the general outline, it was still possible to see that he was the same girl who was hugging by the strange man wearing a hat from last night. I didn't expect it to be like a different person after taking care of it. The shop assistant muttered in his heart. Uncle, is there something wrong? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the man in front of him, his voice slightly timid. The shop assistant came back to his senses and showed a gentle smile to the girl in front of him. I'm here to bring you breakfast. While talking, the shop assistant lifted the plate he was holding with his hands and pointed to the room. Do you need me to send it in for you? No thanks. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel shook his head, smiled at the shop assistant, and then raised his little hand. The shop assistant gently put the dinner plate in the little girl's hand, watched the girl clumsily turn around with the dinner plate in hand, clumsily closed the door, and lost her sight. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. What a nice little girl! Dian Xiaoer muttered, and unconsciously thought of the man in the bucket hat with the girl in his mind, feeling that he was really a weird person. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was swaying with a dinner plate. This plate was too heavy for her when she was young. But the girl's face was full of happy smiles. Holding a dinner plate in front of Uncle Evil Ghost, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head, her pink and purple eyes were full of happiness. Uncle Evil Ghost, it's time for breakfast. Let's eat together. In the dark corner of the room, the girl and the demon sat on the floor and ate breakfast together. The girl eats sweetly and her cheeks are bulging, but the devil eats it very slowly and only after a little taste. The room was quiet. It was very lively outside, and from time to time came the cries of various hawkers. The chestnut flowers fell while eating. Chanel couldn't help but raised her head, a hint of curiosity in her pink-purple eyes. Go and eat by the window. As if seeing the chestnut flowers falling. Chanel was curious about the outside. Sumu patted the girl's head and pointed to the window. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel hesitated for a while, and after all, she couldn't resist the curiosity of the child's heart about the excitement outside. She took a small bowl and came to the window. For a long time, the chestnut flowers fell. Most of Chanel were kept in the dark and damp firewood by their parents, and they rarely saw what the world was like outside the firewood. This moment. Through the window, I can see the lively town during the day, the crowds of people passing by, the children playing, and all kinds of strange things being sold. It's so lively. The girl held a small bowl and took a small mouthful of rice, her pink-purple eyes blinking slightly. Sister, that little girl is so cute. She has the same beautiful eyes as her elder sister. On the street, a short girl hugged a tall woman and pointed at the chestnut flowers by the window. Chanel looked surprised. The two women have almost identical faces, the same purple pupils, the only difference is that one is shorter and the other is slender. Taller girls give people a very gentle feeling, like a spring breeze. Shorter girls give people more of a cunning feeling. Kocho Kanai also looked up, just in time to see the chestnut flower falling by the window looking at the scenery outside. Kanai who? Really a very cute little girl. As if he had noticed something, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked towards this side too. The pink and purple eyes were just right on Kocho's gentle eyes, and the other party's warm smile like the warm spring sun made the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel was stunned for a moment, and then her little face smiled. Hello. Kocho raised her head and greeted the girl who was eating by the window. Li Hualuo. Chanel was stunned for a while, and it took a while to realize that the other party seemed to be greeting him, and with a bit of timidity, he whispered, "Beautiful sister, hello." Aha! Hearing Li Hualuo Shanahu's words, Kocho couldn't help but laugh while covering her mouth, feeling that this little girl is really too cute. This is for you to eat. It was Kocho Shinobu, who was holding Kocho Chani's arm, and threw the apple in his hand. The red apple raised a graceful parabola in the air and fell to the window, and the chestnut flowers, born with keen eyesight, fell. Chanel instinctively stretched out his hand. Apple took it at once. He lowered his head, looked at the apple in his hand, and looked at Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kanai Megami, who were smiling at him. The chestnut flowers fell. This is the first time she has received a gift from someone else. I don't know if this apple should be accepted. He instinctively turned his head and looked at the evil uncle in the shadow of the room. Chapter 37. Chestnut blossoms fell. Chanel held the apple in her palm a little overwhelmed, and instinctively turned her head, wanting to ask the evil uncle's opinion. Take it. Sumu, who was in the dark shadow of the room, spoke softly. But the voice still seemed a little hoarse. He naturally heard the conversation outside. Although he didn't know who it was, the other party should be kind. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel nodded happily, and grabbed the apple in her palm with some joy. This was the first gift she received. Although, just a very ordinary apple. But for Li Huoluo Chanel, it has an unusual meaning. Thanks. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel thanked Kocho Chain Megami and Kocho Shinobu on the street below the window. Ha, no thanks, sweet little sister. Kocho Shinobu returned with a smile, and at the same time, he waved at Li Huoluo. Channa, little sister, do you want to come down? My sister and I will play with you. Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was a little moved, but he seemed to think of something, and immediately shook his head. Why don't you agree? Suddenly, Sumu walked to the window, and through the window, he saw a pair of twin girls in the street below the window. The scarlet eyes under the black hat flickered slightly. The two girls in front of me, Sumu naturally knew, if I guessed correctly, it should be Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu. The style column and the insect column of the future ghost killing team. But looking at the clothes of the two now, it seems that they should not have joined the ghost killing team. This made him a little suspicious. I want to be by my uncle's side. Li Huoluo. Chanel looked at him very seriously. Although she also wanted to go down to play with the two sisters who seemed very gentle, she was even more afraid of leaving the evil uncle. Reaching out his hand, he rubbed the girl's head. If you want to play, just go down. But the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel wanted to say something. That's what I want to see too. He watched the chestnut flowers fall gently. Chanel Huo. Although there was a black hat, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel could still feel Uncle Evil's affirmation in his eyes. Then I went out to play with them. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel hesitated for a moment. Go, remember to come back early. When the chestnut flowers fell and Chanel left, the room fell silent again. Sumu also left the window, and the figure was again in the gloomy darkness of the room. Hello. Going downstairs, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel appeared in front of the door, looking at Kocho Chani and Kocho Shinobu who were smiling in front of them, and greeted a little embarrassedly. Hello, little sister, my name is Kocho Shinobu, this is my older sister, Kocho Kani. Kocho Shinobu stepped forward and pinched the chestnut flower. Chanel's cute little face, while introducing himself, asked curiously, what's your name? My name is Li Huoluo. Chanel, it's the name my uncle gave me. Chestnut flowers falling. Chanel said his name proudly. Chestnut blossoms fall. Chanel. Next to him, Kocho Chan Ahui whispered the name, inexplicably felt like it, she didn't know, Li Huoluo. The name Chaneu was given by her in the future. Shanna, can I go shopping with my sister with you? Kocho Shinobu smiled and stretched out his hand, naturally wanting to hold the chestnut flower. Chanel's little hand. It's just that when the palm of the hand just held the chestnut flower fall. Chaneu's small hand, Kocho Shinobu's beautiful brows wrinkled unconsciously. Chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's hands are too rough. A child's hands should be tender at this age, not. Soon, Kocho Shinobu knew why the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's little hands would be so rough. That tiny hand was full of thick calluses. Born into a medical family, Kocho Shinobu naturally knows what causes calluses on his palms. Kocho Kani also saw this scene, and looked at her sister Kocho Shinobu, probably understood something, and a touch of anger appeared on her face unconsciously. Shanahu, who are you with? Kocho Shinobu squatted down and carefully held the chestnut flower. Chaneu's little hand was a little distressed, and he didn't understand why such a cute little girl had the heart to treat her like this. Now with my uncle. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and said happily. She likes the evil uncle very much. In Li Huoluo. Shanahu's heart, he is the best person for her. Does your uncle usually treat you badly? Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth slightly. No, uncle is the best person for Chanel. Li Huoluo. Chanel shook off Kocho Shinobu's hand and held her hand, and said angrily, "You are not good people, I will not play with you anymore." For Li Huoluo. Shanahu, the favorite thing in the world is the evil uncle, and no one is allowed to speak ill of the evil uncle. No one is allowed to question the evil uncle. Looking at Li Huoluo, who turned to leave, and Chanel's back, both Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani were slightly stunned. "Did you guess wrong?" Kocho Shinobu touched his head, but the little girl's cocooned hands would never lie, it was definitely a trace of cruel life. Involuntarily, he raised his head and looked at the window. Indistinctly, I saw a man wearing a black hat and his whole body seemed to be hidden in black clothes. Chapter 38. The door was pushed open and closed, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel puffed up her face, and angrily threw herself into the arms of the evil uncle. "What's the matter? Didn't you go out to play?" Hands caressing the girl's hair, Sumu is a little strange, he just felt chestnut blossoms falling by the window. Chanel's dispute with the Kocho Shinobu sisters. "It's just that I don't understand, what will the dispute cause the chestnut flower to fall?" Chanel is so angry. In Sumu's impression, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel has always been very good. They are bad people and speak ill of the evil uncle. Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel squeezed her small fists and sighed, and at the same time, told what just happened. Hearing the chestnut flowers falling, Chanel was almost intermittent, and Sumu was also dumbfounded when she finished speaking with the child's accusation. It turned out that the Kocho Shinobu sisters mistakenly thought that she had abused Li Huoluo. Chanel, so she casually asked if she was not good to her in ordinary times. It's just that Kocho Shinobu never thought that he would just ask a simple question, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was so angry. He stroked the girl's head lightly with his hand, feeling the tightness of his arm being grasped by the girl's little hands, and he suddenly realized that he might have occupied a very important place in the girl's heart in front of him. "It turns out that I unknowingly became so important to Li Huoluo." Chanel. Inexplicably, there was a different feeling in my heart. But faintly, I felt that I had more responsibility on my shoulders. Holding Li Huoluo's face gently, looking at the girl's delicate brows, Sumu under the hat said, "Li Huoluo. Shanahu has misunderstood those two sisters." As he said that, his hand gently stroked the chestnut flowers. Chanel's small hand, with a thick cocoon, told the girl's life experience. "Because, the little hands of other children are very soft and tender, but the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's little hands now have many calluses, so they will misunderstand." Sumu explained. Li Huoluo. Chanel probably realized that she had really misunderstood those two beautiful sisters after listening to it. But right now, Li Huoluo. Chanel shook his head and said, "Then I won't play with them, because they also misunderstood the evil uncle." Listening to Li Huoluo. Shanahu, Sumu couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand gently and pinched Li Huoluo. Shanahu's little nose. "You are really careful. A bit of a vengeful little girl." Li Huoluo. Chanel wrinkled her little nose, disagreeing with the words of the evil uncle. She didn't feel that she was being careful. In the girl's small heart, Uncle Evil is the biggest and most important, and any words that slander Uncle Evil are not acceptable. Even if it is a misunderstanding, it is impossible. It's not about being careful. Outside the shop, Kocho Shinobu looked back at his sister Kocho Kani. "Sister, I just said casually, why is that kid so fierce?" Kocho squatted down, holding her sister's little face in her hands, and said gently, "Maybe, in that child's heart, his uncle is very important. Then you don't have to react so much." Kocho Shinobu is still a little uneasy, and she didn't say anything too bad, just some guesswork. Kocho Kani gently patted Kocho Shinobu's little head. "It's like ninja, if one day, someone will say something in front of ninja and guess that my sister is not good. Who dares to say that my sister is not good, I will beat him to death." Before Kocho Kani could finish speaking, Kocho Shinobu had already clenched his small fists, puffed up his face, and screamed fiercely. "So, the uncle of the other party may be the same as the little girl, and he will not allow others to speak ill of him, even some guesses." Kocho Kani gently enlightened her sister. "What a kid! Kocho Shinobu grumbled. Listening to her sister's muttering, Kocho Chanel couldn't help but smile. In her eyes, her sister is not a child. Okay, let's go, hurry up to buy the medicinal materials and go home. It's not peaceful recently. Kocho Kani took her sister's hand. Not peaceful? What happened? Kocho Shinobu was holding hands by his sister and followed closely behind her, a little curious. I heard that a lot of people went missing at night outside the town recently. Kocho Chinewe's voice was soft. Some people say that evil spirits haunt and eat people at night. Evil ghost. Kocho Shinobu frowned tightly. Will there be evil spirits in this world? Whether there are evil ghosts or not, these few days, my sister should not go out to play, and she is not allowed to go out at night. Kocho Kanai lowered her head slightly to warn her sister. Although it was a warning, the girl's eyebrows and eyes were curved, and she was indescribably gentle. Then, sister, what will the devil be like? Kocho Shinobu raised his head and suddenly asked. Kocho's beautiful brows couldn't help frowning. I've seen it before, but it's better that I haven't seen it all the time. It's good to be safe. What does the devil look like? Kocho Shinobu was a little curious, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the black shadow that just disappeared in front of the window, as if wearing a black hat. Is the ghost like that? Chapter 39. The town during the day is lively and bustling. In the dark shadow of the room, the girl squatted beside the evil uncle, holding her cheeks, looking at the window not far from the room. The warm light fell from the window, illuminating everything in the path, and it seemed that everything in the world would be shrouded in light. But the darkness still persisted in the dark corners of the room. Is Uncle Evil afraid of the sun? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel turned to look at Sumu, who was almost shrouded in a black coat. Ghost, there is no one who is not afraid of the sun. A hoarse voice came from under the hat. Then, how can we make Uncle Evil not afraid of the sun? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost opened her pink-purple eyes. The black bamboo hat was raised slightly, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered slightly under the hat. Perhaps, we need to find the cyan other side flower. The other shore flower. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's delicate brows wrinkled unconsciously, thinking about how to help the evil uncle find the blue other side flower. Don't think too much, other shore flowers are hard to find. Seeing the little girl's frown slightly, Sumu couldn't help knocking on the other's little head. Where is the cyan other side flower so easy to find, especially for evil spirits, it is even more difficult to find. The ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen made countless ghosts to find the cyan flower. It took thousands of years to find it. How could he be so easy to find? Although, he knows more about the cyan other than Kibutsuji Musen. But he didn't know where the cyan flower was. After all, the entire anime Demon Slayer didn't mention where the cyan flower was. Moreover, for evil spirits, the cyan other side flower is almost impossible to find, because the cyan other side flower blooms for a very short time, and it only blooms during the day. However, it is difficult for evil spirits to survive in the sun. This leads to a rebuttal. It seems that the devil can never find the change in cyan. Of course, if you really know that the cyan flower blooms in the daytime, it is not impossible for evil ghosts to eat it. For example, just like him now, his whole body is hidden in the dark, so that he can walk under the sun, so, maybe you can eat the cyan other flower that blooms during the day. Only, even if the body is completely hidden under the black coat, walking under the sun will still feel extremely uncomfortable. Even if there is a black coat to block the absorption of sunlight, but every moment under the sun, the heart palpitations and fears that exist in the heart are real. Therefore, evil spirits will not appear during the day unless necessary. Because, for evil spirits, the sun during the day is very dangerous. Of course, Sumu still has some guesses about the cyan other side flower. Perhaps, the blue side flower should live near the Tanjiro residential area. Perhaps, the young Kamadu Nezuko once ate the cyan flower of the other side, otherwise, why would Nezuko resist the desire to eat cannibals after turning into a ghost, and even bathe in the sun at the end? After all, even the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen, couldn't bask in the sun. Perhaps, it was Nezuko who once ingested the cyan flower of the other side to allow himself to overcome the fatal weakness of ghosts to sunlight. Unconsciously raised his head and looked at the window. The warm sunlight that came in from the window all the time exudes a sense of palpitations that frighten him. Under the hat, the scarlet eyes flickered slightly. If necessary, be sure to look around the area where Kamadu Tanjiro lives. It would be great if you can really find the cyan flower of the other side. Asterisk. Chapter 40. The liveliness of the day belongs to human beings, and the silence belongs to evil spirits. But when the setting sun falls, the sun disappears, and the darkness falls upon the earth again. It is the time when the evil spirits are active. A night of evil spirits. And tonight the town was surprisingly quiet. The doors of every house are closed. It seems that the recent rumors of evil spirits in the town have caused some people in the town to feel panic. The places that used to be lively at night have become much quieter this night. Small courtyard. Sumu, who had been squatting in the dark corner of the room, opened his eyes, and under the black hat, a touch of scarlet eyes flashed away. Stand slowly, walk slowly to the window. Through the window, overlooking the large area of the town, for humans, such a dark night cannot be seen at all, but for evil spirits, the dark night has no effect on them, just like day. Nose sniffed slightly. He smelled the ghost. His eyes flickered slightly, and he involuntarily pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. Holding the handle of the Nichiren blades slightly in his hand, he felt the nasty temperature of the body's blood radiating from the blade of the Nichiren blades. A dangerous feeling of palpitations came from the blade. Sumu had to sigh with emotion. Nichiren blades is really a weapon to kill evil spirits. It is an important weapon used by ghost-killing teams to hunt ghosts. Today, such a ghost-hunting weapon is in the hands of evil spirits. Gently caressing the blade of Nichiren blades. The blade was slightly flaming red, and it was extremely sharp. If it's used to kill evil spirits, it's really a weapon. He squinted his eyes and looked at the dark place in the distance, and could vaguely feel the breath of the same kind, that same kind, hunting for food in this small town. Uncle, do you want to go out? Behind him, a somewhat hesitant voice sounded. Sumu turned back, not knowing when the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel had woken up from her deep sleep and was standing behind him, looking up at him with pink and purple eyes. Sumu stood by the window, slightly silent. Yes, he's going out. Go out and hunt ghosts. Whether hunting evil ghosts or attacking swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, they can provide him with evolution points, and evolution points can enhance his strength. Today, there are evil spirits in the town, which just happens to be a stepping stone for his growth. But he still has some concerns. Some are worried about chestnut flowers falling. Chanel almost. Don't worry about the other person alone. Then uncle has to come back soon. I will stay in the room obediently, not going anywhere, and obediently wait for my uncle to come back. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked serious. Li Hualuo. Although Chanel is very young, she is still a child, but her childhood experience has taught the girl a lot of truth. Must be useful to others. No one likes the useless. And she, Li Hualuo, Chanel, is a useless person now. If she follows the evil uncle, it will definitely affect the evil uncle, and even become a burden. No one likes to be cumbersome. Even if Uncle Evil was willing to fight with her burden, she would not. She wants to be someone useful to Uncle Evil, and for her now, the most useful thing is to stay in the room obediently and wait for Uncle Evil to come back. The room suddenly became a little quiet. Sumu and Li Hualuo. Chanel almost never spoke again, only the breathing of the two of them could be heard vaguely in the room. A while. Sumu squatted down and slowly rubbed Li Hualuo's head. Then I'm going out. He must go out, he must strengthen his strength, and only strong strength can protect himself and protect what he cares about. No one will pity the weak. The weak, without any dignity, will only be trampled on by the strong. And he wants to be strong. I don't want to be weak. So, he has no choice. Uncle has to come back early. Without the evil uncle staying by my side, I will be afraid. The girl raised her head with a smile on her face. Wait me back. Sumu turned over and jumped down from the window, and the voice came out as the figure fell. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel ran to the window all of a sudden, and looked at the direction of the evil uncle's departure with wide eyes, but in the blink of an eye, he could no longer see the evil uncle. But the girl's pink and purple eyes were still wide open, searching for that warm figure. "Uncle Evil Ghost, you must have a prosperous martial arts." The girl put her hands together and prayed. Chapter 41. Night. Slightly cool. A shadow wearing a black hat moved quickly in the town. In a house. The shadow stopped, and the scarlet eyes under the hat flickered slightly. Standing still, the tip of Sumu's nose moved slightly, and a strong smell of blood and the same kind of breath came from the room. It is almost certain that evil spirits are hunting for food in this house. The smell of blood from the house hit his taste buds, causing his throat to wriggle involuntarily. An inexplicable longing rose up all around him. His brows furrowed slightly. Forcibly suppressing the evil spirit's human addiction instinct, Sumu stepped into the door quickly. What came into view was blood. The stumps and arms were scattered around, and several bloody heads lay quietly on the ground, their lifeless eyes still filled with the fear of dying. Seeing this scene, Sumu, who was under the hat, lowered his head slightly, and unconsciously caressed the hilt of the knife around his waist. Stepping forward, he calmly stepped on the bloody courtyard. The gentle moonlight sprinkled on the bamboo hat, and Sumu's figure stopped. A slight wind was blowing at this moment, slightly raising the black curtain under the hat, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared as the black curtain lifted. Although he knows that the evil ghost is addicted to people, he has never seen a scene of addiction to people. At this moment, he sees a tragic scene in front of him. He probably understands. Why did the ghost-killing team have such a deep obsession with killing evil spirits? As if feeling something, the evil ghost who was burying his head in the fresh corpse raised his head. Under the moonlight, the face of the other party was full of blood. The evil spirit looked at Sumu, who suddenly appeared in the courtyard with a slightly puzzled look. It smelled the ghost's breath from the other side. Similar. The evil spirit stood up and unconsciously stood in front of the corpse. These foods belong to it, and the vicinity also belongs to its territory, and the same kind who suddenly broke into his territory is not allowed to snatch his food. Sumu stood where he was, his eyes were calm, he glanced at the corpse just eaten by the evil spirit, and his eyes fell behind the evil spirit again. Under a table not far behind the demon, two young girls were hugging tightly. The girl who was not too old was desperately protecting the younger girl. Judging from the almost identical breath of the two girls, they should be a pair of sisters. And Sumu recognized at a glance that the two sisters were Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu, who greeted Li Huluo during the day. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sumu probably clearly understood how Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu became the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. Like most of the ghost hunters in the ghost-killing team, they have a bloody vendetta with evil spirits, and it is this bloody vendetta that makes this pair of sisters ultimately excellent ghost hunters. Glancing past Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani, Sumu's gaze fell on the evil ghost again. Waist knife. Slowly pull out. Under the faint moonlight, a sharp fiery red sword glow radiated as the blade came out of its sheath. "I'm not of the same kind as you." He spoke calmly. And as Sumu drew out the Nichiren blades, the demon's pupils also shrank slightly. Almost every demon was familiar with Nichiren blades. That's the weapon that can kill them. But why did the opponent use Nichiren blades as a weapon? As an evil spirit, it clearly understood the evil spirit's dislike for Nichiren blades. That kind of disgust that comes from the body's instinct makes the evil spirit not choose Nichiren blades as a weapon at all. What's more, the evil spirit itself is a super powerful combat weapon, so there is no need at all. But why would the other party endure? And just at the moment when the evil ghost was puzzled, Sumu moved violently, the bamboo hat was raised, and the fiery red sword glow bloomed in the dark night. The evil spirit's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly avoided. But soon, the evil spirit discovered that the opponent's strength was stronger than himself. Even if he is stronger than himself, there is also a weapon specially designed to restrain evil spirits. The evil ghost barely resisted the two moves, and in a split second, the Nichiren blades in Sumu's hand lifted up and slashed across the evil ghost's neck at a strange angle. The silent bloom of blood. The devil's head was thrown away. The blood of the ghost is mixed with the blood of the people in the courtyard at this moment. And after beheading this evil ghost, Sumu also clearly felt that there were 3 more evolution points on his character template. Sure enough, as he had guessed, he could gain evolution points by killing evil spirits. There was a slight joy in his heart. The 3 evolution points were not many, but they were enough to improve his strength a little. However, when he turned his eyes on the bloody ground, especially the 2 trembling girls hugging each other, he fell silent again. Evil ghost, it has been beheaded, you are all right. He opened his mouth. But the 2 girls were still trembling and crying. Even if he raised his head, what Sumu saw through the girls' purple eyes was fear. Obviously, he did not recover from the hellish scene in front of him. Seeing this scene, Sumu sighed inexplicably. Perhaps, in their eyes, I am also the embodiment of a monster. After all, he is also a devil. Sumu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his body froze suddenly, and he felt a powerful breath rushing towards here. Chapter 42. Sumu stayed where he was, originally planning to say something, but he felt a strong aura running towards here from a distance without concealment, which made his face change slightly. From this breath, Sumu felt an extremely deadly breath. Almost without hesitation, he stepped on the ground, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. South Amitabha. Not long after Sumu left, a giant monk-style figure came quickly with a broad axe and a meteor hammer linked by chains. The giant man's eyes were white, and he was wearing the standard uniform of the ghost-killing team. On the clothes outside the uniform, he was wearing a brown cassock with the words South Amitabha written on it. This strong monk is no one else. It is Hajime Kume, who is currently the strongest in the Ghost Slayer team. Hajime Kume looked at the blood on the ground. The room was already full of blood. The blood of the men and women who were killed and the blood of the dead evil spirits were mixed together. The room had a strong smell of blood and a strong stench from the death of the goblin. Amitabha. Hajime Kume picked up the bead worn around his neck, clasped his hands together, twisted the bead, and recited the Buddhist scriptures in a low voice, suppressing the violent spirit that had arisen in his heart. He was originally a gentle man, raising his helpless children in a dilapidated temple and living a poor and happy life. Every day is tiring but fulfilling. He never hit anyone, and even scolded the child loudly. But, until that nightmarish night. Just like the scene in front of you. The dead lay quietly on the ground, and the living were trembling and crying, filled with infinite fear. Hajime Kume has been through, and has seen, scenes like this over and over again. The uncontrollable killing intent towards the evil spirit in his heart almost made him lose his mind. Amitabha. Hajime Kume folded her hands together and recited the Buddhist scriptures again. After she calmed down, she began to seriously observe the current situation. He is late. There was blood everywhere in the room, and the evil spirits had become addicted to this room. Under the table in the corner of the room, 2 girls, one big and one small, were trembling and crying. The older girl was holding the younger girl tightly. Hold, desperately protect. Hajime Kume strode to the courtyard, fingering the blood that remained on the ground. Human blood. There is also the blood of evil spirits. The breath of these blood has dissipated, and there is still the breath of evil ghosts that has not dissipated in the air. The evil ghost was killed. No. There should be another evil ghost. Hajime Kume looked around the room and saw only 2 young girls hugging each other, filled with fear. It is impossible for such a person to kill evil spirits. Who killed that evil ghost? Was it killed by the same kind? Why is the smell of Nichiren blades still lingering? Has anyone been here? Hajime Kume came to the girl and tried to ask in mild language. However, seeing the fear in the eyes of the 2 girls, Hajime Kume sighed inexplicably. Although it was already safe, the grief of losing her parents also flooded her heart at this moment, and the hatred of the unreasonable being taken away from the loved one was fully displayed in the eyes of the 2 girls. Through the eyes of the girls, what Hajime Kume saw filled the hearts of the 2 girls was pure fear, an overwhelming fear of ghosts. the inexplicable creatures. Even when looking at him. At this moment, the girl's heart was completely occupied by fear. Perhaps, in their eyes, I may also be the incarnation of a monster. At this time, how could he possibly answer his question? Hajime Kume sighed inexplicably and remembered the past, just like the child of Shade. Shade is also like the two girls in front of him. Witnessing the cruelty, addictiveness of evil spirits, and fear has completely filled his heart. Even in the face of him, who is desperate to protect his life, Shade is also in front of the adults who came here. Frightened, trembling, weeping, he pointed at himself to the adults who came over and said, "That person is a monster. Everyone was killed by that person, all of them." Hajime Kume couldn't forget the scene at that moment, but the child he was trying so hard to protect pointed at him and said that he was a monster. The scene of that moment will never be forgotten for a moment. Although understandable, Shade was unconsciously distorting his memory due to fear. But in the end, it was me who was referred to as a monster at that time. Since then, he has lost his patience with children. The child is weak and pitiful. Moreover, it is cruel. Such thoughts still occupy Hajime Kume's heart. Just like the two girls who were crying and trembling right now. Chapter 43. Although Hajime Kume is very sympathetic to what happened to Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, the memory of the past has made him lose patience with the child. Even, no longer willing to deal with children. At the beginning, in order to save those children, he sacrificed his life to fight the ghost, hammering the ghost's head with a human body that he hadn't practiced before, so that it eventually turned into dust and dissipated after dawn. But in the end, what he almost gave up his life in exchange was not the gratitude of Shade, the only surviving child, but Shade, who was overly frightened, accused him of being the murderer of the child in front of the coming adults, and let him because of this, he was guilty of injustice and was almost sentenced to death. Although he knew that Shade was still young and ignorant, and had been frightened too much, it also made him completely die to children and people's hearts. However, fortunately, he was rescued by Yubayashiki Kaguya, the master of the ghost-killing team, and joined the ghost-killing team. Until today, he has become the pillar in the ghost-killing team. Therefore, even if he sympathizes with what happened to sister Kocho-chan Ahui at the moment, he is not very willing to contact these two children too much. He pulled his hand to his waist, and what fell into his hand was a bamboo tube. He raised the bamboo tube and faced the sky. A firework rose to the sky, blooming a pattern of wisteria. Soon after the wisteria-shaped fireworks burst, a person in tight clothes walked over quickly. Grown-ups. One person came to Hajime Kume to speak respectfully. They were all hidden members of the ghost-killing team, who were responsible for handling the finishing touches after the ghost-killing team fought the ghosts. Maybe these hidden are not very strong in combat, but they are very good at dealing with sundries and the relationship between the ghost-killing team and the local government. Set them up. Hajime Kume pointed at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who had stood up, still holding hands tightly, and their delicate faces still had expressions of fear. "Yes, my lord." The hermit spoke respectfully, looking at the Kocho sisters, and at the blood on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh, and the happy family was destroyed by evil spirits. As a hermit, I have seen too many such things. After handing over the Kocho sisters to Hidden, Hajime Kume no longer cares about the Kocho sisters, but focuses on the courtyard. Although the evil ghost has died, there are still many strange things that he needs to continue to investigate. Sumu's figure shuttled through the alleys of the town, although he didn't know who the strong aura he just felt was. But no matter who it is not what the current self should face. Neither the evil ghost nor the ghost-killing team are friendly to him. Soon, a familiar little shop came into view. The shop was dark, and only a small room on the second floor was dimly lit. Step down a little on the ground, open the window, and jump in. Before he could stand firm, a small cub was already in his arms and hugged him tightly. Didn't sleep. Sumu caressed Tsuyuri Kanawa with his hand, and the scarlet eyes under the hat flashed a touch of tenderness. "I've been waiting for my uncle to come back," the girl whispered. The little head raised from his arms, looking at him, full of happiness. Sumu crouched down, picked up Tsuyuri Kanawo, and then closed the window, the moment he saw the light rising in the distance through the gap of the closed window. That's where the demon was just killed. Thinking of the powerful and terrifying aura, the scarlet eyes under the hat drooped slightly. This place is not very safe. Must get out of here as soon as possible. Just thinking about it this way, he saw a swordsman wearing a black feather weave appearing in the alley. Holding Tsuyuri Kanawo in his arms, he quickly hid in the darkest corner of the room. It seemed that he couldn't leave here now. Only. Just thinking about this, a burst of rapid and powerful footsteps had come from outside the room. Next to it, there was a hurried knock on the door of some guest rooms living here. And soon, there was also a knock on the door of the room where he lived. Obviously, the ghost-killing team's actions were much faster than he imagined, too much. Hand, unconsciously caressed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Scarlet eyes fell unconsciously. Da-da-da. The crisp knock on the door continued, and Sumu's hand gripping the handle of the knife became tighter. Chapter 44. The knocking on the door continues. Sumu lowered his eyes and held the hilt of his sword, already realizing that a battle was inevitable. Suddenly, feeling something, Sumu couldn't help lowering his head. Tsuyuri Kanawa was struggling slightly in his arms. After hesitating for a while, he still put Chanel on the ground. As soon as Tsuyuri Kanawa's small figure landed on the ground, he stretched out his small hand and pushed him into the shadow in the corner of the room. He frowned slightly, not understanding why Tsuyuri Kanawa did such a move. When he came to stand in the dark shadow in the corner of the room, Tsuyuri Kanawa immediately put his small hand to his mouth and made a hush sound. Without waiting for Sumu to ask anything, Tsuyuri Kanawa trotted to the door. Is there anyone in the house? If there is no one, we can come in. The knock on the door grew louder. Tsuyuri Kanawa pushed open the door with small hands, but only a gap was opened, and a small face stuck his head out, revealing an angry little face. What are you doing? It's so late, it's disturbing me. Outside the door, the swordsman wearing a black feather weave looked at the little girl in front of him, and also showed an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I don't know if we can be allowed in. In the room, Sumu unconsciously pressed his hand on the handle of the knife around his waist, his body tensed slightly. Why do you want to let you in? What if you are bad people? My uncle told me that strangers are not allowed to enter the room. Tsuyuri Kanawa pouted and shook his head, his small body holding the door firmly. With Tsuyuri Kanawa's strength, the swordsman could naturally push open the door easily, but he didn't do that. After all, the other party was a child, not a demon. A bad guy escaped from nearby. We are in charge of hunting. Maybe the bad guy is hiding in the room, so. There are no bad people in my house. I think uncles are bad people. Bad people want to enter a stranger's room. The swordsman's face couldn't help showing a look of crying and laughing. He glanced at the teammate next to him, and the teammate shook his head. Seeing this scene, the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team also understood that it was really difficult to force their way in, and they were not sure whether there were really ghosts in the room. Moreover, if there is really a ghost, the child in front of him should not have such an attitude. It's annoying. The swordsman bowed slightly. Snapped. The door was immediately closed by Tsuyuri Kanawa. The swordsman touched his nose and was a little speechless, but he could understand it. It was really annoying to be disturbed so late. He also saw a lot of faces along the way. Go to the next house, there is a smell left by evil spirits nearby, we can't slack off. The swordsman shook his head and greeted his teammates to leave. Feeling the swordsman from the ghost-killing team leaving the door, Sumu's hand holding the hilt of the sword also loosened slightly, and his tense body also loosened a lot. Uncle, they're gone. Tsuyuri Kanawa trotted in front of Sumu, raised his head, and looked happy. For Tsuyuri Kanawa, it is a very happy thing to feel that I have helped the evil uncle. In this way, I don't have to be useless to the evil uncle. My Chanel is really amazing. Sumu squatted down slightly, stroked Tsuyuri Kanawa's head, and couldn't help but praise. No one would have thought that a human child would stay by the side of evil spirits. So, a fierce battle was avoided. Of course, Sumu was not afraid of fighting, but thinking of the powerful aura he felt before, he knew very well that the current fight was unwise. If not necessary, it is better to avoid it. As long as Chanel can help Uncle Evil. The girl looked happy, her pink-purple eyes filled with the figure of evil spirits in front of her. Probably, in the eyes of this girl, the person in front of her is not an evil spirit. Rather, the most important person in a girl's heart. Asterisk. Chapter 45. The town was not peaceful that night. From time to time, swordsmen wearing black feather-woven fabrics would walk in the alleys of the town, as if searching for something. In the room, Sumu's mind also fell on his character panel. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 22/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. Evolution Points, 3. Killed an evil spirit tonight and gained 3 evolution points. There are not many evolution points, and he can only improve his strength a little, but Sumu is still very happy. He understands the truth very well. As long as he improves slowly, he will always become strong enough. From the evolution of the ghost, to the bottom string, the top string, and finally to the level of the ancestor of the ghost, at that time, I had the ability to compete with Kibutsuji Musen. Thinking like this, he immediately added 3 evolution points to his strength. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 25/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. After running out of 3 evolution points, there is still only 75 points left to be able to go further and become the next string. The strength of the next string is not low. It has reached the level of 12 Kizuki, which has surpassed most swordsmen of the ghost killing team. As long as he does not encounter the ghost hunters of the pillar level, it is basically enough to protect himself. And after becoming a winding string, most of the pillars of the ghost killing team will no longer be opponents. In general, the ghost hunters of the ghost killing team in this world are weaker than the evil ghosts. If it really hits hard, the ghost killing team will only be wiped out. But the ghost killing squad is not that stupid, and they won't push them all at once. Even if the losses are heavy, as long as there is a breath left, they can always recover quickly. Hundreds of years ago, Kibutsuji Musen also tried to completely eliminate the ghost killing team. He once found the headquarters of the ghost killing team and killed it. In that battle, the headquarters of the ghost killing squad was almost destroyed. But unfortunately, there are still a large number of fish that escaped the net, including the master of the ghost killing team. Although that operation severely damaged the ghost killing team, in the following time, the ghost killing team was quickly rebuilt, and, having absorbed the experience of the last time Kibutsuji Musen found the headquarters, until now, the ghost killing team headquarters has the exact location, not even the pillar of the ghost killing squad can be grasped. Only the master will know the specific information of each other. Now, the ghost killing team will only use the crow to communicate with each other. Even if there is a gathering action of the pillar, they will be particularly cautious. Now, it is impossible for Kibutsuji Musen to find the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer. This also made Kibutsuji Musen completely put out the idea of killing the Ghost Killer team. Unable to completely kill the Ghost Killing team, Kibutsuji Musen can only focus more on searching for the cyan flower. However, that time Kibutsuji Musen slaughtered the headquarters of the Ghost Killing team without results. That is, in that battle, Kibutsuji Musen killed all the swordsmen who mastered the Breath of the Sun in the Ghost Killing team. Up to now, the swordsmen of the Ghost Killing team no longer have ghost hunters who can breathe of the sun. For Kibutsuji Musen, as long as there is no longer a person like Jigu Yuanyi who is comparable to the gods and Buddhas who lived thousands of years ago, for Kibutsuji Musen, the ghost-killing team will not be a big threat. What's more, even the inheritance of Breath of the Sun has been cut off, and the ghost-killing team will never be able to train a ghost hunter who can really kill him again. In addition to sunlight, the only thing that can kill Kibutsuji Musen is the powerful sword that was killed by Jikuyuan 1,000 years ago. But unfortunately, in this world, there is no more successor to the country. Except the sun. For Kibutsuji Musen, there is no real threat to his life in this world. This is probably the reason why Kibutsuji Musen allowed the Ghost Slayer to exist. Perhaps it also has to do with a trace of concern in Kibutsuji Musen's heart. Just in case. Is Jiguyuanyi still alive? Kibutsuji Musen probably didn't want to endure Jikuni Yuichi's sword like the sun again. For Kibutsuji Musen, who has an almost undead life, he doesn't mind go for a while. After all, Jiguyuanyi's sword really broke his courage. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Inside the room, Sumu opened his eyes from his thoughts and glanced at Tsuyuri Kanawo, who was constantly writhing in the futon. "Shanna, can't you sleep?" The slightly wriggling futon stopped, and Tsuyuri Kanawo stuck a small head out of the futon. The pink-purple eyes are like stars twinkling in the dark night. "A little sleepy," Tsuyuri Kanawo said in a low voice, and at the same time, her beautiful eyes fell unconsciously. Seeing the little girl's little expression that could hardly be hidden, Sumu couldn't help but approach, caressing Chanel's little head. "Is there something on your mind? I'm a little worried." Tsuyuri Kanawo hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Uncle Evil, will you leave me in the future?" Sumu was slightly silent. He didn't know how to answer this. Because there is no guarantee. From the moment he became an evil spirit, it was destined that his future road would not be too smooth. "I do not know either," he responded with a wry smile. "Uncle Evil, I want to be with you forever." Tsuyuri Kanawo raised his head and looked at him quietly. Sumu smiled, stretched out his hand, and scratched Tsuyuri Kanawo's little nose. "You are still young, and you don't understand many things. When you grow up, you will understand many things. At that time, you will realize how naive your speech today will be and how naive you will be when you are with evil spirits." "What is childish?" Tsuyuri Kanawo blinked. "It's just too simple, and I didn't think about the problem well. However, Chanel doesn't need to think about it. Why should you think about this issue?" Patting Chanel's hands, Sumu lowered his head. "Anyway, I won't leave you alone unless I can't take care of you. If Uncle Evil can't take care of me, then Chanel will take care of Uncle Evil." The girl reached out her small hand from the quilt and grabbed his sleeve. Time passed slowly, and Tsuyuri Kanawo fell asleep just like that, clutching the corner of his clothes as Sumu's palm slapped his back lightly. The night is gradually fading. That night, the outside of the town was always noisy, and the swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad wearing black feather-woven fabrics searched the whole town for a whole day. "My lord, no other evil spirits have been found." In a small courtyard, a swordsman dressed in black feather-woven stood respectfully in front of Himejima Kume. Hearing the swordsman's report, Himejima Kume frowned slightly. "Understood, you go down." The hand kept twisting the beads, and after a long time, Himejima Kume replied plainly. "Yes." The swordsman stepped back respectfully. Himejima Kume was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his hands clasped together, reciting the Buddhist scriptures. Morning Hall. Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu kneeled quietly, bowed their heads slightly, and looked sad. "From yesterday crying till now, I can't shed any tears anymore. The once happiness was lost like this, and the scene of fear can never be forgotten, lingering in my mind like bad news. Cannot forget. I can't forget that my parents were killed and eaten by evil spirits right in front of my eyes. Even now. Still feeling infinite fear." The people who came to worship around looked at the sisters kneeling in the morning hall and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Once, what a happy family, but now. "Sister, I want revenge." After a long time, Kocho Shinobu, who was kneeling under the morning hall, raised his head and looked at his sister next to him. Kocho Chanel couldn't help grasping her sister's hand. "The power of the evil spirit, I had seen it last night. with the ability of their sisters, how to take revenge, not to mention, the evil ghost who killed their parents last night has also been killed. I want to hunt ghosts. The girl gritted her white and tender teeth with a firm expression. Asterisk. Chapter 47. After burying his parents, Kocho Kani took Kocho Shinobu towards a courtyard marked with a wisteria flower at the entrance of the town. Excuse me, is Mr. Himejima Kume here? At the gate of the courtyard, Kocho Kani took Kocho Shinobu's hand and asked an elderly man at the gate. The old man opened his slightly cloudy eyes and looked at the girl who asked him. Yes, you are. The old man looked at Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu strangely. We have something to do with Mr. Himejima Kume, please let us know. Kocho Kani bowed slightly. All right. The old man hunched his waist and walked into the house. Himejima Kume, who was sitting cross-legged and reciting Buddhist sutras, frowned unconsciously when he heard that someone wanted to see him. Let them in. Putting his hands together, Himejima Kume spoke in a low voice. Soon, under the guidance of the old man, Kocho Kani led Kocho Shinobu to Himejima Kume. Himejima Kume raised her head and looked at the two girls quietly with her pale eyes. His eyes have long been blind, and he can't see anything, but he practiced Buddhist scriptures since he was a child, but he has awakened the ability of Buddhism to be similar to mind and eye. Even if he can't see things through his eyes, he can feel things outside. Of course, what you perceive through mind and eye is not the same as what you see with your eyes. Why did you come here? Himejima Kume spoke flatly. In his explanation, they should be properly accommodated by the hermit, and he should not meet them. Because of the Shade thing, he no longer wants to have a relationship with the child. So at first, he didn't even ask the names of the two. Please forgive our presumptuous interruption. Kocho Kani lowered her head slightly, then continued, I am Kocho Kani. Then, pointing at his sister, he said, this is my sister Kocho Shinobu. Hearing his sister introduce himself, Kocho Shinobu lowered his head uncomfortably. Himejima Kume looked indifferent and didn't care. We asked the hermit, and they said that you are a powerful ghost hunter, and you came here to kill evil ghosts. Forgive me for being late. Himejima Kume shook his head. Before he came, the evil spirit had been beheaded, which made him feel ashamed and a little remorseful. Sir, it's serious, no matter what, we should thank you. Kocho Chana Megami's tone was serious. The girl's voice is very gentle, with a sense of clarity, making Himejima Kume feel like the warm sun in winter. Thank you, sir. The younger sister Kocho Shinobu on the side also bent down and thanked Himejima Kume. Although the girl was very young, she seemed to be strong. Stubbornly bowed down like my sister and thanked me. Himejima Kume shook her head, her tone was as flat as ever, it's my job to kill ghosts, you don't have to care. He could vaguely feel the hearts of the two young girls. It was obvious that their hearts had long been occupied by pain, and they were occupied by the thoughts and mourning of their deceased parents. It was obvious that the wounds in their hearts had not healed. And the more this is the case, the more Himejima Kume is unwilling to have anything to do with the two girls in the car. Perhaps, now the two girls are saying thank you to him, but as time goes by, the thoughts of parents, the fear of evil spirits, these emotions, with the passage of time, make each other no longer thank you for today. But blame him for not coming here sooner, so that his parents won't die at the hands of evil spirits. Even, one can guess. Now, the two children also have a hint of blaming him for not rushing over to save their parents sooner. Just like the Shade back then, he clearly tried his best to protect her from fighting the evil spirits, but the other party pointed at him in front of the coming adults and told others that he was a monster. All children are such creatures. Chapter 48. It's my job to kill ghosts, you don't have to care, and you don't have to thank me for this. Himejima Kume said in a flat tone, if there is nothing else, you can leave. Mr. Himejima Kume, we have other things to do. Kocho Kani spoke immediately. Himejima Kume frowned slightly, but didn't speak, just looked at Kocho Kani quietly. For some reason, under Himejima Kume's gaze, there was a heavy pressure lingering in her mind, making Kocho almost unable to speak. A while almost gritted his teeth and said, "My sister and I came today with a request. I want Mr. Himejima Kume to teach me how to hunt ghosts, me, and my sister." Kocho Shinobu interrupted her sister's words with a serious tone, "Please tell us how to cut off the necks of evil ghosts." Himejima Kume put his hands together, listening to the voices of the two. He felt the difference between the two. There is sadness and grief deep in the heart of the elder sister Kocho Kani, while the heart of the younger sister Kocho Shinobu burns more with anger like hatred. The anger and hatred were almost like drawn swords, and they couldn't hide it. Sigh silently. Originally, the two sisters should have lived happily ever after, and lived carefree as children, but now, because of anger and hatred, they have completely abandoned their innocence. Make pity. This is not the way the two are going. Once the road of no return to hunt ghosts has embarked on, the future of the two will be completely deprived. The road of hunting ghosts has always been a road of no return. Although I sympathize with the sisters, I can't let these two go down this road because of this. What's more, his early experiences had already made him impatient with his children, and it was impossible to teach them. Terribly sorry. Himejima Kume folded her hands together in a flat refusal. After that, no matter what Kocho and Kocho Shinobu requested, Himejima Kume sat there and recited the Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. Kocho Kani left Himejima Kume holding her sister Kocho Shinobu's hand. After leaving the courtyard, Kocho Kani looked at her sister, "Do you still want to hunt ghosts? You must hunt ghosts." Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth. "However, Mr. Himejima Kume is not willing to teach us how to hunt ghosts." Kocho's beautiful eyebrows frowned. Her heart is also very sad, and has long been occupied by sadness, but as a sister, she has a more important responsibility, that is to take good care of her sister. Her parents are gone, and now, her sister is everything to her, and she doesn't want her sister to have any accidents. That monk doesn't teach, why don't others teach? There will always be someone who will teach us how to hunt ghosts. Kocho Shinobu kicked a pebble on the ground angrily. Due to the force of the kick, her little foot felt a burst of pain. If her parents were still there, she would cry for her sister, her father and mother for comfort. And now, Kocho Shinobu just gritted his teeth and said nothing. "I heard from the hermit that Mr. Himejima Kume is a very powerful ghost hunter. He does not agree to teach us how to hunt ghosts. I am afraid that there will be no other ghost hunters willing to teach us." Kocho's voice was a little bitter. "Maybe, we are destined to." She looked at her sister, her eyebrows lowered slightly. "Perhaps, this is fine, my sister can be safe." "No, you can't give up." Kocho Shinobu clenched his fists. "But no one will teach us how to hunt ghosts." Kocho Chana Megami was a little helpless. "What about the one who saved us? He killed the demon, can he teach us?" Kocho Shinobu looked back at his sister. It was not Himejima Kume who really saved them, but someone who arrived earlier than Himejima Kume. Following her sister's words, Kocho Kani couldn't help but think of the man wearing a hat and shrouded in black shadows. That person disappeared after beheading the evil ghost. "We don't know who it is, and it's impossible." Kocho Kani shook his head. They didn't know that person at all, let alone find each other. After all, they didn't even know what the other person looked like. "Maybe, I can find that person," Kocho Shinobu said suddenly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the figure that flashed by the window that day appeared in his mind unconsciously. Could that figure be him? Asterisk. Chapter 49. In the room. Tsuyuri Kanawo opened her pink-purple eyes, sleepy, and fell asleep after chatting with the evil uncle last night. Rubbing his eyes, the first thing he opened was to look for the evil uncle. In the dark corner, the evil uncle stood there quietly, as if he had become one with the entire dark shadow. The girl dexterously climbed up from the bed, put on her small shoes, and came to the evil uncle's side. "Woke up." Seeing Tsuyuri Kanawo coming to his side, Sumu couldn't help but speak softly. Tsuyuri Kanawo nodded, and with the girl's movements, her black hair swayed in a mess. The girl's hair is so messy that it hasn't been done for a long time. Or rather, never took care of it. Before, the girl's hair had a lot of dust, and it was all stuck together, so it didn't look messy, but since yesterday came, showered, washed hair, the dust of the hair is removed, and the hair is no longer sticking together, and it is gradually fluffy and elegant. This also led to the girl's hair becoming more and more messy. Find a comb from the room, go to the mirror in the room, and greet Tsuyuri Kanawo. Tsuyuri Kanawo obediently walked in front of Uncle Evil, looking at the comb in Uncle Evil's hand, slightly puzzled. It's very strange, what the evil uncle is doing with this strange-shaped wood in his hand. Because, since she was a child, she has never combed her hair, and she has never seen such a thing as a comb. Come here, I'll help you comb your hair. Sumu smiled and made Chinawo sit in front of the mirror while he stood behind Tsuyuri Kanawo, stroking Chinawo's hair in one hand and holding a comb in the other. Tsuyuri Kanawo's pink-purple eyes kept staring at the figure in the mirror, watching the strangely shaped wood lightly brush through his hair in the hands of the evil uncle. And as the wooden strands of hair swept across the hair, the originally messy strands of hair began to be neatly arranged, no longer so messy. It turns out that this is something for hair care. I have some insight in my heart. Sumu stroked Tsuyuri Kanawo's hair. The girl's hair was very dense, but due to lack of nutrition, the hair was slightly yellow with a slight withering, and the color was not shiny enough. But when Chanel's nutrition gradually recovers, I believe that the girl's hair will become black and shiny, soft and smooth. What kind of hairstyle does Chanel want to wear? Sumu asked with his head lowered. What kind of hairstyle does uncle like? How about a one-sided ponytail? In my impression, Tsuyuri Kanawo is this shape in the anime Demon Slayer. Uncle likes it, I listen to uncle. I don't know if I can comb it, because I haven't combed it before. Sumu said with a smile. As long as it's uncle's comb, Chanel likes it. Da-da-da. The crisp knock on the door sounded again. Sumu's movements paused slightly, and then, the hair scattered on Chanel's back was gently wearing an emerald green kocho hairpin. After doing all this, Sumu let go and looked out the door, not knowing who was interrupting again. However, it doesn't feel like a ghost killer. Neither is the host of the store. Wei Wei is a little puzzled. Apart from these people, who else will come to find her? Either myself or Tsuyuri Kanawo. There is no one who is too close in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Is that person inside really the benefactor who saved us that night? Kocho Kani turned her head and looked at her sister. Should be. Thinking of seeing the passing figure through the window that day, the feeling of that person is very similar to the person who appeared at her house that night after beheading the evil spirit and leaving. Kocho Shinobu felt that he should not be wrong. There was a slight gap in the door. A small head stuck its head out. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the two beautiful sisters standing at the door with wide eyes. Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu. For the two of them, Li Huoluo. Chanel is still very impressed. Originally, I had a good impression of these two people before, but since the other party said bad things about the evil uncle, Li Huoluo, Chanel was very impressed with the two of them. It's very bad. It's just that, compared to what I saw a few days ago, the condition of the two beautiful sisters I saw today was not good. This point, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel can feel it. It's chestnut blossoms. Chanel. Seeing the girl with her small head sticking out, Kocho Kani couldn't help but say hello. Sister Kanai, Sister Shinobu, is something wrong? Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the two strangely with pink and purple eyes. Shanna, I want to meet your uncle. Kocho Shinobu looked serious. It's troublesome. Beside him, Kocho Kana Megami also bent down slightly. Although the two were polite, Li Huoluo, Chanel's small hand was still firmly held at the door, and there was no intention of letting them in. I'm sorry, uncle doesn't like meeting strangers. The chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's face is sullen, and Uncle Evil prefers to stay in the darkness of the shadows during the day. Trouble. Boom. Kocho Chanel wanted to say something else, but the door had already been dropped by chestnut flowers. Chanel was almost closed. With the closed door, what Kocho Kani wanted to say was swallowed in her throat. How to do? Kocho Kani looked at her sister next to her. Wait. Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth, I don't believe the other party won't come out. Time passed slowly, in the room, chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was playing with a small comb. And Sumu in the dark shadow is sitting there cross-legged, holding a rag, constantly wiping the blade of Nichiren blades. Quiet and still. Outside the door, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu also squatted quietly guarding. After a long time, the hands and feet gradually began to become sore and numb. In the past, Kocho Shinobu felt that he would not be able to bear it. But since seeing his parents being devoured by ghosts in front of his eyes, Kocho Shinobu has found that his tolerance for these has improved a lot. In the past, many things that I felt very painful, now it seems, compared to the pain that I encountered that day, it is not painful at all. More importantly, for Kocho Shinobu, there is no one to protect her, and no one to cry for comfort when she is wronged. The parents who protected her have been killed by ghosts. In the future, no matter how hard or tired, her father and mother will not come to take care of her carefully. As for my sister, Kocho Shinobu's brows and eyes are lowered, and his sister is trying hard to protect herself. Kocho Shinobu can feel this. But she also wanted to protect her sister. Like myself, my sister is also immersed in the pain of losing her father and mother. So she has to be strong, for herself and for. He turned his head and looked at his sister who was looking at her worriedly. Kocho Shinobu lowered his head slightly, for my sister too. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Have you left yet? In the room, Sumu, who was slowly wiping Nichiren blades with a rag, raised his head and looked at Chanel who was looking out through the gap in the door. Still waiting outside. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel turned around and trotted to Sumu. Sumu was silent. After a long time, he said lightly, let them come in. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel nodded, took small steps to the door, and opened the closed door. Seeing the door open, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were squatting beside the door, hurriedly wanted to get up. But after squatting for too long, my legs and feet were already sore. For a while, my legs and feet were a little disobedient and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the sisters supported each other and avoided the fate of falling to the ground. Hello, Li Hualuo. Chanel. Kocho Kani greeted Kanai with a barely smiling smile. Uncle let you in. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel didn't give this gentle and beautiful sister a face. In Li Hualuo. Shanahu's little heart, the most gentle thing in the world has been given to her by the evil uncle, and other gentleness is not seen by the little girl. Kocho Kani gave a wry smile and walked into the room holding her sister's hand. The windows of the room have long been firmly closed, and the curtains have been drawn, so the whole room gives a special gloomy feeling. The two of them watched the room, and after a long search, they saw the man in the bucket hat in the darkest corner of the room, which seemed to be hidden in the darkness. A weirdo who almost hides himself in the dark. You are looking for me. The shadowy figure put down the rag to wipe the blade, inserted the Nichiren blades into the scabbard, raised his head, and looked at the pair of sisters through a pair of scarlet eyes under the black curtain of the hat. I'm sorry to disturb Mr. Kocho Kana Megami first bent down and apologized for coming over to disturb her. Sumu was non-committal, but it could be seen that this girl was a very polite and gentle person. And beside, Scarlet Eyes glanced at Kocho Shinobu. Unlike his sister's gentleness, Kocho Shinobu is more like a drawn sword, revealing the feeling of hurting people at any time. Ninja said, you saved us that night. Sumu was silent, did not reply, just glanced at Kocho Shinobu with a slightly surprised look. I didn't expect that the other party would find me. He asked himself that apart from having a slight encounter with the sisters during the ghost hunt that night, he should never have had any contact with them during the rest of the time. Wrong. Immediately, Sumu thought of that day at the window where Kocho Shinobu looked at him inadvertently. Is this a little too sensitive? Seeing Sumu's silence, although he didn't admit it, the two sisters already understood. Thank you for saving us from the evil spirits and saving my sister. Kocho Chana Megami bent down. Thank you for saving my sister and me. Kocho Shinobu also said thank you. Sumu didn't answer. If the other party just came to express his gratitude, then there was no need. Thank you, I have already received it. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Sumu responded flatly. As an evil spirit, it is destined that he cannot have too much contact with humans. I still have something to ask Mr. Shinobi to do. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu bent down together and bowed to the end. That night, Mr. was able to kill the evil spirit by himself, and he must be a powerful samurai. I and Ninja also hope to become people like Mr. Mighty Samurai. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help laughing. How could he be a powerful samurai? Of course, there is no need for him to explain this to Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu. Please also teach us how to hunt ghosts. Kocho-chan Megami bowed again. Sir, please teach us how to cut off a ghost's neck. Kocho Shinobu followed his sister and bent down again, praying with a heavy but firm voice. Standing in the dark shadow of the corner, Sumu couldn't help raising his head. The scarlet eyes under the hat looked at the pair of sisters. Watching Kocho and Kocho Shinobu plead for themselves, it's really funny. Like an evil spirit asking for a way to kill the evil spirit's neck? How ridiculous! Chapter 52. Ask a ghost how to hunt ghosts? Such a ridiculous thing happened to him, which made Sumu somewhat speechless. Stupid and naive. Whispering slightly, he flatly refused, I'm sorry, but I can't teach you how to hunt evil spirits. Like Himejima Kume, here, they were also rejected, which made Kocho and Kocho Shinobu extremely depressed. Please also teach us, sir. Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu were persistent and continued to plead. But Sumu has closed his eyes and ignored it. It is too ridiculous to have one of his evil spirits teach others how to kill evil spirits. If Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu knew his true identity, they would also feel ridiculous for their request. Although, he is very sympathetic to the encounter between Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu. They should have lived a carefree and happy life at this age and grew up healthily in the care of their parents, but they were deprived of happiness for no reason. Witnessing the murder of their parents right in front of their eyes lingers in their memories like bad news. The young heart is full of scars. Everything is so pitiful. But could it be because he was pitiful that he would teach the other party how to kill him? Become a new ghost hunter? Although, according to the trajectory, the two will eventually become excellent ghost hunters, but it is absolutely impossible for him to teach. So, no matter how much Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu ask, Sumu will not agree. Have you left? When the chestnut flowers fell and Chanel closed the door, Sumu opened his eyes and asked. Still waiting at the door, unwilling to leave. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel said in a low voice. Very persistent. Sumu raised her head and looked at the door, as if she saw Kocho and Kocho Shinobu who were still standing at the door. But it's useless after all. They should be the ghost hunters who requested the ghost killing team. Only the other party would be moved by their persistence and teach them how to hunt evil ghosts. As for asking him, please teach him this devil. It's too funny. Shaking his head, he didn't say anything, but gently rubbed Li Hualuo's little head. Tonight, we will leave here. Tonight. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked up. Sumu nodded. The ghost hunters of the ghost killing team were working more and more frequently in this small town, and even a little bit of carelessness in him could be very dangerous. Then we leave here. Where are we going? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the hut with some reluctance. These days, the days of staying in this hut with the evil uncle are the happiest days of Li Hualuo. Chanel. Here she takes her first hot bath. Change of clean clothes for the first time. For the first time, I have my own new shoes. Combing hair for the first time. These are enough to make the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel has feelings for this simple house. However, since Uncle Evil is going to leave, the chestnut flowers will fall. Even if Chanel is not willing to be here, he will choose to leave. After a slight loss of reluctance, Li Hualuo. Chanel immediately became happy. Because, in the future, I will be with the evil uncle. In the future, I will accompany the evil uncle to the place where the evil uncle wants to go. So, Where will the evil uncle go in the future? Where? Sumu was also a little confused after being asked by the chestnut flowers. To this world, he is just an outsider. Although he has been in this world for a long time, he still lacks a lot of feeling for this world. Even, sometimes in a trance, I thought I was dreaming, and when I woke up, I realized that everything was a dream, but it was short-lived. After all, compared to this world, he can only be regarded as a Ronin. Wandering around the world, without a destination. Maybe, we don't have a specific place to go. In this world, as an evil ghost, he is destined to be incompatible with the world, and he is destined to live in harmony with ghosts while carrying chestnut flowers. Coupled with the innate dislike of the ghosts in this world's human addiction. He stroked Li Huoluo's little head and said, "Follow me, maybe Chanel will only wander, and we will never return home." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's big pink and purple eyes opened, and he didn't quite understand the words of the evil uncle. But the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel could almost feel the loneliness emanating from the evil uncle. The little hand couldn't help grasping the clothes of the evil uncle's uncle tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, the other party would leave him. In Chineu's heart, as long as he can be with Uncle Evil, he is already very happy. "I like being with Uncle Evil. It doesn't matter if you don't have a home." As long as he stays with the evil uncle, Chanel feels like he has a home. Chapter 53. Night falls. Sumu stood in front of the window, his scarlet eyes under his hat fell on the town. The night was dark, except for some wealthy houses that lit up lights to bring sporadic light to the town. The whole town was almost plunged into silent darkness. For evil spirits, such a silent night is what the evil spirits like most and are most active in. However, judging from the few swordsmen wearing black feather fabrics hidden in the corner of the street, this pitch-black town is not a paradise for evil spirits. On the contrary, if you fall into it, you will lose your life. Sumu looked at all this calmly. "It has been several days since I brought Chanel to this town, and it is almost repaired. Time to leave." For him, the only surprises were meeting Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu. He didn't want to get too involved with the sisters if it wasn't necessary. After all, his identity is that of an evil spirit, and not long ago, the parents of the sisters were killed by evil spirits. Happiness was destroyed in front of her, hatred had already occupied the hearts of the Kocho sisters, and this hatred had gradually transformed into creatures such as evil ghosts. And he was the devil he wanted to hate. Sumu stretched out his hand and took the chestnut flower. Chanel hugged him in his arms. "I'm leaving." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel hugged the evil uncle's neck tightly with his small hands, and buried his small head in his arms. The figure jumped and fell from the window. Walking in the dark night, there is silence, there is no pedestrian around, as if loneliness fill the whole world. Sumu didn't care about this. His scarlet eyes flickered under the hat. He needed to be alert to the ghost hunters that still existed in the town. Although his strength is stronger than most ghost hunters, he is not without the power to fight ghost hunters, but ghost hunters are not the same as evil ghosts. Killing one evil ghost will not attract too much attention from other evil ghosts. And if a ghost hunter dies, more ghost hunters can be attracted almost quickly. By then, the trouble will be big. Moreover, for the swordsman of the ghost-killing team, he has some respect in his heart. These swordsmen who are not afraid of life and death, guarding ordinary human beings make him a former person. Therefore, if it is not necessary, he does not want to be the enemy of the ghost-killing team. Certainly. If ghost hunters do come, no amount of respect will be put aside. Because at that time, it was time to decide between life and death, and there was no need to consider too many other things. Since someone wants your life, then, of course, you can also kill the other person. This world is cruel and fair, because as long as you are strong enough, the power to decide life and death will only be in your hands. Along the way, Sumu walked very slowly, mainly to guard against ghost hunters who might hide in the dark night. But there don't seem to be too many ghost hunters active in the town today. Perhaps, they also think that there should be no ghosts in this town. The ghost that died a few days ago may be the only ghost wandering nearby. So, He walked out of the town easily. After walking out of the town, the outside is completely dark, a piece of darkness, and there are at least some sporadic lights in the town. Outside the town, there was no light in sight. Everything seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness. And in that dark shadow, it was like a lurking predator, waiting for the door of the prey. He lowered his head and looked at the chestnut flowers that he was holding in his arms, with his little hands tightly holding his chestnut flowers. "Shanna, are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid, as long as I'm by my uncle's side, I'm not afraid," the girl muttered, her voice with a hint of sleepiness, and the night gradually deepened. After all, human beings are used to resting in the dark night. Sumu smiled, turned back, and looked at the town in the dark. Although the gathering place of human beings is prosperous, it belongs to human beings, not evil spirits. In this world, the strength of human beings is growing step by step, technology is developing, tentacles are gradually beginning to penetrate into the wild, and evil spirits are still standing still. Although they have an almost indestructible body, they have the ultimate self-healing power. But the future is almost pre-booked. A future that belongs to humanity. This is what he knew clearly in the heart of this evil spirit. Perhaps. Probably because I understand this. Kibutsuji Musen has been hiding in the dark shadows. At least, without the ability to suppress the future of an era, Kibutsuji Musen should be unwilling to take this risk. For Kibutsuji Musen, only by obtaining the most perfect evolution can he be fearless. And the factor of that perfect evolution is what it is looking for, the cyan other side flower. Chapter 54. Holding chestnut flower falling tightly, Chanel stepped into the wilderness. But soon, he stopped, and his hand gently caressed the hilt of the knife at his waist. "It's been so long, come out." A slightly hoarse voice came from the hat. Behind him, behind a big tree, Kocho Shinobu walked out with a little embarrassment. At the same time, he looked at Sumu with a slightly rough look. "Is it you?" Looking at the two of them, Sumu's brows couldn't help frowning. "What are you doing with me? Please sir, teach us how to hunt ghosts." Kocho-chana Megami bent over. "Sir, please teach us how to kill the evil spirit's neck." Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth and looked serious. Sumu was slightly startled, and remained silent for a long time. The soft moonlight fell on the black hat, and as the breeze blew the black curtain of the hat, you could vaguely see the pair of scarlet eyes under the hat. You are so bold." Sumu whispered, "It's so late, follow me into this wilderness, and don't be afraid. After all, your sisters are not bad." Speaking, he deliberately lowered his voice. The slightly hoarse voice was lowered, echoing in this dark night, as if an evil spirit whispered beside him. "An inexplicable fear unconsciously breeds in my heart." Kocho Kani instinctively pulled her sister Kocho Shinobu behind her. But soon, Kocho Kani let go of her sister Kocho Shinobu's hand. "Sir, it shouldn't be a bad person." "Why do you decide that I'm not a bad person?" Sumu looked at Kocho Kani with some amusing. The other party, who can't even see his true face, concludes that he is not a bad person, which is inexplicably funny. Kocho Shana's pair of purple eyes fell into Sumu's arms and the chestnut flowers fell asleep. "Chana, Mr. takes good care of Chana." This sentence made Sumu stunned for a while, which has nothing to do with judging whether he is a good person or a bad person. "Chanel cares about you very much. We learned before that the world of children is the most real. If Mr. can be so good to a child, he must not be a bad person." "You know again." Sumu looked at Kocho Kani playfully, "Can't it be my child, so?" "But she called you uncle." Suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Sumu raised her head, her scarlet eyes under the hat looked at Kocho-chan Ahui, and then at Kocho Shinobu who was standing silently beside her sister. "I have said it before, I will not teach you to hunt. The devil's way." "I see." Kocho-chana Megami nodded. "That you?" Sumu frowned. "But I believe that one day, Mr. will teach us how to hunt ghosts." Kocho-kana Megami squeezed her fist slightly. "Why are you so determined?" Sumu was a little curious. "Sir is a good man." Kocho-chana Megami is very serious. Sumu couldn't help but smile. What a ridiculous joke. It's funny how a devil can be a good person. You are so naive. He looked at the two of them. What are you talking about yourself? We know. Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu looked serious. Mr. is a good person. As long as we persist enough, Mr. will be moved by us one day. Also please, sir, be sure to teach us. Next to him, Kocho Shinobu bent over and continued to plead. Go home, I'm not interested in messing with you. He shook his head and turned to leave. I don't have a home anymore. Kocho Shinobu suddenly raised his head. Everything is gone, there is nothing left, I only have my sister. Sumu paused slightly, turned around, and looked at Kocho Shinobu, whose eyes were slightly red. It's pathetic. Do you think I'll teach you all because of sympathy? Kocho Shinobu lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I just want, you give me a chance. Time seems to be silent. Long time. Only then did Sumu speak. What if the person standing in front of you was an evil spirit? Asterisk. Chapter 55. What if the person standing in front of you is a demon? Under the hat, a hoarse voice came out. There is an inexplicable atmosphere of fear contagious. In this inexplicable atmosphere, Kocho Kani involuntarily pulled Kocho Shinobu back one step. As if, at this moment, the person in front of him covered in black clothes is not a person, but a real, evil ghost. Like devouring parents, evil spirits. Seeing that the delicate faces of the two of them, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, suddenly turned pale, Sumu couldn't help grinning. Really? Still a child after all. Perhaps, in the future, this pair of sisters will become extremely good ghost hunters, possessing extremely firm will, and even become the pillars in the ghost-killing team. But now, the two of them just have no experience and are very simple children. Shaking his head, Sumu hugged the chestnut flowers. Chanel turned to leave and continued to walk in the wilderness. Seeing the figure gradually leaving, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu suddenly came back to their senses. What the man just showed, made some kind of fear grow in their sisters' hearts. Just in case. Is the other party really a devil? However, after a brief hesitation, the two sisters quickly made up their minds, looked at each other, and then took another step to catch up. Sumu hugged the chestnut flowers and fell. Chanel almost stopped once and looked at the pair of sisters who were following behind and looked extremely embarrassed. Clothes are covered in mud. The exposed tender skin was also scratched in many places. The delicate little face is full of exhaustion. It can be seen that it is not easy for the sisters to keep up with his footsteps. Of course, these are also related to him just walking leisurely. After all, for Sumu, there is no clear place to go, so it is inevitable that he walks slowly, otherwise, with his evil ghost's physique, how could the sisters follow? But even so, the sisters were exhausted to keep up. Looking at the pair of sisters supporting each other, Sumu's expression remained indifferent. I won't be impressed by the persistence and perseverance of the two. After all, he is no longer human. Please, sir, give us a chance. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu resisted the incomparable exhaustion in their hearts and bowed respectfully again. For this, Sumu looks calm. What if the one standing in front of you is an evil spirit? As in the previous question. Under the hat, the scarlet light flickered slightly as the sound fell. Sir will definitely not be a ghost. Kocho Kana Megami gritted her teeth and answered. Sumu was noncommittal, even, a little wanted to laugh. He didn't want to be a ghost. But obviously, not. However, I was a little curious about Kocho's decision. Why so sure? If Mr. is an evil ghost, why did you save us and kill the evil ghost in the first place? If you were an evil ghost, why did you kill your own kind? Similar. Sumu was stunned, and then smiled, but the smile was inexplicably vicissitudes. Yes, no matter how unwilling he is in his heart. But, in the end, he is an evil ghost, and there is no essential difference between him and other evil ghosts. In the eyes of others, he is still an evil ghost. Although, he thinks that he is not the same as those evil spirits who are addicted to people. But that was just what he thought. Even if Mr. is an evil spirit, I am willing to study with him. But it was Kocho Shinobu, who had been following her sister Kochokani, gritted her teeth. The girl's voice was so persistent, and there was a fire of hatred in her eyes. That fire was not for Sumu, but for the evil spirits who robbed her of her happiness. That hatred is as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Sumu didn't answer, just glanced at Kocho Shinobu's body. The girl is still very immature, although she is a few years older than Li Huoluoshana, but in his eyes, she is still a child. Compared to her sister, her stature is also a little short. But, compared with her sister, the flame of hatred on this girl was almost impossible to hide. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. Rejected again. Seeing Sumu who was leaving again, the purple eyes of the two sisters couldn't help but go down. Perhaps, for them, really, not a single chance was given. Come on. The indifferent voice fell after that, followed by a figure that drifted away. Kochokani and Kocho Shinobu froze for a moment, and those dull purple eyes instantly brightened. Although I was extremely tired at the moment, I wanted to sit down and rest. But the pair of sisters still gritted their teeth, moved their steps, held each other's hands, and supported each other as they walked towards the sound that was drifting away in front of them. That person might give them a chance. But it's just an opportunity. But for their sisters, they will never give up. We'll definitely try to get hold of it. Even if. No matter how difficult it is. Chapter 56. Outside the dark cave. Kochokani and Kocho Shinobu hugged each other, their bodies shivering, and they looked at the cave with slightly fearful eyes from time to time. It's just that the cave is dark, and nothing can be seen. Roar! A roar like bear roar came out from the cave, and then, I could clearly feel the obvious vibration from the stone wall of the cave. Susu! It was the sound of falling stones on the stone wall. Kochokani and Kocho Shinobu paled even more and felt even more frightened. Tonight, I managed to keep up with Sumu's figure all the way, and I have tried my best not to be lost. If they hadn't supported each other, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to persevere. Even so, it was almost lost. If the other party hadn't stopped at the entrance of this cave in the end, they would have really collapsed. Because up to now, I have really tried my best, and I can't walk anymore. However, at the entrance of the cave, the other party asked them to guard here, and then the other party carried Chanel into the cave. Looking at the dark cave, listening to the fierce bear roars coming from the cave from time to time, Kochokani and Kocho Shinobu looked at each other and could see the worry, fear, and anxiety in each other's eyes. They pin their hopes on each other, and if the other party has an accident. At this time, a whining sound sounded, and the sound of vibration in the cave disappeared. A man wearing a bamboo hat and shrouded in black clad a girl, holding a blood-stained Nichiren blades in his hand, walked out of the cave slowly. Come in. Scarlet eyes glanced at the two of them, and the voice was slightly hoarse. Before Kocho and Kocho Shinobu could say something, the other party had already entered the cave with Channa in his arms. Slightly bumpy into the dark cave, you can see obvious traces of fighting on the rocks of the cave. One of the stone walls has a fresh bear's paw print. To be able to leave such a deep paw print on such a hard rock, it is conceivable what kind of scene would such a bear's paw fall on a person. The two looked at each other and could see each other's horror. Soon. When they came to the deepest part of the cave, a huge headless bear corpse was lying quietly on the ground. The huge body and its appearance, even if it died, it still looked extremely fierce, making the two sisters pale. You can imagine how fierce this bear was in his lifetime. Involuntarily, the eyes of both of them secretly glanced carefully towards Sumu. The face covered by the black hat, the whole body is shrouded in black clothes, and it is impossible to spy on the body at all, but through the other party's black clothes that are not stained with dust, you can also see that dealing with this black bear is for the other party. Just a very simple thing. A very powerful warrior. Invariably, he lowered his head, but his heart gradually became excited. If he could learn the skills of the other party, even a little. Pack up and rest here tonight. A slightly hoarse voice came out. Okay, sir. Kochokani and Kocho Shinobu quickly suppressed the ups and downs in their hearts and said respectfully. Sumu just glanced at the sisters indifferently, and then ignored them. Instead, he came to the black bear and removed a pair of bear paws with Nicaran blades. For him, there is no interest in food such as bear paws. In the biological system of evil spirits, for them, the most attractive food is only people. Even at this moment, his body's instinct is surging all the time with some kind of people-loving impulse. But this kind of people-loving impulse was suppressed by him. Although it was very difficult, it was still suppressed. It's just that this physical instinct is hitting his will all the time, and he doesn't know how long he can suppress this instinct. But Sumu knew that he had to suppress this instinct. He has a very clear understanding in his heart. Once he is really addicted to people and breaks through his own bottom line, he will no longer be himself. She lowered her head, glanced at the blood-stained bear's paw, then lowered her head again, looking at the little thin girl sleeping soundly in her arms. Chestnuts fall. Chanel needs too much nutrition. This pair of bear paws can make up for each other's body well. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and looked at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were struggling to take care of their tired bodies in the cave. Eyes drop slightly. Can also take care of chestnut flowers. Chanel. After all, he is a ghost, Li Huoluo. Chanel has always lived with a ghost, so, it is very likely that he will live like a ghost. Therefore, the necessary partners are still needed. Otherwise, it's so lonely. Asterisk. Chapter 57. In the dark but not damp cave, a bonfire was burning, bringing light to the dark cave. Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani sat together, and their eyes fell on Sumu for a while, and then fell on the bear's paw that was being roasted on the bonfire for a while. This night, I tried my best to follow Sumu for almost half of the night. Now, I am really tired and hungry. At this moment, smelling the scent of bear paws on the campfire, my stomach seems to be beating drums in protest. Little Tongue licked his lips unconsciously. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister. The elder sister, who has always been very gentle and always looks very elegant, this time, like herself, swallowing her saliva slightly. My sister is just as hungry as myself. Kocho Shinobu lowered his head, his purple eyes drooping. Although she was very hungry like her sister, she really wanted to eat the fragrant bear paws baked in front of her, but she and her sister were the same, and they didn't mean to ask the other party to give them some food. In a short period of time, their family was destroyed, they encountered rejection, and experiences, let them grow up quickly. It also makes them understand that no one in this world will treat you well for no reason, and the other party has no obligation to take care of you. It is not easy to get a chance from the other side. Time passes slowly. The bear's paw was slowly roasted to a golden yellow color, and grease dripped onto the bonfire, and a fragrant meat smell spread immediately, causing Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Chanahui to sniff their noses. There has never been such a moment of craving for food. Gollum, Gollum. In the silent cave, untimely voices sounded one after another. Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu glanced at each other. Although they were exactly the same, their delicate faces with different temperaments showed a shy blush at this time. The untimely sound of the stomach is too embarrassing for the sisters who have lived in a wealthy family since childhood. Unanimously, they looked towards Sumu. The black hat hid his face, so he couldn't see the other party's expression, and he couldn't guess whether the other party heard the sound or not. But seeing that the other party didn't seem to notice this, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, there is an inexplicable loss. If the other party really notices, will they give them a little food? After roasting the bear's paw, Sumu patted Li Huoluo. Chanel's little head. The slightly sleepy chestnut flowers fell. Chanel opened her slightly embarrassed pink-purple eyes, and unconsciously stretched out her little hand, hugging the arm of Uncle Evil, who patted her little head. With a somewhat coquettish and childish hum sound, "Uncle! Wake up for supper!" Feeling the weight of his arm, the scarlet eyes under the hat revealed a touch of pampering. At this time, Li Huoluo. Chanel looked aside and saw the roasted golden bear's paw. This is the nasty big bear that the evil uncle killed before. That big bear still wanted to attack the evil uncle at that time, which is really unforgivable. It's really cheap for the bear to eat only one pair of each other's paws. Fortunately, the big bear couldn't hurt the evil uncle, otherwise, the big bear would really be unforgivable. In the young girl's small heart, she has long regarded her evil uncle with incomparable importance. In the girl's small worldview, there is no good or evil in this world, only things other than Uncle Evil and Uncle Evil. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel stretched out her tender teeth, bit the bare paw that was handed to her mouth, and her beautiful purple eyes narrowed unconsciously. Uncle's roast is delicious. Li Hualuo. Chanel raised her head, looked at Sumu, and carefully tore off the best piece of the roasted bear's paw with her small hand, stretched out her small hand and handed it to the evil uncle's mouth. Uncle, eat this piece, the nuggets should be the best. Sumu was helpless and could only lower his head, letting Chanel's small hand pass through the black curtain under the hat and put the food to his mouth. Although he was not interested in swallowing food such as bear paws for the body of the evil spirit, he still ate it. Reaching out his hand, he touched Li Hualuo. Chanel's head, softly, with a hoarse voice, "Be good, eat more, eat well, and then you can grow well." Beside, the Kocho sisters, who endured infinite hunger and exhaustion, watched this scene, and watched the chestnut flowers fall with some envy. I couldn't help but think of the past. Once upon a time, their parents loved them so much. And now, only their sisters depended on each other. The purple eyes dimmed slightly, only the hands that the sisters clasped together became stronger and tighter. Asterisk. Chapter 58. Roasted golden bear paws, chestnut flowers fall. Chanel is almost full after eating half of it, she is still too young to eat too much. Somewhat satisfied, he patted his belly, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's pink and purple eyes were full of satisfaction. Since being with Uncle Evil, she has never been hungry again. After I was full, I felt sleepy and habitually came to the uncle of the evil ghost's leg, and the small hand tightly grasped the thigh of the uncle of the evil ghost, and the whole person leaned on Sumu's side. Breathing can be faintly heard. Sumu caressed the chestnut flower fall. Chanel's cerebellum, the palm of his hand picked up the messy hair scattered on the girl's cheek. Looking at such a quiet girl, the scarlet eyes under the hat flashed a touch of softness. Next to the bonfire, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu leaned against each other, trying to close their eyes and want to sleep. But in the head, the roasted golden bear's paw will always appear, and subconsciously, the scene of the chestnut flower falling and Chanel's delicious food will appear. Is that bear paw really delicious? What does it taste like? How nice it would be to have a bite. Miscellaneous thoughts came in waves, filling the brains of Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu, so that they couldn't sleep at all, and all they thought about was the smell of fragrant bear's paw. However, no matter how hungry they wanted to eat, the sisters never asked Sumu for anything. She didn't put on a pitiful posture just because she was a girl. Sometimes, the pair of sisters would also set their eyes on Li Hualuo. Chineu, watching the girl cling to Mr. Sumu's sleeve even if she slept, she probably understood why she was just unprovoked in the first place. Say some bad guesses about Sumu, and the other party will guess like that. Perhaps, in the heart of this little girl, her uncle has been regarded as extremely important. And through Mr. Sumu's actions of taking care of Li Hualuo and Chanel, it can also be seen that this gentleman treats Chanel so surprisingly tenderly. For people other than Li Hualuo and Chanel, Mr. Sumu is not so gentle. It doesn't take care of them just because they are girls. The hunger in his stomach was still coming in waves, and he couldn't sleep at all. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but open his purple eyes to look at his sister. Coincidentally, my sister also looked at her at this time. With each other's eyes falling together, they can see each other's thoughts. Really, really hungry. Want to eat? A hoarse, seductive voice came from under the hat of Mr. Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu opened their purple eyes at the same time, looking at the roasted golden bear paw. But even if they wanted to eat again, neither of them had any intention of doing it. Because, Mr. Sumu did not say that they were allowed to eat. If you want to eat, take it and eat it. The dull voice sounded, causing surprises in the eyes of Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu. Instinctively, he wanted to get the roasted golden bear's paw, but the good tutor made the two little girls stand up, bend down slightly, and thank them first. But Sumu just waved his hand and refused the thanks of the two, but said plainly, after eating, go home. The faces of the two girls couldn't help but froze, and the movement that was supposed to reach for the food couldn't help but stop. Sir, we're not hungry. Kochokani swallowed and looked away from the roasted golden bear's paw with extremely strong willpower. Endure is not hungry. Kocho Shinobu also lowered his head and gritted his teeth. The hat was raised slightly, and he looked at the sisters through the scarlet eyes under the black curtain. I saw the strong hearts of the sisters. Hunger is just the beginning. Once you embark on the road of hunting ghosts, the bumps and tribulations you will encounter in the future will be more difficult than you might imagine. Before taking this road, you should really think about it yet. The decision made on the spur of the moment, in the future, you may regret your original impulsiveness. Saying that, he raised his hand and shook the branch with the fork in the golden bear's paw. Like this bear's paw, although it doesn't add any seasoning, the essence of the food is extremely delicious after it is grilled, but the price of such deliciousness is loss of life. In this world, everything has a price. Are you really ready to bear the price of going on the road of hunting ghosts? His voice was as calm as ever, and in a way, it was also persuasion. In the end, he still had some compassion for the sisters. Because, in the original process, the pair of sisters embarked on the road of hunting ghosts and were doomed to a miserable life. Maybe, if you don't take this road, being an ordinary person and living happily, you might not be able to get happiness. Chapter 59. So, are you really prepared to pay the price of going down this road? Sumu raised his head and looked at the sisters with scarlet eyes under the hat. In the original future, both of them embarked on the road of hunting ghosts, and successively became the pillars of the ghost-killing team. Become one of the top ghost hunters in the Ghost Slayer team. But in the future, their lives are also tragic. In the future, Sister Kochokani encountered one of the 12 Kizukis, Doma, when she was on a ghost extermination mission. Although she fought with him all night and was still hit hard by him, if she hadn't persisted until dawn, I'm afraid it would have been just like her. Like my parents, they were eaten by evil spirits. Even if Kocho Shinobu finally arrived, all he saw was his dying sister. When Kochokani was dying, she told her sister that she also hoped that Ninja would quit the ghost-killing team and obtain the happiness of ordinary girls until the end of her life. Perhaps, at that time, Kocho Chanahue had regretted it, at least regretted taking his sister on this path of hunting ghosts. As for Kocho Shinobu, in the end, he did not obey his elder sister Kochochani's dying request and left the ghost-killing team, nor did she promise her sister to be happy like an ordinary girl and live until she was old. Instead, at the end of her sister's death, she asked about the characteristics of the ghost that killed my sister. Continue on the road of revenge. It's just that, after losing her sister who depended on each other, the girl's character seems to have changed a lot overnight, as if she suddenly lost herself and began to completely imitate her sister. I imitated my sister's behavior, tone, and personality, maintaining the same calmness as my sister, and began to smile like my sister. But in the end, no matter how she pretended to smile, it was just a fake smile, and she would never learn from her sister Kochokani. Although, in the end, Kocho Shinobu found the evil spirit who killed his sister, Doma, the second of 12 Kizuki's winding string, but the final outcome is still the same as her sister Kocho Chanahui, and finally died in the hands of Doma. Therefore, judging from the final outcome of the two, sister Kocho Chanahui should regret it, and regret taking her sister Kocho Shinobu on the road of hunting ghosts. As for Kocho Shinobu, if he knew the ending of his sister, would the other party regret this path too? On the day when her sister lost, did Kocho Shinobu ever waver? She shouldn't beg her to follow him on the path of hunting ghosts. With her sister's care for her, if she didn't insist on asking, her sister Kochokani might not go hunting. Instead, he chose to take care of his sister silently. Listening to Sumu's question, Kochokana Megami didn't speak, but silently held her sister's hand. She has lost her parents, her home, and now, only her most important sister. No matter what her sister chooses in the future, she must be with her sister, take the responsibility of protecting her sister, and take good care of her. She can no longer lose her sister. I just want to see my sister be happy all the time, always, always be happy. Feeling her sister clasping her hand tightly, Kocho Shinobu's eyes fell, just like her sister, who lost her parents and home, and the most important thing to her is her sister. It's just that, unlike her sister, perhaps, unlike being an older sister, the girl's heart is more replaced by hatred. Or maybe, since she was a child, she was accustomed to the care of her parents and the favor of her sister. The girl's heart was more mixed with the hatred of losing her parents, losing her home, and losing her happiness. She hated so much the devil who ruined her happiness. I will never forget the scene where my father and mother were killed in front of my eyes. It will never be possible to live as if nothing happened. So. Kocho Shinobu raised his head, his eyes firm. Like her younger sister, Kocho-chan Ahui also raised her head with Kocho Shinobu's actions, and the sisters' hearts were closely connected. When Kocho Shinobu made up her mind, her sister Kocho-chan Ahui also knew it almost in an instant. Looking at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu who were about to speak, Sumu waved his hand. Then, gently placed the roasted golden bear paw in front of them. Don't make a decision in a hurry, think carefully first. If you really decide, look at the bear's paw in front of you. Delicious food comes with the price of losing your life. Have you ever thought about the price? My sister bears the price of losing her sister, and my sister bears the price of losing her sister. If you are willing to take this road in the end and eat this baked bear's paw, if you can't bear it, then you should forget the pain and the painful memories of the past, and live happily like an ordinary person. Perhaps, your deceased parents don't want you to take such a road, take this bumpy road, and don't want you to have that kind of future. So, think about it again, stop for a while and ask each other, and then ask your own heart. Do you still choose this path? Choose one of the opportunities one give you. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Time seemed to fall into a state of silence in an instant. The cave is getting more and more silent, only the burning branches in the bonfire make the sound of pop from time to time. Neither Kocho-chan Megami nor Kocho Shinobu spoke to each other. Four sisters, no one can afford to lose each other. Have you really seriously considered the path you're going to take? Is it really worth the price it might pay in the future? The bonfire is still burning. Before you know it, the hot golden bear's paw has gradually cooled down and lost its temperature. Neither Kocho-chan nor Kocho Shinobu touched the roasted golden bear's paw, even though the sisters were very hungry for each other. Long time. Kocho Shinobu just raised his head. The girl's eyes first glanced at her sister and then at Sumu. Sumu was still sitting there, the black bamboo hat covered his face, and his whole body was shrouded in black clothes, as if he was plunged into endless darkness. Kocho Shinobu couldn't see the look on Sumu's face, and he didn't know whether Sumu was asleep or not at the moment, so he couldn't get a little answer from Sumu. He turned his head again and looked at his sister. My sister was also looking at her, and she could feel her holding her hand even tighter. Looking away from her sister, the girl stared blankly at the burning bonfire with a pair of purple eyes. Because the branches that were thrown were almost burned out, the flames became much smaller, far from the scorching temperature at the beginning. His eyes stared silently at the burning flame of the bonfire. The dark red flame swayed gently with the wind, rippling in the depths of the girl's purple eyes. Long time. Only then did Kocho Shinobu raise his head, and there was a deep sadness on his delicate face that could not be dissolved. With a bit of crying, and a bit of longing, more, but pain. Dad, the future that Mommy hopes. No one knows what Dad and Mom want. She raised her head and looked at her sister. Dad, my mother was killed right in front of my eyes. I will never be able to live as if nothing happened, impossible, and will never be able to. Sister, forbearance can't deceive himself, and can't forget everything that happened, and live like an ordinary person. Forbearance has been unable to deceive himself, pretending to forget everything, even if it can be forgotten. Such happiness, I don't need such happiness, because, what is the difference between such happiness and death? Kocho Kani didn't know how to comfort her sister, because she herself couldn't say anything to comfort her. The pain that her sister endured, how could she not be enduring it? However, as a sister, she must be stronger than her sister, more stable than her sister, and more sensible than her sister. Because she is sister. All she could do was hold her sister's hand tightly with her hand and hold it tightly. Otherwise, she can't do anything. So, sister, I have no choice. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister. Hands caressed her sister's head. As always, Kocho Kani had a gentle smile on her face. Forbearance, I have loved to act like a spoiled child since I was a child, but now I rarely act like a spoiled child with my sister. Sister knows that Ninja likes dad and mom very much. The voice suddenly choked up. My sister supports all decisions of Ninja, and like Ninja, there is a road to go. But, sister. Kocho Shinobu raised her head and looked at her sister. She decided to go the way of hunting ghosts, but she didn't want her sister to go. But the same. As a sister, I also hope that my sister will live a healthy and happy life. Even if I give up my own life, I must protect my sister. Holding her sister's hand, Kocho Kani lowered her head and looked at her sister with a serious expression. My sister has the same awareness as my sister. But my sister has one more request for my sister. Kocho Shinobu looked at his sister. I don't want my sister to live in hatred and painful memories all the time. I hope that my sister's ghost hunt is not for the purpose of reviving hatred. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister in confusion. I think, my sister should do things with the purpose of protecting a certain happiness that has not been destroyed, just like before, protect us, although, sir, can't stop our happiness that has been destroyed. I hope that the purpose of my sister's ghost hunt is not to seek revenge, but to protect someone important, those whose happiness is about to be destroyed by ghosts, so that the chain of grief can be stopped. Kocho Shinobu looked up, puzzled, but when her sister said that, Ninja was willing to do it. So, they grabbed the bear's paw that was already cold, and the sisters shared food silently with each other. What is the price? For them, it was a realization that should have been understood long ago. Even, may regret it in the future. In the future, my sister will regret that she should not let her go down this road. The younger sister will regret in the future that she should not be implicated in the elder sister. But now, at least now, or in the future, I never regret my choice, but I regret not being able to take good care of each other. I think we've made a decision. After eating the bear's paw, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu looked at each other and their purple eyes turned to Mr. In the end, the Kocho sisters will choose this way, just like the original journey of hunting ghosts. A shimmer of light rose from the morning ground. Like the fiery hearts of the Kocho sisters that are connected to each other. Asterisk. Chapter 61. Decided. Under the hat, the scarlet eyes opened and fell on the Kocho sisters. Yes, sir, please also teach us how to hunt evil spirits. Kocho Chana Megami stood up together with Kocho Shinobu and bent over. Even if it's not an easy road, it's a road full of blood, has it been decided? Sumu whispered, his voice slightly hoarse. Decided. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu clasped each other's hands and nodded earnestly. As in the original process, the sisters still chose the path of hunting ghosts. As the evil ghost, Sumu looked calm from beginning to end, just gave the sisters a deep look, then nodded and said, "Got it, I hope you won't regret it one day in the future." "I won't regret it." "Then, now, rest early." "It is good." Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu nodded. They hadn't slept all night last night, and now they're exhausted. Really can't stand it. Find a relatively warm place in the cave, spread a layer of weeds on the ground, and the two sisters cuddled with each other and began to sleep. The morning sun shines all over the earth. The cave was still dark. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel opened her slightly embarrassed eyes, raised her head, looked at the evil uncle, and showed a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. "Morning. Uncle. Morning." Sumu's voice was slightly hoarse, and at the same time, he pointed to the bonfire in front of him, with some barbecued meat on it. "The barbecue is still the meat of the bear that was killed yesterday. I didn't add any seasoning, the taste was not good, but the chestnut flowers fell." Chanel was very sweet. Sometimes, when the chestnut flowers fall, Chineu will also look at the remote corner of the cave and hold his hands tightly while eating, and hold each other Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu who are asleep. Uncle, do you want to take them with you in the future? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head with a hint of curiosity. Sumu nodded, still sitting there cross-legged, not knowing what to think. Li Hualuo. Chanel didn't ask any further questions, just lowered her head and continued to eat barbecue. In the future, Chanel will have a partner and will not be so lonely. Sumu spoke suddenly. Lonely? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at Sumu suspiciously. It's lonely when you're alone. Sumu explained. However, Chanel is not alone, Chanel still has an evil uncle. Sumu smiled, then stretched out his hand and lightly patted the girl's head, her lips slightly close to Li Hualuo. Chanel whispered to her ear, but I'm not human. So, Chanel should have some friends, so that you won't be lonely. In the future, you can become good friends with them. But I still prefer to stay by my uncle's side. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel murmured in a low voice. Sumu shook his head and didn't say anything. The current chestnut flower fell. Chanel was still too young to have a clear concept of evil spirits. The sun gradually spread over the earth. Sumu sat in the dark cave, raised his head, squinted his eyes, and his scarlet eyes looked out of the cave through the dark curtain under the hat. Under the warm sunlight, the chestnut flowers he had driven outside the cave fell. Chanel was basking lazily in the sun. Looking at the warm sunlight reflecting on the chestnut flowers and Chanel, Sumu's eyes lowered slightly. The warm sunlight, which is clearly within reach, has become an extremely deadly thing. It can only hide in a dark corner and stare at the light from the darkness. This moment. He probably understands. Why is the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen, so eager to bask in the sun? The sunshine that was once within reach is far out of reach, and it keeps reappearing in front of me every day. Gradually it became an obsession. I also suddenly understand why Kibutsuji Musen is so obsessed with the blue other shore flower. I am afraid not only for the perfect evolution of his own, but also for the desire to bathe in the sun. Chapter 62. Around evening, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu finally woke up from their slumber. Just as the two sisters were about to get up, they felt sore all over their bodies. The pretty brows furrowed. Born into a medical family, they naturally understand why. Last night, I chased after my husband all night. Although I never lost it, I walked for most of the night. This is an unprecedented amount of exercise. Sudden strenuous exercise caused the body to be completely unable to adapt, which is why the current situation occurs. Resisting the pain in their bodies, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu stood up while supporting each other. First of all, they looked for Mr. Although Mr. has promised them. But in case the husband suddenly regrets it, so, for the first time, Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu are looking for the trace of Mr. It wasn't until he saw Sumu, who was almost shrouded in shadow in the dark shadow of the cave, that he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, looking at the state of the husband, the two sisters had some doubts in their hearts. Because, suddenly, I found that Mr. seems to be a very strange person. Never noticed before. It is only now that I suddenly realize that since I realized it, Mr. seems to have never shown up. And, almost always hidden in the dark. Seemingly noticing the gaze of the Kocho sisters, Sumu raised her head, her scarlet eyes under the hat watching the sisters. Under the gaze of scarlet eyes, the two sisters felt a chill in their bodies for no reason. It was as if, being watched by an evil spirit. When Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu came back to their senses and looked again, the eyes under the hat were covered by the black curtain, making it impossible to see at all. As if the scarlet you just saw was just an illusion. Take a good rest during the day, and hurry up at night. Sumu glanced at the Kocho sisters and said calmly. Yes. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu nodded immediately, although they wondered why they chose to travel at night instead of traveling during the day. But neither chose to ask questions. Sumu didn't continue to say anything, just sat there silently. For evil spirits, whenever the day comes, there is a very weak feeling in the whole body, and they don't want to move at all. As for Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu, they are preparing for this rare rest time to take a good rest. Time passes slowly. When the sun gradually went down and the temperature began to drop, a bonfire rose, and the bonfire rose with the fragrance of rice. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was squatting beside the bonfire, and a pair of pink and purple eyes stared at the bonfire. I saw a small pot standing above the bonfire, the pot mouth, the transpiring white water vapor escaped to the surrounding with the flame of the bonfire, and at the same time, the rich aroma of rice followed. The slightly petite Kocho Shinobu is gently stirring in a small pot with a small wooden stick. With the stirring of the small wooden stick, the more and more intense fragrance came out. After a while, the girl put down the small wooden stick that was stirring the small pot with slight satisfaction. Raised her delicate face that was slightly reduced. "Sir, I made some supper, would you like to try it?" Sumu raised his head and glanced at the small pot being boiled on the bonfire. The steam was steaming, and next to him, chestnut flowers were falling. Chanel was staring at the small pot. "These days, I have been eating meat all the time. Now, when I smell this fragrant rice smell, the glutton in my stomach is immediately hooked out." Looking at Kocho Shinobu's expectant eyes, and then watching the chestnut flowers fall, Chanel stared at the small pot, hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Soon, the sister Kocho Kani next to me brought the rice porridge served in a wooden bowl and handed it over. Sumu took it. Seeing that Mr. had already taken it, Kocho Shinobu poured out another bowl of chestnut flowers and Chanel. Beside the bonfire, 3 people and 1 ghost surrounded the bonfire, holding wooden bowls, and the steaming heat was transmitted along the wooden bowls and hit their faces. After the fire was roasted, I took a mouthful of rice porridge, and the warm rice porridge entered my stomach, and the whole person seemed to be warm. Suddenly, there was a moment of sadness. Who was eating around like this before? That warm home, a happy family. Really delicious. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel narrowed her pink-purple eyes with a look of joy. The sound of Chanel's voice interrupted Kocho's sad memories. Seeing how Chanel liked it, Kocho couldn't help but pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This is a vortex made by forbearance. Ninja's hands are very clever." In the past, the plants and trees in the yard were collected by ninja, and even ninja could imitate what a pharmacist did, and also developed medicines that can really cure diseases. Hearing her sister's compliments, Kocho Shinobu's face flushed slightly, and he mumbled, "Others, isn't my sister more powerful?" "Sister, but the most talented beauty in the town, whether it's gohan, flower arrangement, tea ceremony, elder sister can do very well. The men in town are very obsessed with elder sister." "Forbearance, don't talk nonsense." "I didn't talk nonsense." Sumu lowered his head, took a mouthful of rice porridge, and silently listened to the 2 sisters singing in harmony, occasionally mixed with chestnut flowers. Chanel asked curiously. The bonfire continued to burn. The flames are warm. Asterisk. Chapter 63. Night falls. Sumu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, also abruptly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes flickered slightly under the hat. "Stand up and step out of the dark cave. Today's moon is very round, and the soft light reflects the earth." Sumu turned his head and looked at the chestnut flowers that followed him. At this moment, Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu are looking at him expectantly. Regarding the expectations of Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu, Sumu naturally understood that they were looking forward to teaching them how to hunt ghosts. "Since you have made up your mind, let's start now." Sumu lived up to their expectations and spoke calmly. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu were stunned for a while, and looked at each other, a little confused. They didn't understand the meaning of Mr. "Attack me from now on." He looked at the 2 of them calmly. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu frowned, too different from the way they expected their husband to teach them how to hunt ghosts. "Sir, should ghost hunting have some skills, or should we learn something? Like full concentration breathing. Learn total concentrated breathing." He looked at Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Expect me to teach you the breathing method?" Saying that, he shook his head. I don't know the so-called breathing method myself, and naturally I can't teach you. What did that gentleman teach us? Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but speak. In the days when the family was broken and they were taken care of by the hermit, they also learned something about the evil spirits. Ordinary people can't compete with evil ghosts at all, because evil ghosts are very powerful, with strong physical fitness, inexhaustible physical strength, and extremely abnormal self-healing power. Ordinary humans can't be their opponents at all when facing evil spirits. In order to fight against evil spirits, the ghost-killing team has developed techniques to fight evil spirits with human bodies, and these techniques are collectively referred to as comprehensive concentrated breathing. For the Kocho sisters, it was these similar techniques, or breathing, that Sumu first taught them. But now, doesn't seem to. All I can teach you is actual combat. Sumu quietly looked at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu. It's only possible to teach. Use all your abilities, use all your means, try all your methods, and try to defeat me. But what else are Kocho and Kocho Shinobu going to say? No, but use all your energy and try to beat me, that's all. He spoke calmly. After a little hesitation, the two gritted their teeth and picked up the wooden stick on the ground. The sisters glanced at each other and separated from each other with a heart-to-heart. Drink. With a light drink, the two raised wooden sticks from two directions and attacked Sumu. The speed of ordinary people, the strength of ordinary people. In the eyes of the evil spirit Sumu, he was so vulnerable. As a result, there is naturally no suspense. Boom! With a muffled groan, the two were instantly hit in the back by Sumu's knife and fell heavily to the ground. The pain caused the Kocho sisters to hum out of pain. They had never experienced such a beating since childhood. And this is still under the control of Sumu. Go on, a little faster, a little more power. A dull voice sounded. Drink. The sister struggled to stand up, gritted her teeth, her eyes slowly turning red. Faster than before, faster than before. But the result? No doubt knocked to the ground. This night. Attacked again and again, fell to the ground again and again. But it turned out to be a slump again and again. As if victory will never be seen. Continue. It fell again, and Sumu's cold and flat voice sounded again. The two girls who fell to the ground shivered involuntarily, but still gritted their teeth and struggled to stand up. Drink. Roaring, the Kocho sisters attacked Sumu again. Just like the previous results, he was knocked to the ground almost instantly. Returning in vain again and again, failing again, and suffering from being knocked down again and again, the sisters couldn't stand up for a long time after they fell down again and again. Continue. The cold voice came out mercilessly. The two girls shivered instinctively and shivered, but they struggled and wanted to stand up, but it seemed that they no longer had any strength in their bodies. Compared with the lack of strength in the whole body, these are nothing to their sisters, and the real despair is the road that seems to never win. They found in despair that it seemed that they would never be able to defeat Mr., or even hurt him in the slightest. They're too weak, so weak that it's impossible to hurt Mr. So it seems that he has no courage to continue the attack. It is impossible for us to defeat Mr. Mr. is so strong, it is impossible for us. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and gritted his teeth. She didn't understand, they were obviously so weak, and they didn't have any ability now. Why not grant them the ability? What's the point of such a futile and pointless attack? Have you given up? Sumu looked at Kocho Shinobu, his expression still cold. Is it so easy to give up? His voice gradually slowed down, and he caressed the Nichiren blades on his waist. If there is a devil standing in front of you now, will you all give up? Kocho Shinobu looked up, but there's no way we can. The right to take life and death is also handed over to others. Have you given up completely? Sumu voice infinite indifference. Look at your current state, your courage, your persistence. Look how you look like a lost dog now. Could it be that when you face evil spirits, do you also want to kneel on the ground and beg the other party to let you go? Just like your parents. If this is useful, your family will not be killed. Even if you kill yourself, you can only let others call the shots. Weak people like you still want to hunt ghosts. It's ridiculous. The weak have no rights and have no choice. They can only honestly submit to the power of the strong. The evil ghost may pity you, but don't think that the evil ghost will respect your will and wishes, and of course, it will not respect you. And this is reality. Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu clenched their fists tightly, gritted their teeth, and felt infinitely aggrieved in their hearts. Tell me, what were you doing when your parents were devoured by evil spirits? Hugged together and shivering, warming each other? In this way, did you protect your parents? Why, at that moment, you didn't choose to resist. Why are you afraid? Why so cowardly? Ah! The sisters clasped their heads with both hands and let out a painful roar. Then tell me, when despair comes again, will you still be so? Is it shivering, giving up completely when you know you fail, or? At this time, the two girls were already shaking, stood up again, and picked up the wooden stick, as if they had picked up the sharpest sword, frantically, roaring, and attacked him again. Fell to the ground again. Got knocked to the ground again. Again and again. Falling down, standing up. Two sisters, again and again. The movements of struggling to stand up were getting slower and slower, but the eyes of the two girls seemed to be getting sharper and sharper. Those eyes, there is fire, there is light. Until he couldn't stand up again, and completely fell into a coma. Sumu moved his sore arms and looked at the two sisters who fell unconscious. The scarlet eyes under the hat looked at the sisters for a long time. The other side. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel had already stood there in a daze. I was completely intimidated by the madness of Kocho Chana and Kocho Shinobu. At the same time, the words of Uncle Evil Ghost also lingered in my mind. If one day, when despair comes, what should I do? What could her despair be? Involuntarily, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at Sumu, her evil uncle. The girl's little hands clasped together unconsciously. I think I should do something. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel lowered her head and said something to herself silently in her heart. Chapter 64. After the Kocho sisters passed out, Sumu picked them up and placed them in the cave. Today, the state of the two of them is no longer able to continue their journey. They have used all their strength in the battle with him just now, and now, there is no more strength. Not even the strength to walk. The night gradually deepened. Sumu stood outside the cave with Li Hualuo. Chanahu! Why don't you go to rest? Sumu turned his head and looked at Li Hualuo, who was standing beside him. Then evil uncle, why don't you go to rest? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked up. Smiling, his hand unconsciously caressed the hilt of the knife around his waist. Since becoming an evil ghost, he has understood that he is destined to not be able to truly rest in this life. Just like what I said to Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu before, if I want to hand over the right of life and death to others, I can rest with myself. Hands caressing his neck. Having someone cut off his neck with Nichiren blades and completely disappeared from this world. He murmured slightly, he didn't want this ending. Instead of wanting this ending, he must become stronger, and his own strength must be improved. For him, the fastest way to improve his strength is naturally to kill evil ghosts, or kill ghost hunters. But whether it is beheading evil spirits or beheading ghost hunters, it is extremely dangerous. No evil spirits, and no ghost hunters stretched their necks waiting for you to kill. They will do their best to resist, and even burst out with powerful combat power, and some powerful demons and ghost hunters can even kill you. Moreover, in the real life and death battle, life and death are only a matter of a moment. He didn't want to wait until the moment of his life and death to regret that he was too weak. In addition to beheading evil ghosts and ghost hunters to improve their strength, there is also the constant digging of their own strength through practice. Such as now. He was holding Nichiren blades and quietly swung the blade towards the practitioner in one direction. Again and again, boring and monotonous repetition. Like a machine that never tires. Adjust the best swing line again and again. Beside. Chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked at the movements of the evil uncle, and also picked up a branch from the ground and began to imitate the movements of the evil uncle. also started waving branches. In the monotonous and silent night, the sound of waving a knife and waving a wooden stick gradually spread to the distance with the wind blowing. Second half of the night. Cave. Dad. Mom. The sleeping Kocho Shinobu seemed to be dreaming something, waving his hands weakly and wailing in pain. Beside her, her elder sister Kocho Kani was pleasantly surprised. Looking at Kocho Shinobu who was still sleeping, she hurriedly hugged her sister while listening to her terrified babble, "Forbearance, it's all right, it's all right." The little hand kept slapping her sister's back, trying to ease her fear. "No endure, endure." Kocho Kani desperately hugged her sleeping sister and comforted Kocho Shinobu in her sleep. After a while, Kocho Shinobu woke up from his sleep. Looking at his sister who was holding him, the girl's eyes were still filled with the fear in the dream. "Ghost, ghost father and mother. Endure, endure." Kocho Kani hugged her sister tightly. The sister's whimpering and fear, and the sister's desperate comfort, were constantly heard in this cave, lingering for a long time. Unwilling to be the weak, unwilling to give the rights of life and death to others. "So, I want to get stronger. Choose to hold the sword." But getting stronger is not about getting stronger if you want to get stronger, thinking that you can really get stronger just by thinking about it. It was innocent as a child. On the way to become stronger, you will never get rid of fatigue, pain, blood. For Kocho Chini and Kocho Shinobu, they want to embark on the road of hunting ghosts to start. It's doomed. It is 10 times, 100 times harder than ordinary people. After all, the road of hunting ghosts is not a peaceful road. On this road, you are either hunting ghosts or being hunted by ghosts. Asterisk. Chapter 65. The next day. Tianming. Kocho and Kocho Shinobu woke up tired and sniffed involuntarily. The fragrance of meat and rice dissipated toward his little nose. Unconsciously looking forward. Inside the cave, a bonfire rose. As always, Mr. wore a black hat, and his whole body was shrouded in a dark shadow. However, instead of sitting cross-legged on the ground as usual, he stood up, holding a wooden spoon, stirring the small pot on the bonfire. With the stirring of the wooden spoon, the aroma of rice and meat dissipated toward the entire cave. Seemingly feeling their attention, the husband turned his head and stared at them with scarlet eyes under the hat. "Woke up." Very flat voice, just like when my parents woke me up when I slept late in the past. Thought about this. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu only felt that their throats seemed to be blocked by something, and their throats tightened slightly. Those lost will never come back. Destroyed happiness along with the smell of blood is also permanently dissipated. These, once vague figures can only be accompanied by painful memories. Gentlemen. After a long time, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu seemed to react and stood up, bent down slightly, and shouted respectfully. Sumu nodded. "The amount of exercise you did yesterday still exceeded your body's load, and your body needs more nutrition. Come and eat." "Yes, sir." Taking over the meat porridge prepared by Mr. Kocho Shinobu, and Kocho Shinobu took small sips. The meat porridge is very fragrant. After entering it, there seems to be a warm current flowing through the body, soothing the body that was injured yesterday. I used some herbs, mixed with bear meat, and porridge made of boiled rice, which is very good for the body. Eat more. Sumu continued stirring the small pot without raising his head, and spoke calmly. "Yes, sir." The two bowed their heads slightly, and their small heads were almost buried in the bowl. Yesterday, Mr. S. strictness made them feel some fear in their hearts. But today, Mr. S. gentleness has made them more dependent on their hearts. Mr. was originally very gentle, but it was only because he taught us that he became strict. The girl couldn't help thinking in her heart. Sumu didn't know what the two were thinking at the moment, but continued to say to himself, "Yesterday you all attacked with all your strength, fighting all night. What are your thoughts? I feel that Mr. is very strong. We are not the opponents of Mr. at all." Kocho and Kocho Shinobu bowed their heads in frustration. Sumu frowned. These were not what he wanted to hear. Looking up, the scarlet eyes under the hats stared at the sisters. "These, is the summary of your night's battle. Both of them lowered their heads unconsciously. I feel a little disappointed. He continued, this is not what I want to see. If you only get this in a one-night battle, then what's the point of such practical training? The hands of Kocho and Kocho Shinobu holding the wooden bowl involuntarily tightened. Please teach me, sir. The two put down the wooden bowl, stood up, bent over, and bowed to the end. Sumu glanced at the sisters, then turned around again, staring at the small pot on the bonfire, holding a wooden spoon and stirring it gently in the small pot. Your body is still too weak. But, I hope you should be more enlightened in battle. For example, Sister Chanahui, you have a lot of strength and a stronger physique. For example, Sister Ninja, your strength is very small, but your speed is very fast, and your hands are also very skillful. You have to think about your own strengths, consider the enemy's weaknesses, and think about how to bring out your own strengths and constantly show the enemy's weaknesses. This is what you should learn in actual combat. You need to understand how to deal with evil spirits in actual combat. And there's only so much I can teach you, and there's only so much. In the next journey, come up with all your methods, try to defeat me, use poison, drug, sneak attack. Anyway, by all means. Asterisk. Chapter 66. Unscrupulous, attacking the evil uncle. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost opened her pink and purple eyes, then Next. Continue to rest during the day. It's a drive at night. On the first night, Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu walked forward first, ambushed near a weed on the only way, tried to attack, were easily found, pouted, and walked out in frustration. The next night, on the way of the walk, Kocho Chanel talked to Mr. enthusiastically and attracted the attention of Mr., while Kocho Shinobu sneaked up and was easily discovered. On the third night, Kocho Shinobu developed a toxin in an attempt to turn Mr., but Mr. did not eat what Kocho Shinobu sent, and failed again. On the fourth night, Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu devised a trap. When Mr. stepped on a wooden stick guide on the road, a boulder fell from the sky, but was easily avoided by Mr. Along the way, the two sisters worked hard, constantly thinking about how to deal with Mr. Of course, along the way, the Kocho sisters are constantly exercising themselves. Sumu didn't understand the breathing method, so the only training method that Sumu could teach the Kocho sisters was running. Therefore, every day, the Kocho sisters not only have to follow his footsteps, but also perform additional running exercises. At the same time, they will also conduct an actual battle every day based on the physical strength of the Kocho sisters. Almost every day, the Kocho sisters go to sleep in a state of exhaustion. Forbearance, I was lying in ambush on the side of the road today and my heart beat faster by 3 points. Next time, remember to correct it. Yes, sir. Kocho Shinobu nodded respectfully. Kanahui, today's sneak attack to stab me, the speed is still a little slower, and the direction of the attack is not right, it should not be the position of the heart, but the position of the neck, because the evil ghost can only be cut off by the neck of Nichiren blades. Not to die. Yes, sir. Kocho Kani nodded earnestly. As usual today, run 10 laps around this mountain. He pointed to the small mountain next to him. Both Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu were shocked. In the past, according to the previous, it was 3 laps. Today, the training volume has been increased by more than 3 times. Sir, isn't that a little too much? Kocho Shinobu's delicate body was shocked, and some couldn't hold back his mouth. Yeah, sir, that's too much. Even Kocho Kani, who was calm on weekdays, couldn't help begging. If you don't want to run. Sumu glanced at the two of them calmly, and stood up on his own, then let me have actual combat training tonight. The delicate faces of Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu instantly turned pale. Compared to actual combat training with Mr. When I think of the failures again and again, and being knocked to the ground again and again, as long as you resist, you will be knocked down. It seems that at any moment, his life will be taken. Although I know it's just an illusion, but, the two sisters have long left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They are not masochists. They know that there is no possibility of defeating Mr. at the current stage, and they are defeated and defeated again and again. That feeling of powerlessness. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Do you want practical training? Sumu raised her eyes and looked at her sister whose face had turned pale. Chi shook her head. What a joke. Let's go for a run. Without any hesitation, elder sister Kocho Kani pulled her younger sister Kocho Shinobu around her husband and ran towards the small mountain in the distance. Two slender figures, one big and one small, gradually disappeared from sight, and Sumu also withdrew his gaze. It feels like Mr. is getting more and more fierce. On the mountain road, Kocho Shinobu muttered after his sister. Mr. is also good for us. Kocho turned back and explained in a low voice. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister, his beautiful purple eyes blinked with a hint of narrowness. Sister, how do you know that Mr. is for our good, isn't it? What, don't talk nonsense. Kocho's face turned slightly red. What the hell am I talking about? Kocho Shinobu pouted and trotted to keep up with his elder sister. Still, elder sister, oops, I forgot, elder sister is a famous beauty in the town. I think that Mr. is also a boy, will it? Sister, do you think Mr.? I don't know what the husband looks like. Oh, if my sister is with my husband, then... Pat. The little head was hit hard, and then Kocho Shinobu saw her sister with her hands on her hips, her mouth puffed, and she was going to hit her angrily. With a small head shrank, Kocho Shinobu almost didn't hesitate, and immediately ran away. With the slapstick of silver bells, the girl's embarrassed voice spread far and far along the mountain road with the wind. Asterisk. Chapter 67. Dark Night. A pair of young girls walked in front, and behind them, a man in black with a black hat on his head and his whole body seemed to be hidden in the darkness. The man in black was holding a girl carved in pink and jade in his arms. These days of recuperation, the chestnut blossoms fall. Chanel is no longer the skinny and pitiful little guy he used to be. The once dim eyes became bright, and the pink-purple eyes were like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The delicate little face is rosy and lovely. The hair was tied into a high single ponytail, and the tail was tied with a Kocho-like clip. Very lovely. Anyone who sees it will love it. Not far ahead is Gorge Mist Mountain. Among the pair of girls in front, the taller girl turned her head and pointed to the mountains in the distance. Gap Fog Mountain. Hearing Kocho Kani's words, the man wearing the hat stopped. The hat was raised, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the mountains in the distance. The mountain range is not too high, but it is not too low, the trees are lush, and one or two lights are dimly lit on the mountainside of the mountain range. I didn't expect to pass by here. Sumu said to himself. He clearly knew that one of the pillars of the hermit ghost killing team here is the current water column Urokadakase Kanji. As a water column, its strength is very powerful. If you don't have to, try not to meet them. After all, with his current strength, he is not the opponent's opponent at all. Suddenly, as if feeling something, Sumu suddenly raised his head and looked at the woods not far away. And with Sumu looking soon. Dong dong dong. A dull sound rang out. The things you practiced on today are here. He spoke softly. As his words fell, a huge wild boar walked out of the forest. This wild boar is very huge, like a walking tank, especially the two ferocious fangs, which give people an extremely strong sense of deterrence. But at this moment, the wild boar seemed to feel a threat and stopped abruptly. When its eyes raised to meet the scarlet eyes under Sumu's hat, it seemed to feel a strong threat. The instinct of the beast made the wild boar start to retreat. Today, your prey is it? Sumu spoke calmly. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu nodded, their figures swept away, and they chased after the wild boar. The wild boar ran rampant, and wherever it passed, even the trees with the thickness of the mouth of the bull would be broken by it. The figures of the two girls kept appearing on both sides of the wild boar, and occasionally, they even pierced the blade in their hands. Every time the sword is drawn, a small wound will appear on the wild boar's body. The wound was not serious, but as the frequency of stabs became more and more frequent, it was obvious that the physical fitness of the wild boar began to decline. The speed of forbearance is faster. Kana Hui, attack up, attack more vital parts. At the top of the tree, Sumu held the chestnut flower in one hand. Chanel looked at the battlefield at the moment, and gave instructions from time to time. After these days of practice, although the two sisters did not practice the breathing method, their physical fitness has been strengthened to a certain extent. In addition, they have been practicing with the evil ghost Sumu, although their physical fitness is always unbearable. One blow, but the sisters cooperated, and they already had a certain strength. Of course, the strength of the sisters is probably not as good as that of the lowest level swordsmen of the ghost killing team. After all, the sisters have not yet learned the breathing method. And once they learn the breathing method, with the training of the other party these days, I am afraid that they will become extremely powerful swordsmen in the ghost killing team. The figures of the sisters jumped out of the woods, or swooped, rolled, or jumped, constantly avoiding the rampage of wild boars. It's right now, with 3 inches between the eyebrows, Channa Hui wants to make a 3-pointer with his left hand, and draw a sword. At the center of the neck, the right hand of ninja is 5 centimeters long, raise the hand, and draw the sword. Such a voice suddenly appeared. Almost in the next instant, the 2 figures moved suddenly, and the 2 short swords moved suddenly. 2 sharp swords flickered under the night sky, piercing the boar's forehead and neck respectively. Roar! An angry roar was followed by a dull fall to the ground. The wild boar, which was as huge as a tank, fell to the ground in a slump, losing its breath. Whoosh! Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu put away their swords, stood there, bent slightly, gasping for breath. Although they were exhausted, the faces of the 2 girls showed joy. The huge wild boar in front of them was almost invincible compared to their stature, but they were easily killed by them. Before you know it, you've come a long way. Gentlemen. Some looked back happily, and the tired face was full of credits. In Sumu's eyes, he was like a child. Although they are still children, they have begun to mature. At least her sister Kocho Chanel is already a big girl. Good. He nodded. Although the wild boar in front of him is nothing, the 2 sisters can't deal with evil spirits with their ability to kill wild boars, but in a short period of time, they have achieved this step without relying on any breathing method and only relying on their own fighting skills. It is already very powerful. Asterisk. Chapter 68. Bonfire rises. A well-cleaned wild boar stands above the bonfire, burnt and buttery. The scent also comes out. Kocho took out the short blade, nimbly cut a piece, and put it on the wooden bowl. Gentlemen. Hands respectfully handed to Sumu. He took the wooden bowl and nodded. After he took a bite, Kocho and Kocho Shinobu excitedly picked up the short blade and cut off the meat. This wild boar is the first prey that Kocho Channahui and Kocho Shinobu successfully hunted. Although the hunt was not a demon, but a wild boar, it was quite a sense of accomplishment for the Kocho sisters. It also tastes very fragrant. After they were full, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu also looked at the husband. According to their past habits, they should continue on their way. When they found a cave in the foggy mountain in front of them, they would continue training throughout the night. During the day, they and their husband would rest in the cave. As for the chestnut blossoms, Chanel almost. Megami Channa and Shinobu couldn't help but glanced at Channa, who was sleeping soundly in her husband's arms. The other party was different from their habits. The other party sleeps at night and is active during the day according to normal people's habits. Sometimes Kocho Kanai and Ninja are also strange about the arrangement of Mr. I feel that this kind of habit is really not good, but I dare not say it. And the sisters also guessed that Mr. did this arrangement on purpose. I won't continue my journey today. I'll build a shed for a while and rest here. Sumu spoke flatly. In front of it is the gorge mist mountain where water column Urokadaka Seikanji lives in seclusion. If it is not necessary, he is unwilling to go there. Although Mr. Strange's choice, the Kocho sisters did not have any abnormality and began to search for materials to build a simple shed. Because it's just a simple rest, you don't need to build a particularly good shed, you just need to be able to cover the top of your head. Sumu sat on the spot, quietly watching the Kocho sisters busy. Suddenly, as if feeling something, he raised his eyes suddenly. There seems to be movement ahead. Sir, what's the matter? Seeming to notice something strange, Coach Akane couldn't help but look at Mr. Someone is here. Sumu looked into the distance, and involuntarily put his hand on the handle of the knife around his waist. Hearing Mr. S reminder, Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu also stopped their movements, showing vigilance. Whoosh whoosh. A ghostly figure flickered and flickered. Occasionally, his feet touched the branches of a tree branch. With the branches trembling and rebounding, the figure appeared in another place. Soon, a figure falls. He was wearing a tortoise-shell pattern interwoven with yellow, orange, and green, with medium-length flesh-colored hair, and silver pupils with horizontal stripes. The boy landed, first glanced at the wild boar on the bonfire, and then looked at Sumu and the others. Finally condensed on Sumu's body. It turns out, that someone is really here. My name is Sabato, who are you? Why did you come out in such a deep night, aren't you afraid of danger? He saw the fire here, so he came over curiously, but he didn't expect that there was really someone. One adult, 2 girls, 1 little girl. Such a lineup, walking in the middle of the night, is very dangerous. So, I asked out of curiosity. Neither Coach Akane nor Coach Shinobu spoke, but looked at Mr. Sumu stood there, silent for a while, but lightly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Sumu's abnormality also caught Sabato's attention, frowning slightly. It's very dangerous to go out late at night, go home quickly, don't stay in the wild. As a disciple of Urokodaka Seikanji water column, Sabato knows that night is the time when evil spirits are active, and it is very dangerous to go out at this time. Although almost all the evil spirits near the MT Gorge have been eliminated, there are still some fish that slip through the net. And right now, these people, 2 girls and 1 child, if they encounter any danger at night. Thinking of this, Sabato couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, I thought that my persuasion would be effective, but it seemed that the other party was a little indifferent, which made Sabato under the mask a bit annoyed. Hey, what I said, you. Before Sabato could continue, Sumu raised his head, and his scarlet eyes under the hat looked at Sabato calmly. You are not going out late at night. Ah. Sabato laughed a little angrily, and patted the blade on his waist forcefully. I have this, so naturally there is no problem with my ability. Why do you think we are useless? After finishing speaking, Sumu ignored Sabato and looked at the Kocho sisters. Now, you have a new experience object. Saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Sabato. The next target, defeat him. Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu heard the words, their eyes brightened instantly, and the whole person was eager to try. Seeing this scene, Sabato looked stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 69. Sabato looked at the Kocho sisters who were eager to try with a stunned expression. Wouldn't these 2 really regard him as a rival? Although he is young, almost the same age as the Kocho Shinobu sisters, people are different. Received the inheritance of Urokodaka Seikanji from the ghost-killing team water column since he was a child. The road he will take in the future is to hunt evil spirits. With the goal of hunting ghosts, now he has been able to deal with ordinary evil ghosts, and naturally it is not comparable to ordinary people. Now, even if there are more than 10 strong men, fully armed to attack themselves, it is impossible for them to be their opponents. And the pair of sisters in front of them are just ordinary people. How can they be their own? Kocho-chan Megami. Kocho Shinobu. Just waiting for Sabato to say something, Kocho-chan Megami and Kocho Shinobu are already a step forward. Bending slightly, after telling his name Taboo, he said almost at the same time, please enlighten me. Say it. Brush it. The sword blades on the waists of the 2 women were suddenly unsheathed, and under the dim moonlight, a ray of cold light flashed away. Seeing the 2 women's sword movements, Sabato's eyes, who had been slightly contemptuous at first, also showed a slight solemnity. The speed of drawing swords from the opponent has surpassed that of ordinary people. His eyes couldn't help staring at the Kocho sisters, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sisters' breathing was slightly gentler than the average person, there was no special guidance. It seems that there should be no breathing method. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu also understand the power of the young man in front of them. Judging from the speed shown by Sabato on the road just now, the other party is a very powerful person. But the more so, their hearts are more excited. Perhaps it was because he had suffered too many failures from Mr. and had stood up countless times and was knocked to the ground countless times during the actual combat training. There was no strong pressure brought by the dawn of victory, and the Sabato in front of him was still too far behind. Too far. At least, they can see the hope of victory from each other. And this will suffice. The next second, the two sisters quickly separated, one after the other. Seeing Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu moving quickly, Sabato's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he didn't think they were his opponents, he still had doubts in his heart. And at this moment, the cold light flickered, and Kocho Kani in front of him was already quickly drawing out his sword, and in the whistling wind, the icy sword light slashed straight towards Sabato's neck. Standard to extreme action to kill evil spirits. Sabato was shocked. This kind of action, even him, can't be so skilled and important. Such precise movements can only be felt by the master Urokadakase Kanji. How the other party did it? Of course Sabato doesn't know what hellish practical training the Kocho sisters have gone through these days. Falling down again and failing, standing up again and again, summing up the lessons of failure again and again, trying to make the shortest and fastest beheading attack. Naturally, the movements become more and more skilled. You know, they are fighting real evil spirits. Clang! Easily blocking the opponent's attack, Sabato's eyes became more serious. The opponent did not use any breathing method. Although the sword that was cut out was fast enough, it was also faster than ordinary people, and it was far from being able to deal with him. And if he didn't have the breathing method? In other words, being able to use the breathing method to strengthen the body in a short period of time to a level comparable to the physique of evil spirits, I'm afraid. When the sword failed, Kocho Kanawai immediately retreated, and behind him, Kocho Shinobu's attacks followed one after another. Different from his sister's frontal attack, Kocho Shinobu's moves are more tricky and sophisticated. Also, faster. But it's a pity. The sword was still blocked by Sabato's sword. Although he blocked Kocho Shinobu's sword, Sabato was horrified. The attack method shown by the pair of sisters is completely the action of beheading and killing evil spirits with extremely strict standards. However, because there is no breathing method. If they can also breathing. Under Chulahu's face, the silver pupils drooped slightly. At least, he is much stronger than himself. This made Sabato, who has always been quite proud, feel an inexplicable sense of depression in his heart. It's just that some don't understand how the other party practiced. Perhaps without the blessing of the breathing method, the sisters were not fast enough to use their swords, and their strength was not strong enough. But the sisters showed the control of timing, the tacit understanding of each other, the clean and neat movements, and even no unnecessary movements. Almost to the limit of what sisters can almost reach. Call. Sabato took a deep breath, breathing. At this moment, Sabato's speed suddenly reached the limit, and his body seemed to turn into a wind in an instant. A ray of cold light flickers. Kocho Chani and Kocho Shinobu instinctively retreated, but the cold light fell, and they chopped off a strand of jet-black hair of Kocho Chani and Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu stopped, staring blankly at the strands of hair falling on the ground. Failed. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu lowered their heads, slightly disappointed, as evidenced by the strands of hair falling out in front of them. Sabato stops. With a swipe, almost at the moment when the voice sounded, the blade had been sheathed by Sabato. He raised his head and looked at the Kocho sisters who seemed to be lost. He couldn't help but want to say a few words. Even better than him, there is absolutely no need to be discouraged. But immediately, these words to say are closed. The depression in Sister Kocho's eyes disappeared, but instead, the light reappeared. Kocho Chanahui first turned to look at the husband. "Sir, my speed is not as fast as his, just in the process of attacking, I took a wrong step." Kocho Shinobu also said at the right time, "I should be more patient and attack at the moment when the opponent is breathing. In that way, the odds of winning may be better." Listening to the summary of the Kocho sisters, Sumu's face was calm, and he just asked lightly, why did it fail? The opponent's speed is faster, the strength is stronger, and the physical strength is also. Thinking of the battle just now, Coach Akane and Coach Shinobu frowned and thought, the other side showed much more powerful than them in terms of speed, strength, and physical fitness. They only attacked with all their strength for less than half a minute, and their physical strength began to decline, while the opponent's physical strength seemed to be inexhaustible. But how can the other party do this? The other party's age is similar to them. Why is the other party's strength stronger than theirs, faster than them, physical strength? Is it because of the girls? If it is because of gender, the gap cannot be so big. It's breathing. Sumu raised his head, looked at the boy wearing the fox mask on the opposite side, and explained calmly to Sister Kocho. Breathe. The Kocho sisters seemed to realize something in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 70. Breathe. Reminiscent of the previous battle, Coach Akane and Coach Shinobu also immediately noticed the difference between Sabato and them in breathing. Moreover, it was only after breathing that the opponent suddenly burst into a powerful battle. Could it be that the breathing used by the other party is the full concentration breathing that the hermit mentioned is similar to the full concentration breathing practiced by the ghost-killing team to deal with evil spirits? All of a sudden I thought of these. Before, the sisters had also taught them how to breathe by thinking about their husband. But unfortunately, Mr. Along the way, I have been training with Mr. in actual combat, and I have noticed many times that Mr.'s breathing has always been smooth, whether during combat or non-combat, it seems to have always been smooth. This may have something to do with their strength. Perhaps, their sisters have never been able to force the husband to a real fighting state, so they cannot use the special breathing state. It is precisely because the husband always breathes, so Sister Kocha gradually believes that perhaps, the husband really does not know the so-called breathing method. Yes, it's the kind of breathing you think of. Sumu said calmly, then your goal is to learn each other's breathing, and strive to enter his breathing state yourself. Yes, sir. Coach Akane and Coach Shinobu both seriously surrendered, trying to recall the process of the battle just now, but because the battle time was too short, and at the time, they didn't pay much attention to each other's breathing, so it was impossible to start for a while. I don't understand what the difference is between the other party's breathing and their instinctive breathing. Beside him, listening to Sumu's ruthless teaching, the young man under Chuzeho's face was somewhat ugly. This man really didn't take himself seriously at all. Consider yourself a training object for your students? Ah! Is it with my consent? Your Excellency, it's too self-righteous. Do I agree to be their training object? Sabato raised his head, and the silver pupils under Kyuxinghu's face stared at the man wearing a bamboo hat and shrouded in black. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but he could feel that the person in front of him should be older than him. I can also feel that this person should be stronger, at least, stronger than the Kocho sisters just now, otherwise, the Kocho sisters will not call the other Mr. Only. The other party must have underestimated himself too much. As a disciple of Urokadaka Seikanji, his strength is very powerful. Even if the opponent is strong, if they can't practice the breathing method, they are just ordinary people after all. Ordinary people are the strongest. It's just the limit of the human body. And they, through the breathing method, can instantly increase their physical abilities by a large margin, and they have physical abilities comparable to ghosts, but they have the ability to go beyond the limits of the human body. Defeat you, and naturally agree. Sumu raised his eyes and said something calm. Sabato's tone suffocated. This sentence is indeed correct. It is indeed possible to defeat him. But it's so easy to beat me, so easy to say, Your Excellency, how arrogant. Sabato sneered. He has a reason for saying this. Although the fighting skills and fighting abilities shown by the Kocho sisters just now shocked him, the opponent, after all, in the state of an ordinary person, does not know the so-called breathing method at all, and there is no so-called ability to play. Ways to push the limits of the human body ability. Then, it also proves that their so-called husband should not know the breathing method and the method to break through the human body's limit ability, otherwise, they will not even teach excellent students like them. A person who can't even break through the limits of the human body, no matter how strong, can't be his opponent. Sabato's words, Sumu just smiled and didn't give any answer, but stood there and said quietly, "Go ahead, otherwise, you have no chance." How arrogant! Sabato is also happy, but the more solemn his face is, after seeing the battle between himself and the Kocho sisters, he dares to say such a thing. How can he not rely on it at all? So, Sabato took a step forward, his feet bent slightly, his body squatted slightly, one hand pressed the scabbard around his waist, and the other held the hilt, in a posture of drawing the sword. Sabato disciple, Sabato, please enlighten me. Chapter 71. Sabato disciple, Sabato, please enlighten me. Sabato took an offensive stance and looked extremely serious. Under Sumu, please advise. Sumu nodded and said plainly. Compared to Sabato's serious posture, Sumu's posture is still the same, and even his palm is not on the hilt. This kind of action made Sabato frown under Kuzeho's face. At the same time, there was an unprovoked anger in his heart. Other side. I really underestimate myself. He was slightly angry in his heart, but he was more vigilant in his heart. Maybe the other party's attitude was really relied upon. Whether it is really relying on it or being arrogant, when you really try it, everything will be clear. Is it a paper tiger? If it is pierced, it will naturally reveal its true colors. So, bend down almost instantly. The knees are bent, the muscles tense for a moment. Ready. Next second. The soil under Sabato's feet splashed, and before the splashed soil had just risen, Sabato's figure disappeared in place in an instant. A fast and ruthless knife met Sumu's face and slashed in the air. However, Sabato still kept 3 points of strength, but he was worried that the other party was just an arrogant person. If he couldn't stop his knife, he could take it back in time, so as not to really kill the person in front of him. SHH. A sword fell, and there was a whistling sound in the air. It's just that, ready to go, the inevitable knife did not hit the enemy, and was easily avoided by the opponent. Boom! The sharp sword slashed to the ground, directly cutting a long and narrow knife mark on the ground. The knife marks penetrated deep into the ground. The sword fell in the air, and the silver eyes under Chulaho's face instantly solidified. The other party was not an arrogant person, but really powerful people. At this moment, Sabato's expression became extremely solemn, and he no longer had any thoughts of holding back. Start breathing at this moment. And I don't know when, Sumu's figure reappeared in front of Sabato, still standing as calmly as before, still not holding the handle of the knife, and even not planning to use the knife. The scarlet eyes quietly looked at Sabato on the opposite side, then turned back and calmly said to Sister Kocho, who was watching the battle seriously, "Pay attention to the other's breathing, he has already started breathing." The sister's eyes widened at this moment, purple eyes staring at Sabato's breathing rhythm without blinking. I can clearly feel that with the other party's breathing, the other party's momentum begins to grow. Seeing that Sumu was not paying attention to himself when he was fighting with him, and that he was also teaching the people around him, an angry, unprovoked Sabato was generated inside. Really, unforgivable. Grip the handle of the knife tightly. The white handle, the blue blade, and the hexagonal black blade seemed to inject inexplicable energy at this moment, and the blade glowed with a layer of blue light. Gritting his teeth, Sabato is ready to attack again. It's just that the other party's posture of standing calmly makes him feel like he can't start. Obviously there are flaws everywhere, but it seems that it is not a flaw at all, but a bait that deliberately lures him to attack. The hand holding the knife is getting tighter, and the breathing is getting faster and faster. But throughout, Sabato was unable to find the right offensive opportunity. Before he knew it, sweat formed on his forehead. The breathing is also getting faster and faster, and it seems that the state of his full concentration breathing will stop at any time. Compared to his own consumption at the moment, where the other party is still standing calmly, it seems that there is no loss at all. Obviously, the opponent's strength is stronger than himself, and much stronger than himself. Can't delay any more. With his current mastery of water breathing, he cannot maintain the state of full concentration breathing all the time like his master Urokodaka Seikanji. Now, he can maintain the state of breathing for only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you will exit the breathing state, and you will be exhausted. At that time, it is the worst state. Since I can't find the other party's flaws at this moment, that can only attack frontally. Even if you can't defeat the other party, you mustn't let the other party look down on you. After all, he is also Lin Taki's disciple. There is pride in himself. Chapter 72. Chong. The autumn-like long sword was drawn out again, emitting a bleak blue light in the soft moonlight. Kill! With a loud shout, Sabato's knife also slashed out at this moment. The speed of the knife was slow at first, then extremely fast, and the boy's figure also moved with the movement of the blade. In the process of cutting out the light blue blade, only a faint after-image could be seen. So strong! Both Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu narrowed their eyes, and at this moment, they couldn't even trace Sabato's figure. It turns out that the other party didn't use all his strength before. Kocho's hand clenched the hilt of the blade around her waist, her purple eyes drooping slightly. "Sir, can you stop it?" Kocho Shinobu was a little worried. They had never seen Mr. really go all out, and they didn't fully understand Mr. S' strength. At this moment, the strength that Sabato showed had completely exceeded the strength that Mr. showed to them in the usual actual combat. And at this moment, Sumu raised his head slightly. The scarlet ons under the hat could not be hidden even by the black curtain hanging down from the hat. At this moment, Sabato's eyes instantly met the pair of scarlet eyes, and a feeling of being stared at by evil spirits that came out of the abyss filled his body. Sabato shivered uncontrollably. This person, how can his eyes be so terrifying? It seems that he really looks like a ghost. Although his heart was horrified, Sabato kept moving, and the powerful strike that was poised to be cut off. Blinking his eyes, he was in front of Sumu. Knowing Sumu's strength, Sabato didn't hold back any blows. Also at this moment, Sumu shot. From hand to handle, to unsheathing, to lifting. In an instant, the continuous action from holding the knife, unsheathing, and slashing is only completed in an instant. Clang! Sparks shot out, and Sabato's charged knife was blocked. Not only that, but the opponent took over his own charged knife. The hand holding the knife didn't tremble at all, it was still steady, so easy and freehand. You must know that your own knife is going all out, accumulating a knife, and the other party just hurriedly block with the knife. Sabato's heart is very clear about how much force he uses with this knife. But even so, it was easily blocked. At this moment, Sabato has already realized that he is no match for this person at all. With the handle of the knife in hand, Sabato stood there for a long time. The complexion under Chu Disaster Fox's face changed for a while. Long time. Only finally sighed. I lost. The strongest blow has been easily blocked, and there is no point in continuing. He is not his opponent after all. At this moment, he had too many doubts in his heart, and he could feel that the other party did not use breathing, or any other means, to the extent that he achieved it entirely by himself. There is no need for any means or skills at all, and it has already surpassed the limit of the human body, such a strong physical quality. Even the master Urokodaka Seikanji is far from that, right? Why is the physical quality of the other party so strong? This is afraid that it has reached the level of inhumanity. There is doubt in my heart, but I can only bury it in my heart, ready to wait for the master to come back and ask. Then, please be your sparring partner for a while. Sumu nodded, pointed at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, and made a bland decision. And the other party has no choice. Beside, Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu's eyes light up at this moment. They have been looking forward to the breathing method for a long time. Even if the other party Sabato cannot teach the breathing method, wouldn't they still steal it? Sabato's face was a little ugly under the disgusting fox's face, but he did not choose to reject Sumu's decision at the moment. However, there is still some unwillingness in his heart. I'm not the strongest in Gorge Mist. Sabato raised his head and looked at Sumu. I know. Sumu replied indifferently. When the master comes back, I will ask the master to fight with you. Sabato gritted his teeth. Not interested. Sumu replied indifferently. Sabato was about to say something else, but Sumu turned back and looked at Kocho and Kocho Shinobu, who were still standing there. What are you doing here? Do you want to be a goose? The sparring has been found, don't waste it. Being reprimanded by the husband, Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu blushed, stood up immediately, and drew out the swords around their waists. Kocho-chan Megami. Kocho Shinobu. Please advise. Almost at the same time. Next second. The figures of the two sisters suddenly moved towards Sabato and attacked. Sumu stood there, staring faintly at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were attacking with all their strength, but more eyes were on Sabato's breath. Sensing the opponent's breathing rhythm, the scarlet eyes under the hat kept flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 73. Whoosh! Sabato gasped heavily, leaned on the ground with Nichiren blades with one hand, and half knelt on the ground, looking forward as if looking at a monster. Ahead, on the muddy ground not far away, two young girls had already been knocked to the ground by him. But at this moment, the two girls who were knocked down struggled, slowly, and stood up again. Kocho-chan Megami. Kocho Shinobu. Please enlighten me. The two girls staggered to their feet, holding the hilt of their swords, and spoke calmly to Sabato in front of them. Seeing this scene, Sabato's hand holding the handle of the knife also trembled slightly. He didn't know how many times he had knocked down Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu. Every time he knocked them down, he thought that the battle was over and they would stand up again. Fall again and again. Get up again and again. Time and time again, he thought it was impossible for the other party to stand up again, but each time, the other party would be more tenacious than he imagined and stood up again. Sabato didn't know that almost every 2 days, after the physical recovery was almost the same, the actual combat training that Kocho and Kocho Shinobu would have with Sumu was even more brutal than this. In the actual battle with Mr. Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu, they could hardly feel the dawn of victory. They still failed again and again and stood up again and again. And the battle with Sabato, at least, the sisters can feel the dawn of victory. As before, the other party can no longer use the breathing method, and if they cannot use the breathing method, they are standing on the same starting line as them. So, next. Almost instantly, the two sisters moved suddenly. Damn it, am I better than you two girls? Seeing Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu attacking again, Sabato gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up again. He was an orphan since childhood, and was adopted by his master Urokodaka Seikanji, who inspired him to save those suffering from evil spirits just like his master. In the future, his enemies will be evil spirits. Even evil spirits are not afraid. How could they be afraid of two people, or two girls? Come on, who's afraid of who? Sabato clenched the Nichiren blades again, and now, he can no longer use the breathing method, and because of the excessive use of the breathing method, his whole body fell into a state of extreme exhaustion. But the two girls on the opposite side could be knocked down again and again and stood up again and again. How could he not bear the extreme physical exhaustion? He couldn't even be worse than these two girls. The battle continues. Sumu stood aside, watching all this silently. Beside, chestnut flowers fell. Chanel stood next to Sumu, her pink-purple eyes fell on the three people who were swaying on the field. Obviously exhausted, obviously no more energy. Still choose to stand up again. If Chanel is facing such a situation, can she stand up like Sister Chanahui and Sister Shinobi? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel thought silently in her heart, and couldn't help looking at the evil uncle beside her. Uncle Evil Ghost, it's already like this. Why do brothers and sisters insist on it? They obviously have no strength, why are they still not willing to give up? Sumu turned around. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was looking at him with pink and purple eyes, and those beautiful eyes had a trace of confusion. The hand gently stroked the chestnut flower falls. Chineu's head, looking at the three people who were still shaking, holding swords and rushing towards each other, their eyes were calm. Because, in their hearts, there is support for them to do this and support for what they are unwilling to give up. Support what's holding on to their hearts. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel whispered softly. When will Chanel have something to support her heart, she will be as strong as them. He explained softly. So, uncle, do you have something in your heart that supports you? Sumu smiled. I patted Li Huoluo. Chanel's little head, then Chanel, guess, does uncle have something in his heart to support him? Uncle must have something in his heart. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked up. Then what is the thing that supports uncle's heart? Sumu was slightly startled. Could it be little Chanel? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost blinked her pink and purple eyes, and those eyes were full of anticipation. Sumu smiled, scratched the bridge of the girl's nose, did not answer, just raised her head and quietly looked at the dark night sky. Looking at his uncle's back, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost stretched out a small hand and tugged at Sumu's sleeve. Sumu lowered his head and looked at the chestnut flowers with some doubts. Chanel almost. Uncle evil, in fact, Chanel already has something to support him. Oh. Sumu was slightly curious. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel reached out a small hand and grabbed the Nicaran blades on the waist of the evil uncle. It's it, what supports me is it. Looking at the Nicaran blades that the girl was grabbing at, under the hat, Sumu's eyes lowered slightly, and his mood was inexplicably low. Is it a ghost hunter? No, it's a sword. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel shook his head. It's a sword that exists to protect. I want to be the sword in the hands of the evil uncle. Chapter 74. Quiet wooden house. There isn't much furniture, but it was cleaned very well. On the table, the teacup was still steaming, indicating that the owner of the room should still be nearby. At this moment, the aroma of this fragrant food lingers in the air, coming from the kitchen next to the room. Next to the stove, a soft flame rose, and a girl with long black hair in a short kimono with a plum blossom pattern was squatting by the stove. Although the front is not visible, the curves shown through the side are quite slender. The girl seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned her head and looked out the door. A young man with flesh-colored medium-length hair wearing a disaster-removing fox mask, wearing a tortoise-shell pattern interwoven with yellow, orange, and green, was limping over. Senior brother, you are. The girl looked at Sabato in surprise at this moment. I have never seen my brother look so embarrassed. Accidentally fell on the road. Sabato explained with an unnatural look on his face. Then senior, be careful when you walk. The girl's eyes habitually narrowed slightly, revealing a beautiful gap, and the little fox mask with a blue flower pattern on the girl's face made her whole figure look like a little fox who really snickered. Sabato probably also understood that the younger sister Makomo saw through his lie and didn't care much, but raised his head and looked at the wooden house next to him. Is the master back? Hearing his brother's question, Makomo shook his head, with a hint of worry in his eyes. It stands to reason that the master should have returned last night. But, seemingly thinking of something, both Makomo and Sabato fell silent. Master should be able to bring senior brother back safely. Makomo pursed his lips, his little hands gripping his clothes slightly. Since I was adopted by my master and remembered, I have had many brothers and sisters who were like family members. But, gradually, one by one never appeared in front of him again. Slowly, Makomo learned that these senior brothers and sisters were participating in a ghost hunter assessment called Tengzishan. But, all, stay in Tengzishan. And this time, another senior participated in the assessment of Tengzishan. Can he come back safely? I'm sure. I'll be able to come back safely. She didn't want to see the master standing alone on the top of the mountain, silently stroking the mask he made by himself. The bottom of the master's heart is also suppressed. In pain. Senior brother is so powerful, he will definitely be able to come back safely. Sabato replied to Makomo seriously, and seemed to be replying to himself. In the small pot, the boiled food made a gumbling sound, accompanied by the heat of steaming the aroma of the food. But neither the tired Sabato nor the Makomo who was standing beside him wanted to eat, but looked towards the door and the mountain road where the sun fell. And on the rough mountain road, an old man wearing a ferocious Tengu mask led a child and walked towards the gorge mist with heavy steps. The figure of the old man is like a lonely background painting, with an innumerable sense of vicissitudes. The black-haired boy who was being held by the old man kept his head down and his mouth shut. The boy's face still had residual panic and inexplicable sadness. Seemingly feeling the sadness of the young man, the old man stretched out his hand and touched the young man's head. "Jiyu, it's coming soon, you will have a new senior brother, senior sister, and they will take good care of you." The teenager lowered his head, just pursed his lips. "Actually, I might as well die instead of my sister." The old man's hand stroking the young man's hand froze slightly, and his expression was slightly sad. If he could come earlier, perhaps, many tragedies could be avoided, and the child's sister and family would not. Inexplicable self-blame in my heart, and thinking of the disciple who stayed in Tengzishan like a child again, I felt inexplicable pain in my heart, and my footsteps stumbled slightly, almost falling to the ground. With the strength of the old man, it should be impossible for him to walk unsteadily like this, but at this moment, it appeared suddenly, which shows the mood of the old man. Sabato and Makomo stood at the door, and soon, they saw the master who came back, and a child about 12 or 13 years old who was led by the master. Only, I didn't see my senior brother. For a moment, both Makomo and Sabato were silent for a moment. Unconsciously, he clenched his palms. Master is back. Suppressing his inner emotions, Makomo barely smiled and greeted him with a smile. Sabato also showed a cheerful smile. Looking at Makomo and Sabato facing him, the old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and his throat tightened slightly. "I'm sorry I couldn't bring your senior brother back." The old man lowered his head slightly, as if speaking to Makomo and Sabato, and to himself. Makomo took the luggage from the old man's hand and said softly, "Master, where do you need to say sorry?" However, at the moment when he lowered his head, his beautiful eyes were already full of mist, and a very low sobbing sound could be vaguely heard. Although Sabato didn't cry, his eyes were still red, and he couldn't help but hit a big tree next to him with his palm. The trees trembled for a while, the branches swayed, and with the sound of rustling, large leaves fell. Dark cave. A pair of sisters fell asleep hugging each other. Next to it, the bonfire was burning, and the flames warmed the sisters so that they would not feel cold. Beside the bonfire, a man wearing a bamboo hat and shrouded in black is silently adding firewood to the bonfire. Occasionally, his eyes will look at the flames of the burning bonfire, and occasionally, at the hole. Facing the direction of the hole, a little girl was holding a short stick, practicing he. Under the sun, the tired sweat on the girl's forehead slowly fell with her delicate voice. Chapter 75. Master, this is... Sabato looked at the boy who was following his master Urokadaka Seikanji. Urokadaka Seikanji patted Tomioka Jiyu's head. "His name is Tomioka Jiyu, he is the new disciple of the master, your junior brother." The black-haired boy walked out obediently. Although his face was still filled with unconcealed sadness, he still said respectfully, "I have seen senior brother, senior sister." Sabato stepped forward and patted Tomioka Jiyu on the shoulder. "Hello, junior brother." Beside him, Makomo also wiped his eyes with his hands and blinked. "Hello, little brother, it's the first time we meet, I didn't prepare any gifts." Makomo's voice is soft, as crisp and sweet as a cuckoo. "Sabato, you will be responsible for teaching Jiyu in the future, remember and protect him." Urokadaka Seikanji nodded slightly when he saw the harmonious scene in front of him, and at the same time, he gave Sabato an order. "Yes, master, I will definitely teach Jiyu well," Sabato said seriously. Back in the room, we had lunch together in silence. Although there were new juniors and new members, it was gratifying to add new members, but there were not many smiles on everyone's faces. Because, there are older brothers who will never come back to eat with everyone. For Urokadaka Seikanji, it means that the owner of another mask he made by himself is no longer there. After dinner, Sabato went alone to the room of the master Urokadaka Seikanji. "I have seen the master." Sabato looked respectful and looked at the master, full of reverence. In Sabato's eyes, the master Urokodaka Seikanji is both a teacher and a father. When I first came back, I saw that you seemed to have something to say to me. Urokodaka Seikanji knew about Sabato very well, just like his own child. He saw the strangeness of Sabato today, but he didn't ask. Yes, master. Sabato nodded earnestly. Tell me. Urokodaka Seikanji also straightened his body and nodded. It's such a master. The disciple has a doubt. In this world, is there still a way to go beyond the limits of the human body without relying on the breathing method? Sabato said seriously, remembering the scene of the battle with Sumu last night. Sabato is still feeling terrified. The opponent's body's ability alone surpassed him after using the breathing method. Naturally there is. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded. It is not only the full concentration breathing of the Ghost Slayer that can make people's physical fitness exceed the limit of the human body, there are other methods in this world that can make people's physical fitness exceed the limit. Seemingly caught in a memory, Urokodaka Seikanji said slowly, I once met a hermit named Higo Kyojuro, although I never fought with him, but the other party felt very dangerous to me, and the other party's physical fitness should surpass human limits. Bigo Kyojuro. Sabato murmured slightly. Later I heard that it seems that he finally founded the school of Feishin Yujian Liu, and the purpose of practicing swordsmanship is to eliminate the strong and help the weak, and the purpose of our ghost-killing team is to kill evil ghosts, so there is no intersection with them. In addition to Feishin Yujian Liu, there are also some ancient schools. As far as I know, there are Kamagu Hwaxin Liu, Iliu, Yuding fan-style boxing method, crying wushu, one-knife style. Urokodaka Seikanji spoke up, telling what he knew. Sabato listened carefully, thinking about what Sumu relies on to break through the limits of the human body. Seemingly seeing the disciple's curiosity about these genres, Urokodaka Seikanji also patted Sabato's shoulder. Don't worry too much about these things, our ghost-killing team doesn't have much intersection with these genres, and our ghost-killing team's complete works mid-breath is no weaker than any genre in the world. Saying that, Urokodaka Seikanji also showed a very serious expression. Sabato, you have to understand a truth, all people who have reached the top will eventually reach the same destination, even if the times change, even if the journeys they have experienced are vastly different, they will eventually reach the same destination. So, don't envy other genres. Those who are poor and strange, return to the same place. Master, I understand. Sabato spoke earnestly. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded and continued, you and Makomo are my favorite disciples, hope. The latter words, Urokodaka Seikanji never said again. Those children who had placed their hopes on him have all left behind Teng Zishan. P.S. I saw some readers say that Tomioka Jiyu apprenticed to Urokodaka Seikanji after Sabato died. Let me explain, this is wrong, not true. Sabato and Jiyu participated in the trial of Teng Zishan together. Moreover, when he participated in the final selection of Fujitsuyama, Jiyu was beaten by the attacking ghost at the beginning, but he was rescued by Sabato and asked to be taken care of by others. When Jiyu woke up and learned that the selection was over, Tomioka Jiyu passed the selection because he didn't kill a single ghost, but Sabato, who defeated almost all the ghosts, was killed by Tianai in the end. This incident also became a knot in Jiyu's heart. Later, Tomioka Jiyu was cold, low-key, and hardly stood with other pillars. Most of the reasons were because of this. Even after Jiyu became a pillar, he still thought that he did not really pass the final selection at all. And then I think I don't deserve to stand with Zhu's friends. So, obviously it wasn't after Sabato's death that Jiyu apprenticed to Linteki. Asterisk. Chapter 76. At night. Everything is silent. Sabato stood up silently, opened the door gently, and disappeared into the darkness. However, halfway through, Sabato stopped again and looked back. Come out. A teenage girl in a smiling fox mask with a blue flower pattern walks out of the jungle. It was none other than Makomo. Senior brother, where are you going to go out so late? The girl's voice was ethereal, and her words were light and flirtatious. Sabato was silent. Why do you hide it from me, senior brother? I saw the embarrassed appearance of senior brother this morning. Makomo smiled and blinked. Sabato had no choice but to tell the truth about what happened last night. After listening to the senior brother's words, Makomo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. That person is so powerful. Very strong. Sabato nodded. Then I want to see it too. Makomo showed a look of eagerness to try. How powerful, to be able to bully senior brother Sabato like that, it is not easy. She is very clear about her brother Sabato's strength. A vacant lot. Sumu stood with his hands behind his back, followed by Kocho Shinobu, both of whom looked forward. Kocho Chanahui and Li Huoluo. Shanahu held a wooden sword and faced each other more than 10 meters apart. Drink. With the sound of a childish child, Chana took a step forward, holding a wooden sword and attacking Kocho Chanahui. However, it is clear that Li Huoluo Chanel is still too small, and there is a big gap between the strength of Kocho and Chanel. It's not so much that two people are fighting, it's better to say that Kocho Chanahui is giving chestnut flowers. Chanel is almost feeding. It was another wooden sword fight, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chana was almost swayed by Kocho Chana Megami, and her figure staggered for several steps before she swayed and stood firm. At this time, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's face had turned slightly pale. Okay, almost there. Kocho Chanahui felt a little distressed about the chestnut flowers falling. Chanel, put away the sword, and planned to put it away. It's still far from the limit. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel gritted her teeth. I can still continue to fight, Sister Chanel, please continue. Having said that, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost carried the wooden sword, and attacked Kocho Chanahui again, but by this time, the girl's footsteps were already shaky. Clang! He blocked the chestnut flower falling. Chineu's attack. Kocho Chanahui's entire figure stepped back, looking at the girl who was swaying, gritted her teeth and insisted. She turned back helplessly and looked at Sumu. Gentlemen. Sumu nodded, facing Li Huoluo, who was already shaking and planning to continue fighting. Shanahu said, Shanahu, this is the end of the day. But, uncle, I can still. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and looked at Sumu, her pink-purple eyes with a request. She felt that she was far from reaching her limit. Before, Sister Chanel, Sister Ninja persisted much longer than herself. What can be done by Sister Megami and Sister Shinobi, Chanel feels that she can do it too. I said, that's okay. Seeing the chestnut flowers falling. Chanel still insisted. Sumu's voice also became a lot more severe. Seeing the evil ghost uncle seemed to be angry, the chestnut flowers fell. Chana was a little unwilling to put away the wooden sword. Feeling somewhat bad. She felt that she was not good enough. Far inferior to Sister Chana Hui and Sister Shinobi. Putting away the wooden sword, the small body swayed and came to Sumu. I will work harder in the future. With his hand stroking the girl's small head, Sumu's voice was also gentle. Shana, it's already great. Saying that, he patted the girl's head. Go and rest. Looking at the look of her husband doting on Li Huoluo. Chineu, Kocho Chanahui, and Kocho Shinobu's eyes were full of envy. They have never been treated so tenderly by Mr. He treats them harshly. Even harsh. And to the chestnut flowers. Chanel has always been gentle. Sometimes, I am really jealous of Li Huoluo. Chanel, she is so lucky to have someone who treats her so well. Sister, sir, is really kind to Chanel. Kocho Shinobu came to his sister's side at some point, and muttered a little jealously. Caressing her sister's head, Kocho Kani looked towards her husband, who was comforting her gently at this moment. Actually, Mr. is also a very gentle person, but we are not worthy of gentle treatment by Mr. Kocho Kani lowered her head slightly and said softly. Asterisk. Chapter 77. Why, we don't deserve gentle treatment from Mr. Kocho Shinobu looked up and looked at his sister in confusion. Perhaps, in Mr. S' view, our existence means nothing to him, and it is not worthy of gentleness from Mr. Kocho Chanel lowered her head slightly. Our existence means nothing to Mr. Kocho Shinobu repeated the words of his sister, and at the same time, his eyes fell to the chestnut flower. He looked over to Chineu. So, what about Chineu? What is the meaning of her existence to Mr. Do not know. Kocho Kani shook her head. These, only Mr. S own heart knows best, how can we outsiders know? With his hands, he gently stroked the hair of his sister's ninja. Her hair was getting longer and longer, and the once short hair had gradually reached the position of the neck. Then, sister, how do you confirm the meaning of a person's existence to a person? Look at this person, what place does he occupy in this person's heart? Kocho Kanawai gently answered her sister, it's like, my sister is the person my sister cares about the most, so my sister is the most important person in the world for my sister. So, my sister is the gentlest sister in the world towards ninja. Then, sister, why can't we occupy some place in Mr. S heart? In this way, Mr. can treat us as gently as Chanel. Kocho Shinobu grumbled. Kocho Kanai lowered his head, we are not important people in the world of Mr. We are a dispensable existence to Mr. Perhaps, in the eyes of Mr., taking us is just a burden. Then sister, why can't we be the most important person in Mr. S eyes? Kocho Kani shook her head, her younger sister was still too young and didn't understand many things. If my sister becomes the husband's wife, will the husband care about us? Suddenly, a small, soft voice entered Kocho's ears. Kocho's delicate face immediately flushed, she covered her sister's mouth nervously, and glanced nervously at her husband, making sure that the husband didn't notice this, and he was slightly relieved. Letting go of her sister's mouth, Kocho Kani stared at Ninja angrily, sister, what are you talking about? Forbearance was a little dissatisfied, sister, I didn't talk nonsense. If the elder sister becomes the husband's wife, then the husband will treat the elder sister gently. Be gentle with your sister too. Don't talk nonsense anymore. But sister, you are almost an adult, and you have to think about your future husband. Speaking of this, Kocho Shinobu's mood suddenly became low. Dad, when my mother was still there, many people came to the house to mention things about my sister. My elder sister is the most talented beauty in town. Whether it's gohan, flower arrangement, or tea ceremony, she does a good job. Many people in the town are obsessed with elder sister. Those people have tried to get close to elder sister through me, but none of those people have a worthy elder sister. If my father and mother were still there, I would have already started thinking about my sister's marriage. The voice gradually fell. Kocho Shana lowered her head slightly and stroked her sister's head with her hand. Sister, I don't want to think about it so much now, I just want to take a good look at Ninja and accompany Ninja. Actually, I feel that Mr. is very good. My sister also said that Mr. is a very gentle person. It will also be a very gentle husband. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Kocho Kani grabbed her sister's ear. But, did my sister really think about it in her heart? Don't talk nonsense, sir, won't you care about us? My sister is not a husband, how do you know what your husband is thinking? Besides, my sister is so beautiful, as long as she is a normal man. Snapped. The little head was hit hard. If you talk nonsense again, I will give you to Mr. Aya, big sister, Ninja is still so young and hasn't grown up yet. However, if Mr. likes. Kocho's face was flushed, and she turned her head away and didn't look at her sister. Kocho Shinobu raised his head, looked at his angry sister who turned her head away, leaned over with a smile, and hugged her sister's slender waist. Sister, they are joking with you. Humph. Kocho Kani didn't speak, and seemed to be sulking. Sister is so beautiful and gentle, how can you cheapen those people outside? Of course, only sister can be cheap. Pfft. Kocho Kani was also amused by the words of forbearance, she turned her head back angrily, spread her hands left and right, and pinched the little face of forbearance. These words, don't talk nonsense in the future, sister doesn't care, but sir. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and said in a low voice, will you be annoying, sir? The girl lightly patted her little sister's head, we've been relying on others. Saying that, he gently rubbed his sister's soft hair, Mr. has been good enough to us. Although it is very strict, my sister can feel that Mr. is really teaching us with all his heart. I see. Kocho Shinobu nodded. It's just, sister, you really haven't thought about your marriage. Kocho Shinobu still couldn't hold back his mouth. It's still early. Kocho-chan Ahui smiled and said, I still have to watch my sister grow up and be happy. Only then will my sister consider it. Why do you have to wait for my sister to grow up? Kocho Shinobu is a little dissatisfied, and always feels that he has delayed his sister. Kocho-chan Ahui just gently rubbed her sister's hair. For Chan Ahui, her father and mother are no longer there, only her sister. As the eldest sister, it is her responsibility to take good care of her younger sister. It is also the unfulfilled responsibility of the deceased father and mother. Is her a must-do thing. Asterisk. Chapter 78. Since you're here, why don't you come out? Sumu put his hands on his back, looked at the dark night sky, and spoke calmly. The leaves moved with a susu, the figure of the wrong rabbit fell to the ground, and the silver eyes below the face of Kuzeho stared at Sumu, but soon, he lowered his head. Sumu turned back, glanced at the other person lightly, and then put his eyes behind him. Come out. Under the hat, a slightly hoarse voice came out. A teenage girl wearing a smiling fox mask with a blue flower pattern jumped out of the shadow of the tree behind her. She has black medium-length hair, and her hair is softly draped behind her shoulders, and she wears a short kimono with a plum blossom pattern. The mask's cover made it impossible to see the girl's face, but she could also feel that there must be a beautiful girl under the mask. Looking at the woman, Sumu naturally recognized that this was a girl named Makomo, who, like Zo Rabbit, was a disciple of Urokadaka Seikanji. Looking at each other, Sumu's expression was still flat. Makomo stretched out his hand and twisted the black hair that fell on his chest. Today, my brother was very embarrassed when he came back. Come to think of it, he was bullied by you 5. The beautiful eyes under the fox mask narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Why, want to avenge your senior brother? Sumu spoke lightly. Hey! It's not to avenge the senior brother, just a little curious. After all, I have never seen my senior brother being beaten so embarrassingly, it is not easy to be able to bully senior brother like that. Saying that, Makomo's beautiful eyes glanced slightly towards the wrong rabbit. After being said so by Makomo, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly under the face of the rabbit and the fox. So, hey! The girl's figure jumped up, then landed gracefully, and stopped a few dozen meters in front of Sumu. With his hand, he lightly pressed the handle of the knife on his waist. Hey, Makomo, the disciple of the lower scale Taki, please enlighten me. 35. Saying that, Makomo drew the blade from his waist. The lake blue round-bottomed dagger is dotted with pink flowers, and as the faint moonlight falls on it, it exudes a bleak blue light. You should go with your senior brother. 99. Sumu raised his head and said something flat. Your Excellency. I really despise this little girl, but I'm not weaker than senior brother. The girl gritted her teeth slightly, and although she had a mask to cover it up, she could feel that the girl under the mask must have pouted her mouth slightly, with a cute and dissatisfied look. Not looking down, just saying the truth. 55. It's so ugly to speak, but it won't be liked by girls at all. 99. Yes. Shrugging his shoulders, Sumu said indifferently, I didn't intend to be liked. Makomo was stunned for a moment, then snickered. It's really fun. After speaking, the girl's figure was straight, and the slightly petite figure actually faintly exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere at this moment. Your Excellency, please hold your sword. 99. She said seriously. Sumu still stood there calmly, did not draw his sword, just glanced at Makomo lightly and shook his head, no need. If you brothers and sisters join forces, I may need to draw a sword, but you alone are not enough. It's arrogant, very annoying. The girl bowed her head, although she was a little angry, her voice was still ethereal and light. Go ahead. 35. Sumu didn't want to waste time. As for Makomo's so-called arrogance, Sumu doesn't think that, but that he himself has a clear understanding of himself. The current Makomo, or the wrong rabbit, are not the strongest when they are even, it's still a long way off. And he has reached the level of an evolutionary ghost. Perhaps, the level of evolutionary ghosts is nothing, not even 12 Kazuki's chords. But no matter whether Makomo is still the wrong rabbit, now, at most, it can deal with the level of primary ghosts. Hearing Sumu say this, Makomo didn't say anything, tapped the ground with his feet, and in the next instant, the whole person disappeared from the place like a phantom. Compared with his brother Zuoto, he pays more attention to explosive power and strong power, while Makomo is extremely good in speed. Compared to his senior brother Sabato, Makomo's speed even exceeded several levels. Almost blinking, the girl's attack is close at hand. SHH. The bleak blade fell, but it slashed to the empty space. Girl frowning. The figure suddenly retreated, but soon found that the other party did not attack himself while his attack failed, but stood calmly in place. This scene made Makomo bite his silver teeth. Breathing also starts at this moment. Whoosh! A sword slashed faster than before, and the sound of the blade breaking through the air could only be heard vaguely, but it was almost impossible to see the direction of the blade. The blade cut through the air, stirring up turbulence in the air, blowing the girl's jet black hair into the air. However, the sword that the original force was bound to win was evaded by the opponent sideways. From beginning to end, as the other party said, there was no sword at all. I still don't believe it, I can't even force out a sword. Makomo, who has always been good-natured, was also a little angry at this moment, gritted his teeth, and his speed was even faster. On the field, I saw Sumu still standing calmly in the center, and around, an illusory figure flickered back and forth. Occasionally, Sumu in the center will occasionally step forward, left, and right, and every time he takes a side step, there is a sword light slashing at the position just before his side step. After 3 minutes of continuous full speed, the little girl's face was also slightly red, and she was panting heavily. It can be seen that this all-out action is very expensive for her. On the other hand, Sumu, who was standing in the center, was still standing there calmly. From beginning to end, there was no intention to use a knife. The black bamboo hat covered the face of the other party, making it impossible to see what the other party looked like at the moment, but Makomo always felt that the slightly scarlet eyes of the other party were carrying a hint of mockery. Almost without hesitation, a strong breathing surged through the chest, and a large amount of oxygen poured into the heart and lungs with the breathing, and burned in an instant. A powerful force began to spread across the girl's body. At this time, Sumu, who had been standing there calmly, raised his head, looked at the other party, and frowned slightly. You have reached the limit, stop, continue. Dojo. The girl said seriously. Next second, a ray of cold light flashed out, and this sword was almost twice as fast as the girl's previous fastest sword. Chong! A wisp of sword light flickered against the girl's sword. Seeing that Sumu finally made his sword, the girl under the fox mask also showed a triumphant smile, but then, there was a whirlwind feeling. The sequelae far beyond the current physical limit also appeared. The figure almost stumbled forward. Sumu dodged sideways. Bang, how many? The girl buried her face in the soft soil on the ground. Bah! After a while, the girl stood up, spat out the mud she had just sucked into her mouth, raised her head, and looked at the man who was still standing there quietly. Really? Really, rude man? Chapter 79. Makomo stood up angrily and stared fiercely at Sumu with slightly narrowed eyes. But she found that the other party didn't pay attention to her at all, which made her feel quite depressed, and she stuck out her tongue involuntarily. At this moment, Sumu has already turned his eyes to Sabato. Go ahead. 35. Makomo also looked at the wrong rabbit curiously, not understanding what Sumu wanted to make his senior brother continue. But I can feel that after the other party said these words, the brother's body was obviously trembling. In my memory, there are not many things that can make senior brothers fear. This made her even more curious. While Makomo was wondering, Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu had already stood up and walked towards the wrong rabbit. Kocho-chana Megami. Kocho Shinobu. Please enlighten me. 35. The Kocho sisters spoke almost in unison, as they did last night. Please rabbit, please advise. Please avoid restraining your inner emotions, and nodded seriously. Then, under Makomo's gaze, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu started to attack their senior brothers. It's just that these two people are still too weak compared to their senior brothers, but they have to admit that 020's attack methods are very sharp, and they are very strange, and coupled with their tacit understanding, even if the senior brothers are wrong, they still need to deal with it seriously. But, after all, it is not the opponent of senior brother wrong rabbit. Sure enough, Makomo didn't expect it, and it didn't take long for Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu to be knocked to the ground by their senior brothers. Makomo shook his head. The gap in strength made this challenge meaningless at all. But immediately, Makomo frowned. Because the senior brother Zyuoto did not relax in any way because he knocked down the two of them, on the contrary, he became more dignified. At this moment, Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu, who were knocked to the ground by Sumu, struggled to stand up again. Once again launched an attack on the wrong rabbit. Knocked down again and again, stood up again and again. Watching this scene, Makomo opened his mouth in astonishment, but never closed it for a long time. Everything in front of him gave Makomo a great shock. After a long time, Makomo withdrew his shocking gaze, and probably understood why his senior brother was so embarrassed when he came back yesterday. It is true that the brothers are stronger than Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu. If it is a life and death battle, I am afraid that it does not take too much energy to solve the two. But this is not a life and death battle. Rather, sparring. Moreover, the targets of sparring are still two women who are so stubborn and persistent. With his eyes down, Makomo felt an indescribable shock in his heart. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Sumu unconsciously. The black bamboo hat covered his face. Unable to see his face clearly, the whole person seemed to be shrouded in black shadows. Is it because you're ugly, so you don't want to see people? The girl muttered in a low voice with wickedness. The footsteps were a little on the ground, and the figure floated down not far from Sumu, looking up and down on the other party's body. Seemingly feeling Makomo's gaze, Sumu turned his head, and the scarlet eyes under the hat gave him a faint glance. And just in time, the girl's eyes just happened to be watching. The rippling scarlet pupils like a ghost made Makomo feel as if he was looking directly at a hell nightmare for a moment. Really, what a terrible look. He sighed heavily, and still had lingering fears when he thought of the terrifying look in his eyes. Involuntarily, there was a hint of timidity in his heart. But I feel that the other party doesn't seem to notice me again, CBBF, and my courage seems to be a little bigger. Why don't you let them stop, and if you continue, your body won't be able to bear it. Seeing the Kocho sisters who fell down again and stood up again, Makomo finally couldn't help asking Sumu. It can be seen that the pair of sisters are listening to the person in front of them, and perhaps this person can make them stop. Sumu turned his head and looked at this innocent girl. Do you think there are miracles in this world? Certainly. Makomo didn't even think about it. Maybe there will be. 99. Sumu nodded, non-committal. What's the meaning? Makomo always felt that the other party had unfinished words, even, completely to echo her and perfunctory her. But miracles don't belong to them. Sumu looked at the Kocho sisters who fell down again and stood up again, with a faint gaze. According to the original process, whether it is Sister Kocho Kani or Sister Kocho Shinobu, the final outcome is to die at the hands of evil spirits. The nature of this world is cruel. A miracle is called a miracle because it hardly ever happens, and it is better to face reality than to long for a miracle. When facing the real cruel reality, the power in their hands is the most reliant thing, and now, what they pay is what they rely on in the future. So, they have to work hard. Saying that, his eyes could not help falling on Makomo. His eyes were faint. In the future, miracles did not happen to the girl in front of him, so Makomo's final outcome was to have his limbs torn off by Tianai during the Tengzishan trial against Tianai, and eventually eaten. At the moment of life and death, a miracle did not come to the innocent girl in front of her. Saying that, he pointed at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were knocked down and stood up again. At this moment, Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu were obviously already on the verge of extreme exhaustion, but their eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a flame was burning in their eyes. But the wrong rabbit, who had the advantage, flinched a little in his eyes. Do you know why they work so hard? He looked at Makomo faintly. Why? Because they don't believe in miracles anymore. 35. Makomo opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. When their parents were devoured by evil spirits in front of their eyes, their thirst for miracles had been cut off. So, how can I make them stop? And this is their own choice. Chapter 80. They are all people who have lost miracles in their hearts. Sumu stood where he was and spoke calmly. This world is cruel, not a fairy tale. When despair really comes, the only thing you can believe is the sword in your hand. Makomo stood there, looking stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. When he looked at Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were still gritting their teeth and insisting, there was no more playfulness on their faces, but respect and admiration. Makomo, taught. 35. The girl turned her head, bent over, and sincerely thanked the person in front of her. Sumu ignored Makomo and continued to watch Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu, who were still on the field. Those words just now were not so much what he said to Makomo. Rather, he was speaking to himself. I am telling myself not to believe in so-called miracles, let alone think that when this world appears, I am the protagonist of this world. The world will not be shifted by his own will, and when oppressive forces come, he will still despair. On the field, the battle continues. Gradually, the tired wrong rabbit felt an extremely powerful pressure. The speed, strength, and stamina of Kocho and Kocho Shinobu seemed to be slowly rising. Soon. Please Rabbit noticed that the breathing of Kocho and Kocho Shinobu began to change. They are learning my breathing. At this moment, it seemed to be enlightened in an instant. It turned out that the so-called sparring is not just sparring, but for the Kocho sisters, it is more about learning. Generally speaking, this kind of inheritance involving the breathing method cannot be easily passed on to others. But at this moment, the figure of the rabbit took a few steps back, looking swaying, about to fall at any time, but relying on her strong perseverance to hold on to Sister Kocho, she suddenly felt that it would be good if the other party could learn to breathe. The eyes under Chu Zanhu's face drooped, and after a while, the boy raised his head and looked at the wobbly Kocho sisters across from him. Are you exhausted? Your body no longer has any strength. Both Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu were shocked, and they realized in an instant that the other party was teaching them their skills. Concentrate your whole body breathing. Do you feel the temperature of the blood in your body is rising? Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu tried their best to do what the wrong rabbit said, but soon, they couldn't hold on. After breathing to a certain extent, they could not breathe at all, and their lungs simply did not allow them to continue to inhale. Do you feel that the lungs are already weak? Is it really possible to have the ability to inhale? Ask the rabbit to stand still and breathe like the Kocho sisters, but compared to the Kocho sisters who can no longer breathe by this time, the wrong rabbit's breathing continues. How did he do it? 95. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu widened their eyes, and they also tried to breathe, but the chi that was inhaled into the body reached a certain level and could no longer continue. The body seems to be unable to bear the breathing at all. The most important thing is, the huge amount of energy burned during the breathing process flows into the limbs and bones, and this is the point that you are still unable to achieve. By doing this, you have mastered the essence of breathing. 9. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu listened carefully, not daring to utter a single word. Wholehearted concentration. No matter how tired you are, remember. Because this is something that is strong and self-reliant. After asking the rabbit, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu also began to try to breath. Time passed quietly in a slow passage. In the process of Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu immersed in the process of trying to breath, the wrong rabbit also came to Sumu again. I will continue to work hard, and next time, I will challenge you again. The young man looked very serious. 4 flowers. You are always welcome. Sumu nodded. Next time, I'll definitely surprise you. 35. Please be very serious. Then I'm looking forward to it. Sumu responded lightly. Then look forward to the next duel. Xiuotu said seriously, then turned around and took Makomo back to Gorge Mist. Looking at the backs of the two, Sumu looked indifferent. If the two can survive the trial of Tang Zishan, then, perhaps, the next confrontation may be a battle of life and death. Shaking his head, he set his eyes on Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu. At this moment, the two are immersed in the state of learning breathing. 00. With the abilities of this pair of sisters, if they learn to breath, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Even if it is myself, I am afraid that I will not be able to deal with it as easily as before. In the next actual combat training, I am afraid that it will become more and more difficult for myself. If your own strength is still standing still. So, before long, they will completely surpass themselves. And at that time, if this pair of sisters knew the identity of their evil ghost, put the power of life and death on others. Sumu held the sword hilt at his waist slightly with his hand, and stared at the sisters with scarlet eyes. Perhaps, for a moment, he considered ending them completely. But in the end, did not choose to do so. Not out of pity or sympathy. But because it's totally unnecessary. They are making progress, how can I stand still? Years. Raising his head, his scarlet eyes stared at the crescent moon in the dark sky. It's also time to start a ghost hunt. And they? Eyes on the Kocho sisters. Perhaps, it will also be a very good helper. Chapter 81. Dark Cave. The warm bonfire swayed, warming the whole cave. Beside the bonfire, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu embraced each other and slept. Even in deep sleep, their delicate faces still looked extremely tired. Last night's actual combat training, in addition to constantly thinking about breathing and trying to enter the breathing state. So tired. I was so tired that my little body couldn't take it anymore. In the sleep, the body turned over unconsciously as if touching the injured part of the body, which made the sleeping Kocho Kana Megami let out a painful groan. The purple eyes opened like Chanel, and the eyes covered by the long eyelashes were still deeply tired. Wake up! 35. A slightly hoarse voice rang in his ears. Kocho Shana looked to the side, and beside the warm bonfire, the husband was still wearing a black hat as usual, and his whole body was shrouded in black clothes that seemed to be 02 endless darkness. Holding a wooden spoon in his hand, he was stirring the small pot on the bonfire slowly and regularly. Gudong gudong. In the small pot, there was a continuous sound of food tumbling, and white mist like water vapor escaped, bringing the aroma of the food, and the fragrance of some herbs. Gentlemen! Kocho Kani reluctantly got up and shouted respectfully. When you wake up, come over and have something to eat. The rigorous training, the nutrition of the body's intake of food must keep up. A dull, hoarse voice came out from under the black hat. Kocho Kanawai nodded, but still couldn't help but glanced at her husband. The black hat covered her face, so that Kocho Kanawai couldn't see what the husband was like at all. I have never seen the real face of Mr. I'm actually curious. What will the gentleman under the hat be like? Will it be handsome? Or will it be gentle? Just like that, full of thoughtful thoughts, Kocho Chanel came to the campfire and handed over a bowl of meat porridge with the fragrance of herbs that had already been served. Thank you, sir. Respectfully took it, picked up the wooden spoon, and took a sip. The fragrance of food and herbs enter the throat along with the glutinous rice, and disperse into the limbs and bones with warm energy, providing nutrition for the body. The exhaustion seemed to have eased a lot. He secretly raised his head and looked at Mr. The gentleman was still gently stirring the small pot with a wooden spoon. The flickering light of the bonfire fell under the curtain under the black hat of the gentleman, and his face could never be seen. But such a gentle gentleman, want to come, the face under that mask will be incomparably gentle. Holding the wooden bowl in the hand, feeling the temperature of the food in the wooden bowl, the warm feeling is transmitted to the whole body along the palm. Very warm. Mr. is a very strict person and also cold, except for Tsuyuri Kanawo who has always been gentle, he is very indifferent to others. But why, I think Mr. is a gentle person. The girl continued to eat the meat porridge that warmed her heart and lungs in the wooden bowl. She thought, maybe it was a warm sense of security. Here in the harsh gentleman, Megami Channa feels a certain kind of protected security, just like her father is still alive and protected. Mr. Yu stood there, always feeling like he had support. How do you feel? The hoarse voice interrupted the girl's thoughts, causing the girl to panic for a moment, and the wooden bowl in her hands almost fell to the ground. There was a slight blush on the delicate face of the girl, and she suddenly felt a little guilty, worried that her inner thoughts would be seen by her husband. It's just that there are some inexplicable expectations. If the husband can see her heart, then what will the husband think of Kocho-Channa Hui? The body can still hold on. Kocho-Kanai lowered her head, concealed her inner thoughts, and asked in a low voice. I didn't ask you this, I asked you, how do you feel about breathing? I feel that I can find a little sense of breathing. If I try it for another 2 days, I feel that I should be able to enter the state of breathing. Kocho-Chanel Hui thought for a while and said. Master the state of breathing as soon as possible. 35. After saying this lightly, his eyes lifted slightly, and under the hat, his scarlet eyes looked out of the cave. Even if the hat was blocked, Kocho-Channa could see the gentleness of Mr. S scarlet eyes flashing under the hat. Follow the eyes of Mr. to look out. The warm sun shines on the cave. A little girl with black hair and purple eyes, pink hair tips, a single ponytail, and emerald green Kocho temple clips with pink edges is seriously practicing swordsmanship. A little bit of sweat has surfaced on the delicate and white face, with a gleaming light in the sun. The immature child's voice hoo-hoo, the wooden sword clenched in the small hand will always be chopped out at a fast speed, the girl does not always stay in one place, and sometimes jumps her footsteps, the white short boots jump gently. Sometimes rolls, sometimes kicks with one foot. Flexible posture. Show a variety of ultra-difficult moves. Looking at Mr. Chen's gentle gaze at Li Huoluo. Chanel's eyes, for some reason, suddenly felt a little jealous in his heart. I wish I could be treated with such gentle eyes by Mr. Chanel seems to be Mr. S' daughter? 35. Finally, Kocho-Chanel couldn't hold back her mouth. Perhaps, only her own daughter would treat her so tenderly. As for why Chanel always called Mr. Uncle, it might just be a habit. Beside the bonfire, Sumu, wearing a black hat, turned his head and looked at this delicate-looking girl. The girl has a slender figure, a slender waist, a well-developed bust. It all shows that the girl in front of her is developing in the direction of continuous maturity. It's not. Shook his head. Kocho-Channa lowered her head, held the wooden bowl in her hand, and said in a low voice, then why, sir, is always so gentle with Chanel? And we have never been treated with the slightest tenderness by Mr. 35. After saying this, Kocho-Kani regretted it, and she didn't know why she said it. Maybe it was something that my sister ninja suddenly said yesterday, or some kind of expectation in my heart, or some kind of dependence I felt when I stayed by my husband's side. Yes. Dependent security. Just like, after the death of her parents, she has been working hard to take care of and protect her sister's ninja responsibility, and work hard to be the protector. But a girl's tender heart needs more support to protect her. Perhaps it is also the desire for this hard dependence. While Mr. appears in front of a girl at her most youthful, most romantic, and most imaginative age. Mr. saved their sisters. The husband gave them the opportunity and taught them. The gentleman is always cold, but the colder it is, the more secure it is for the girl. Always use a black hat to cover her face, so that the girl is always inexplicably curious about the face of Mr. Probably, it was precisely because of these various reasons that the girl's heart throbbed. And at this moment, I can feel that the scarlet eyes of Mr. like the gods who lie high and prone in the world overlooking themselves. And she. It was just a small figure kneeling in front of the gods. Chapter 82. Scarlet Eyes stared at the girl for a long time before Sumu retracted his gaze. At such a moment, there was such a heartbeat in his heart, but soon, The heartbeat disappeared. He must understand a fact. He is a devil. Perhaps. Used to be human. But it doesn't matter anymore, people only care about his current status. And Kocho-chana Hui, a girl whose happiness was once destroyed by evil spirits. Reach out. Gently raised the girl's white jaw, and showed her slender neck like a swan in front of him. The girl closed her eyes slightly, her slender eyelashes blinked slightly, and seemed to be expecting something. What are you looking forward to? A hoarse voice came from under the dark hat. The girl's delicate body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but open her eyes, and she was greeted by indifferent, cold scarlet eyes under the hat. Those eyes were as terrifying as a ghost, and they looked straight into their eyes, as if facing a ghost. In an instant, there was infinite fear in my heart, as if I had returned to that night at this moment, and witnessed the night when my parents were terrified in front of me. The same cruel, indifferent look like a ghost. The 21 memories of fear once buried in her heart made Kocho stagger back. One was unstable, and the girl fell directly to the ground. Sumu withdrew his hand indifferently and looked at the girl whose delicate body was trembling slightly, still calm, as if nothing had happened just now. But inside. But there is more enlightenment. In the past few days, I have had a good understanding of the breathing state, and when I can enter the breathing state, it is time for real combat. He turned his head and looked at the swaying flames on the bonfire. When you start your journey to kill ghosts, I hope that when you face evil ghosts, you will not be as fearful and timid as before. Saying this, he continued to sit there cross-legged, his figure still and motionless, like a cold and hard rock. Kocho-kani stood up cautiously, and secretly glanced at her husband. There was still a hint of fear in her purple eyes. Just now, those terrifying eyes, those scarlet, cruel eyes that looked like people addicted made her suddenly think of terrifying evil spirits. At this moment, there was a terrible guess in my heart. Perhaps, Mr. is not a person, but ghost. This seemingly taboo word just came to mind, and was instantly cut off by Kocho-kani. How could Mr. be a ghost? However, the unease in my heart became stronger and stronger. He always wears a black hat, his face is hidden in the darkness, and he never sees the sun. Hiding in a dark cave every day. Everything is so similar to the habits of evil spirits, completely unlike a normal human being. Shaking her head fiercely, she threw out the terrifying thought that had grown in her heart. She couldn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe the guess in her heart. Unless you really face it. Sister, what's wrong with you? A worried voice sounded from behind. It's okay, it's okay. 99. Kocho-chana Megami turned her head and forced a smile. But, elder sister, your face is so pale, is there any discomfort in your body? Kocho Shinobu grabbed his sister's hand with his little hand and began to take pulse for his sister. He was born into a medical family, and he showed a good medical talent since he was a child. Therefore, even if he was very young, Kocho Shinobu was already a good young man. Physician. Some conditions have been diagnosed. However, he found that his sister's pulse was normal, which made Kocho Shinobu frown slightly. After all, it was a fact that her sister's face was abnormally pale. This made Kocho Shinobu wonder if he did not learn medicine well. I'm fine. Kocho-kani shook her head, and habitually reached out and touched her little sister's head. Feeling the warmth of his sister's palm, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help rubbing his little head against his sister's hand. Since his parents passed away, he has become more and more fond of being touched by his sister like this. Feeling her sister's emotions at the moment, Kocho Chanel lowered her head slightly. Sir said, after we enter the state of breathing, he will take us to kill ghosts. Real. Kocho Shinobu jumped up in surprise, a pair of bright purple eyes flashing like a sword unsheathed. That is the light of hatred. Seeing her younger sister's excited look, for some reason, Kocho's mind was filled with the scarlet eyes of her husband, who were bloodthirsty like a demon just now. Is it possible for forbearance? Some ghosts are different. Kocho Chanel Megaman's mouth. Sister, what are you talking about? 35. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and pouted in dissatisfaction. Ghosts, all the same, all bad, damn it, cruel, bloodthirsty. Girl clenching fist. That's a bunch of inhuman demons. The girl looked serious. Kochokani lowered her head and bit her lips slightly. Sister, what's wrong with you? Kocho Shinobu became increasingly dissatisfied. Nothing. Kochokani shook his head, took out the wooden bowl, filled a bowl of meat porridge from the small pot on the bonfire and handed it to his sister. Eat some. The smell of the food attracted the greedy worms in her stomach. The girl licked her lips, not bothering about her sister's strangeness. She held up the wooden bowl with both hands, and sipped the meat porridge like a kitten licking food. Mr. S. porridge is getting better and better. The girl muttered while drinking. If any girl can marry her husband in the future, she will be very happy. 35. The girl narrowed her eyes, and at the same time, looked at her sister without a trace. My sister is about to get married. Before, when my father and mother were still there, I always cared about this matter. Now, parents are gone. As a younger sister, you must pay special attention to her sister's future happiness. In the heart of ninja, the elder sister is the best, and only the more outstanding boys can match the elder sister. And sir, that's pretty good. In the heart of forbearance, Mr. is cold and indifferent to others, but he is so gentle to his own people. Just as Mr. treats their sisters indifferently and harshly, but treats Chanel so tenderly. And if the elder sister becomes the husband's person, then the husband will be very gentle to the elder sister. My sister will definitely become a happy woman in this world. In the future, a healthier little nephew may be born. After all, if the husband is so strong, the children born with his sister will definitely be better. Oops, I'm thinking too much all of a sudden. The most important thing is what my sister thinks, and what my sister likes is the most important. Although, I feel that it is best for my husband to be the brother-in-law of ninja, but if my sister doesn't like it, there is nothing I can do. Who told my sister not to like it? But the way my elder sister showed before seemed to be a good deal to Mr. After all, I have never seen my sister so shy and blushing towards other boys. And Forbearance secretly raised his eyes and glanced at his elder sister. The current elder sister is always looking at her husband intentionally or unintentionally. I'm afraid that the husband has become my sister's sweetheart. Chapter 83. Makomo, who was eating, was knocked on the head by his master Urokodaka Seikanji. The girl also came back to her senses and looked at the master in confusion. What are you thinking about, so fascinated? It's not good to eat? Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly. Makomo stuck out his cute little tongue and muttered, nothing at all. Seeing that the disciple was unwilling to say anything, Urokodaka Seikanji did not continue to ask, but said gently, if there is anything you don't understand, just tell the master. 35. The girl nodded, glanced at the senior brother Kyo Rabbit, who was enjoying the meal, and then looked at Tomioka Jiyu, the new junior brother who had his head bowed and still looked down. A while. Makomo looked up again and looked at Urokodaka Seikanji. Master. Say it. Urokodaka Seikanji smiled softly, as if he had long known Makomo's temperament. Master, you have fought so many ghosts, what color are the ghosts' eyes? Evil eyes. Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly. Beside him, Tomioka Jiyu, who was looking down, heard Makomo asking about the evil spirit, and his face was down. He raised his head suddenly, and his hand holding chopsticks clenched. My elder sister was swallowed up by the evil ghost, and was swallowed up in front of her eyes, but she was powerless. Desperate, powerless. Watching. Most evil ghosts have scarlet eyes, but some evil ghosts have different eyes. Evil spirit, isn't it eyes of one color? Makomo asked curiously, flashing in his mind, those scary, suffocating scarlet eyes. Yes. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded, just like people. People's eyes have different eyes. For example, you and your brother's eyes are black and shiny, and some people's eyes are different. I have seen some blue eyes like sapphire, and some purple eyes. 35. Evil ghosts are originally transformed by humans. During the transformation process, they will naturally retain their human characteristics, but after most people are transformed into evil spirits, they will also undergo some changes. For example, the original the color of the eyes is jet black, and the pupils will turn red. Because of the different colors of the eyes, the pupils of the evil ghost's eyes will also change. So, most evil spirits have scarlet eyes. Makomo gave a thoughtful look, that is to say, you can't tell whether the other party is a demon by the color of the demon's eyes? Yes. Urokodaka Seikanji said quietly, I told you before that the easiest way to judge evil spirits. Evil ghosts can't appear in the daytime, they are afraid of sunlight, they are addicted to people. Makomo recounted the master's previous remarks one by one. Master, once it's nighttime, and evil spirits appear in human places like normal people, how can you tell whether a person is an evil spirit or a human? Generally speaking, if an evil spirit endures the instinct of human addiction for a short period of time and hides in a human place, it is indeed difficult to be found. Speaking of this, Urokodaka Seikanji paused slightly, however, it can be judged by some details, for example, you can burn some incense candles made of wisteria flowers. Generally, evil spirits can't stand the smell of wisteria flowers and will automatically stay away from this area. Another example, you can identify the identity of evil spirits through some other special methods. Like Master. Saying this, Urokodaka Seikanji pointed to his nose. His nose is very long, and the nostrils are larger than ordinary people. For example, the Master can identify the essence of evil spirits by smell. This is also a technique used by the ghost-killing team to track and hunt evil spirits. Odor. Makomo frowned slightly. The smell of an evil ghost is different from that of a human being. The evil ghost is originally transformed from a human. In the process of becoming a ghost, it will lose itself, and gradually forget what it was like to be a human. As a human being, I will completely forget, and at this time, there will be a faint smell of sadness. The smell of sadness? What's that smell? Makomo wrinkled his little nose. Urokodaka Seikanji smiled and said, this method of identifying evil spirits can only be learned by people with a special body like Shifu. If Makomo also has a nose like Shifu, Shifu can also give you this method. Long nose like a master. Makomo wrinkled his little nose, and his cute little face showed a very disgusting expression. Seeing Makomo like this, Urokodaka Seikanji, the master, also laughed. Of course, the Ghost Slayer team has some other ways to identify evil spirits, for example, like your uncle, Himejima Kume, he will use something like Buddhist's mind and eyesight to identify the identity of an evil spirit, as long as, at a certain distance, Himejima Kume can see whether a person is an evil spirit through mind and eyesight. However, this of Himejima Kume, the method is no better than the Master. His method requires a ghost to stand in front of him for at least 3 seconds to discover, and Master, as long as you can smell the smell, it doesn't take time. Mind-eye. Makomo looked curious again. Mind and eyesight is a kind of magical power of Buddhism. Blind people can observe the world and perceive other people's inner emotions through mind-sight, whether people are evil ghosts. After all, the emotional fluctuations of evil ghosts are very different from those of human beings, and it is precisely because they need to watch, so it takes a little time. Master, if you smell it now, is there any smell of evil spirits nearby? 99. Makomo urged. The heart-pounding scarlet eyes of last night always flashed in her mind. Those terrifying eyes are simply not what a normal person should have. Where are there any evil spirits in Gorge Wushan? Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head with a laugh. But looking at Makomo's expectant eyes, Urokodaka Seikanji closed his eyes and sniffed slightly. Next second, Urokodaka Seikanji opened his eyes, and his eyes fell on Tomioka Jiyu, Makomo, and the wrong rabbit. The sad smell of evil spirits remains. It means that the three of them have seen ghosts recently, or have had contact with ghosts. Tomioka Jiyu has had contact with ghosts, which is not a problem, because Tomioka Jiyu has just experienced the human addiction of evil spirits. But Makomo and the wrong rabbit. You guys, have you encountered an evil spirit recently? Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes also became serious. Meet a ghost. Sabato scratched his head and was a little confused. I haven't encountered a ghost, except that special geek. 35. In an instant, he seemed to have a clear understanding. No wonder, that person can exert strength far beyond the limits of the human body without resorting to any skills. Asterisk. Involuntarily, I asked the rabbit to look up to Makomo, and it happened that Makomo also looked over. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. Only more of a doubt. Chapter 84. A boundary not far from Gorge Mist. Makomo and Sabato hurried over with Urokodaka Seikanji. Here is the place where I met that weirdo. Nian. Asked the rabbit to point to the open space ahead. A very simple grass hut was also built next to the open space, several mud pits left by the bonfire, and some fur and debris of the prey. Urokodaka Seikanji walked over, the eyes under the Tengu mask glowed with a little bit of fluorescence, constantly scanning everything that was left behind. Especially watching for a long time on the fur and debris of the prey. There is no trace of human flesh and bones, it is a real beast bone. This made Urokodaka Seikanji feel a little doubt in his heart. If it is true as Makomo and Zo Rabbit said, this evil ghost should have been here for a few days. With the greedy demand of evil spirits for human flesh and blood, I am afraid that many people will suffer bad news. But the food residues seem to have no traces of human flesh and blood. The nose took a deep breath. The smell of evil spirits was extremely strong in the vicinity, but here, there were evil spirits staying here. Following the scent trail, Urokodaka Seikanji stopped by a small river. Lost smell. Looking at the river, Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly. Is that weirdo really a ghost? Please rabbit still have doubts. If it is really evil, with the strength of the other party, 020 will not be able to leave since the first meeting. Moreover, judging from the situation in which he fought with Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu, this pair of sisters, who are real human beings, will not recover immediately if they are injured, but will be tired. This is not the characteristic that evil spirits should have. If these two people are not evil spirits, doesn't it mean that there are evil spirits with two people? No, there is also a child. The evil spirit walked in the wilderness with 3 people. With the greedy nature of the evil ghost's human addiction, how can the other party endure and eat their instinct? It should be a devil, it can't be wrong. Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly, and at the same time, he was very confused. According to Makomo and Sabato, this evil ghost's every move is too weird, not like a ghost, but like a normal person. Demons who can endure the temptation to eat people. It's time to report the situation to the ghost-killing team headquarters. Urokodaka Seikanji looked solemn, because he had some doubts, and some suspected that the evil spirit was the evil ghost that the ghost-killing team has been looking for, and that is the evil ghost that all the ghost-killing teams want to kill. Kibutsuji Musen. Perhaps only Kibutsuji Musen can endure the temptation of human addiction for a short time. Is it? Has Kibutsuji Musen walked the world again? Sumu doesn't, CBBF, know what Urokodaka Seikanji is thinking at the moment. In fact, he was ready to leave the area immediately after hearing the news of Urokodaka Seikanji's return from Makomo's mouth the next night. With his strength, he is far from being the opponent of Urokodaka Seikanji water column, and naturally he will not stop here. He could not put the power of life and death into the hands of others. Under the warm sun, a group of people are on their way. The first 2 are almost identical girls, only one is slightly taller and looks very slender, and the other is slightly shorter and more petite. It is Kocho Chanel and Kocho Shinobu. The steps of the 2 women are very brisk, and the walking process always seems to be particularly rhythmic. If you carefully observe their breathing, you can find that their breathing has a special rhythm. Compared to the easy walking of the 2 of them, the man behind him, wearing a hat and covering his whole body in black, seemed a little difficult. Every step I take, I seem to be enduring something. There is a powerful pain spreading over him. On the man's shoulders, there was a girl carved in pink and jade on his back, and his high ponytail swayed slightly as the man walked. The girl always lowered her head, looked worried and distressed, and squeezed her little hands tightly from time to time. In fact, at this moment, Sumu was indeed enduring torture. The torture of warm sunshine. Evil ghosts are afraid of sunlight, even if they are as strong as ghost ancestors, Kibutsuji Musen cannot bathe in sunlight. For ghosts, warm sunlight is the deadliest thing. The shield of the bamboo hat and the tight cover of the black coat completely enveloped him in darkness. But even with such a costume that blocks the sun, walking in such mild sunlight still feels extremely uncomfortable. Not only physical discomfort, but also a sense of weakness. Every step requires great effort. 7. Kocho Shinobu, who was walking in front, also noticed Sumu's abnormality, couldn't hold back, and asked the elder sister next to him in a low voice. Before, Kocho Shinobu had offered to help her husband to take a look, but the only response to her was his indifferent eyes. Therefore, Kocho Shinobu did not dare to ask more questions, and could only ask carefully like the elder sister next to him. Kocho Kanai turned back and looked at the gentleman who was walking under the warm sunlight. Can clearly feel the strangeness of Mr. Different from his usual strength, the gentleman at this moment seems to be extremely weak. It seems, under such sunlight, some dare not think about it anymore, and if she thinks about it anymore, that terrifying thought will flood her mind all of a sudden. That's something she doesn't want to face. It should be fine, after all, Mr. is so powerful. Kocho Kanai said in a low voice. I think so too. Kocho Shinobu nodded in agreement. In the impression of ninja, Mr. is a powerful person. How could it be? Forbearance felt that he was thinking too much. Sir, there is a small town not far ahead, and you can stop and rest at that time. Kocho Kani couldn't help but turn around and said. 35. It was a faint snoring voice that answered Kocho Kani. Next to him, Kocho Shinobu grabbed his sister's clothes. Sister, why do you want to rest so soon? I don't feel tired at all. 35. Kocho Chana Megami lowered her head and said nothing. Sister, don't you feel sorry for Mr. Ren narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, actually, my elder sister and younger sister need to be worried. How could something happen if you are so strong? Kocho Kani just lowered her head and pursed her lips. The town is coming soon. This is a slightly prosperous town, there are businessmen who come and go, and there are also many people setting up stalls. Found an inn, asked for a room, and a group of people entered the room. As soon as he entered the inn's room, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel immediately jumped off Sumu's body, went to the window, closed the window, and blocked all the places in the room where the light came in. This scene, Kocho Chanel and Kocho Shinobu have become accustomed to it. Kocho Shinobu just thought it was Mr. S weird taste. And Kocho Chana Megami lowered her head, her heart tumbling. Entering the shadow of the inn room, Sumu also took a sigh of relief, and the scarlet eyes under the hat glanced at Kocho Kanawai, who lowered his head, probably knowing that the girl had already guessed something. This is a very smart girl, she has always been calm, but at this moment, Ming Xian is very confused. Sumu didn't know how the other party would decide in the end, but he also considered the worst. Connie, Ninja will go out to buy some things for a while, and by the way, I will ask if there is a family that has depended on selling charcoal for generations in the nearby mountains. He spoke softly. Yes, Mr. 99. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu nodded immediately, but they were somewhat puzzled, asking if there was a family selling charcoal doing what? Do you want to buy charcoal, sir? Chapter 85. On the second day of their stay in the town, Kocho and Kocho Shinobu found a good family selling charcoal. There are many families who sell charcoal, but there are not many families who sell charcoal for generations. However, there are still a few. Of course, the most interesting of them is the Kamadu family that Sumu is looking for. The Kamados are the targets of all Sumu's searches. Why search for this family? The reason is very simple, this family has something he cares about. Since many years ago, the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen, found the headquarters of the ghost killing team and started a killing spree. He has cut off all the inheritance of the breath of the sun left by the Jiguo Yuanyi in the ghost killing team. It can be said that the demon slayer has no swordsman who can breathe of the sun anymore. And breath of the sun is the breath that is the most threatening to Kibutsuji Musen. 0. It is also the breathing genre that Kibutsuji Musen most wants to exterminate. In order to eliminate the breath of the sun, we will spare no effort to do so. With the efforts of Kibutsuji Musen, in this world, the inheritance of the breath of the sun of Jigaiwanyi is almost cut off, and almost no shadow of the breath of the sun can be seen. But Sumu knows that the world still has the inheritance of breath of the sun. And this lineage is in the hands of the Kamadu family who have been selling charcoal for generations. The Kamadu family's Kagura dance of the god of fire that has been passed down from generation to generation, a dance performed to pray for the safety of the god of fire, in fact, contains the complete inheritance of the breath of the sun. Later, Kamadu Tanjiro, the protagonist of Demon Slayer, learned the breath of the sun by recalling the Kagura dance danced by his father. Sir, through inquiries, in the mountains not far from the town 30 miles in front, there lives the Kamadu family who have been selling charcoal for generations. 35. Kocha respectfully informed Sumu of the information about the Kamadu family's address. Understood. Sumu nodded, I'll visit in these 2 days. Why do you care so much about a charcoal family, sir? Kocha Kani still couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Kocha Shinobu next to him also raised her eyes, and she was just as curious about Mr. Sumu raised his eyes, looked at the two, shook his head, and did not speak. Seeing that the husband is reluctant to say, Kocha Kani and Kocha Shinobu can only suppress the curiosity in their hearts, but they are concerned about this ordinary Kamadu family who sells charcoal for a living. A family that can attract your husband's attention is not easy, but when you visit with your husband, you will know how mysterious this family is. Sir, may I ask you a question? Kocha Shinobu suddenly asked. Sumu opened his eyes and looked at Kocha Shinobu, speak. 35. Sir, what is dochi, is it the same thing as breathing? Fighting? Sumu frowned slightly. Today in the small town, I met a samurai from Suliu Dojo. The other party is obviously not as strong as his elder sister, but he can easily detect the attack of his elder sister, like a prophet. Kocha Shinobu said in a low voice. When I went out to inquire about the charcoal-selling family these few days, a samurai from the Suli Dojo spied on his sister's beauty and said some very nasty things. Kocha Shinobu didn't hesitate and stepped forward. But the warriors are not very strong, but they seem to be able to sense what their next attack will be, and can always defend or avoid the prophets in advance. Although, in the end, the two sisters relied on stronger and faster speed to suppress each other with stronger strength, and gave a lesson to the warrior of Suliu Dojo. But Kocha Shinobu was still very impressed by the way of seeing through the attack against the Soryu Dojo samurai. Suliu Dojo. Dochi. Sumu murmured, vaguely having some impressions. Could it have something to do with Akaza? Akaza. 12 Kizuki's Winding 3. Fighting Ghost. He then cultivated an extremely powerful fighting spirit. The so-called dochi is a person's breath, something similar to crisis induction. Everyone has dochi in their bodies. The stronger the person, the stronger the dochi they emit. Akaza cultivates this kind of dochi and judges the opponent's position through the extremely subtle dochi. When I thought of Akaza, I suddenly realized why I felt so familiar with the Suliu Dojo. Isn't the Suryu Dojo the same sect that Akaza joined before he became a ghost? Akaza, when he was still a human, was a human named Komeiji. He was born in Edo since he was a child. Because he was born with fangs, he was called a child of demons. 0. When he was a teenager, Komeiji suffered a lot of misfortune. His relatives died one after another, leaving only his only family member who was seriously ill, his father. In order to cure his father's illness, the Komeiji in his youth was brave and fierce, and constantly tempered himself, buying medicine for his father through the proceeds of stealing money and fighting. But the result was that the father hanged himself. It turned out to be Komeiji's father because he learned that his son was stealing and fighting one after another in order to buy medicine for him, and so on. Returning to the normal life trajectory, he chose to end his own life. After losing his father, Komeiji left Edo and began to wander outside alone. During this period, he did not give up continuous training. 4 flowers. Until, I met Master Qingzang, a noble person in my life, that is, the Taoist master of Suliu Dojo. After Master Kizang accepted Komeiji, he began to teach the Dochi of Komeiji Suryu Dojo. During this period, Master Komeiji's daughter, Ryuki, gradually fell in love with him. Since childhood, Komeiji has always been very low self-esteem, and believes that he is a sinner, and never thought that someone would like him, so he did not find Ryunksu's feelings for him. Until the seriously ill Master Kizang called Komeiji to his side and asked if he would marry Ryunksu, who had always liked him, as his wife. It wasn't until this time that Komeiji reacted. It turned out that Ryunksu really liked him. In fact, after getting along for so long, Komeiji himself gradually fell in love with his master's gentle daughter, but it was his childhood experience that made him face his master. I always feel inferior when I'm a daughter. In the end, Komeiji agreed to the master's request. During the period, he also thought about what his father said to him before committing suicide, and hoped that he could start over. 0. Father's last wish: the teacher's kindness is as heavy as a mountain's teaching, the love snow that I love in my heart. Everything. Let Komeiji swear that even if he sacrifices his life, he will protect Ryunksu and his master, and confess to Ryunksu that he will definitely be stronger than anyone else and protect her for the rest of his life. On the eve of his marriage to Ryuki, Komeiji went to Edo alone to visit his father's grave, and informed his father about the good news of the marriage. He wanted his father to understand that once, the child who stole, fought was like his father. As hoped, it was back on track. But unfortunately, Komeiji, who returned to the dojo after paying homage to his father, learned that his master and Ryunksu died tragically under the despicable means of the hostile dojo Kendojo of Suryu Dojo. Just like the tragic death of his father many years ago, many years later, Komeiji, like before, failed to protect the most important person in his life. Although he killed everyone in the kendo field by himself, he also lost everything. Since then, the will has completely collapsed. In the end, he met Kibutsuji Musen and was turned into a demon by Kibutsuji Musen. He lost all his memories and only had a stronger obsession in his heart. That is, the third in the current 12 Kizuki, the ghost of fighting. Akaza. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help raising his eyes. I really didn't expect the Suliu Dojo to exist here. In my memory, there should be only Akaza left in the Suliu Dojo. If the Suli Dojo really still has a legacy, I'm afraid it's the handwriting of Akaza after he became a ghost. Perhaps. Even if he lost the memory of the past and only had the obsession to become stronger, he still left a legacy for the master Qingzang, who was once a human being, and did not completely cut off the master's inheritance. Chapter 86. Sir, sir. After waiting for a while without waiting for Mr. to answer, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but speak again. Returning to his senses, Sumu looked at Kocho Shinobu, who was waiting for his answer, and said softly, the so-called Duki can be regarded as a kind of chi in the human body. The stronger the person, the more Duki in the body. More powerful. A guess. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but ask. It's like the six senses that people are born with. For example, some people are born with a sense of crisis. When danger comes, they will naturally feel something. For example, Hashabira Inashoken Demon Slayer, because he was adopted by wild boars at a young age, his body instinctively developed a beast's 023 instinct, that is, crisis sensing, which can be used when danger comes. Instinctively sensed. And Do-chi is a kind of breath that exists in everyone's body. When we are doing actions, these breaths will change slightly with some actions we do. Kocho Shinobu seems to understand. Then, sir, how can the other party predict my next attack action through the so-called Do-chi? Thinking of the suffocation that the samurai of the Suryu Dojo had fought before, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but ask again. Even though he and his elder sister were much stronger than the samurai from the Suli Dojo, they couldn't easily defeat the opponent. It's very simple, the practice of Do-chi is to strengthen the body's induction of Do-chi, the deeper the practice, the more subtle the induction of Do-chi, and the next move of the opponent can be detected through the subtle Do-chi. To use an analogy, practicing Do-chi is like the process of a spider weaving a web. The deeper the practice of doji, the better the web will be woven. Once a prey is caught in the net, it can be quickly sensed. Sensing the movement of the prey, I want to be able to quickly use some precise and powerful tricks to hit the opponent. So powerful! After listening to this, both Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a very powerful cultivation method, but this cultivation method is also relatively demanding on yourself. Even if you can know the opponent's next attack action by feeling the subtle changes in the opponent's doji, if you can't keep up, or even if you feel the opponent's attack, but you can't dodge it, it's useless. However, sir, what should we do if we encounter such a master of doji? If the opponent can anticipate our attack, then we have no chance of winning. It's enough to hide the doing chi of the human body. Sumu explained. Sir, didn't you just say that everyone's body will emit a kind of doji, the stronger the strength, the stronger the doji in the body? Isn't it impossible to hide? Yet, the stronger a person is, the stronger the doji exudes from his body. Generally speaking, this powerful doji cannot be restrained. However, when the strength reaches a certain level, he can freely restrain himself. Similarly, it can also restrain vindictiveness. What level of strength can you achieve to restrain your body's doing chi and prevent others from being aware of it? When you reach the realm of transparent world, you can restrain your own duki so that others can't detect it. Sir, what is through the world? Transparent world is a general term for a kind of strength that has reached a certain level, that is, a world that becomes transparent and visible in the mind, a supreme realm that can only be achieved after hard work and pain. In this state, by concentrating and turning off redundant senses, the creature's body will appear transparent, its own action speed, ability to predict and avoid attacks will be significantly improved, and the blood vessels in the opponent's lungs will also flow. It is clearly visible, the contraction of one's own muscles can also be grasped faster, and even the grudge can be turned off freely according to the needs, because the perception of speeding up the enemy's actions will also seem to slow down. Once you reach this level, your strength will be extremely powerful. If you can reach the level of penetrating the world, your strength will be comparable to the winding string in 12 Kizuki, and if a ghost can reach this level. How does a ghost reach this level? Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but ask. If the ghost can reach this level, then even if the ghost's neck is cut off with Nichiren blades, it will still not kill the ghost. Hearing this, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu both gasped. Ghosts are almost immortal and are difficult to kill. There are only a few ways to kill ghosts. There are only two known. Sunlight and severing ghosts' necks with Nichiren blades. If even Nichiren blades can't kill the ghost by cutting its neck, then it's scary to think about. Then sir, are there many people who can reach the realm of penetrating the world? 35. This realm, where is it easy to master? At present, only one person has reached it. Sir, who is it? The creator of day breathing, known as the gods and Buddhas are alive, is the creator of 1.5, following the fate of the country. 35. In fact, in addition to Jiku Yuanyi, there is another person who may reach this state. That person is Kamadu Tanjiro's father, Kamadu Tanjiro. Of course, these are just guesses and need to wait for him to really explore. However, in the future, many people will reach this state, such as Kamadu Tanjiro, Himejima Kume, Tokaido Muchiro, Iguro Obanai. Then sir, have you reached the penetrating world? 35. Kocho Shinobu asked with some anticipation. Sumu smiled and shook his head. Me. It's far from enough. Chapter 87. Night falls again. A group of 3 people walked in the wilderness of the deep mountains, and in front of them was a pair of sisters in tight black clothes. The 2 of them looked a little nervous, their small hands were holding the hilt of the weapon around their waist from time to time, and there was a slight movement around them, and the 2 sisters' bodies would instinctively tighten. Behind the 2 sisters, followed by a man wearing a hat and shrouded in black. The 3 of them are Kocho Kani, Kocho Shinobu, and Sumu. As for why they appeared in this wilderness and deep mountains late at night, it was because of the ghost hunt. They have been haunting the town these days, and the Kocho sisters have also been inquiring about the news nearby, and also heard rumors that there are ghosts nearby. It seems that the rumor of haunting should be true, and there should be ghosts here. Stopping in front of a pile of bones, Sumu spoke calmly. From the bones, he smelled the breath of the same kind, that is, the breath of evil spirits. As evil spirits, they are naturally very sensitive to the breath of the same kind, and there are some evil spirits left on these bones. It seems that these bones were killed and devoured by evil spirits. Hearing her husband say this, Kocho-chana and Kocho Shinobu's delicate bodies also tensed in an instant. 21. Can you find the trace of the evil spirit, sir? Kocho Shinobu looked at his husband with some anticipation. The girl's breathing seemed a little short at the moment, her hand was unconsciously pressing on the hilt of the sword at her waist, and her face was slightly red, showing the girl's mood at the moment, both nervous, excited again. Number 99. Sumu shook his head. Although the evil ghosts are very sensitive to each other's breath, it is easy to detect, but a certain distance is required. And if the evil spirits hide their hearts, it will be very difficult to find them. Hearing what Mr. said, Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes flashed with disappointment. However, although we can't find the evil ghost, we can wait for the evil ghost to come by himself. Just when Kocho Shinobu was about to say something, Sumu said it at this time. Wait for the devil to come. There was doubt in Kocho Shinobu's eyes. How could the devil come here for no reason? Evil ghosts are not creatures without intelligence. If they perceive danger, they will naturally not approach easily and put themselves in a dangerous situation. With your blood. Sumu raised her eyes and looked at Sister Kocho calmly. Human flesh and blood have an unspeakable temptation for evil spirits. Generally, hungry evil spirits can hardly bear the temptation of human flesh and blood. Among them, the most tempting to ghosts is the human with the thin blood physique. Ordinary evil spirits may be able to resist the temptation of human flesh and blood when they perceive danger, but human flesh and blood with a rare physique can't be endured by evil spirits. The smell of thin blood constitution blood can make the ghost who smells it drunk. And you, just happen to belong to the thin-blooded constitution. Sumu looked at the Kocho sisters in front of him and said quietly. The purpose is self-evident. If you want to attract evil spirits, you naturally need their blood. Choke. A ray of cold light flashed, followed by the girl's muffled groan, and without any hesitation, Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani slashed their palms with their swords. The delicate skin was torn open, and scarlet blood flowed out. The brows of the two girls were slightly wrinkled, their palms stretched out, allowing the blood to drip. The blood dripped onto the ground, staining the ground slightly red, and as the blood fell to the ground, an inexplicable fragrance was emitted, causing Sumu, who was under the hat, to wriggle his throat slightly, and the tip of his nose unconsciously took a deep breath. This blood, like old wine, exudes a desire that makes him want to devour. He is also an evil spirit, and the temptation that other evil spirits cannot resist is the same for him. He opened his mouth unconsciously and licked the corner of his lips. Choke. Nichiren blades unsheathed, the blade light flashed, and slashed on his arm. Nichiren blades slashed at his arm, the severe pain woke him up slightly, turned his head, turned his eyes away, and no longer looked at Sister Kocho. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help being surprised when he saw his husband cut his arm with a knife, and instinctively wanted to go forward and treat the wound for him. Fine. Sumu turned his head, his injured arm was naturally pinned behind him, and his eyes under the hat gave a faint glance at Kocho Shinobu, who had stepped forward because he was worried. There was no intention of letting Kocho Shinobu come forward to check. And just like that, Sumu's wound cut by Nichiren blades has healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the wounds on the palms of the two girls are still overflowing with blood, and they want to heal, but I don't know how long it will take. Seeing that the husband didn't want to check the wound, Kocho Shinobu also stepped back embarrassedly. On the other hand, Kocho Kani lowered her head at this time, her lips were slightly tight, her purple eyes were a little confused, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Stay calm and wait with peace of mind. It is estimated that there will be a vicious battle waiting for you. Sumu glanced at Kocho Kani, and then spoke flatly again. Yes, Mr. 35. Kocho Shinobu answered first. Kocho Chana Megami also nodded. Sumu didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. The night is getting deeper. The cool night wind blew on the girl sitting on the ground, causing the two girls to shiver instinctively. 023. After waiting for so long, the evil spirits have not yet appeared, so the Kocho sisters couldn't help but have a doubt in their hearts, maybe, there will be no evil spirits appearing tonight. Looking at Mr. The gentleman was still sitting there calmly, the mask of the bamboo hat made it impossible to see the expression of the gentleman. Kocho Shinobu, who has a slightly impatient personality, couldn't help but speak at first. Perhaps, the evil spirits won't be tonight. Raising the hat, Sumu looked up at Kocho Shinobu and said indifferently, I don't even have the patience, how can I deal with evil spirits? Yes, sir, forbearance must be corrected. The girl's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in shame. Sumu ignored Kocho Shinobu and closed his eyes after speaking. The cold wind continued to blow at night, and at some point, the chirping of insects around began to stop. The environment suddenly fell silent. Susu. The leaves rattled, and a figure hidden in the darkness appeared above a treetop at some point. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the sisters sitting cross-legged on the ground, their eyes full of greed. Occasionally, the pair of scarlet eyes also fell on the man sitting behind the sisters. The other party exudes an aura that belongs to the same kind. Chapter 88. Standing on the top of the tree is a slender evil ghost. The eyes are scarlet, the teeth exposed are very sharp, and the most eye-catching is its back. In addition to the demon's own hands, there are also two hands growing on its back. Seeing the evil ghost appearing, Kocho Shinobu stood up excitedly, with his hand in the hilt of the sword, his expression a little nervous in excitement. This is her first time hunting ghosts, and also the first time she faces evil spirits. There is anticipation mixed with hatred. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, in order to be able to kill the evil ghost and cut off the neck of the evil ghost with my own hands. Only in this way can I calm down the hatred in my heart. Beside her, Kocho Shinobu's older sister looked calm, but judging from her tight body, I'm afraid her heart is not as calm as she imagined. Although they really wanted to go forward and kill the evil spirit now, neither of them moved, but turned to look behind them. Sumu was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and as the two sisters watched, he slowly opened his eyes. The scarlet eyes raised under the hat, fell on the evil spirit on the treetops. Judging from the aura emanating from the opponent's body, he was just a primary ghost, and was far from his opponent. Not enough to get yourself out of the way. Just for the Kocho sisters. It's just that although the Kocho sisters have learned breathing, they do not have their own breathing method sword type. Moreover, the sisters have only just learned to breath, and their strength is far from reaching the level of dealing with evil spirits. Even if this is a junior ghost, it is not something that the Kocho sisters can deal with now. But it was just used to practice hands. After all, with themselves watching over them, the pair of sisters wouldn't be in any danger. It also happened to use this evil ghost to make the Kocho sisters realize that the evil ghost is far less easy to deal with. Although the sisters have long been enlightened to face the terrifying evil spirits in their hearts, the enlightenment in their hearts and the real confrontation with the evil spirits are two different things. Perhaps, only after facing the evil spirits will we understand what it means to embark on this road. Thinking of this, he glanced at the nervous sisters Kocho lightly, and nodded, let's start, the journey of killing evil spirits. 99. Having said this, he paused slightly, from the moment I set foot on this road, I have to think about it. This is a road to kill evil spirits, and it is also a road that may be hunted by evil spirits. The path of hunting ghosts is not as simple as the word hunting ghosts, which represents sacrifice. The possibility of being sacrificed in the mouth of a ghost hunter. The two Kocho sisters have mixed lips, but through the expressions between the two eyebrows, it is enough to see the firm hearts of the two sisters. Already decided. No regrets, then. Fight. He said softly. Almost as soon as his voice fell, Kocho's slender legs bent slightly, and in the next second, there was a bang sound between her feet and the ground, and the girl's figure moved forward like a falcon, approaching the treetop where the evil spirit stood. The girl stepped forward again, and her figure swept up like a flying kocho. The figure of the girl is beautiful, like kocho, but the speed is extremely fast, just approaching the evil spirit. The blade in her hand has been cut out at this time. A sharp sword glow fell in an instant. At the same moment, behind the evil ghost, a petite figure appeared out of nowhere, and the sharp blade pierced the back of the evil ghost's neck at a very tricky angle. Obviously, the Kocho sisters have already realized their own advantages. The older sister is taller and has stronger strength. Relying on breathing, she can compete with evil spirits from the front. The younger sister is a little shorter and her strength is weak, but her speed is faster than her older sister, and she is more suitable for assisting from the side. The evil spirit standing on the top of the tree sensed the danger when the Kocho sisters just started to attack, and started to fight back in an instant. The hands in front of him stood in front of him like eagle claws, just in time to intercept the sharp blade of Kocho Kani. Chong. 99. A metallic sound of gold and iron emanated as the weapon collided with the palm. Only at this time did he discover that the evil ghost's palm was dark, exuding a metallic luster, and was able to touch the sword's edge without showing weakness. Obviously, its palm had the hardness of gold and iron. Not only was Kocho Kani's attack in front of him blocked, but behind him, Kocho Shinobu's attack was also blocked by the demon with both hands. This evil ghost doesn't only have one pair of hands, but 2 hands. Moreover, the evil ghost's palm not only blocked the attack of the sister, but also at this moment, the 5 fingers condensed, like the eagle catching the prey, the eagle claws grasped the weapon in the sister's hand. The elder sister Kocho snorted softly, and the palm holding the sword slammed hard, but abruptly smashed the evil spirit's hand that grabbed the sword edge. On the contrary, the younger sister Kocho Shinobu was a little weaker. Seeing that the sword had been controlled by the demon, he immediately released the hilt of the sword. At the same time, he leaned back sharply, doing a backflip while kicking his left leg against the demon's vest. One kick hit the evil ghost's vest, and the evil ghost standing on the top of the tree immediately became unstable and fell directly from the top of the tree. At the same moment, Kocho Kani, the elder sister who withdrew her sword edge, seemed to have expected her sister's actions long ago. The sword in her hand also slashed out at this moment, directly slashing the evil spirit that fell from the treetop and was still in the air's neck. In mid-air, the evil ghost has been unable to change the trajectory. It seems that he can only watch the sword cut through the neck. Even Kocho Kani, who had always been calm on her face, had a smile on the corner of her mouth at this moment. It seems that the devil is just like that. However, seeing that this sword was about to hit the evil spirit's neck, the evil spirit's back bent sharply at this moment, making an iron bridge movement, as if the evil spirit's body started from the waist and suddenly broken in half. This also made it impossible to cut the neck of the demon as Kocho Kani expected. What? Seeing this scene, Kocho opened her mouth slightly, and her delicate face also showed panic. Obviously, she did not expect the body of the evil spirit to be able to violate the law so much. This is simply beyond the human body. One of the swords missed. It was not until this time that Kocho-chan Ahui suddenly realized that she was facing an evil spirit. It cannot be speculated with common sense. Therefore, the sword that must have slashed the neck just stabbed in the chest and abdomen of the evil spirit, and at this time, the evil spirit had already landed, and his hands protruded forward like eagle claws, directly grabbing Kocho, who had never been able to withdraw the sword. If this claw is firmly grasped on Chana Hui's chest and abdomen, it is afraid that it will directly hollow out Kocho Chana Hui's heart. And just cut out a sword. At this time, Kocho-chan Ahui couldn't change his body at all, and could only watch the fatal crisis come. Seeing that it was about to die, a petite figure slammed into Kocho-chan Ahui, knocking Kocho-chan Ahui directly into the air. But it was Kocho Shinobu who arrived at the right time and knocked her sister into the air, saving her. At the same moment, the eagle's claws of the evil spirits arrived as promised, and Kocho Shinobu, who knocked away his sister, had to face the attack of the evil spirits. But Kocho Shinobu seemed to have expected it earlier, with his hands reaching to his waist, and the scabbard of the lost sword was pushed directly in front of him. Crack! The scabbard was directly broken by the 5 fingers of the evil spirit. And at the moment when the evil ghost's fingers broke the scabbard, Kocho Shinobu's figure also jumped back, dodging the evil ghost's eagle's claws in an instant. Kocho Shinobu's speed is still faster in the end. If it is his sister Kocho Kani, it is absolutely impossible to have enough speed to dodge between this gap. After dodging the attack of the evil spirits, both Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani both retreated, and the sisters' delicate and pretty faces were already slightly pale. Although they fought for a short time, they have experienced several life and death crises in a short period of time. At this moment, the evil spirit pulled out the blade that Kocho-chan Ahui had just stabbed in his chest and abdomen, and caressed the blood flowing from the wound, looking at the Kocho sisters opposite, his scarlet eyes filled with mockery. Very tenacious food, even I can hurt a predator. After saying that, the evil spirit shook his head. Sister Kocho lost her weapon and could no longer pose a threat to him, but the other one was a real threat. The scarlet eyes raised their heads and turned to a similar who had stood up, just looking at the scarlet eyes under the opponent's hat. Chapter 89. Sumu raised his eyes. The scarlet eyes under the bucket hat looked at the evil ghost, then grinned and smiled. Very good evolutionary resources. The evil spirit frowned, and his eyes continued to look at Sumu's body. The aura evil spirit exuding from this person should be his own kind, and it is also an evil spirit, but this evil spirit is really weird, and there are 2 thin-blooded humans beside him. Moreover, looking at the attitude of this thin-blooded human being, it seems that only the other party is following the lead. That's kind of interesting. He clearly felt a deep hatred for evil spirits from the 2 thin-blood humans, but he followed the evil spirits and obeyed the evil spirits. It was really ridiculous. And the most important thing is how the other party can endure 2 thin-blood humans following him without moving. You know, those are thin-blood humans. Even if it is just dripping blood, it exudes something that the evil ghost can smell, but the other party can endure that human addiction urge. Moreover, swallowing a thin blood is equivalent to swallowing dozens or even hundreds of human beings, which can greatly improve one's own strength. Among them, no evil spirit can refuse. We are all the same? You want to hunt me? The evil ghost also seemed to feel something, and his expression was extremely solemn at this moment. The 2 thin-blooded humans in front of him were not in his eyes, but the other party was definitely a very powerful evil ghost. Because, from the other party's body, he felt the breath of a superior. Sumu smiled, didn't say anything, just pulled out the Nichiren blades calmly. The blade was unsheathed along with it, and a fiery red glow emanated from the blade. 023. Nichiren blades. The evil ghost's pupils shrank slightly unconsciously. This is a sharp weapon that can kill evil ghosts, and it is also a must-have weapon for every ghost-killing team swordsman. Almost every evil ghost is very familiar with this. Almost. In a blink of an eye, the evil ghost immediately retreated, escaping into the jungle. The aura emanating from the opponent is not only stronger than himself, but also has Nichiren blades, a weapon for slaying evil spirits. He doesn't think of himself as the opponent's opponent. However, what he couldn't understand was why the opponent would wear weapons like Nichiren blades. After all, weapons like Nichiren blades, even in the ghost-killing squad, are only owned by official swordsmen, and they can only have one bundle. Of course, these are not the key points, but Nichiren blades contains some kind of sun-like energy that can kill evil spirits. For evil spirits, it is an instinctive disgust. Even if Nichiren blades are obtained, they will not be placed on around. Only. Not long after running, the evil spirit stopped. A black figure wearing a hat had stopped in front of him at some point. The opponent's speed is much faster than his own. When he stopped, the scarlet color in the eyes of the evil spirit became stronger and stronger. He knew that he could only do his best, unless he wanted to be buried in the hands of the other party. Sumu caressed the blade with his hand, feeling the sun-like warmth emanating from the Nichiren blade's body instinctively disgusting. Look up. Glancing at Kocho and Kocho Shinobu, who were still in shock, they landed on the evil spirits. At this time, the evil spirit knew that he could not escape, and charged towards Sumu. Every step of the footsteps, a small pothole is stepped on the ground. With the powerful anti-shock force, the evil ghost is extremely fast and powerful, like a high-speed tank. In the distance, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu looked at this terrifying momentum, their faces turned pale, and with their current abilities, they were simply unable to face this kind of offensive. Standing in the same place, Sumu's expression was still calm, but it was only covered by the bamboo hat, so that no one could spy on his thoughts. Seeing the evil spirit charging towards him like a tank moving at high speed, Sumu just calmly swung out a knife. This knife is unremarkable, not much fancy, just a simple knife. But it was this knife that caused the evil spirit to come to an abrupt halt when he charged to a distance of 2 meters from Sumu. If a human were to stop in vain while traveling at such a high speed, he would probably continue to move forward due to inertia, but the physical quality of the evil ghost had already surpassed the limit of the human body, and he stopped his body abruptly. Completely contrary to common sense. The devil did not want to stop, but had to stop. If he had just taken a step forward, his neck would just hit the blade of Nichiren blades. However, even though he stopped his body, the ordinary knife of the Nichiren blades fell. The evil ghost can only try to avoid it, but it can only avoid the vital part of the neck. CBBF, crack. The blade slid across the arm, and a blood-stained broken arm fell to the ground. The evil ghost staggered back, and groaned from the corner of his mouth, "We are all the same kind, why do we have to kill each other?" In the distance, when Kocho Kani heard this, Ben's slightly pale face became even paler. On the contrary, Kocho Shinobu didn't care much about the words of the evil spirits. Of course, Kocho Shinobu naturally understood the words of evil spirits, and knew that the evil spirit was saying that his husband was of the same kind as him, the same evil spirit. But Kocho Shinobu didn't care. It's not that Kocho Shinobu doesn't care whether his husband is a human or a ghost, but Kocho Shinobu didn't put the words of the devil on his body at all, because he didn't believe the words of the devil at all. How could it be possible to doubt Mr. because of the evil spirit's words? Similar? 35. A sneer appeared on the corner of Sumu's mouth, not in a hurry to immediately kill the evil ghost in front of him, but stared at the part of the evil ghost's severed arm. The moment he spoke, the incision of the evil ghost's broken arm had stopped the blood, and he was recovering quickly. If the broken arm on the ground is connected, I am afraid that it will be restored immediately, and it will be as good as before, and this is the self-healing power that the evil ghost is afraid of. As long as his neck is not cut off by Nichiren blades, he is almost immortal. His eyes fell on the Nichiren blades in his hand. As it was soaked in the blood of the evil spirits, the blade of the Nichiren blades exuded a fiery red glow. It made him feel that the hand holding the hilt of the sword was slightly hot. "It's really good." He spoke calmly. "The word knife has not been dropped." Sumu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Reappear. Behind the devil. The Nichiren blades in his hand were slightly lifted, hanging 3 feet in front of his chest, and the blood droplets on the blade were slowly dripping. The word knife also fell instantly at this moment. Choke. 35. The sword was put into the scabbard, and the fiery red light of the blade was hidden by the scabbard, and there was no trace. And behind Sumu, there was also a slight click sound at this moment, and a slight crack spread between the neck of the evil spirit. With a breeze, the head of the goblin was blown away from his shoulders like a catkin that was not being held back. Boom! The rolled head hit the ground with a dull sound. In the distance, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu opened their mouths slightly and their eyes were slightly dull. They originally thought that the husband would have a fierce battle with the evil spirits. But the real shot to the end is over in just a split second. Life and death. Sumu raised her eyes, and her scarlet eyes under the hat fell on Sister Kocho. It's always a momentary thing. There is no chance of a comeback. With the hoarse voice falling, a little fluorescent light appeared on the body of the evil spirit, and the evil spirit whose neck was cut off by Nichiren blades was quickly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. An unpleasant stench followed. Along with the unpleasant stench, there was also a faint sadness escaping in the air. Perhaps this devil also has a sad past of his own. But no one will pay attention. Everything disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace in this world. Chapter 90. There was a sad smell in the air, along with the wisps of stench that slowly dissipated. Sumu retracted the knife and stood there. After beheading the evil ghost, his character template has changed as expected. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 25/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Abilities, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Sub-Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hungry, Micro, Enslaved. Evolution Points, 3. Sure enough, after beheading the evil ghost, the evolution points in his body increased by 3 points again. Without any hesitation, the 3 evolution points were added to the strength. Character template refreshed again. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 28/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hunger, Micro, Enslaved. There are still 72 points left to become the last string, which also means that he has to kill at least 24 evil ghosts, or kill 24 swordsmen of the ghost killing team. A little excited in my heart. But it quickly calmed down, and it wasn't worth his slack until he reached beyond the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen. At least, it's not time to relax. Sensing some kind of uncontrollable thoughts in his body, his eyes became more and more low. In vivo. The craving for people addiction is getting deeper and deeper. The hand trembled slightly at this moment, not because he was injured, but because the instinct of the ghost's body was driving him. Drives him to do what is good for him. Under the hat, the scarlet eyes lifted and fell on Sister Kocho's body. He licked his lips unconsciously, and his throat began to wriggle slightly. I want to eat them. His heart began to beat violently, and the bloodthirsty instinct was stronger than ever before. The ghosts in this world are all turned from people, not all ghosts are willing to addict to people. But in the end, no one can change the instinct of people addiction. All ghosts cannot get rid of this instinct, or belong to the curse of fate of ghosts. For example, Jianai, who was exiled by Urokadaka Kanji of the water column in Tengzi Mountain, did not want to be addicted to people after he became a ghost, but in the end, he still ate his brother who protected him. Just like Nation Spider Mountain's tired, he killed his parents, and at that moment, he realized that he had destroyed the real bond between his family members. He could not accept the reality, and eventually gradually lost his memory and became even if he becomes a ghost, he still has a twisted attachment to the family bond. There are too many evil spirits who can endure the people addicting instinct at first, but in the end, they can no longer hold on to their hearts. The devil's instinct whispers in his ear like a devil, constantly tempting you to embark on the road to hell. Among all the ghosts who are unwilling to be addicted to people, Sumu is not special. Even if he insists, he suppresses the instinct of the evil ghost again and again, and insists on gritting his teeth again and again. But the evil spirit's bloodthirsty instinct will be stronger every time. Can't hold back any longer. Roar! A low growl like a beast came out from the throat under the hat, and the scarlet eyes looked at the Kocha sisters with a deep desire for food. Sir, what's the matter with you? Did you get hurt somewhere? Just now, you are so powerful, you killed all such powerful evil spirits. Looking at the sudden change of Mr. Kocho Shinobu didn't know, but felt that the sudden change in Mr. S eyes was terrible. Kocho Chanel's delicate face was extremely pale at this moment. Along the way, from gradually doubting to beginning to doubt, to finally, unwilling to believe. But at this moment, everything is very clear. Looking at her sister who was still ignorant and wanted to get close to her husband, Kocho Kani grabbed her sister's hand and pulled it behind her. Sister, what's wrong with you? Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister in confusion. She felt that her sister was trembling while holding her hand, and it was very rare that she had rarely seen her always calm sister be so afraid. Such a scene only appeared on the night when the parents were swallowed by the evil spirits. That night, my sister was like this, holding herself tightly in her arms in fear, trembling, and trembling. Now, the same. Like a chick, protecting chicks smaller than her. Choke. The fiery blade of Nichiren blades slashed at his arm again. The blood dripped on the grass like a column, wet the grass and dyed the ground red. The severe pain eased his will to collapse. Sumu was silent, quietly pressing the Nichiren blades deep into his arms. Almost half of the Nichiren blades were cut into the arm. The warmth of the sun contained in the Nichiren blades, which makes evil spirits fearful, radiates with the blade, and the instinctive fear of evil spirits slowly suppresses the bloodthirsty instinct in the body. Sir, sir! 4 flowers. Seeing Sumu's almost self-mutilating behavior, Kocho Shinobu's delicate and pretty face was also slightly pale, and he didn't understand why Mr. This is self-harm and will hurt. But as soon as she moved forward, she found that her sister's hand was holding her hand tightly, preventing herself from taking a step forward. My sister's eyes were shocked, scared, apprehensive, and dependent. At this moment, all kinds of complex emotions filled her sister's pupils, and Kocho Shinobu never found her sister showing so many emotions at this moment. What is the problem? The girl was a little confused. She looked at her husband who slashed her arm with Nichiren blades for a while, and then at her sister who bit her lip tightly and her body was trembling. Don't go, don't go. Kocho Kani's low voice, stay here and don't move. 35:0. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu could feel his sister's hand holding him tighter. No matter how ignorant Kocho Shinobu is, at this moment, he understands what happened, and this is completely beyond the limit of what his calm older sister can bear. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be like this. Just like that, Kocho Kani pulled her sister firmly behind her, while she raised her head and looked at the man opposite. If Mr. is really evil. The girl's slender eyelashes lowered her eyes. If Mr. is really an evil ghost, it's nothing to be eaten by it. After all, I should have been eaten by the evil ghost long ago, and it was Mr. And the next second, the girl raised her head, with a stubborn look in her eyes. However, it is impossible to eat my sister. It's fine to eat me, but if you want to eat my sister, then, even if it's Mr. The girl's hand was in the hilt of the sword at her waist. The sword that had been taken away by the demon had already fallen back into her hands during the previous battle between her husband and the demon. Then, even if it's Mr. I also want to kill. At least, before I die, I won't let my husband touch my sister a little bit. The girl's purple eyes lifted, her eyes looked firmly at her eyes, and they looked at the scarlet eyes under the hat. So persistent. Chapter 91. Kocho Kanawai firmly guarded her sister behind her, and her purple eyes stared at her husband stubbornly. Under the hat, Sumu's eyes were still red with bloodthirsty, and a tyrannical aura emanated from his body. In the eyes of Kocho Shinobu, her husband suddenly gave her a terrible feeling. Although Kocho Shinobu has always been very afraid of Mr. Severe, it is a feeling of fear, not fear, because, in Kocho Shinobu's mind, Mr. Severe will not really hurt her. But at this moment, being stared at by the tyrannical scarlet eyes of Mr. But at this moment, inexplicable fear in my heart. It feels as if he is being targeted by a predator, and he himself will immediately become the food in the opponent's mouth. The husband's change, as well as his sister's state at the moment, also made Kocho Shinobu realize that something was wrong with his husband at the moment. However, he couldn't understand why he was so good. How could the gentleman become so unfamiliar? As for Mr. is a ghost. Such an idea never came to Kocho Shinobu's mind. Unlike her sister who is careful, calm, Kocho Shinobu is more careless in character. After all, with her sister's care, you don't need to think about many things yourself. Even if he knew that his character was weird, even if he had seen him behave differently from ordinary people, Kocho Shinobu instinctively swept past him, and he didn't think about it too much at all. On the contrary, her older sister Kocho was more attentive. Perhaps, the death of her parents made this girl grow faster. Perhaps, she needed to take on the responsibilities of her sister, so Kocho always thought a lot. Mr. Kocho's strange behavior was noticed from the beginning, and gradually, he began to realize in his heart that maybe Mr. is not a person. But even until now, he didn't want to believe this fact in his heart. Even before her husband revealed the truth, she still didn't want to believe it or admit it. Under the hat, the scarlet eyes stared at the Kocho sisters, and the evil spirit's instinctive desire to eat became more and more violent. On the left arm, the penetration of the Nichiren blades into the skin is also deepening at this moment, and the warmth that the Nichiren blades radiates instinctively disgusting with the Nichiren blades enters the body and spreads in the body. Long time. I don't know how long it took, the bloodthirsty light in Sumu's eyes slowly dissipated, and the instinct from the evil spirit in his body was suppressed again. Withdraw the Nichiren blades from the wound and insert the scabbard. And the left arm injured by the Nichiren blades quickly healed completely as the Nichiren blades were withdrawn. Once again suppressing the human-loving instinct in the evil spirit, Sumu's heart did not have the slightest joy. Because it has been gradually felt that, even though Nichiren blades exudes the warm disgust and fear that the evil spirits can feel instinctively, they have gradually begun to be unable to suppress the evil spirit's human-loving instinct. This time, relying on Nichiren blades and his own perseverance, he suppressed the evil spirit's instinct. So, what about next time? Every time it is suppressed, the instinct that erupts next time becomes stronger. So, how many times can you suppress yourself? If he can't suppress his inner instinct for people addiction, then does it mean that he will also truly become an evil ghost? A real man-eating demon? Until lose yourself in the end. At this moment, Sumu's heart was somewhat confused, and he couldn't help pressing the handle of the Nichiren blades around his waist. The warmth and menace that emanated from the Nichiren blades made him feel a little quieter. Maybe you don't even know how long you can hold on. But he would never be willing to be a real evil spirit who has lost himself. Taking a deep breath, the mood slowly calmed down, but the whole person became more and more gloomy. In the eyes of Sister Kocho, at this moment, it seems that the darkness surrounding Mr. With such thoughts, Sumu walked towards them slowly. The younger sister Kocho Shinobu was nothing, but the older sister Kocho Kani suddenly became nervous, and her delicate body was also tensed at this moment, and a pair of purple eyes stared at the gentleman who kept walking in. Every time Mr. took a step, Kocho-chana Megami felt her heart beating violently. Very worried. Very worried. Frightened, confused, and determined. Various emotions breed in the girl's heart, and in the end, the girl stretched out her arms like an old hen protecting her calf, blocking her husband's progress. The footsteps stopped, and the scarlet eyes under the hat looked at the girl with open arms. The black hair hangs down like a waterfall, and at the end, it is bound by the Kocho hairpin. The body is tall, and under the tight black clothes, the clothes on the chest bulge high, and the exposed skin is as white as cream. Also with a touch of rosy. However, at this moment, the girl's eyes were completely fearful and timid. Obviously already scared. Obviously want to turn around and run away. But still stopped in front of him. Why don't you run? 35. A hoarse voice came from under the hat. The voice fell, obviously a very indifferent voice, but it made the girl who had been nervous all at once relaxed a lot. Because, as before, the familiar feeling returned. Sir, are you all right? The girl bit her lip and didn't answer her husband's words. She still asked nervously, and there was still some worry in the girl's heart. He smiled silently and glanced at his younger sister Kocho Shinobu, who was being protected by the girl behind her with scarlet eyes. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu is still ignorant and doesn't know what happened. Is it because you want to protect your sister? He whispered softly. He smiled, shook his head, and didn't care what Kocho's expression or inner mood was at the moment. He just said lightly, "Today, your performance in hunting ghosts is very poor, next time, don't let me down." With that said, his footsteps moved again. Step by step forward, until she is within a stone's throw from her sister Kocho-chana. At this moment, I could feel the breath of the girl's exhalation becoming rapid, and the tender body was tense at this moment. Like a frightened female rabbit. His eyes glanced at the girl's hand tightly pressing the hilt of the sword at her waist, and smiled, "You are still far from now, if you want to protect your sister, it is not enough." Stepping forward, she brushed past the figure of Kocho Kani. Kocho Shinobu hurriedly stepped forward to support his sister, who almost fell to the ground, with a concerned expression, "Sister, what's the matter with you?" "I'm fine." 35. Kocho Kani shook her head, but her eyes followed the back of her husband's departure. It seemed to be completely shrouded in darkness. The girl's teeth clenched slightly at this moment. "Sir, what kind of devil is he? I'm so eager, why, but I can endure it." "Sister, what were you muttering just now?" The sister's voice interrupted Kocho's thinking, and the girl gently rubbed her sister's head. "It's nothing, but, sister, we will continue to work hard in the future." 35. Yet, sister, when you face the evil spirits, you will understand how terrifying the evil spirits are. 35. Kocho Shinobu still has lingering fears in his heart. "Yes." Kocho Kanai nodded, "We are too far from Mr. Mr. is too powerful, the evil spirits are obviously so powerful, but they can't stop Mr.'s move." Kocho Shinobu clenched his fists with excitement on his face, feeling that his master was 1.5 more glorious than himself. "Yet, Mr. is too powerful, so we have to work hard." Kocho-chan Ahui whispered repeatedly, but her purple eyes kept staring at the back of Mr. gradually stepping into the darkness and leaving. Like a loner walking alone in the dark. No friends, no partner, nothing but silenceless darkness. But at this moment, in the depths of her sister Kocho Kani's heart, a strong impulse emerged. "I really want to accompany Mr. I don't want Mr. to walk in the dark alone." Emotions grew, like a seed buried in the girl's heart, but the girl didn't realize it. Only, as if suddenly. Even if you understand the truth, even if you really understand that Mr. is a real evil spirit. But this devil is not as scary as he imagined. Instead, she liked and fascinated her very much. That is a terrifying evil ghost. Chapter 92. Town at night. A lamp is like a bean, and the flickering light emits a faint light, illuminating a small area. A little girl stood on a chair that was brought near the window, her pink-purple eyes looked at the dark night, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. The girl put her hands together and prayed silently, "Uncle, you must have a good luck in Wu Yun, and come back safely. Chanel is waiting for you to come back." The girl is naturally the chestnut flower. Chanel. This time, the uncle took sister Kochu out to hunt ghosts and did not take her, but left her at the inn. The very sensible Li Huoluo. Chanel naturally understood what the evil uncle was worried about, and the sensible one did not make a fuss to follow, but silently chose to obey. "Although, I really want to go out with the evil uncle, but the chestnut flowers fall." Chanel understands that if he goes with him, he will only be a burden to the evil uncle. She doesn't want to be a burden to the evil uncle. Compared with the burden of being an evil uncle, she wants to be the sharpest blade in the hands of an evil uncle. From childhood to adulthood, there has never been warmth in the small inner world of the chestnut flowers. The appearance of the evil ghost uncle opened her heart that was gradually closed in her miserable childhood, like a light that was about to completely cover her inner world in the dark. For the first time, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel discovered that this world exists, and there are many, many beautiful things. 21 Just like the calm water surface, because of the intrusion of the evil uncle, the heart gradually became turbulent. From the moment she has memory, she is a money loser who doesn't care about her family. She is a small sandbag who is beaten or scolded by her parents. Her brother, sister, and sister all died because of their parents' domestic violence. She lives with difficulty, and she just lives. She doesn't understand what is the meaning of life. "All I know is that it hurts every day when she is beaten, she rarely gets food every day, her stomach will feel very hungry, and her world seems to gradually become empty with the passage of time." At that time, she couldn't do anything and could only endure it silently. Slowly, she found that she seemed to feel less and less pain and could not express her feelings. In the repeated days every day, she was treated like animals by her parents. Generally treated. Then, the evil uncle appeared. He killed his father, who treated him like an animal, but the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's heart didn't feel any pain, but suddenly felt much relieved. Uncle Evil is always very silent, rarely speaks, spends a lot of time in the dark, and seems to be afraid of the sun. But the evil uncle is very kind to himself and takes good care of himself. This is the love that Chanel has never felt since birth until now. She gradually discovered that she, who used to be silent, gradually liked to share her beginnings with the evil uncle. The little heart began to rippling, reflecting the figure of the evil uncle. She wanted to do something for the evil uncle. She could often feel that the evil uncle was enduring some kind of pain, as if he was struggling with something. She could feel, especially recently, the suppressed emotions of Uncle Evil. She wanted to help the evil uncle, but she could only watch silently. She didn't know what to do. She was even more afraid of losing. Before she met the evil uncle, she felt like a broken plum with vigor. And after meeting the evil uncle, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel gradually felt that the breath-like self had vitality. She wants to use her life's strength to bloom her own fragrance for the evil uncle. Only, up to now, she has not been able to do it, blooming her own fragrance, and bringing a light fragrance to the evil uncle. Small hands squeezed slightly. When will I be truly useful to the evil uncle? 35. A tender whisper came out from the girl's lips, followed by a sad sigh. Now, all she can do is not to cause trouble to the evil uncle. When will Channa really grow up, and at that time, he will be able to help the evil uncle? The girl put her hands together again, looking forward to that day. Long time. The girl opened her pink-purple eyes again and continued to look at the dark night outside the window. The cold wind of the night was blowing on the girl's thin clothes, causing the girl to shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly feel very cold. Since when have you been unable to bear even this coldness? I remember the days when I was tyrannically treated by my parents, in the dark woodshed. At that time, when the night fell, the cold I felt was much colder than it is now. Perhaps I used to be used to the cold, so I didn't feel anything other than the cold. But after getting used to staying with the evil ghost uncle, and feeling the warmth, he completely understood what the so-called cold was. The opposite of warmth is cold. The cold wind at night only made her body feel a little discomfort. What really made him cold was his heart. Without the evil uncle by his side, it seemed that his heart had no whereabouts, no support, and he felt cold. Suddenly, the girl's pink and purple eyes flashed with ripples. Outside the window, it was still indistinct darkness. But the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel felt that the evil uncle was back. Although he didn't see the figure of the evil uncle, Li Hualuo, Chanel was sure that the other party was coming back soon. Unable to bear, he stood on tiptoe, wanting to look out the window to the pitch-dark world farther away, to find the familiar figure. Finally, with the warm breeze, that familiar and warm figure appeared in the depths of the girl's rippling pink and purple eyes. My evil uncle, he's home. The girl hummed softly, and the little feet on the wooden chair couldn't help but jump up excitedly. Sumu habitually climbed over the window and entered the inn's room, looking at the chestnut flowers standing beside the window, stepping on a chair, standing on tiptoe waiting for his return. Chanel couldn't help showing a gentle smile. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? With ease, he dropped the chestnut flowers that rushed up. Chanel hugged him in his arms, and rubbed the girl's head buried in his arms. Feel the girl's dependence on herself. Unconsciously, the girl was accustomed to relying on herself, and she seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to the feeling of being depended on by the other party. Could it be that 027 is the so-called bond? He whispered slightly. This is not a very good word. With fetters, for a person, it is a weakness. But he probably also liked this fetter? When did it start? Some do not understand. Probably, from the first meeting, you were moved by the emotionless eyes of the other party, right? Uncle the evil ghost didn't come back, and Chanel couldn't sleep. 39. The girl's face was buried in his arms, and her little hands were clutching his clothes tightly, muttering. With a smile, he reached out and stroked the girl's soft hair gently, then gently stroked the girl's back and patted it gently. "Then I'm back, go to sleep." The tip of the girl's nose made a slight hum sound, and before, the pink and purple eyes that had been trying to look out at the dark night outside the window were slightly closed. Gradually, the girl's breathing gradually calmed down. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost fell asleep. At this moment, the door of the room was also gently opened, and Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu rushed back, looking at Mr. Chan who was holding him. The hat covered by the hat, although it is impossible to see the expression of Mr. But now Mr. definitely is. Incredibly gentle, right? Chapter 93. Suliu Dojo. Who is the master of the dojo? No one knows, and it is very mysterious. The only information I can understand is that it is a mysterious man with short pink hair and golden eyes. The other party has rarely appeared here since the establishment of the Usuli Dojo. But every time he appears, he always wears a purple blouse with rosary beads on his ankles. A room at Suliu Dojo. The rooms here are very strange, both the walls and the floor are pink. The reason for this strange color is said to be the preference of the dojo owner. Now, several samurai gathered together, all of them were samurai from the Suliu Dojo. At this moment, several warriors are all looking at the one-headed. The leader is wearing a white kimono, but the kimono has a snowflake-like pattern on it. He is the deputy director of Suliu Dojo Imaed Hikaru. Being stared at by several junior brothers, Imaed Hikaru also took out a letter from his arms. It was written on the letter. Gauntlet. 3 words. The content of the challenge book is very simple. It is agreed that the challenge object is Suli Dojo, the location is also Suli Dojo, the challenge time is night, and then the challenger will naturally come to Suli Dojo Martial Arts Hall. Need to wait here. Who is it? If you don't come to challenge during the day, you have to choose night. There are samurai not fork. Those who hide their heads and show their tails, I'm afraid they are not capable people. Another samurai spoke up. Imadeko's expression was silent. As the pavilion owner of Suliu Dojo, he accepted the most complete inheritance of Dochi, and his strength was not weak. And beyond the limits of the human body. If it is a specific strength evaluation, it is probably equivalent to the level that can deal with primary ghosts. Although it has the level of primary ghost, if there is no sharp weapon to kill evil ghosts, it is impossible to be an opponent of primary ghosts. Since the other party dares to challenge the book, I am afraid that he is not weak. Izuku just shook his head. In recent years, the Usuli Dojo has developed quite well, and it is not a person who has not kicked the hall. Most of the disciples of Suliu Dojo can deal with it, and there are not many opportunities to let the deputy hall master come forward. Occasionally there is a kicker who can't deal with it, and he will be the deputy head of the museum. If you can't deal with it yourself, you can only ask the most mysterious pavilion owner to take action. As for the owner of the museum, that is, the owner of the Usuli Dojo, Imada Hikaru only met once when he was a teenager when he was studying with the former deputy curator, and after that, he never saw it again. Speaking of which, on the surface, the pavilion owner seems to be the real owner of the Usuli Dojo, but in fact, the real owner of the Suliu Dojo should be the deputy pavilion owner. Because the pavilion owner almost never manages anything in the dojo, and hardly cares about anything in the dojo. The people who really manage the Suliu Dojo are the deputy museum owners of the past dynasties. And the mission left by the mysterious pavilion owner for the Suliu Dojo is to collect information on the powerhouses in this world. When the previous deputy pavilion masters managed the Suliu Dojo, the mysterious pavilion owner would come over to get the information of these powerhouses. But by the time he served as the deputy curator, he always seemed to be a mysterious curator and took any information collected in the future. According to the information he had learned, it wasn't long before the owner of the mysterious hall got the information about the powerhouses that he collected, and the powerhouses on these information all encountered challenges from mysterious people at night. Without exception, this mysterious man won all of them. This made Imaed Hikaru once suspected that the mysterious person was the mysterious owner of the Usuli Dojo. Moreover, he had a faint fear of the mysterious pavilion owner in his heart, because, Judging from the information and descriptions left by the deputy pavilion owners of the past dynasties, the appearance of the mysterious pavilion owner seems to have never changed. It seems that the other party has always lived. It's been a long, long time. At least 7 or 8 deputy museum owners have lived and died. These are just some guesses by Hikaru Imaed himself. Perhaps, the mystery pavilion masters of all dynasties will dress uniformly. Only then will their appearance seem unchanged. It's just that, he doesn't quite believe it. It's just a challenger. Senior brother, don't worry too much. In recent years, it's not that no one has come to challenge the Usse Dojo, but why has anyone really succeeded? A samurai pouted, disapproving of the worry of the deputy curator Imaed Hikaru, who seemed a little worried. Imada Hikaru glanced at his junior brother and remained silent for a while. If he was only a challenger during the day, he would naturally not care. But the other party is challenging at night. This reminds Imada of the mysterious museum owner who has only met once, because, according to the records of previous deputy museum owners, the mystery museum owner came to the Usse Dojo at night, and those who had been the time to be challenged is also at night for those who are among the strong men information collected by Surya Dojo. This makes Imaed Hikaru wonder if this challenger is the enemy of the owner of the mysterious museum. Of course, these are just Hikaru Imaed's own guesses. If it is really the enemy of the museum owner, I'm afraid they are not someone they can deal with. Although I only met the mysterious pavilion master once when I was young, Imada never doubted the strength of the pavilion master. I don't think anyone in this world will be the opponent of the museum owner. Everything can only wait until the night to see who the challenger is. It really can't be done, and we can only find a way to contact the owner of the pavilion. Looking at the younger brothers and sisters who were still disapproving, Isajai Kwang shook his head and said nothing. Night gradually come. At the gate of Suliu Dojo, a man with a black hat on his head and his body almost shrouded in black stood at the door of Suliu Dojo. It was Sumu who came alone. He raised his eyes and landed on the door plaque of the Suliu Dojo. A peach-colored door plaque, with a snowflake pattern engraved around the door plaque. Looking at this moment, Sumu's inner doubts gradually became clearer. Perhaps this so-called Usse Dojo is really the inheritance left by the evil ghost. Because, I clearly remember the words about the evil ghost who stayed in his memory when he watched the anime Demon Slayer at that time. Its hair color is the color of the lover's kimono, its blood ghost art is the shape of the lover's hair ornament, and its blood ghost art move is named after the fireworks it sees in the fireworks display with its lover. And this devil? It is 12 Kizuki's top 3, the ghost of fighting, Akaza. One is now. Forget the past memories. Only the demons who have become stronger and more obsessed are left. Chapter 94. Looking up, the scarlet eyes under the hat opened, looking at the dojo in front of him. The entire dojo seemed to be painted pink. The ground is pink, the walls are pink, and the flowers in the garden are also blooming pink flowers. It can be seen how obsessed the owner of the Usse Dojo is with pink. Moreover, every brick on the ground of the dojo, every wall, is painted with snowflake-shaped patterns everywhere. And all of this almost reflects the preferences of the former owner of the Usse Dojo. Probably, only the evil spirit Akaza has such a preference. Even if a person has forgotten the memories of the past, the happiness that he once wanted to protect but was destroyed by others, he still instinctively follows, the habit of wanting to protect certain things. This is a demon far stronger than him. It is also an evil ghost who only has the obsession of chasing and becoming stronger, and has been pursuing the road of becoming stronger and challenging the stronger. Moreover, even if he becomes an evil spirit, Akaza is not the same as ordinary evil spirits. Only when the evil spirit's instinct can no longer bear it, he will eat people, and he will never kill or eat women. Therefore, rather than the general evil spirits becoming stronger and relying on human addiction to rapidly improve their strength, Akaza relies more on himself to constantly challenge the strong. Perhaps, because of this, he is quickly defeated by Doma, one of the 12 Kizukis. We draw strength quickly and surpass. Thoughts returned, Sumu slowly stepped into the gate of the dojo. The heavy door was pushed open, and the sound of squeak was transmitted far away in the silent night. The dojo lights were still on. A man wearing a kimono with a snowflake pattern on it was sitting at the top of the center of the dojo. It is the deputy curator of the dojo, Imada Hikaru, a strong man who relies on dochi to surpass the limits of the human body. In this world, it is not only the breathing method of the ghost-killing team that can break through the limits of the human body and reach a level that rivals ghosts. There are many other ways to make a person's body reach the limit of the human body and become stronger. In addition to Imada Hikaru, the deputy director of the Surya Dojo, there are many dojo disciples in samurai costumes in the hall. Compared to the deputy director Hikaru Imada, who was sitting peacefully, most of the disciples of the dojo were already a little impatient. They don't understand, it's just a challenger, why is there such a big movement, so many people are waiting for each other. Over the years, are there still few people who have challenged the samurai of the Surya Dojo? If dealing with every challenger is such a big battle, then, you must not be exhausted. However, although they are not angry in their hearts, many disciples of the dojo only think about it in their hearts. Except for the mysterious and powerful master of the Usuli Dojo, every deputy director is also a powerful warrior. Lord, these disciples are still in awe. For the reverence of the strong, even if there is more indifference in the heart, it will only wait here obediently. Walking into the door and watching the battle in front of him, Sumu was also slightly taken aback, but he did not expect that the Usuli Dojo would be treated so strongly, CBBF. Originally, he thought that only 1 or 2 disciples from the dojo would be dispatched to deal with his challenge tonight. And as Sumu stepped into the door, Imada Hikaru, who had been sitting at the top center, also suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the man who was wearing a bamboo hat and a heavy black coat that wrapped his body. Although I can't see the true face of the man under the hat, I can feel that this should be a young man. Although he is a young man, Imada Hikaru didn't have any intention of underestimating, but was even more vigilant in his heart. Because, instinctively, he felt a strong sense of danger from the other side. Under Sumu. Sumu stopped not far from the hall, and looked around everyone in the dojo with scarlet eyes under the hat, and finally landed on the dojo's owner, Imada, and the hoarse voice continued to come. I came to challenge the Usuli Dojo. His eyes were calm, and his hoarse voice had a hint of indifference, like an emotionless machine. Imada Hikaru was still sitting there, his eyes calm, but his eyes were on Sumu's body for a long time. As Sumu's words fell, a samurai wearing a tight samurai costume with a blade hanging from his waist immediately stood up. Not everyone can challenge the pavilion owner. The samurai raised his head and pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword on his waist. Come through me first. Sumu nodded to him, go ahead. 99. The samurai sneered and stepped closer with slow but powerful footsteps. Judging by his steady steps, this is a fairly formidable warrior. But that's all, a person who hasn't even broken through the human limit. The samurai came to Sumu, put his hand on the hilt, and stared at Sumu intently. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not see any intention of the other party to attack first. The warrior couldn't sit still. A ray of cold light flashed in the hall. Appearing again, the sharp blade has been drawn towards Sumu. In the hall, many disciples of the Usuli Dojo could not help but express their admiration when they saw this scene. Even the deputy curator Imada Hikaru, who was sitting at the top, nodded slightly. I didn't expect that the strength of Kyuji Taiki has reached this stage, the progress is really fast. A disciple sighed. It seems that the challenger that the owner of the museum is waiting for is probably. Another disciple said. However, before the disciple's words fell, he saw that the opponent's figure was only slightly swaying, and then the attack of Kyuji Taiki flashed. Dodged with a knife, Kyuji Taiki is not angry. If the challenger is not very capable, he would not dare to come to challenge. Almost at the moment when the sword fell, Kyuji Taiki completed a series of rapid attacks, slashing at the opponent's key points. But unfortunately, not a single knife could cut the opponent's kaiuhao. Kyuji Taiki, the sneer at the beginning of the samurai of the Usuli Dojo disappeared, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. I also understand that the other party is afraid of being a real powerhouse. After attacking one after another, even the opponent's clothes were touched by the slightest, and Kushi-taiki knew that if he continued to attack, it would only be a waste of energy. Therefore, Taiki Joshi immediately retracted his sword, placed it in front of his eyebrows, and made a defensive gesture. For the Usui Dojo, the best thing is not attacking, but defense. Because the dochi practice of the Usui Dojo is to detect the subtle changes in the opponent's body's dochi to perceive the opponent's next attack. If the opponent does not attack, although he can predict the opponent's next move by sensing the dochi, the perception of the dochi is too high, at least, not to the level he can achieve now. Seeing that the samurai of the Usui Dojo were no longer attacking, Sumu didn't say anything, and the sword around his waist was not sheathed. The sword with the scabbard is just a slash in the direction of Kyuzutake, and this slash is only at a speed that does not exceed the human limit, but, in Sumu's expectation, it is not that Kyuzutake can dodge past. However, Kuji-taiki seemed to have expected his attack, and his footsteps flicked to the side, but his attack failed. After dodging the opponent's attack, a smile appeared on the face of Kuji-taiki, but the series of attacks just now didn't even touch the opponent's hair, which really made him very frustrated. Now, the opponent can't attack him, but it makes him regain his confidence. Perhaps, it is impossible to beat the opponent, but if it can keep a tie, it is not bad. With a single strike in the air, Sumu stood there and remained silent for a while, as if thinking about something. A while. He slashed again, and similarly, Kuji-taiki avoided his attack again as if he had expected it beforehand. Do you anticipate the opponent's attack by sensing the subtle changes in the opponent's fighting spirit? Is this the practice of dochi? Standing still, Sumu murmured slightly, but he always felt that the practice of dochi. It shouldn't be just that. Chapter 95. Of course, the cultivation of dochi is not only that, but Kushi-taiki can only achieve the current level at least. So, continuing the fight means nothing to him anymore. Thinking like this, he slashed out again. Facing Sumu's attack again, Kuji-taiki's eyes were full of confidence. Before, he had relied on his keen awareness of the subtle doing chi several times to anticipate the opponent's attack. Thinking of Kuji-taiki, this time there will be no exception. It was exactly as Kuji-taiki thought, he anticipated the direction of Sumu's next attack. But the shocking discovery. You can't avoid it at all. It's not that his prediction was wrong, but that the speed of the opponent's knife was too fast, so fast that he couldn't avoid it at all. Even if he tried his best to dodge, Kuji-taiki could only watch Sumu's knife getting closer and closer to his neck. I lost. Feeling the cold feeling from the scabbard around his neck, Kuji-taiki put down the hilt in his hand, his face depressed, and looked at Sumu again with a look of awe. Fear of the strong. Assigned. Sumu nodded slightly, his eyes flat. The cultivation method of Usui Dojo has an extremely powerful effect. Relying on the subtle perception of dochi, one can predict the opponent's next attack direction, and thus make corresponding defense or attack methods in a targeted manner. This is a very powerful fighting technique. Putting the scabbard on his waist again, Sumu raised his head. And this moment, Imaed Hikaru, the pavilion owner of the Usui Dojo, also stood up. Your Excellency, indeed a very powerful warrior. 35. Imaed Hikaru stood up, took a sword from a disciple's hand, and stood a few meters across from Sumu. It is indeed qualified to challenge the Usui Dojo. Next, Imaed Hikaru, Usui Dojo Deputy Director Imaed Hikaru, accept your challenge. 35. Imaed Hikaru bends down slightly. His hand rests slightly on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sumu, please advise. A slightly hoarse voice came from under the hat, and Sumu, who had always been flat, also showed a serious attitude. I feel that the deputy library owner still has some ability. Today, when he came here, he did not really challenge the Usui Dojo, but came with a learning mentality. Compared to Sumu's serious attitude at the moment, Imaed Hikaru is extremely cautious, pressing his hand on the hilt of the sword, always paying attention, preparing to guard against the opponent's attack. But seeing that the other party did not have any intention to attack, Jin's Higuang frowned slightly, and at this moment, he felt a little irritable in his heart unconsciously. Because, some can't see the details of this young man. Take a small breath, keep your inner calm, and avoid being impetuous during the battle, because under impetuousness, you will expose many flaws in yourself. Therefore, without hesitation, Imada Hikaru was the first to strike. This sword is at least 5 times faster than the speed of the previous Tsukushi Teiki, and only a faint shadow of the sword can be seen. It has completely surpassed the speed that the human body limit can swing. Obviously, this is a human powerhouse with a level that can rival the primary ghost. But in Sumu's eyes, the other party's speed is still too slow. Almost instantly, the body was dodging to the side. However, he had thought that he would be able to dodge the sword, but suddenly found that the sword that the opponent had cut suddenly changed direction in the middle, and slashed towards the position where he wanted to dodge. Relying on the subtle perception of dodge chi, I realized where I was going to dodge, so did I attack in advance? Sumu murmured slightly, but his movements were not slow, and the knife at his waist suddenly came out of its sheath. A ray of cold light flickered, and the blade moved directly in front of him. On the other hand, the opponent seemed to have already anticipated his blocking action. The swordsmanship, which was originally a slash, suddenly trembled on the way. 3 points in a row turned into 3 phantoms, hitting Sumu's upper, middle, and lower positions respectively. He frowned slightly. This kind of battle that was completely expected by the opponent and controlled by others made him feel very uncomfortable. 4 flowers. Before, Kyuji Teiki also gave him some such feelings, but the opponent's strength was too weak and the speed was too slow. And so on a series of strength gaps, can't pose any threat to him at all. On the other hand, Hikari Imda is different. His strength has reached the level that exceeds the limit of the human body, and has reached the level where he can cope with a primary ghost. Although, in terms of strength, speed, etc., he is still far from himself in terms of strength. A lot of. But also barely able to keep up with their own speed. 0. However, relying on the subtle perception of the human body's dochi to predict his next move, and thus, to make effective countermeasures, it is abruptly pulling the strength of the two to an extremely low level. Although his strength is so much lower than his own, but he can achieve this level, the cultivation of this kind of dochi really has merit. Although, after reaching the realm of penetrating the world, this method of fighting is no longer useful, but before the penetrating world, this method of doing chi is feared to be invincible in battles of the same level. Compared to what Sumu was thinking at the moment, Imada's heart was extremely heavy now. Originally, relying on the subtle perception of dochi, he anticipated the opponent's next move, and was always one step ahead, and ordinary people simply couldn't resist his attack. However, after a short attack with the opponent, he found that the opponent's speed, strength, and even overall strength were much stronger than his own, even if he relied on the subtle perception of dochi to predict the opponent's next move, one step ahead. But the opponent's speed is faster than his own, and he can always come later, making his attack completely unsuccessful. The other party, completely crushed himself in terms of strength. So, keep going, I'm afraid, it will inevitably fall into the dilemma of failure. Chapter 96. Although his strength was suppressed in all aspects, Imada Hikaru remained calm, mainly due to his confidence in the cultivation of the dochi of the Usuli Dojo. The dochi practice inherited from the Usuli Dojo was originally used for combat and was born for combat. Not without a turnaround. Imada Hikaru's hand pressed down on the hilt of the sword again. The whole person stood there, keeping a quiet and motionless posture. Sumu also stood there and did not disturb him. He could feel that the next wave of offensive should be brewing at this moment, and the attack of this wave needs to be prepared in advance. Cast. Really? In the next second, Imada Mitsu opened his eyes, and in his vision, this world was no longer a pure world, but a world lingering with dochi. Everything has a dochi in it, and he is in the 043 heart of this dochi. Starting from his center, ripples of dochi continued to radiate out, weaving a cobweb in this courtyard, and he was the spider who mastered the cobweb. In this spider web, he can perceive any subtle movements of the prey in advance. And Sumu, is the powerful prey caught in this cobweb. And he is the spider that hunts this powerful prey. Drink. With a light drink, Imade Hikaru's speed suddenly increased sharply, and the sword in his hand was also unsheathed at this moment, slashing towards Sumu. Sumu dodged in time, but as soon as he dodged sideways, the slashing sword swung toward the position where he dodged. Destruction and killing. Chaotic style. A low voice suddenly sounded. The attack of the sword in Hikari Imi's hand at this moment increased by more than 50%, and every attack fell on the position where Sumu would definitely fall. Moreover, the aftermath of the attack generated by each attack will still ripple in place, and if the body falls here again, it will be entangled by the aftermath of the attack. At this moment, even if his strength is stronger than Imade Hikaru, Sumu has a faint feeling that he really seems to be caught in a cobweb's prey. This is a very peculiar feeling, but it is not false, but a real existence. Every place where Imakako falls will have aftermath rippling in place, and as more and more places are attacked, almost all there are rippling aftermath in the direction of dodging. It seems that at this moment, the entire dojo was caught in the rippling aftermath of Imade Hikaru's attack. And these aftershocks just woven into a cobweb that enveloped the entire dojo, and when his body was removed from the cobweb, the aftermath of the rippling attacks entangled him, and began to weaken his strength over and over again. What a weird way to attack! Feeling the strange power around him, Sumu also came back to his senses at this time, and slashed with the long knife in his hand. A sharp knife slashed down suddenly, spreading to the surrounding like a thunderbolt, and all around, all the rippling aftermath of the attack from Imajiko were all smashed by him. The cobweb dissipated. Imade Hikaru took a deep breath, realizing that the other party had broken his own destruction and chaos. So, the hand was once again in the hilt of the sword. Destruction kill, Sora. With another deep snort, Sabotage killing air style slashed a sword towards Sumu again. This sword fell, and soon, it suddenly flashed 6 times in the air, turning into 6 sharp sword chi to block all the dodging positions around Sumu's body. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Sumu's scarlet eyes under the hat also suddenly opened. At the same time, the knife was drawn. The knife that was about to reach the extreme was cut out, and it was cut out 6 times in succession. Clang clang clang. 6 short, rapid metal collisions resounded in a row, and the destruction-killing, Sora style that Imade Hikaru cut out with his sword was smashed by Sumu with his sword. Yen yen. Continuing to use the dochi fighting technique of the Usuli Dojo, Imade Hikaru's physical strength was also huge, and he couldn't help standing in place to take a breath. While panting, looking at each other. From beginning to end, the opponent did not attack at all, and was always in a defensive position. During this period, he has already resorted to the strongest means of attack. But it couldn't hurt the opponent in the slightest. Continue. The end is already doomed. Even though the dochi cultivation of the Usuli Dojo is specially used for battle, and has the ability to defeat the strong with the weak, but the gap with the opponent is too great. It can't be its opponent at all. In front of so many disciples, Imada's face changed slightly, and after a long time, he put away his sword and bowed slightly towards Sumu. I lost. Some lost openings. In the dojo, all the dojo disciples were in an uproar, but soon became silent for a while, and even the deputy patriarch conceded defeat. It seemed that the opponent's strength really surpassed the deputy patriarch. The deputy pavilion owner is already the strongest in the entire Suliu dojo. Unless the most mysterious pavilion owner shot. But unfortunately, the disciples of the entire Suliu dojo have never seen the pavilion owner. So, doesn't it mean that the opponent's challenge is successful, and the Suliu dojo is really inferior to others? This makes the disciples of the Usuli dojo have a suppressed anger in their hearts. After all, as the disciples of the Usuli dojo, the honor and disgrace of the dojo is related to themselves, and the failure of the dojo also means that the disciples of these dojos are inferior to others. At this time, Imade Hikaru also raised his head. His eyes were still filled with disappointment, but his back was still upright. Although I lost, the dojo has not yet lost. He speaks earnestly. I'm not the strongest in the dojo, please rest for a while, and then I will compete with you when I contact the master of the pavilion. Is that your mysterious pavilion owner? Sumu couldn't help but speak. Exactly. Imdeko said seriously. Okay, I'll wait. He nodded and walked away without looking back, knowing that he might really want to come into contact with that evil ghost. Imaed's eyes were withdrawn as Sumu's figure left. He looked around the dojo, and his brows were lowered. It's all gone. Although the disciples still had a lot to say, the deputy pavilion owner didn't want to talk about it, and he retired wisely. When everyone in the dojo had left, Imaed Mitsu turned around, and soon, Imaed Mitsu came to a secret room. The secret room was empty, except for a futon in the center, and there was only a bird cage hanging from the beam. Inside the cage, a black 1.5 colored psy crow was closing its eyes, but with the arrival of the current light, the crow opened its eyes lazily. Please also inform the owner of the pavilion, there is a strong person to challenge, we are lost, and the owner of the pavilion. Imada Hikaru bent over and spoke to the crow in the bird cage. The bird cage opened, the crow fluttered and flew away from the window. Watching the crow leave, Jin's Higuang's eyes were full of anticipation. Except for the former deputy owner of the follower who had met the mysterious museum master when he was a teenager, he never saw each other again. But as for the mystery hall master, he had only seen one side, but it gave him a deep impression. In his impression, the very powerful former deputy hall master had never even made a move of the mystery hall master. Next, the strength of the owner of the museum has reached the realm of inhumanity. He doubted very much whether there was anyone in this world who could be stronger than the pavilion owner. Chapter 97. Walking out of the dojo, Sumu stopped. A little girl who seemed to be carved with pink and jade was squatting at the door. It seemed that she felt his exit. The girl turned back suddenly. After seeing him, her delicate face immediately filled with a smile. Uncle Evil. 35. Like a chick returning to its nest, the girl took small steps and ran towards her. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel hugged in his arms. Chestnut flowers fall. Chanel's body is petite and exquisite, soft and pink, as if hanging on the body like a soft sponge. After rubbing the chestnut flowers, Sumu said softly, wait in a hurry. No. Li Hualuo. Chanel shook his head, it doesn't matter how long you wait, as long as uncle can come back. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel said seriously, under the dark night, the soft moonlight reflected in the girl's pink and purple eyes, shining like stars. Definitely will be back. 35. He smiled and scratched the chestnut flower. Chanel's pink nose. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's little nose wrinkled and made a childish hum sound. Uncle Evil, there is a small stall in front of me, and there are hot wontons. Chanel 21 is almost greedy. Sumu smiled a little lightly. For some reason, there were chestnut flowers falling. With Chanel by her side, her tense mood would relax a lot. Chanel wants to eat it. 35. That will take you to eat. 35. Then I'm going to eat a big bowl. Oh no, I'm going to eat 2 big bowls. Eat too much, but you will gain weight. I'm getting fat. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel glanced at herself, and suddenly thought of how chubby she had become, a girl as chubby as a pig, and immediately shook her head. Shanna doesn't really want to become a little fat pig, so I will eat less, eat less. What? Sumu laughed, I thought you would eat 1 less bowl. 35. Not at all. The girl muttered. Then, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel pulled his sleeve, there must be 2 bowls, Chanel only eats 1 bowl, and Chanel wants to feed the uncle. I'm not hungry. But uncle hasn't eaten for a long time, so he must be hungry. The girl muttered in dissatisfaction. Sumu smiled and patted Li Hualuo. Chanel's shoulder, the scarlet eyes under the hat became slightly silent. After becoming an evil spirit, the desire to eat ordinary food will become very low, but the desire for human addiction in the heart is strong. I don't know how long I can suppress the evil ghost's instinctive desire for people. There is a small stall selling wontons in front, and the one who sells wontons is an old grandma. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel Huna sounded with a childish voice. Okay, let's take Chanel to eat. 35. Sumu smiled, holding a chestnut flower. Chanel came to a small stall near the street. Although it was a dark night, there were still many lights in the town, and there were many lanterns in a nearby street. Colorful lanterns illuminated the entire street, the lights flickered, and at one corner of the street, Sumu saw a small cart with 2 red lanterns hanging on it. There was a small moving pot on the car, boiling water was boiled in the pot, and beside it, a white-haired grandmother was wrapping chaos by the pot. "Hello grandma! When I came to the stall, the chestnut flowers fell," Chanel shouted sweetly. The grandmother who was wrapping chaos raised her head and watched the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel couldn't help showing kindness in her eyes. "Hello. Grandma, I want to buy 2 big bowls of chaos." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel stretched out her small hand and handed over the change that her uncle had just given her. "Okay, I'll cook it for you right now." The old grandmother patted the chestnut flowers kindly. Chanel's little head just took the change, and then she started to work quickly. It didn't take long for the chaotic aroma to rise from the hot cauldron. Sumu and Li Hualuo. Chanel was sitting at the small table by the stall. Sumu turned his head and looked at the street not far away. In the dark night, lanterns were lit on both sides of the street in front. Under the light of the lanterns, the darkness of the night was completely driven away. Many small merchants and hawkers were still setting up stalls there, and some shops were shouting hard. Compared with the endless darkness and silence outside, it is very lively and prosperous here, and many people are strolling on the streets. Such a lively scene, I really want people to get involved. But after becoming an evil spirit, it will never be possible to integrate into it again. Ghosts belong to darkness. The wantons are here. The old grandmother came over with 2 bowls full of chaos, and placed them in front of him and Li Hualuo. "Eat it," Sumu said with a smile. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel scooped a spoonful of hot chaos in the bowl in front of him with a spoon, stretched out his little hand and handed it to him. "Uncle, have a taste." 35. Looking at the hot chaos of the spoon, Sumu lowered his head and ate it. "It's hot and hot, but the taste is nothing special to evil spirits, and evil spirits are basically normal to the senses of flesh and blood other than humans." Watching Sumu swallow chaos, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel also scooped a spoonful of chaos in Uncle's bowl with a small spoon, put it in his mouth, and opened his mouth. A spoonful of ravioli was swallowed by the girl, because she ate too much, and the ravioli was hot, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's intuitive hot breath rushed into her forehead. The little hand fanned directly to the mouth. It was obviously a little hot, but he was reluctant to spit it out, and the mouth was blowing hot air. Sumu laughed, wiped his mouth with his hand, raised his head as if he didn't care, and under the scarlet eyes of the hat, he saw a crow flying out of the sky above the Usuli Dojo, and then, disappeared into the vast darkness. "It seems. It won't be long before you meet the mysterious pavilion owner. Other side. Is it the devil you guessed? It will be revealed soon." Withdrawing her gaze, she once again focused her gaze on Li Hualuo. "Chanel who?" At this moment, the little girl's face was a little red from swallowing the hot wontons, and her forehead was a little sweaty. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised his head and smiled at him while wiping his forehead with his small hand. "Grandma's wontons are really delicious." 99. "Then eat more." 35. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel nodded heavily and swallowed another spoonful of wontons, but soon, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel 043's eyes filled with surprise. "Uncle, I still have a piece in my bowl. What about fried eggs?" It turned out that under the full chaos, there was still a piece of fried egg. "I don't want fried eggs." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's eyes were filled with doubts. Sumu raised his head and glanced at the old woman beside the stall. "Just right." The other party just raised his head and looked over, with a kind expression on his frowning face. Sumu nodded, and probably understood that this omelette should have been given to Li Hualuo by the grandmother. Probably the other party really likes Li Hualuo. Chanel who, this lovely girl. It's just that for such a small vendor, 1 or 2 bowls of chaos doesn't actually make much money, and if they give away a fried egg, they hardly make any money. Uncle, why is there an extra piece of fried egg in my bowl? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head, a little puzzled. Sumu patted Li Huoluo. Chanel's head, probably because Chanel is very cute, the kind grandma likes Chanel very much, so I gave it to Chanel. That's it. 35. Li Huoluo. Chanel nodded, that old grandmother is really good. Soon, the 2 bowls of wontons were finished, and Sumu also dropped the chestnut flowers. Chanel left here. When Sumu left, the old grandmother of the vendor came to close the stall, and swiftly cleaned up the tableware and spoon, but soon, the wrinkled hands gave a slight meal. There are some banknotes pressed at the bottom of a large bowl. The old grandmother picked up the banknotes and wanted to find the young man with the cute little girl, but found that the figure of the other party had long since disappeared. Chapter 98. Dark Night. In front of a grave, a man stood silently. The gentle moonlight shone on the man, and the man couldn't help reaching out his hand, wanting to hold the moonlight falling on his hand. But never catch it. Liangxiu, Master Qingzang. The man muttered, always feeling very familiar. That familiar feeling made his heart throb instinctively. It seems that I have forgotten about the things that are very important to me. The kind of forgotten, things that made his heart begin to become empty. With a loud shout, the man's body turned into after-images, and from time to time, his fists hit the air and made an explosion-like sound. I don't know how long I've been practicing. But no matter how long you practice, your body will not feel tired, and it seems that you will never reach the limit of exhaustion. Ghost, with unlimited physical strength, there is no need to care about physical consumption at all. It has been too long, no one has been able to approach a dangerous state, the kind of state that can approach a dangerous state, just thinking about it makes him intoxicated. In the past 200 years, even if it was the pillar of the ghost-killing squad, several people died in his hands, but it really gave him a sense of danger, none of them. I wish there was a real rival. Looking up, his eyes fell on the tombstone of the tomb, and there seemed to be a residual image flashing in his mind. It was a very gentle woman, and that gentle woman seemed to be smiling at him. Ah! The man waved his fist vigorously, constantly tempering himself. Only in this way, it seems that he can fill the emptiness in his heart. Just strong enough. As long as I'm strong enough, I can find what I'm after. The fist continued to be swung, and every punch seemed to blow the surrounding air. The figure of the man could not be clearly seen, and all he could see was the shadow of the fist that could occasionally be seen. And every punch gave people an extremely fatal feeling of heart palpitations. Quack! A crow landed on the grave, combing its own feathers while making a quack sound at the man who was practicing boxing. The figure stopped, and the man's golden pupils fell on the crow. It seems that a long time ago, I left this Jew crow somewhere. A place called Suli Dojo. For a dojo that you created in the first place, why would you spend time on such useless things as building a dojo? Why? Forget exactly why such a dojo was built in a human town. It's just, as if the body does it instinctively. He stretched out his hand, his nails were bright red, as if there was blood on his fingernails. The flapping wings of the crow fell into the hands of the man. He took out a bamboo tube that was tied to the bird's leg, and a letter fell into his hand. Suryu Dojo, Challenger, 99. The handwriting fell into his eyes, the man stood in silence, the soft moonlight fell on the man's short pink hair, making it even more bright red, and the pale skin and the color of the hair formed a sharp contrast. Then go and see, this so-called challenger. The man whispered, and in the next second, the figure disappeared from the place. Embracing the chestnut blossoms. Chanel pushed open the door of the room, and what caught his eye was Kocho Chanaki and Kocho Shinobu, who were hugging on the bed and fighting together. Sumu stopped and stood silently. The Kocho sisters, who were fighting and hugging each other, seemed to sense something, and turned back suddenly, just in time to see the returning husband. The girl's face turned red with a poof, she quickly got up from the bed and tidied up some messy clothes. Mr. is back. The two shouted respectfully. Sumu nodded, and dropped the chestnut flower and Chanel on the ground. The chestnut flowers fell. As soon as Chanel fell to the ground, she quickly ran towards the Kocho sisters. Sister Chanahui, Sister Shinobi, this is for you. The girl opened her small palm. Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but look at the chestnut flowers. Looking at Shana's little hands, they were a little curious, and the chestnut flowers fell. What will Chanel give them? This is the first time I have received a gift from Li Hualuo. Chanel. Some unexpected surprises. A pair of cute purple Kocho hairpins are lying quietly on the chestnut blossoms. Chanel's white and tender palms seem to be really living Kocho. So pretty. 35. At first glance, Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu fell in love with this Kocho hairpin. For you, the pink and purple ones belong to Sister Chanahui, and the light pink and purple ones belong to Sister Shinobu. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel said seriously. Thank you, Chanel. After accepting the hairpin with some joy, Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but gently play with it in the palm of their hand. It feels really nice. Chanel's choice of hairpins is so beautiful. 39. Kocho Kani couldn't help but said happily. Not at all. Li Hualuo. Chanel shook his head. It was chosen by my uncle, and my uncle said it was given to you. Under the hat, his scarlet eyes lifted slightly, and he looked at Li Hualuo with a hint of doubt. Chanel, he didn't say these words. At that time, when he passed a stall selling hairpins on the street, Chanel took a fancy to it. Among them, he bought the Kocho hairpins. At that time, he still wondered why the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost wanted to buy 3, but they were given to Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu. Of course, he didn't want to debunk Li Hualuo. Chanel's lie, just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze, walked to the corner and sat there silently. Hearing that it was sent by Mr. Kocho Shinobu was even happier, and bowed to Sumu to thank him. Thank you, sir. Kocho Chana Megami also bent over. Thank you for the gift, Mr. 35. When bending over, Kocho Kani secretly glanced at her husband, and then her face flushed slightly. It turns out that Mr. will also give gifts. I always thought that Mr. is strict, but I didn't expect it to be so brilliant, sister. Kocho Shinobu whispered in his sister's ear, Sir suddenly gave my sister a gift, isn't it? Mr. is in love with One-chan, sister. A shyness appeared on Kocho's delicate face, and she stretched out her hand and hit her sister. Didn't you give it to your sister too? Oh, that gentleman is so greedy, he likes his elder sister, and he also likes his younger sister. Forbearance, don't say that, Sir. 9. Kocho Kanai's stern face, a little angry. Kocho Shinobu pouted and muttered in a low voice, I haven't even gotten married, so I started to hate my cute little sister. Sure enough, the married sister, the water spilled, beggar. Before he could finish speaking, his little sister was beaten on the head by her sister, preventing her from talking nonsense. After organizing her sister's nonsense, Kocho Kani also hurriedly looked over at the husband, feeling that the husband didn't seem to notice this, and the little hand couldn't help but patted her chest, slightly relieved. A wave of ripples came out as the girl's palm fell. The girl's development has been quite good, standing there, very slim. After suppressing the playful sister, Kocho Kanai's white and tender hand couldn't help but look at the Kocho hairpin in the palm of her hand. It's beautiful and beautiful. More importantly, it was delivered by Mr. Inexplicable ripples appeared in the girl's purple pupils, and it was the girl's heart that was rippling. Chapter 99. The night was still dark. The room was silent, and the younger sister and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost fell asleep. Kocho Kani gently removed her sister's hand from her chest, and then got up carefully. When getting out of bed, Kocho Kani's eyes couldn't help but glance at the dark corner of the room. As always, the gentleman sat cross-legged in the dark corner, as if falling into the darkness and the shadows. The girl's purple eyes drooped slightly, and complex emotions rippled deep within them. He opened the door gently and walked out of the door slowly. When they came to the small courtyard of the inn, the girl sat on a piece of bluestone, hugged her knees with her hands, and looked at the sky. The sky today is not completely dark, with moon and stars. In the dark night, the stars shone like a beautiful picture. The scenery of the sky is so beautiful, but the girl's brows seem to carry an inexhaustible sadness. It belongs to the unique sorrow of young girls. When your parents are there, you can ask your mother if you are in a bad mood, or if you don't understand anything. What I like most is sitting in front of the dresser, behind me, the gentle mother will always comb out the most beautiful hair in the world for her. When combing her hair, her gentle mother would always say, "Shana Megami has grown up and looks so good looking, what a good husband can I match with Chanel Megami." At that time, I would always be a little shy, and would always interrupt my mother's words to prevent her from continuing. Sometimes, when I feel sad in my heart, I will tell it to my mother, and my mother will always open up herself gently. At that time, I was really happy. Sometimes, I have fantasized about what my future husband will be like. Will you fall in love with others in the future? What does the heart feel like? All of these, I have fantasized and thought that one day in the future, 043 will marry the boy he likes with the blessing of his parents. Until the parents are no longer there. There is no one to whom she can tell, and there is no one to rely on behind her. She became her sister's support. As the eldest sister, no matter how low her heart is and how bad her mood is, in front of her younger sister, she must be active, she can only hide her concerns, and can no longer tell others. Because no one can listen. However, the emotions hidden in the depths of her heart were so heavy on her heart that she was overwhelmed. She seems to have someone she likes, but that person seems to be a ghost. What should she do? She raised her head and looked at the sky, her eyes confused. She doesn't know what to do. No one can tell her. What would she have said to her if she was still alive? Would she have been told? What should she have done? With her head buried in her knees, her hands wrapped around her knees, in a quiet night, the girl sat on the rocks in the courtyard with her knees in her arms. Long time. The girl's head was lifted from her deeply buried knees, her palms spread out, and a small kocho hairpin landed in her palm. It was given to her by Mr. I didn't expect the other party to send gifts. Is it really like what my sister said? In fact, Sir also likes me, so I will give it to myself. I also like Mr. also likes himself, such like, really, very beautiful. But Mr. is a devil. The devil who ruined their happiness. Can you not care about these? Suddenly, as if feeling something, Kocho Kanawai suddenly turned her head, and a little girl came to the courtyard with small steps. Is the chestnut flower? Chanel almost. He restrained the complicated emotions in his heart, and fell to the chestnut flowers that came over. Chanel smiled. Why doesn't Chanel sleep? The girl's smile is like the warm sun in spring, which is warm everywhere. It seems that the sorrow just now does not exist at all. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel did not answer the words of Sister Chanel, but came to the blue stone in front of Kocho Chanel. The little feet jumped slightly, and the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was standing on the blue stone just like Kocho Chan Ahui. Looking up, looking at the dark night, the chestnut flowers are falling. Chanel's pink and purple eyes are as bright as stars. Sister Chanel, what are you thinking? Just looking at the starry sky, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost opened her mouth. Nothing. Kocho Chana Megami shook her head. Sister Chanel Megami really didn't think about anything? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost retracted her gaze towards the starry sky and turned to look at Kocho Chanel. Kocho Chanel Megami is too tall, at least much taller than Chanel who is still a child, so the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel can only look up high to see Kocho Chanel Megami's eyes. I don't know why, when the chestnut flowers fell. Kanai's eyes stared at him, and Kocho Kani's heart suddenly had an indescribable panic. As for Li Huoluo, Shanahu, this lovely girl, Kocho Chan Ahui naturally understands very well that this is a child who regards his uncle as more important than himself. I remember when we met for the first time, I just said some bad things about the other party's uncle. Actually, it's more of a joke. But the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was almost angry, very angry. It can be seen that in Li Huoluo. Shanahu's heart, how important is her uncle's position in her heart. Sister Chanel Megami is in love with Mr. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost suddenly opened her mouth. How will it be? It's just, then it doesn't. Kocho-chana Megami hurriedly shook her head, trying to explain at the same time. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel didn't care about Kocho's explanation, just a pair of pink-purple eyes, CBBF, staring at Chanel's eyes. The other party has purple eyes that are almost the same color as hers. Of course, it is not without differences. Her own eyes are more pink-purple, while Kocho-chanawi's eyes are more dark blue-purple. Looking at the other person's eyes, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel had already realized something, although she was still very young and didn't understand many things, but perhaps because of the experiences she had suffered since she was a child, she could see more about the human heart thing. While this sister Chanahui likes the evil uncle, she is also afraid of the evil uncle. It's like being infatuated with the warmth of the flame but afraid of being burned by the heat of the flame. Love and fear. Sister Chanel. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and shouted. Kocho Chanel suppressed the panic in her heart and looked at Li Huoluo. Chanel who? Sister Chanel, you are a good person. Li Huoluo. Chanel looked serious. I like to stay with Sister Chanel. I also love spending time with Chanel. Kocho Chanahui stretched out her hand and touched the chestnut flower. Chanel's small head. Feeling the warmth of Kocho's palm, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's pink and purple eyes narrowed in enjoyment. But soon, the girl opened her eyes again. I don't know what Sister Chanel will think in the end, and I don't know what Sister Chanel will do in the future, but Chanel has only one request. What? Kocho-chana Megami didn't understand what the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost wanted to say. Please don't hurt my evil uncle 9. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel looked serious, especially the word evil ghost, the girl's tone was high. Kocho's face turned pale in an instant. Although he has already understood, but after all, he has never revealed it, and he pretends to know nothing, but being seen through by others, even a little girl, makes Kocho-kani feel at a loss. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel ignored what Kocho was thinking at the moment, but said softly, as long as Chanel doesn't hurt my evil uncle, Sister Chanel is Chanel's best sister. 39. The girl's voice suddenly fell, and her eyes dropped at this moment. Wait until you raise your head again. The little girl's eyes were as sharp as swords. It seems that it is really a sword that wants to be bloodthirsty. However, if Sister Chanahui hurts the evil uncle a little bit. The girl's voice was mixed with some extremely strong determination. So. Shanna will kill you with her own hands, not only to kill you, but also to kill your sister, my sister Shinobi. The voice was suddenly gloomy and cold, as if the temperature of the entire small courtyard had dropped a lot at this moment. Under Li Huoluo. Shanahu's eyes, Kocho Chanel couldn't help shivering, and an inexplicable feeling of fear poured out of her heart. But when Kocho-kani looked back again, the girl's sharp, bloodthirsty, murderous eyes had vanished, and reappeared were the innocent and concerned eyes of a child. Sister Chanel, it's cold outside, it will freeze if you stay outside. Sister Chanel has to come back early. The girl showed an innocent smile of concern. The innocent and caring eyes and the sharp eyes that appeared just now are completely two extremes. It seemed that the terrifying look that had just appeared was just an illusion. As if it never appeared. After all, it's just a little girl, how could she have such a terrifying look? But Kocho was convinced that it wasn't a hallucination. But a truly murderous look. With a determined look. Chapter 100. Suliu Dojo. Ima-ed Hikaru stood in a courtyard of the dojo, looking at the front respectfully. In front of him was a figure with his back turned to Hikari-imi. The other party has pink hair, pale skin exposed, and is engraved with dark blue tattoos representing sinners, wearing a purple short shirt, with rosary beads hanging on his ankles. Although I only met once when I was a teenager, Ima-ed Hikaru recognized at first sight that the other party was the real pavilion owner of the Usuli Dojo. Of course, Imaed Hikaru didn't know that Gon Master was an evil spirit. It is also a powerful evil spirit, and it is the third in the 12 Kizuki, the fighting spirit. A demon named Akaza. Akaza put his hands behind his back and his eyes fell on the entire courtyard. The whole courtyard was painted with snowflake-like patterns everywhere, which made him feel very comfortable. Love this pattern. I don't know why I like this snowflake pattern, maybe it's just because I like it, or maybe it's because of a person. However, he has long forgotten that vague figure. I can't remember. Akaza was disappointed, then turned his head, and his golden eyes looked at Jin Ziguang. Is it you who sent the message to me? Yes, the pavilion master. Imada's face was full of respect, and at the same time, he told all the information about the challenger. Although you are all weak, after all, if you practice the dochi taught by me, the opponent will be able to defeat you, but you still have some ability. Akaza murmured, I just hope it's not too weak, otherwise, there's no real interest in making a move. He likes to challenge the stronger, and only by challenging the stronger can he progress faster. Fighting against the weak will only make yourself weaker. Tell him I'm here. Yes, the owner. Imada's expression was respectful. Go down. Akaza waved his hand. Immediately Hikaru backed away respectfully. As Imaed Hikaru receded, Akaza was alone in the entire courtyard. Akaza silently looked at the entire courtyard, trying to recall something, but the empty memory could not be recalled at all. I forgot what was most important to me. Akaza raised his head in confusion, and finally lowered his head again. Soon, there was only a sound of shouting and shouting from the courtyard. Perhaps, only when you become the strongest can you find your forgotten self. A ray of morning light pierced the darkness, and the sun began to pour over the whole world. Kocho Shinobu opened his eyes drowsily, and habitually stretched out his hand and scratched to the side. But nothing was caught. Turning his head and looking at the bedside, his sister was not by his side. Looking at the room, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was still sleeping quietly, with a quiet warm smile on his face. He smiled and looked at the dark corner of the courtyard again. The gentleman was still sitting there, quiet and calm. I have gradually gotten used to the strange character of Mr. Always shrouded in darkness. Always wear a black hat. The girl snapped her fingers, only to realize that she was so familiar with her husband's habits. Hey hey! Involuntarily, the girl let out a hee-hee smirk. And, soon, the girl found her favorite sister. The elder sister was sitting quietly in front of the dressing table, her hands gently combing the black hair scattered on her chest. On the small table of the dresser, a beautiful Kocho hairpin is lying quietly there. Elder sister. The girl let out a hum sound, and the petite figure came to Kocho's back and hugged Kocho from behind. Wake up! Kocho Kani stopped combing her hair, turned her head, and looked at her sister with gentle eyes. Yes, sister. Kocho Shinobu answered in a low voice, and at the same time complained a little, and couldn't help but puff out his cheeks. My sister woke up and didn't know how to call others. Isn't it because you are sleeping soundly? Kocho Kani gently rubbed her sister's head. Hum. Kocho Shinobu had to make a dissatisfied hum sound from the tip of his nose, but he didn't continue to tangle on it, but looked at his sister in the mirror. Today's sister is so beautiful. Yes. Of course. Kocho Shinobu raised his small head and said proudly, but immediately, he approached his sister's earlobe and muttered in a low voice, I don't know, which man will be cheaper in the future. Saying that, Kocho Shinobu shook hands with the center of the rippling figure in front of the mirror. Sister, it's all grown up. At first, Kocho-chan Ahui didn't understand what her sister meant, but when she saw the position of her hand in the mirror in front of her chest, she didn't understand what her sister said, and the mirror's face suddenly flushed shyly. What nonsense! The shy Kocho Kani stretched out her little hand and hit her sister's head. It hurts? 35 Kocho Shinobu covered his little head. Are you still talking nonsense? Ask for her flowers. Kocho Kani opened her big, fierce eyes. I didn't say nonsense, people also want to be like my sister, big. 35. Kocho Shinobu muttered softly. Coco Chanel's blushing face turned even redder at this moment, but looking at the pitiful little sister covering her little head, she was reluctant to continue beating her. She just turned around, not ready to pay attention to her. Seeing that his sister was ignoring him, Kocho Shinobu stepped forward and picked up the Kocho hairpin in front of the dressing table. Then, he went behind his sister and bound the slender hair behind her with the Kocho hairpin. "This hairpin really matches my sister," Kocho Shinobu praised. "Mr. S eyes are really good. Such a beautiful sister, I think the husband will also like it very much." The little head was hit hard again, and Kocho Shinobu also pouted, not daring to talk nonsense. Da. There was a crisp knock on the door, and Kocho Kani put down the comb in her hand and walked quickly to the door. "Open the door." A samurai wearing a snowflake pattern stood at the door, a samurai from the Usuli Dojo. This made Kocho's beautiful purple eyes narrow slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. "This is because our pavilion owner asked me to come and pass the word. Tonight, our pavilion owner will be waiting at the Usuli Dojo." 39. After saying that, the warrior retreated. Kocho Kani frowned slightly, but still came to her husband and conveyed the words of the samurai of the Soryu Dojo just now. "Understood." Sumu raised his eyes and replied lightly. Kocho-chan Ahui then turned and retreated, but, I don't know if it was an illusion, Sumu always felt that Kocho-chan Ahui deliberately tossed his hair when he retreated. The black hair tied with the Kocho hairpin kept swaying with the girl's movements. 1T. A hoarse voice came from under the hat. Kocho Kani immediately stopped, turned her head, and looked at him with anticipation in her eyes. "Not bad." He glanced at the Kocho hairpin that the girl's hair was deliberately placed in a prominent position. "It matches you very well." The girl lowered her eyes covered with slender eyelashes with obvious joy. "If you like it, sir." The girl's soft, tender voice sounded almost as soft as mosquito wings flapping their wings. Chapter 101. "If you like it, sir." The girl lowered her eyes, and her voice was as low as a mosquito flapping its wings. Sumu raised his eyes and looked at this scene in surprise. "I remember that this very gentle and smart girl should be more afraid of herself. It stands to reason that this smart girl has already guessed her true identity. These days, the other party has also deliberately kept some distance from him as he expected, but now, why has he suddenly changed his attitude?" Although he didn't know why the other party suddenly changed his attitude, it was undoubtedly beneficial to him. Lowering his eyes slightly, he raised his head again. "However, I still prefer double ponytails." With a bit of ridicule, his scarlet eyes glanced at the girl's slender figure with inexplicable meaning. These days, he has been suppressing the desire 047 that comes from the evil spirit's natural addiction to people, but the more he suppresses it, the more irritable he becomes inside, but it has been hidden by him silently. He deeply understands that it is not the way to keep suppressing. When the time is right, you must vent. There are many ways to express emotions. Like violence, like the movement of life. Double tail. Coco Chanel's purple eyes were full of doubts. Although she knew a lot about hairstyles and headwear, it was the first time she heard of double ponytails. Some people don't quite understand what hairstyle is double ponytail. Sumu glanced at Li Huluo. Shanahu, the hairstyle I combed for Shanahu was a one-sided high ponytail. Coco Chanel fell to the chestnut flower. Shanna glanced over there, her jet black hair fell to her shoulders, and then bound it with a Kocho hairpin in the middle, which was very beautiful. If the chestnut flowers fall. If Chanel's hairstyle is a single ponytail, then the double ponytail is needed. The intelligent Coco Chanel immediately imagined what a double ponytail might look like. "Sir really likes double ponytails." Coco Kani raised her head, her purple pupils looked at her husband. It was the first time she told him what he liked from his mouth. If the husband likes the double ponytail hairstyle, then Chanel will comb the double ponytail. "I hope the husband likes it." 99. The girl mumbled and said in a low voice. Sumu raised his head slightly, and his scarlet eyes looked at this gentle, quiet and intelligent girl in amazement. "At this moment, a kind of irritable emotion is growing in my heart. The softer and weaker the other party is, the more anger grows in his heart, making him want to. Then why do you like double ponytails? The girl's purple eyes were full of curiosity. After all, it was the first time that she kept such a close distance with her husband. Before, the attitude of her husband was always strict and cold, and he was very indifferent. Want to know? The scarlet gaze under the hat fell on the girl. A bit wondering. There was a hint of doubt in Kocho's heart. Could it be that this double ponytail hairstyle has any special meaning? At this time, Sumu stretched out his hand. Kocho-chan Ahui was slightly taken aback, but her husband's big hand was already on her chin. With a little force, she pinched the girl's lips into a zero shape, which also caused cute little dimples to appear on the girl's cheeks. Kocho-kani felt a little uncomfortable, but she was inexplicably shy in her heart. She didn't know why her husband bullied her suddenly. Although, it's not a real beating. But this condescending action made people unconsciously feel a sense of surrender in their hearts. It seems that the person standing in front of her is not the husband, but the master who belongs to Megami Channa. It's an embarrassing feeling. It's also a very humiliating feeling. She should have been angry, but she didn't know why, but she couldn't get angry when facing Mr. On the contrary, she was more obedient. It was probably from the very beginning that he received the strictest instruction from his husband, and deep down in his heart, the idea of obeying him has long since been deeply rooted. You ask me why I like double ponytail hairstyles. He said softly, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. For example, when riding a horse, if the head of the horse also has two tails on the head, it will be very easy to control, and you can control it how you want. The girl's eyes were confused, and she didn't understand what Sumu was saying for a while. Seeing this scene, Sumu suddenly showed a dull look, also withdrew his hand and closed his eyes again. Seeing that her husband closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to himself, Kocho Kanawai also carefully withdrew. The small hand caressed the corner of the mouth that the husband just pinched, and Kocho Kani thought about what the husband just said. What writing? What kind of double ponytail will be well controlled? And I like my own double ponytail. At first, Kocho was really puzzled and didn't want to understand. After all, Mr. has always been indifferent in her eyes, and never showed any rudeness. Naturally, Kocho-channa Megami would not think of her husband's words as vulgar in terms of men and women. I didn't think about that at first, so I naturally didn't understand what Mr. But it doesn't mean that Kocho can never understand. After careful thinking, Kocho immediately understands what Mr. means. It turned out to be. A hot flush appeared on the girl's face in an instant, and it was impossible to imagine that the gentleman who was always strict in his eyes would actually feel your face getting hot. The footsteps are also slightly weak. So shy. Involuntarily, I secretly glanced at the husband. Probably, the confusion I had just started made the husband think that he was unwilling, so he did not continue to talk to her. If you just didn't refuse. That gentleman is afraid that he will treat himself as a horse. Even though Kocho Kani, who has always been calm and behaved very calmly, thinks of the absurdity that may appear, she still feels like she is panicking. Why do you think so, sir? How can you be so rude? The girl's cheeks were flushed red, and her little feet couldn't help but stomped on the ground heavily, her little mouth bulging high. Sir, it's getting more and more, damn it, and it's getting worse and worse. 1.5. Why did the degenerate gentleman not feel any disgust in his heart? Obviously, that was a very bad idea for girls. Why don't you hate yourself? Bowing her head and biting her red lips with her teeth, Kocho Kani probably understands the reason, and she probably sees Mr.'s cold side all the time, so when Mr. shows a bad side, he doesn't feel disgusted, but he finds it cute. Certainly. It's more about Mr. don't hate? It turns out that Mr. can be so bad. Unconsciously pinching her slender legs and wrists, the girl lowered her head, her eyes seemed to be flashing with mist. If the husband really wanted her just now, she thinks. You probably won't refuse it. Chapter 102. The liveliness of the day belongs to human beings. The devil retreats. The darkness of night belongs to evil spirits. Demons dance. When night fell again, Sumu, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner of the inn-room, opened his eyes. "Uncle is going out again." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and looked at Sumu, who stood up. Sumu nodded. The chestnut flowers fell. Chana lowered her head slightly. The last night, the evil uncle went to the usse dojo with her, but this time he didn't take her with him. Perhaps. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost guessed the reason. It should be that there may be danger this time, so Uncle Evil is not going to take her there with him. "Uncle, you must come back early." The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's small hand tightly grasped Sumu's sleeve, a little reluctant, but she let go of her hand obediently. Because the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost understood that the evil uncle had made up his mind. After rubbing Li Huoluo's head, she glanced at Sister Kocha 21 in the room, and then pushed open the door and walked out. Today's night is very good, a full moon hangs high in the night sky. The bleak moonlight fell on the black bamboo hat, as if the hat was dyed with a layer of silver hoarfrost. Stepping forward, the figure shuttles through the street. Soon, he came to the location of the usse dojo. At the gate of the usse dojo, Sumu stopped and looked up. On the roof, a man stood there quietly. He has short pink hair, wears a purple short shirt, and is engraved with countless dark blue tattoos representing sinners. His nails are blood red, and rosary beads are hung on his ankles. Now, as if sensing someone coming, the man turns around. A pair of golden pupils fell on the person standing at the gate of the usse dojo. "So, it's a ghost," Akaza murmured. "It is somewhat boring, because, with the evil ghost's perception of each other's breath, it can be felt that Sumu is just a person who has just reached the level of evolutionary ghost. The evolution ghost may not be weak, but it is far from being his opponent. In Akaza's view, he is still an underdog. He doesn't need to accept a challenge from someone weaker than himself, he only likes to fight against the strong." Sumu raised his head and looked at Akaza standing on the roof, his scarlet eyes flickered slightly under the hat. He naturally understood that he was far from being Akaza's opponent, and naturally he couldn't really challenge Akaza foolishly. Originally, he was going to bring the chestnut flowers to fall. Chanel continued his wandering career after visiting the Kamadu family. But after the usse dojo discovered the trace of Akaza, they began to stop in this small town. If he didn't find Akaza's figure, it is estimated that he would have been ready to leave this town. As for the previous challenge to the usse dojo, I wanted to test whether Akaza would appear here. Now it seems that Akaza is really here. As for his purpose, it is also very simple, with the help of Akaza's hand, to help him deal with the swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad who have been chasing him lately. Ever since he killed the swordsmen of a ghost-killing team led by Nanjing Yu, he felt that he was being targeted by ghost hunters. Moreover, the strength of this ghost hunter is very powerful, far beyond what he can deal with. And it happened that Akaza's trace was found in this small town, and he wondered if he could attract Akaza to help him deal with the ghost hunter who had been searching for his trace. And as he expected, when the people from the usse dojo passed the news of the challenge from the strong to Akaza, Akaza, who had been eager to challenge the strong, came quickly. "You challenger really disappointed me." Akaza's golden eyes stared at Sumu, and what disappointed me was. After a slight pause, "I will blow your head off." In the face of the fierceness in Akaza's eyes, Sumu's expression remained calm. "Don't worry, I have brought you enough powerhouses that you are interested in." He spoke calmly. Akaza, who was going to shoot, glanced at Sumu again. Long time. As if feeling something, he looked up into the distance again. At some point, several swordsmen wearing black feather weave quickly rushed over. Swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad. Akaza's face was flat, "These weaklings are not enough." 35. Sumu stood on the spot with a pale expression, "These swordsmen don't need your excellency to shoot." 35. "Oh. 35. There was a tinge of interest in Akaza's eyes. "These swordsmen, I can solve them myself, and your real opponent will come soon," he whispered softly. And as his words fell, "Soon," the faces of the ghost hunters who rushed over to see Akaza's face changed greatly. As ghost hunters, they naturally knew who Akaza was. He was the third best in 12 Kizuki, so how could ordinary swordsmen like them be able to deal with it? Almost without hesitation, immediately lit the distress fireworks. Although these swordsmen are still a little rough in their hearts, they are not completely desperate. Because Yanzu, Rengoku Kyujura-sama is nearby. As long as I can delay it for a while, it will be enough to wait for the rescue of Rengoku Kyujura-sama. For Rengoku Kyujura-sama, they are very confident. Chapter 103. Under the moonlit night, the building below the Asuliya Dojo was pitch dark, and only the soft moonlight brought a ray of light to the pitch-dark earth, so that the world would not fall into a silent darkness. A group of swordsmen dressed in black feather woven tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, raised their heads, and looked at the evil spirit standing on the roof with vigilance and fear. This evil ghost was already well known in the ghost-killing team, and several pillars died in his hands. The real killings are countless. Akaza, the third character in 12 Kizuki, known as the demon of the fight. However, soon, the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team also noticed that standing in front of the gate of the Asuli Dojo was a man in black who was wearing a hat and shrouded in black. Although I'm not sure, but judging from the Nichiren blades hanging from the opponent's waist, this man in black should also be an evil spirit, and he is also the evil spirit that Lord Yanzu has been pursuing. That's right, the group of them was led by Yanzu Rengoku Kyujura, looking for the evil ghost who killed the Nanjing Yu team. I found it, this evil ghost is the evil ghost that Lord Yanzu is looking for. A swordsman stared at the Nichiren blades on Sumu's waist and said with certainty. He had seen the Nichiren blades hanging from the opponent's waist. It was the Nichiren blades used by the younger brother of Neu. He used to be the opponent's best friend, and he was familiar with these Nichiren blades. At the beginning, the team led by Nanjing Yu was not destroyed, and the Nichiren blades also disappeared. Several swordsmen of the ghost-killing team did not dare to attack Akaza, because they knew that they were not Akaza's opponents. The swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer are not afraid of death, but they will not make meaningless sacrifices either. But the evil ghost in front of him is different. Although the danger level is very high, it can destroy the existence of a ghost hunter team, but it is far worse than the top 3 in the famous 12 Kizuki, the ghost of fighting. Akaza. Before Lord Yanzu arrives, kill this evil ghost first. A swordsman from the ghost-killing squad spoke in a deep voice. The voice was a bit loud, and he looked at the kennel seat standing on the roof intentionally or unintentionally, seeing that Akaza's expression was still calm and indifferent, but he was only looking into the distance, and he was slightly relieved. Sure enough, as the information said, the third in 12 Kizuki, Akaza, is an evil spirit who admires the strong and hates the weak. Generally speaking, few people who are weaker than him deliberately shoot, let alone protect the weak. Moreover, there is a strong competitive relationship between the evil spirits, so the relationship between the evil spirits is not harmonious. If it were not for the ghost ancestors, Kibutsuji Musen would not allow the act of devouring between the evil spirits. I am afraid, there is no need to wait for the ghost hunt. The evil spirits will be plunged into endless battles with each other. Therefore, it stands to reason that Akaza should not protect Sumu, but it is not impossible, so this swordsman will tentatively speak. As the swordsman thought, Akaza didn't care about them at all, and he didn't protect Sumu in the slightest. Seeing this, several swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team looked at each other. Shhhhhh. Almost at the same time, 3 swordsmen immediately pulled out the Nichiren blades in their hands, and the next second, the 3 swordsmen rushed towards him with rapid footsteps. Akaza, who was standing on the roof, looked at this scene, his expression still indifferent, but just glanced at Sumu, with a hint of mockery in his golden pupils. Becoming a demon doesn't mean losing wisdom. How can Akaza not see Sumu's intention to use him as a target? In order to fight against the strong, he doesn't mind being a target once, but the feeling of being used by others is very unpleasant. Therefore, if Sumu is beheaded by this weak ghost-killing team swordsman, he will die if he dies. Every year, evil ghosts die under the Nichiren blades of the ghost-killing team, and it is not bad for Sumu. So, Akaza didn't mean to help in the slightest, just watched indifferently. Looking at the 3 swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad who were rushing up to cover each other in the shape of a pin, Sumu's expression remained calm under the hat. One of the swordsmen was already holding Nichiren blades with both hands, and the whole person jumped and slashed towards the evil spirit with a sharp knife. Choke. Seeing that the 3 swordsmen of the ghost-killing team were about to approach him, he heard a crisp metallic sound, and the snow-like blade suddenly unsheathed. The threatening cold light made him jump up, and the swordsman of the ghost-killing squad who slashed out with a knife in both hands squinted his eyes unconsciously. At the same moment, the unsheathed Nichiren blades were also held by Sumu and moved forward. Clang! The metal crash sounded. He jumped up, holding the sword in both hands, and the next blow was blocked by Sumu's sword. At the same time, the huge force from the sword directly sent the swordsman flying. The figure retreated and landed on the ground. The swordsman rolled twice on the ground in a row, dissipating the force that fell on his body, then tapped the ground with his toes, and charged forward again. Kill! When Sumu stabbed one of the swordsmen away, the other 2 swordsmen also attacked at the same time under the cover of his teammates. However, before the Nichiren blades of the 2 fell, they saw the evil spirit in front of them suddenly changed into 2 figures. Split shadow. The blood ghost technique can transform shadows that are equivalent to a certain degree of body strength. A split shadow appeared, and almost invariably killed the 2 swordsmen. The offensive and defensive trend reversed in an instant. The 2 swordsmen hurriedly dodged, but the speed at which the opponent swung Nichiren blades was extremely fast. When did the devil have such a powerful sword technique? 35. The 2 swordsmen dodged with difficulty under Sumu's sharp blade, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Over the years, they have fought against evil spirits a lot, but most of the evil spirits rely more on their super physical qualities and powerful blood ghost techniques. I have never seen a ghost swordsmanship so powerful. After all, for evil spirits, a strong body is the strongest weapon, and there is no need to use weapons like Nichiren blades. Clang! It was another slash, and the swordsman blocked the column with the sword, but the powerful strength was the trembling of the swordsman's hand holding the sword. Is it Zhao? The opponent's strength is too great. Before the swordsman could clench the handle of the sword, the evil spirit suddenly slammed the sword, and the Nichiren blades, which were already somewhat unstable, were blown away on the spot. The Nichiren blades fell off, the swordsman's face changed, and he had to retreat without thinking, and the 2 companions beside him also immediately opened up the opportunity. But obviously, it was too late. A sharp blade flashed suddenly and quickly enlarged in the swordsman's pupils. Next second, a falling head fell to the ground, rolling down continuously on the ground. Sumu stood there, looking at the other 2 swordsmen who were extremely annoyed and indignant because of the delay in the rescue, with a calm expression. He just calmly retracted the blade that cut off the swordsman's head. And as the blade tilted the ground slightly, the scarlet blood on the blade also dripped, dyeing the ground red. Chapter 104. The tip of the knife pointed diagonally to the ground. Sumu raised his eyes, and the scarlet eyes under the hat looked at the other 2 swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. These few swordsmen of the ghost-killing team did not dare to attack Doghouse Block, but they attacked and killed him. Didn't they think he was weak? But, who is the real underdog? His hand caressed the blade of Nichiren blades, his face was indifferent. The next second, his figure flashed, and he was not far from a swordsman. The swordsman was horrified and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang clang clang! Not the slightest fancy, just keep swinging the knife. But after the 7 or 8 knives with no technical content, the swordsman's palm had begun to ooze red blood, and the tiger's mouth had long since cracked with every powerful blade of Sumu. The 9th sword was cut off, and the swordsman was no longer able to resist. The rear-end sword was directly cut off, and Sumu's blade was still sharp. Puff! A knife pierced through the chest. The swordsman lowered his head, looked at the hilt of the sword that had completely pierced his chest, and wanted to say something, but as Sumu's blade was retracted, his head collapsed weakly and lost his breath. The last swordsman wanted to come to the rescue, but was oppressed by Sumu's shadow, and he could only watch his two companions be beheaded by evil spirits. Seeing the last swordsman's weak and indignant expression, Sumu didn't have the slightest sympathy for 047. There is also no mercy for the other party's loss of companions. He couldn't have any sympathy and pity for a person who wanted to kill him. He would only ruthlessly kill the opponent with a sword, and would only step on the opponent's body with his feet. When these people wanted to kill him and regarded him as prey, they naturally became prey as well. Who lives and who dies? Everything is based on the ability to speak, no one is exception. Weak in strength, the power of life and death is handed over to others, and he can take whatever he wants. The strength is strong, and the authority of life and death is in his hands. Life and death are all within one's own thoughts. Whoever lives and who dies is all up to his own heart. Pulling out the blade that pierced into the swordsman's chest, Sumu walked quickly, and in the next second, he was in front of the three swordsmen who attacked her last. Even if this swordsman tried his best to resist, after 3 or 5 moves, he was stabbed to the head. Since then, the 3 swordsmen of the ghost-killing team who attacked him have all died in his hands. After killing all the 3 swordsmen of the ghost-killing team who attacked him, Sumu stood silently on the spot with his sword in hand, his scarlet eyes swept forward. Front. There are also several swordsmen from the ghost-killing team. At this moment, he is looking at himself with hatred. Just now, the 3 ghost hunters, CBBF, who attacked him are not all of their ghost hunter team. There are 6 more who are guarding 12 Kizuki, wind number 3, Akaza of the fighting demon. Originally, in their opinion, the 3 swordsmen joined forces to win Sumu, but they didn't expect it to end like this. Moreover, it was over so quickly. Before they could be rescued, the battle was over, and the 3 companions had already died at the hands of Sumu. It's a bit beyond my expectations. Seeing Sumu kill 3 ghost hunters in a row, Akaza's golden pupils also showed a hint of interest. Sumu raised his eyes and looked at Akaza standing on the roof, his expression indifferent. I said, I can solve these swordsmen myself, and your real opponent will come soon. Then. I'm really looking forward to it. 35. Akaza's golden pupils were slightly rippled, but he began to look forward to the extent of the powerhouse for a while. Don't be beaten down by himself with 3 punches and 2 feet, it is really boring. Thinking like this, Akaza turned his gaze to the remaining 6 swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad. Originally, a ghost hunter team consisted of 9 swordsmen, 3 were killed by Sumu, and now, there are only 6 left. At this moment, the 6 people were holding the hilt of the knife tightly around their waists, their muscles were tense, and they were extremely vigilant. If there are really strong people next, these insects will be a little annoying. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the air. The pupils under Sumu's hat shrank slightly at this moment, because, at some point, Akaza had appeared in front of a ghost hunter. When did it move? Soon. Sumu understood that the reason why he didn't notice it was because the speed of the other party was too fast. Looking at Akaza who suddenly appeared in front of him, the swordsman was stunned for a moment, then endless fear appeared in his eyes, and before the swordsman could do anything, a punch had already landed. The head was shattered, and even the sound of panic stopped abruptly. The other 5 swordsmen of the ghost-killing team were horrified, and without thinking about it, they scattered and fled around. This kind of powerful evil ghost is not an opponent at all, and confrontation is only a dead end. Although I have already expected to die on the road of hunting ghosts since I set foot on the road of hunting ghosts, I will not be foolish knowing that there is no chance of winning. Came forward to die. Seeing the swordsmen of the ghost slayer fleeing in all directions, Akaza's golden pupils sneered. Next second, the sonic boom resounded. Even with Sumu's vision, only a faint after-image could be seen. And as the after-image fell, the few swordsmen who were scattered and fled all stopped. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the head breaking open sounded almost at the same time, and the 6 ghost hunters were all punched out of their heads by Akaza in an instant. Guru. Sumu couldn't help but swallowed his throat slightly. At this moment, he understood the strength of Akaza, and also understood, 12 Kizuki, what level the first quarter moon was at. Far from being able to match the current self. While killing 6 ghost hunters in a row, Akaza seemed a little boring. Because too weak. Too weak. Akaza looked up, growling with a bit of anger. The gentle moonlight fell on Akaza's peach-colored hair at this moment, making it more and more bright red. The slight wind blew, ruffled the pink hair, and under the pale skin, the dark blue tattoos that represented countless sinners seemed to be swaying at this moment. And the next second, some angry Akaza suddenly raised his head, his eyes mixed with excitement and looked into the distance. A figure is coming swiftly, like a blazing flame. The red hair fluttered with the rapid attack, and the flame-patterned Haori also made a loud noise behind her. The figure quickly fell on a roof. Looking at the blood all over the place, the man's dark eyes seemed to be burning like flames. I'm late again. The man looked at the blood on the ground, his voice was low and remorseful. What a strong grudge! At this moment, Akaza also raised his head, looked at the visitor, and clenched his fists excitedly. You should be worthy of my shot, report your name. Yanzu, Rengoku Kagura, today, eliminate the evil spirits. In the next second, the dark moonlight seemed to brighten at this moment, and a blazing knife light slashed towards Akaza. Chapter 105. Breath of Flame, One Type, Shiranui. Along with Rengoku Kagura's low voice, a blazing blade slashed towards Akaza. The dark and dull night also seemed to suddenly become brighter with this knife. What a strong grudge! Akaza's pair of golden pupils glowed with excitement, as if his entire blood was boiling. He likes to challenge the strong. The stronger he is, the more he likes it. Feeling the powerful threat brought by the opponent's blow, he is a little intoxicated. He likes this feeling very much. I like the feeling of being so dangerous that I can force myself. Feeling the powerful threat of Rengoku Kagura's knife, Akaza dodged to the side without any hesitation. The blazing sword light fell on the place where Akaza stood just now, cutting a deep ravine directly where Rengoku Kagura stood just now. Facing the blow, Rengoku Kagura's figure also fell from the roof, raised his eyes, and looked at Akaza, who had dodged his blow, with a pair of indifferent eyes. Akaza looked up at each other. There are many pillars I killed, and you are the one that gives me the most dangerous feeling. Then today, let me end your sinful life. Rengoku Kagura held the hilt by his wrist, but his eyes were watching Akaza vigilantly. The aura emanating from this ghost is so powerful that Rengoku Kagura is very afraid. He who can become a pillar has naturally killed 12 Kizuki. Because, only by killing 12 Kizuki can you become the pillar of the ghost killing squad. In the ghost killing team, the pillar not only represents the peak combat power of the ghost killing team, but also means the existence that can kill 12 Kizuki. But 12 Kizuki is also different. 12 Kizuki is divided into first quarter moon and last quarter moon. Over the years, all the 12 Kizuki killed by killing 12 Kizuki to become a pillar are the ghosts of the last quarter moon. In the past 100 years, no one has become a pillar by beheading the ghost of the last crescent moon. In the past 100 years, a ghost of the first quarter moon has never died in the hands of the ghost killing team. On the contrary, there are constantly pillars dying in the hands of the ghosts of the first quarter moon. And he also relied on beheading 12 Kizuki to take over the position of his father and become the new pillar of flame. This is also the first time he has encountered a winding ghost head-on. Moreover, it is also the most threatening third of the strings in the ghost killing team data. According to the ghost killing team's analysis of Akaza's 3 of winding strings, in order to kill this ghost of winding strings, 3 pillars must work together to have a chance to kill. Or, the strongest of the pillars, Himejima Kume, the strongest of the pillars, could suppress it. Ordinary pillars face Akaza alone, the odds of winning are not high, and they are extremely dangerous. The most sensible way is to retreat in time, and then contact other pillars to encircle and suppress them together. Just, looking at the bloody ground. A fresh life was lost in the hands of evil spirits like this. Watching the evil spirits in front of him will kill more fresh lives in the future, and kill more swordsmen of the ghost killing team. If he retreats, is there really a chance to contact other pillars to encircle and suppress this evil ghost? Just as he may retreat when he knows the danger, how can the evil spirit not retreat when he perceives the danger? Eyes raised, his hand gently caressed the edge of Nichiren blades. The sharp blade glowed as cold as frost in the moonlight. Since he is a pillar, the shield of the younger generation is a matter of course, and since he is a pillar, as a pillar of the ghost-killing team, if he faces evil spirits, he chooses to run away. So, what will the younger generation think? Even the pillar can only escape, so what about ordinary swordsmen? Can they still have the confidence to face evil spirits? Therefore, being a pillar also means that there is no choice. And his pillar has been derelict enough. In the team led by his column, his strongest column is still alive. The pillar that was supposed to be the shield on the back is still alive. And the juniors who should be protected by him have all been damaged. How could he, such a senior, escape in embarrassment? Not to mention, haven't played yet, and it's unclear who will win and who will lose. Almost the next second, the figure of Rengoku Kyujura disappeared and reappeared at Akaza's side. Breath of Fire. Type 2, Rising Yantian. Nichiren blades slashed from the bottom to the top, and the blades seemed to emit a raging fire in an instant, as if to melt everything that blocked them. Ah! Akaza sneered, stretched out his palm, and grabbed towards Nichiren blades. But he wanted to pick up Nichiren blades with his bare hands. Crack! The sharp blade cut off half of Akaza's arm, and, going on, seemed to cut off Akaza's entire arm. But at this critical moment, Akaza pulled away in time, and the figure quickly retreated to avoid the result of the arm being safely cut off. Seeking flowers. The figure fell to the ground. Akaza lowered his head and looked at the arm that was almost cut off, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth at this moment. In the end, he still underestimated Rengoku Kyujura and tried to pick up the opponent's blade with his bare hands. The opponent is far stronger than he imagined, and the Nichiren blades of the opponent are sharper than he imagined. After all, with the strength he has tempered his body for many years, it is not so easy for an ordinary sword to cut off his arm. This requires not only strength, but also a sharp enough blade. Obviously, Rengoku Kyujura not only has superhuman strength, but also the Nichiren blades in his hand are first-class sharp, otherwise, it is not that the opponent used Nichiren blades to cut off his arm, but he took away the opponent's Nichiren blades. 0-0. The other party is more difficult to deal with than expected, and it is much more difficult. But more so, the more excited he is. Such an opponent is really happy. Use your uninjured hand to hold down the cut-off arm that was almost broken. The wound was only a simple contact, and at the wound, a large piece of flesh and blood was squirming, and soon, the wound completely recovered. Your knife is really good. Akaza raised his arm, licked the blood that remained on his arm, and smiled. In the face of Akaza's praise, Rengoku Kyujura's face did not show any joy, but more serious. The last quarter moon is indeed powerful enough. 35. Rengoku Kyujura's gaze swept over where Akaza's wound had healed. The wound he slashed with the Nichiren blades had completely healed. Rengoku Kyujura naturally understands the healing power of ghosts, but he has killed so many ghosts, but he has never seen such a powerful self-healing power. After all, no matter how powerful the self-healing power is, it will take time to heal the wound. But the other party's wound almost completely recovered in just a split second. Such a powerful recovery ability is stronger than any evil ghost he has ever seen. Moreover, despite the short fight just now, he also had a clear understanding of Akaza's strength. The current self is afraid that he is not Akaza's opponent. But don't you have a chance to defeat the opponent? He doesn't think so. Chapter 106. Myself, it's not that there is no chance. Rengoku Kyujura looked across. The other party didn't want to eat him so urgently, but now, he spends more time talking. If I can delay until dawn, the moment the sun rises, I will not. Just as this thought flashed through, it was snuffed out by Rengoku Kyujura. It wasn't that Rengoku Kyujura didn't want to do this. If he could delay until dawn and kill the opponent at the moment when the sun rose, he would 100% find a way to delay it. But obviously, evil ghosts are not idiots without IQ. If they pin their hopes on this, they are truly stupid. Truly dependable. Rengoku Kagura clenched the handle of the sword in his hand, and he was the only one who really depended on himself. I like to challenge the strong, you are very good, but it's a little bit worse. Yi 050 Wozuo looked at Rengoku Kagura, who was holding the handle of the knife tightly and fell silent. Yes? Rengoku Kagura raised his head and pointed the tip of his knife to the ground red with blood, then why kill them? They, to Akaza, are all weak, why kill them, is this what a strong man should do? He doesn't think these juniors killed by Akaza will take the initiative to shoot at Akaza. It is impossible to be so unwise, knowing how big the gap between each other is, but also doing the behavior of sending death. They. Akaza looked at the blood on the ground, they're too weak, and staying here will only hinder our conversation below. Hehe, I don't have anything to talk to with you, the devil, do I? There is only hatred between humans and demons. Yes? Akaza shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression he didn't care much about. I don't care whether I hate it or I like it, I only care if the other party is strong enough. After speaking, he clenched his fist. Human beings are a very weak creature, such as you. The voice paused slightly, you are already the strongest human being I have ever seen. If you are willing to become a ghost, you will definitely be stronger. 99. At this moment, Akaza's golden pupils were filled with anticipation, how to become a ghost, like me, become stronger, maybe, in the future, you will have the opportunity to defeat me. Become a ghost. Rengoku Kagura looked at Akaza and shook his head, becoming a ghost, this sad creature, I never thought about it. That's really a pity, even though it's just a simple fight, I haven't seen a formidable opponent like you for a long time. The Duki in your body has obviously been tempered 1,000 times. If you become a ghost, it will definitely be very strong. Don't you want to get stronger? The opponent's vindictiveness even faintly reached the highest realm, and even he had to concentrate all his mind before he could notice the slight change in the opponent's vindictiveness, and he was probably not far from the last trace. He had not encountered such a strong man for a long, long time. Over the years, he has been constantly looking for opponents to challenge, but he has rarely encountered such a strong person whose fighting spirit is about to reach the supreme realm. Perhaps, through the other party, oneself can also touch that limit state. Reaching the limit that a ghost can reach, a stronger state. At present, only Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of the ghost, can reach the boundary of ghosts. He had tried to get this boundary approach from Kibutsuji Musen. Although Kibutsuji Musen is willing to tell him, the premise is that he can help him find the cyan flower. When will I be able to find the cyan other side flower for him, and when will I tell him how the ghost should break through the boundary? But unfortunately, he and other evil spirits have been searching for the blue other side flower for many years, but he has not obtained any news about the blue other side flower. That kind of flower does not seem to exist in this world at all. At one time, Akaza even thought that Kibutsuji Musen was deliberately looking for a reason not to tell him, but he looked at Kibutsuji Musen's painstaking pursuit for so many years. Perhaps the cyan other side flower is not non-existent. Unable to find a way to break through the boundary from Kibutsuji Musen, Akaza had to find out on his own. Through these years of constantly challenging the strong, he also had a faint feeling. Touch the boundary of ghosts. To the extent that Kibutsuji Musen can achieve the ghost ancestor, breaking through the boundary of ghosts, even if his neck is cut off by Nichiren blades, he will not die. The real distance is perfect, and there is only the weakness of sunlight. And in Rengoku Kagura's body, he saw this opportunity, he could feel the opponent's powerful do-chi, which is a kind of do-chi that has been tried and tested, just like his own do-chi. Of course, it wouldn't surprise him too much if it was just the do-chi that has been tempered and refined. Over the years, he has constantly challenged the strong, and there is no one who has a stronger do-chi than Rengoku Kagura. But none of these people can reach the level where even he needs to be extremely attentive in order to perceive the subtle changes in the opponent's do-chi. You must know that the stronger the do-chi is, the more intense the changes in do-chi will be, and the easier it will be to perceive. But the other party obviously has a very powerful do-chi, but it can be contained in the body. Although the do chi is scattered occasionally, it is extremely subtle. This is obviously because the opponent's doing chi is about to reach a certain level of perfection, even beyond their own control over the do chi. Akaza didn't even understand how the other party was able to achieve this level. Even he can't do that. Perhaps, the other party is not far from the highest realm that humans can reach. This is the so-called transparent world. The highest realm that can be reached only after working hard and enduring the pain. This made Akaza look at Rengoku Kyujura even more with admiration. So, Akaza really wants Rengoku Kyujura to become a ghost like himself. In Akaza's view, human beings are too fragile and weak. I think, you should still think about it. Another 1.5. Akaza said earnestly, humans are too weak to become a ghost, and you will become stronger, even stronger than me. 35. Rengoku Kyujura raised his eyes and looked at each other. I think, you still don't understand what my identity is. I am Yanzu, the flame pillar of the demon killing squad, from the Rengoku family of demon slayers, flame pillar Rengoku Kyujura. 99. In any case, I can't become a ghost. While constantly adjusting his breathing, he said calmly, you don't understand humans at all. You evil ghost, you can't understand human beings. Human beings, 2 words, and it is not an insult that you, a evil ghost, can measure. Feeling the rising momentum of Rengoku Kyujura, Akaza smiled. Really? Then I'll let you understand that evil spirits are terrible. Chapter 107. A bright moon hangs in the dark night sky. Sumu stood on the roof, and the white moonlight fell on the black hat, as if stained with a fine layer of hoarfrost. His eyes looked into the distance. Front. Rengoku Kyujura is fighting fiercely against Akaza. As the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team, Rengoku Kyujura is a new pillar but not weak. 3. Even strong. But compared to 12 Kazuki's third string Akaza, it's still far behind. Although with his current vision, he can't spy on the specific reality of the two. But judging by the look Akaza occasionally shows, Akaza isn't showing his true fighting form. Of course, it's not that Akaza didn't use his full strength, but that Akaza didn't seem to want to kill Rengoku Kyujura. When a person has no killing intent in his heart, his attacks will naturally avoid many deadly places, and his strength cannot really be fully exerted. But even so, Rengoku Kyujura still lost to Akaza. Perhaps, in terms of strength and speed, Rengoku Kyujura is no longer weaker than Akaza, and he has more breathing method as a support, which can make people's body maintain a state that exceeds the human limit for a long time, reaching the level with ghosts. The level of physical fitness. But people are people after all. Will eventually get tired. Moreover, although Akaza deliberately restrained the attack method that directly kills Akaza, every attack will inevitably cause Rengoku Kyujura to be injured. Of course, Rengoku Kyujura can also slash Akaza with Nichiren blades during this time. But unfortunately, humans' self-healing power cannot be compared with that of evil spirits. Akaza's injuries will always heal quickly, while Rengoku Kyujura's injuries will only pile up. The final result is already doomed. Although deep in his heart, he admires Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura, but he doesn't stop there. This world has become an evil spirit, and he is destined to be the enemy of the other party. It will only silently watch the sharp sword that could only cut him off completely. Akaza dropped his fists, and his golden pupils looked at the opponent. After fighting for so long, the opponent was the powerhouse he was looking forward to. Fighting against such a strong man, he could feel his blood boiling, and every time danger came, the extreme sense of danger from his body made him excited. But now, Akaza looked at the opposite, Rengoku Kyujura, who even stood staggered as the injuries continued to accumulate. Rengoku Kyujura, become a ghost, and after you become a ghost, you can continue to fight with me. Akaza continued to invite. Absolutely impossible. Rengoku Kyujura, who was shaking his body, answered without hesitation. Seeing Rengoku Kyujura's refusal, Akaza was a little silent. After a long time, his golden eyes fell on Rengoku Kyujura's body again. Do you know? This fighting spirit in your body has obviously been tempered and has approached the supreme realm, but do you know why you haven't reached the real supreme realm yet? Maybe even in this lifetime. 35. Rengoku Kyujuro looked up and looked at Akaza. Over the years, his strength has been improving, but now, it has reached a bottleneck. Can no longer continue to improve. It seems to be restricted in some way. Why? Although they are enemies, Rengoku Kyujuro still asks. Because, you are a human, you will die, you will grow old, but as long as you become a ghost, you can spend more practice to hone yourself and become stronger. 100 years, 200 years, none of these. Question. You will eventually break through yourself and reach the supreme realm that no one has ever reached. 35. Don't you want to reach the supreme realm? Become a ghost, like me, to find a way to become stronger. Rengoku Kyujuro was silent for a while, his hand slightly holding the hilt of the sword. The so-called supreme domain has always been recorded in the ghost killing team, but since the ghost killing team was established, there is only one person who can really achieve this level. That is thousands of years ago, such as the gods and Buddhas who lived in the world. After that, no swordsman from the Ghost Slayer team could reach this field again. Even the strongest member of the Ghost Slayer team, Rock Pillar Himejima Kume, has not reached this supreme realm. Supreme realm. Rengoku Kyujuro sighed, that's what almost all samurai dreamed of. He is also a swordsman, and naturally he also wants to reach that level. But he is also a swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team. Renounce human identity. Become a ghost? He never thought about it. Rengoku Kyujuro looked at Akaza quietly, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that ghosts are indeed far superior to humans in terms of physical fitness, and they will indeed become stronger when they become ghosts. 35. The voice paused slightly, and his eyes looked at Akaza again, but at this moment, it was more of a mockery. But, become a ghost. It's just forgetting the past, and even forgetting yourself. 99. Akaza, in my eyes, you are indeed a strong man, an evil spirit stronger than me, but I still pity you. You know, who are you? Do you remember your past? Akaza's golden pupils shrank slightly. It's so pitiful that you even forget yourself. Rengoku Kyujuro swayed, but stood tall. Aging and dying, toward death. Rengoku Kyujuro looked at Akaza. These are indeed things that human beings must go through, but this is also the beauty of human beings as short-lived creatures. Because some people grow old, and because some people die. Rengoku Kyujuro's voice softened slightly, but 050 suddenly became proud. It is because of this that it looks so cute, so precious, and true power is not just physical power. At this moment, Rengoku Kyujuro raised his head. I have completely different values from yours, no matter how many reasons you give me, I will not become a ghost. Then, you were killed by my ghost? Akaza sneered. Rengoku Kyujuro looked calm. You won't understand, you ghost can't understand. 35. Understand the responsibility of being a pillar. Understand his responsibilities and beliefs. Rengoku Kyujuro has always remembered what her mother taught her since she set foot on the road of hunting ghosts. He was born stronger than others, born to win at the starting line, and should use his own strength to help others and those in need. Saving the weak is the mission of those who were born strong. This is his duty to perform. When you die, the weaklings who are protected by you, the younger generation will not remember you anymore, and time will always forget everything. Akaza spoke softly. I don't need to care about my life and death, as a pillar, as a junior, no matter which pillar will do this, it will not let the new shoots be picked. Rengoku Kyujuro looked indifferent, and his aura reached its peak at this moment. Maybe it's the last firework that burns. Chapter 108. Rengoku Kyujuro does not want to become a ghost, this is his persistence and persistence. That's what he's been doing all along. He promised his mother and will follow her words. It is the mission of those who are born to be strong to help the weak. He felt that even if he died, he would see his mother. He can also ask the gentle mother at ease, is Rengoku Kyujuro doing well? What to do? What to do? Did you all do well? Thinking of this, the shaking body stopped, and a stronger aura burst out from Rengoku Kyujuro's body. It's terrifying that you still have a lot to do now. 35. Seeing Rengoku Kyujura exuding a stronger aura than before, Akaza couldn't help but sigh. And at this moment, Rengoku Kyujura has moved, sweeping like a flame. Breath of flame. Profound truth, 9 types, Rengoku. Hell-like flames pushed towards Akaza, the blades swirling around the flames like a whirlwind. This is the ultimate meaning of the breath of flame. What a domineering attack! Akaza praised, but also acted very quickly, punching at a faster speed. There was a violent sonic boom sound in the air, and the powerful fist was wrapped in a wave of fist shadows that seemed to be lined up in the sea. Attack of Rengoku Kyujura. The two extremely fiery attacks collided fiercely. An invisible air wave spreads from the two to the surrounding. Whether it was a rock or a tree, they were all blown away at this moment, and the sky-high air waves collided with each other like a tornado centered on the two of them, stirring up everything around them and destroying everything around them. Another powerful explosion sounded. The two figures flew out respectively. Akaza's figure fell heavily to the ground, his arms were bloody and fell weakly, and there were burning flames that kept burning on his arms, preventing his arms from healing quickly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was half knelt on the ground. In the previous duel, almost all of them had the upper hand, but this time, they fell into the disadvantage. He was seriously injured, and this time, it will take a long time to recover. Generally speaking, for evil spirits, no matter how serious the injury is, they will recover quickly, not to mention for Akaza, the evil spirit who has been tempering his flesh for hundreds of years. Ordinary injuries can be recovered almost instantly. But this time, looking at the bloody arms, they were like scrambled flesh. Although these injuries are serious, they are nothing to a ghost like him. Harm. These flames are constantly preventing his wounds from healing. It has been a long time since no one has driven me to such a state of embarrassment. 35. Akaza looked up and looked at the opposite side with a complicated expression. How much I hope that the other party will also become a demon, and become a demon like myself, so that in the future, there will be a strong person who can truly fight with me. But the other side's situation. How long can it last? Rengoku Kyujura was actually standing compared to Akaza's beating on the ground. Standing majestically in place. However, Rengoku Kyujura's hand holding the knife was trembling slightly, and it could be seen that the dark red blood slowly fell down the back of his hand, and finally, it landed on the sharp blade, and finally dripped to the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, his breathing was as intense as a bellows, and with the heavy breathing, Rengoku Kyujura couldn't even maintain the state of full concentration. Breathing. You must know that maintaining the state of full concentration. Breathing at all times, even if you sleep, will be fully focused in the state of full concentration. Breathing is the minimum condition to become a pillar. But now, even the state of maintaining full concentration. Breathing has been broken, and it is conceivable how badly Rengoku Kyujura is injured at this moment. At this moment, how much fighting power is there? Akaza stood up slowly. Although the wound on his arm was constantly burning with flames, which prevented self-healing, the flames burning in the arm wound were slowly becoming dim and would be slowly extinguished. At that time, with the powerful self-healing power of the evil ghost, he can quickly recover in a blink of an eye. Akaza looked at Rengoku Kyujura, the opponent, the first human to be able to take his almost all-out attack head-on, and the first to put him under heavy pressure. But Akaza understands that the fight between the two is not fair, and it has nothing to do with the strength of the two, but the difference between humans and ghosts. Demons possess infinite physical strength, super self-healing power, and are almost immortal. As long as their necks are not cut off by Nichiren blades, they are almost immortal. But human beings are different. After all, people's physical strength has a limit. People will be injured. If they are seriously injured, they will die. If they bleed too much, they will die. If they can't breathe, they will die. If the other party is the same evil spirit as himself, then he can really fight with himself heartily. Become a ghost like me, and you will die if you keep going. 35. Only by turning into a ghost can you possibly kill me. What's the point of fighting with my life for you now, as long as you can't cut my neck with Nichiren blades, no matter how much damage you do to me. What's the point? Saying so, he stretched out his arm. The bloody and almost broken arm that was beaten before has recovered somewhat. This is the power of evil ghosts, which is incomparable to human beings. Rengoku Kujura, who can only be supported by a breath of energy, is no longer able to fight. Just silently grabbed the handle of the knife with his hand. Nichiren blades were stuck on the ground, and his hand was tightly gripping the hilt. Only in this way would he not let himself fall to the ground. Because, Rengoku Kujura doesn't know if he can stand up after falling to the ground. Only in this way can he stay awake and remain in a fighting state until the moment of death, of Lee's. Watching Rengoku Kujura insist so much, Akaza remained silent for a long time. I also watched Rengoku Kujura for a long time. Confirming that the other party has no intention of becoming a ghost at all, sighing slightly. It seems that you really don't want to become a ghost. Somewhat lost, in the future there will be one less strong man who can fight. Then let it end. 35. Akaza sighed slightly, the momentum on his body condensed at this moment. Let me end everything for you decently. Dying on the way of hunting ghosts. Presumably, that's what you want as well. However, just as he was about to move, Akaza turned his head sharply and looked into the distance. A silver moon hangs high. A man wearing a Tengu mask appeared behind him at some point, dragging a sword in his hand. The blade of the blade escapes like a rippling light of water. A sword that was as soft as water but as hard as iron slashed towards him. Chapter 109. A rippling sword fell. Akaza swung his fists, and the fists that had been tempered by him burst out with a layer of silver light. Boom! Strong collisions produce violent aftermath. Akaza's figure fell a few hundred meters, and staggered for several steps before standing up. A pair of golden pupils looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and carried on him. Under the hideous Tengu mask is a pair of old and sharp eyes. Water column. Urokadaka Seikanji. A famous ghost hunter. The fists clenched slightly, and the opponent showed the strength of Rengoku Kujura, who could not go down. Even stronger. Giving him a stronger sense of crisis and sting. Just a pity. This pillar is old. Decline is inevitable. In the competition of pure combat power, it has already started to go downhill, and it will not be too long. Of course, even so, Akaza's eyes showed an extremely solemn look. The skill displayed by the opponent is stronger than that of Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kujura. Are the two pillars joining forces? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Involuntarily, Akaza looked at Flame Pillar Rengoku Kujura 050. At this moment, the barely standing man with fiery red hair was being supported by two people. A teenage girl wearing a smiling fox mask with blue flowers. A man wearing a fox mask with scars on the corners of his mouth. It is the two disciples of Water Column Urokadaka Seikanji, Makomo, and the Wrong Rabbit. For Makomo and Wrong Rabbit, this is their first encounter with the ghost of Winding Strings. The powerful aura displayed by Akaza made them extremely frightened in their hearts, and even involuntarily generated some fear. Strong pillars such as Flame Pillar Rengoku Kujura are not opponents, so can their master Urokadaka Seikanji beat them? If they were at their peak, they would naturally have confidence in their master Urokadaka Seikanji, but after all, the master was very old, and if it were not until now, he would not be in a semi-retired state. If the masters are not Akaza's opponents, what about them? The thought could not help flooding their hearts. Are you scared? Rengoku Kujura smiled as if feeling the emotions in Makomo and Zo Rabbit. Even though he has suffered such a serious injury, it still seems to dispel the haze in the hearts of Zuotu and Makomo like a flame. Don't be afraid. 99. Holding down the hilt of the sword slightly, Makomo and Kyo Rabbit spoke in unison. However, Rengoku Kujura could see Makomo's quivering heart holding the hilt of his sword nervously when he was talking to Zo Rabbit. After all, these two young juniors are still a little scared. In the two of them, he seemed to see himself in the past. When facing a ghost for the first time, he was just like the two of them, worried, afraid, and frightened. But in the end, he took up the knife. I used to be cowardly. He couldn't help caressing his chest, looked at the two juniors, and said softly, no matter how hard you hit you because of your cowardice and uselessness, you will burn your heart, grit your teeth and continue to move forward, even if you stop and squat down, the flow of time cannot stop for you, and time cannot accompany you to bear the sorrow. Please Rabbit and Makomo couldn't help shaking their bodies, and their fearful and confused hearts gradually calmed down at this moment. Rengoku Kyujura broke free from the support of Makomo and Sabato, stepped forward, put his hand on the hilt of the Nichiren blades, and stared at Akaza with fiery eyes. One after the other. A water column and a fire column. Even as the top three, at this moment, Akaza has an extremely powerful threat in his heart. But the more so, the more excited his heart is. He likes to fight against the strong, and he likes this dangerous feeling. Only when he fights against such a strong person time and time again, in this kind of danger, can he become stronger and stronger. So, Akaza never had the slightest retreat mentality. CBBF, in the distance, Sumu looked at the scene in front of him very calmly. Akaza's power shocked him, but that was all. In the future, he has the confidence to surpass each other. But now, he raised his head. The battle has been simmering until now, and it is not too far from the dawn. Akaza, do you want to keep fighting? He raised his head and suddenly opened his mouth. Akaza turned his head sharply and glanced at Sumu. The other party led him here. Isn't this scene what the other party expected? Although he was somewhat annoyed at being used, being able to fight against the strong was exactly what he wanted. So, Akaza doesn't really have many evil spirits towards Sumu in his heart. And it wasn't until this time that Rengoku Kyujura noticed Sumu's existence. The black bamboo hat covered his face, and his whole body looked like an evil spirit shrouded in black clothes. It turned out that the other party was the same kind as Akaza. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Rengoku Kyujura's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a ray of flame was about to burst out from the narrowed gap. He understood that this evil ghost was exactly what he was looking for all the way, the evil ghost who killed the Nanjingyu team. Urokodaka Seikanji also looked over, and the evil ghost in front of him was probably the one that Makomo and Zo Rabbit said. It was originally guessed that the other party might be Kibutsuji Muzan, the ghost ancestor who has not appeared for many years. But now, looking at Akaza's attitude towards it, it seems not. However, if it was just an ordinary evil spirit, how could he show such a state of indifference in the face of a top 3 like Akaza? You must know that the difference in strength between evil ghosts also means the gap between each other's status. Weak ghosts will inevitably show cowardice and humbleness in the face of powerful evil ghosts. But the evil ghost in front of him did not, but appeared very calm, which seemed to be different from ordinary evil ghosts. Coupled with some of the previous observations, Urokodaka Seikanji faintly noticed that the evil ghost in front of him might be a little special. This makes some sense. It turns out that he is really a devil. 35. Zuotu and Makomo looked at Sumu with complicated expressions. Before, the master told them with certainty that the other party should be an evil ghost. Although they believed in the master, there was always some hesitation in their hearts. But now, knowing the identity of the other party, it is indeed a real evil ghost. This made both of them feel complicated. Sumu ignored everyone's heart, but raised his head flatly, looked at the sky, and continued to calmly say, Akaza, do you want to continue fighting? Akaza squinted his golden pupils and gave Sumu an indifferent look. Why, you want to stop me? Shook his head. He still looked at the dark sky. I just want to tell you that it's almost dawn. Evil spirits who hide in the dark cannot be bathed in sunlight. Chapter 110. Evil spirits who hide in the dark cannot be bathed in sunlight. Sumu raised his eyes and looked at the night sky. The bright moon and stars brought a ray of light to the gentle night. But the soft light of the moon can never replace the heat of the sun. Akaza, who was excited to continue fighting, suddenly became silent. As an evil ghost, I feel the same way. For ordinary humans, it is very common to bathe in the sun, but for evil ghosts, it will never be possible. At this time, the fiery fighting spirit also subsided a lot, just like Sumu. He looked up at the starry sky. There is still some time before dawn, when the sun falls, and he can continue to fight Urokodaka Seikanji and Rengoku Kyujura during this time. He likes this kind of fighting against the strong. But it doesn't mean he's irrational. These two people are not weak. If in the next time, they can't solve each other before dawn, then what will greet them? It almost doesn't take a second to understand, being dragged by the other party until dawn, exposed to the sun. Then was killed. Be the first to be killed in the windmill in hundreds of years. Sumu didn't care what Akaza was thinking at the moment, and after saying these words, his whole figure flashed, and he fell into the darkness behind him. Then, a few flickers disappeared completely from everyone's sight. These days, he has always felt that someone is chasing his trail, so, with chestnut flowers falling, Chanel never stops too much in one place. But even so, the sense of danger lingering in his heart has not disappeared. He probably understood that from the time he killed the ghost hunter team of Nanjing Yu, he was targeted by the ghost killing team. I just didn't expect that the one who was staring at him would be Rengoku Kyujura from the Demon Slayer team. It is conceivable that if Akaza is not attracted, he may be pursued by Rengoku Kyujura soon after. What awaits him? He was very clear inside. With his current strength, he is far from being an opponent of Pillar, and his ending will only be like those evil ghosts killed by ghost hunters. His neck will be cut off by Rengoku Kyujura, and he will die completely. So, after coming to this town and discovering the existence of 12 Kizuki 3, he tried to attract Akaza, and for this reason, he did not hesitate to stay in this town for several days. Sure enough, as he expected, when 12 Kizuki and Akaza appeared, the attention of these ghost killers was almost all focused on Akaza. After all, compared to 12 Kizuki's top 3, he is nothing more than a mere evolutionary ghost. Next, I'm afraid these people will not have the energy to pester him. He whispered silently in his heart. Turn back. Scarlet eyes under the hat staring into the distance. There is a knife light, a powerful blasting sound. Even if it is far away, it can still be heard faintly, which shows that Akaza has already fought fiercely with Urokodaka Seikanji and Rengoku Kyujura. Head up. I took another look at the bright moon hanging in the sky, not too far from the dawn. He had already reminded Akaza. Even if he likes to fight with the strong, but he can live for so many years and not be killed by the ghost-killing team, Akaza can't be a stupid and ignorant person. Keep fighting. I am afraid that Akaza will be sure to kill Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura and Pillar of Water Urokodaka Seikanji before dawn. Or, Akaza is sure to get rid of Rengoku Kyujura and Urokodaka Seikanji when dawn arrives. But these, for Sumu, are not important. He didn't care about Akaza's life or death. The figure jumped, fell into the window, got into the room, and was greeted by the chestnut flower falling into his arms like a chick. Gently patted Li Huoluo. Chineu's head, he raised his eyes slightly. Kocho-chan Ahui and Kocho Shinobu were not asleep either, looking at him quietly. Obviously, he went out late at night and has not returned, and in the distance, there was a fierce explosion from the direction of the Surya Dojo, which made Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu a little worried. As an evil spirit, he is worried about his safety by 3 human beings. This strange feeling lingers in Sumu's heart. Pack up and get out of here immediately. He spoke in a low voice. Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu nodded and began to pack up quickly. Originally, they didn't have too many things, and they quickly packed up the things. Let's go. He opened the window and looked at the Surya Dojo, where violent explosions still came from time to time. I'm afraid, Akaza is still there fighting Rengoku Kyujura and Urokodaka Seikanji. Yes, sir. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu saluted, jumped out of the window with Sumu, and walked towards the dark night opposite to the Surya Dojo. Walk in the dark. Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu just followed in the footsteps of Mr. Kocho silently. Although there were too many doubts in their hearts, neither of them asked. The environment was quiet, and only the sound of crisp footsteps could be heard from time to time in the dark night. A strong explosion sound came from the direction of the Surya Dojo again, and a flame that seemed to rise lingered in the air. 4 flowers. The few people who were walking in the dark couldn't help but stop. "Sir, what happened over there?" Finally, Kocho Shinobu, who was a little restless, couldn't help but ask. She had been full of doubts for a long time, but she was afraid of Mr. S strictness and did not dare to ask, but now, she could no longer hold back. "The Ghost Slayer is strangling the evil spirits." Sumu calmly looked in the direction of the Usui dojo, and the violent noises still came from there from time to time. Even if it was far away, it could still be heard. It is conceivable how intense the battle over there was. "Sir, let's go help the ghost-killing team kill the evil ghost." Kocho Shinobu's eyes lit up. What is the purpose of learning from the master, not just beheading evil spirits, just like, hearing the ghost-killing team beheading evil spirits? Kocho Shinobu is quite excited, and he is already eager to try. 0, 0. Hearing her sister's words, Kocho's eyes changed slightly. Unlike her sister, she knew her husband's true identity. When her sister said such words, she didn't know what her husband would think. "I'm afraid I'll be angry too." Unable to hold back, he pulled his sister's hand. And the chestnut flower fell in Sumu's arms. Shanna squinted slightly and glanced at Kocho Shinobu. After a while, the chestnut flower fell. Chanel closed her beautiful eyelashes and buried her head in the evil uncle. In the arms. No one knew what the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was thinking. Kocho Shinobu looked at his sister who was holding his hand with dissatisfaction, and didn't understand why her sister was preventing him from saying what he wanted to say. Sumu glanced at Kocho Shinobu lightly. "What do you think, with your ability, what can you do when you go there?" Following Mr. Ninja has learned a lot and has become very powerful. 55. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but defend in a low voice. "DJ." A sneer came from under the hat, causing the girl's face to turn red, feeling that she was looked down upon by her husband. "If you think you can beat me, go ahead." Sumu just glanced at the girl lightly. Then Mr. is so powerful, he can also kill evil spirits. "I don't dare to go there. If you want to go, just go." Sumu looked in the direction of Usui dojo with a faint gaze, and then took a deep look at Kocho Shinobu. "Turn around." Holding the chestnut flowers, Chanel continued to walk into the dark depths. Kocho Shinobu frequently turned his head to look in the direction of the Usui dojo, but in the end, he was pulled by his sister and followed in the footsteps of Mr. Chapter 111. Akaza finally gave up the fight at an hour before dawn and began to flee. Urokodaka Seikanji joined forces with Rengoku Kagura to stop Akaza and kill Akaza when the sun hits. But one who was severely injured and who was able to fight to this day is only hanging in his heart. One is already old, in a semi-retired state, and his physical strength and energy are no longer at their peak. How can you really stop it? Although he tried his best, in the end he only severely injured Akaza and made the opponent flee. Whoosh! As Akaza fled, Rengoku Kagura squatted on the ground with his sword in hand, breathing quickly. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and the flame pattern of the flame pattern representing the pillar of flame was already dyed red with blood. Beside him, Urokodaka Seikanji was not injured, but the hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. He's getting old. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the principles of human beings, which cannot be avoided. Even if you practice the breathing method, you will inevitably gradually age and become weaker. Moreover, over the years, his 050 has long been in a semi-retired state, and his main energy has also been focused on cultivating the fresh blood of the ghost-killing team. It has been a long time since he has experienced such a fierce battle. The sound of falling to the ground sounded, but Rengoku Kagura didn't even have the strength to squat with his sword, and he fell directly to the ground. Urokodaka Seikanji hurriedly stepped forward to check. Although I knew that Rengoku Kagura was seriously injured during the previous battle, but now, I realized how badly the opponent suffered. There are scars all over the body, and on the chest, there is a claw mark with deep flesh and blood, and there is almost no intact flesh and blood everywhere. If it wasn't for Rengoku Kagura, who was born with a body that surpassed the strength of ordinary people, and has continued to strengthen himself over the years, I'm afraid, at this moment. Thinking of this, Urokodakase Kanji also hurriedly greeted Makomo and the wrong rabbit, and began to treat Rengoku Kyujura. Next, I have to contact other pillars, and I finally found a winder. If possible, I must do my best to strangle the opponent. As for Sumu, there isn't much energy left to deal with him. After all, a powerful evil spirit like Akaza, who is the third of the best, cannot have the opportunity to kill each other unless the three pillars join forces, and if a single pillar encounters the other side, it will only be killed by the other side. And unless Himejima Kume, the strongest pillar among the pillars, makes a move. But evil ghosts are not fools. It is impossible to see multiple pillars joining forces and they will bump into them stupidly, nor will they know that they are not opponents and will not escape. One end of the string is enough for the Ghost Slayer team to spend a lot of energy. There is not much energy left to continue to pursue the trace of the evil ghost Sumu, not to mention, even the pillar who presided over the pursuit of the evil ghost Sumu was injured and unconscious. In addition, I haven't heard of Sumu's addiction to people deeds, so he doesn't belong to the kind of evil ghost that needs a lot of energy to be strangled. Just let it go. Dark Cave. Sumu sat cross-legged, Kocho-chan ahui, Kocho shinobu, chestnut flowers fell. Chineo was taking a rest beside him. Yesterday, the three of them hardly rested. In the first half of the night, they were worried about the safety of Sumu, who had not returned. In the second half of the night, they kept on their way. They found this cave when the sun was about to rise. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu, who were already very tired, began to rest after cleaning the cave a little. After Sumu glanced at the cave, he set his eyes on his own mannequin template. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, Unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 28/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, None. Status, Hunger, Micro, Enslaved. Evolution Point, 9. Looking at the extra 9 evolution points on the character template, it was obvious that he had killed 3 swordsmen from the ghost-killing team last night. This made Sumu's scarlet eyes flicker slightly under the hat. He is not a pedantic person, although he has a good impression of the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team who have always protected human beings and dedicated themselves to slaying evil spirits. But if he can improve his strength, he doesn't mind beheading a few swordsmen from the ghost-killing team. But think about. Can only shake his head. Mainly it's not easy. Even more difficult than beheading evil spirits. The actions of the ghost-killing team are only in the hands of Yabayashiki Kaguya, the master of the ghost-killing team. The swordsmen of the demon-killing squad did not know that they were going to kill the demon before they did it. Only when the task comes, the contact will be made through Send the Crow. This led to the fact that the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer did not have a so-called settlement at all. Of course, there are still strongholds, such as the Butterfly House, which is used to heal team members. But the Butterfly House is extremely secretive and difficult to find. Except for a stronghold like Butterfly Dance, it is impossible to find the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. After all, in the vast sea of people, no one knows who is the ghost hunter of the ghost-killing team. Certainly. Sumu can also attract ghost hunters by showing up on the trail. But this is extremely dangerous. When the ghost-killing team is carrying out the action of beheading the evil ghost, they will collect the information of the ghost through the hermit, and there will be a special team to analyze the strength of the evil ghost, so as to send a special ghost hunting team. Therefore, once the traces of the evil ghosts are found, the ghost hunters dispatched by the ghost-killing team will definitely have the strength to complete the ghost hunting task. They will even send pillars to complete ghost hunting missions. Moreover, he just got rid of the ghost-killing team's search. How could he expose himself to the ghost-killing team's vision again? At least, if his strength is not enough to guarantee his own safety, he is not going to provoke the ghost-killing team. Compared with evil ghosts, the ghost-killing team is the most dangerous for him, because everyone who can become a ghost hunter has already done a good job in the path of a ghost hunter. That's a group of people who really don't fear death. Of course, there will definitely be some ghost hunters who will be afraid, but they will definitely not occupy the mainstream. On the contrary, it is easier to deal with evil spirits. After all, he and the evil ghost belong to each other as ghosts. Generally, although the evil ghosts have a competitive relationship with each other, unless it is necessary, they generally do not kill each other. Of course, it's not the kindness of the creatures like evil ghosts. After all, devouring each other can increase their own strength. I believe that many evil ghosts will do this, but why there are few acts of devouring each other between evil ghosts, it is because it is strictly prohibited by Kibutsuji Musen. However, even though Kibutsuji Musen is strictly forbidden, it still happens that evil spirits devour each other. However, as long as the evil spirits are committed to a further step, they will never devour other evil spirits. After all, when the evil spirits devour a certain human being and their strength reaches a certain level, they can no longer rely on devouring humans to enhance their strength. At this time, only by obtaining the blood of the ghost ancestors as a gift from Kibutsuji Musen, can the strength be further improved. And at that time, when Kibutsuji Musen finds out that you have devoured other evil spirits, the end will be self-evident. But the improvement of his strength does not require Kibutsuji Musen's 1.5 blood, so for him, beheading the evil ghost is the safest way. With a clear mind, Sumu also lowered his eyes slightly, and glanced at the evolution point of the character panel. Without any hesitation, immediately added evolution points to strength. Name, Sumu. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, unlimited. Strength, Evolution Ghost, 37/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortal Body, Pseudo, Super Healing, Body Multiplication, Split Shadow. Skills, none. Status, Hunger, Micro, Enslaved. As the 9-point evolution point was put into the strength, he clearly felt a cold undercurrent gushing out, and at this moment, he clearly felt that his strength had also strengthened a lot. Eyes on strength. Evolution Ghost, 37/100, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Bottom String, Top String, Ancestor of Ghost. There are 63 points left to become Bottom String. I still need to kill 21 evil spirits. Chapter 112. 21 ghosts still need to be killed before the end of the string. This made Sumu frown slightly. It is not that he is worried about the dangers of fighting with ghosts, but that evil ghosts are not easy to find. Evil spirits are not everywhere, nor do they exist everywhere. If so, the world would have fallen into a panic. Except for the rarity. Evil ghosts generally have their own territorial awareness, so they are basically the type of loners. Therefore, if you want to kill the evil spirits, you can only find them one by one. The amount of time this can take is absolutely terribly long. That's what gave Sumu some headaches. However, he knew that there were still a lot of gathering evil spirits in some places. One is the Tengzishan that the ghost-killing team used to test. On the Tengzi mountain, there was an evil ghost that the ghost-killing team specially captured and used to test the new swordsman. There are many evil spirits there, and the strongest evil spirit among them is only Tianai, so there is nothing to worry about. But what worries him is that from the mountainside to the foot of Tengzi mountain, all of them are full of wisteria trees. Wisteria is a plant that has a deadly threat to evil spirits, and later Kocho Shinobu even extracted a special medicine to kill evil spirits from these wisteria flowers. It is precisely because of the existence of these wisteria flowers that the evil ghosts caught by the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team could only stay on the top of Tengzi mountain and could not escape from Tengzi mountain. Sumu also didn't know whether he could endure the smell of the wisteria flowers that swarmed the ground and sneak into the top of Tengzi mountain. In addition to the wisteria flowers, Tengzishan should still be guarding some swordsmen from the ghost-killing team, which is also a threat. In addition to Tengshi mountain, there are a large number of evil spirits gathered, and the other place is the Nation Spider Mountain. The only thing to worry about is the next rank of Nation Spider Mountain, the Spider Ghost. Tired. Just looking for it slowly. Sigh slightly. but he remembered that there should still be evil spirits near Tanjiro's house. After all, the family of the uncle who took in Tanjiro the night before the Tanjiro family was killed by a ghost should have been killed by a ghost. As it happens, the direction they are traveling also belongs to the deep mountains where the Kamadu family lives. Moreover, if it is possible to obtain the Kagura of fire through Kamadu Tanjiro's body and practice the breath of the sun, it will be even better. As an evil ghost, it is not impossible to practice the breathing method, but the essence of evil ghosts is different from that of humans, and the breathing method used for humans is not very suitable for evil ghosts. But it doesn't mean it can't be practiced. For example, the 1 in 12 Kizuki, the most powerful evil ghost under Kibutsuji Musen, the one in the sword, the one in the sword. Kokushiba practiced the breathing method called moon breath. If he can learn the breath of the sun, he can also improve his strength. Even if you can't comprehend the breath of the sun from the fire god Kagura because of the evil spirits, you can still let the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel would give it a try. Thinking about it like this, it gradually became clear what to do next. Time goes by. Around 9 in the morning, the chestnut blossoms fell. Chanel almost woke up from her deep sleep. Stretched my waist. Then he came to Sumu naturally and snuggled up beside him. Woke up. Looking at the chestnut flowers snuggling beside him. Chanel almost, Sumu opened his eyes. 35. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost nodded, holding his arm in his small hand, as if to put the weight of his entire body on him. Feeling Li Huoluo's dependence on himself, Sumu smiled silently, stretched out his hand, and habitually rubbed Li Huoluo's small head. He accidentally knocked off the kocho clip that bound the girl's hair. The girl's jet black hair was immediately draped over her shoulders, looking a little messy. Now, the chestnut flowers are falling. Chanel's hair is not long, and it has just reached the position where it falls on the neck. However, with the passage of time, long black hair will soon be left. Uncle, help me comb my hair. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel shook her small head, and her jet black hair swayed as the girl swayed. It is good. Sumu nodded. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel immediately took out a small comb from his small bag, and then came to his petite body and nestled in his arms. The girl is petite and does not occupy much space in her arms. Sumu took the chestnut flower fall. Chanel's comb, and combed the girl's smooth hair with her hand. What hairstyle do you want? What hairstyle will uncle wear? Only one ponytail. 35. Then, and comb according to what uncle likes. Soon, a one-sided high ponytail was combed out in Sumu's hands. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost fell from his arms to the ground, and turned around in a circle. The breeze swayed, and the girl's small skirt swayed with the swaying. The white and tender calf was glowing with pure 050 white fluorescent light. Uncle, Chanel, is she beautiful? Very beautiful. Sumu nodded. The girl also laughed happily, and her whole body suddenly fell into his arms. In the future, the chestnut flowers will fall. Chanel will become more beautiful. The girl looked serious. Why do you want to be beautiful? Sumu smiled and scratched the chestnut flower. Chanel's little nose. Because, uncle likes it. The girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, and her pink-purple eyes blinked, shining like gems. Sumu smiled and said nothing. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel raised her head and glanced at Sumu, and then put her small face in his arms again. Shanna will definitely become beautiful in the future. Because, Chanel seems to belong to my uncle. What belongs to my uncle must be the best, the most obedient, and the most useful. Under the hat, the scarlet eyes became softer, and the hand gently rubbed the girl's head. Feeling the warmth from the evil uncle's palm on his little head, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Chapter 113. 5 days later. Late at night. The plain white snowflakes fell from the sky, looking extremely pale under the soft illumination of the moonlight. Sumu hugged the chestnut flower and fell. Shanahu, Kocho Chanahui, and Kocho Shinobu walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow in the snow. Sir, the location in the middle of the mountain is the family that Mr. is looking for that sells charcoal for a living. We inquired, and the only owner of the family is a man named Kamadu Tanjiro and his family. Kamadu Tanjiro. Sumu murmured slightly. Kamadu Tanjiro is the father of Kamadu Tanjiro and Kamadu Nezuko, and is the only ordinary person who has mastered the transparent world other than the Demon Slayer. According to the plot of Demon Slayer, before his death, Kamadu Tanjiro will teach his son Tanjiro the principle of transparent world. It can be said that Kamadu Tanjiro is the only inheritor of the breath of the sun in the world. Is today the beginning of the new year? Reaching out his hand, the plain white snowflakes fell on the palm of his hand. Feeling the coolness of the snowflakes, he opened his mouth softly. Yes, sir. Kocho-chana Megami nodded. There was a slight sadness in his eyes. In the past, every night, the family would get together. Sumu didn't care about Kocho's thoughts at the moment, but quietly watched the falling snowflakes. At the beginning of the new year, on the night when the old year will pass, Kamadu Tanjiro will dance the fire god Kagura dance in the snow. According to the Kamadu family, this is to pray to the fire god Sama. A dance offered by peace. But in fact, it is more of a kokyu. Let's go. 39. Sumu said, go and have a look. Mountainside. Snowflakes fall. In the yard in front of a house built here. There are several burning fires. The flickering fire illuminates everything around. Inside the house, there were wisps of cooking smoke, and there was a faint sound of children's happy humming. At the door of the house, a man with dark red hair and red eyes was sitting on the threshold. The boy had a scar on his left forehead. He was wearing fairly thick clothes and was looking at the courtyard. He was staring at the man in the courtyard. In the courtyard, a man with the same dark red long hair as the boy is dancing by the fire. The man is very thin and, moreover, looks very weak. But there was always a special aura about him. If you don't look at each other carefully, you probably won't care about such a person, just like a plant. Along with the dance steps, the surrounding bells are also ringing at this moment, lingering around. Sumu stopped on a slightly higher treetop and quietly watched the man dancing in the courtyard. Beside him, Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu are also watching seriously. At first, Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu didn't feel anything, they just thought that this was just an ordinary dance and didn't need to be too concerned. But slowly, Kocho Kanai and Kocho Shinobu found that each other's dance or the breath in each walk has a specific frequency. Sure enough, as Mr. said, this dance contains a kind of breathing. Kocho Shinobu murmured to himself. Not only is there breathing, but there seems to be a special fighting technique. 99. The so-called breathing method is not just breathing, calling it a law will naturally have special fighting skills. 3. Kocho Chanahui and Kocho Shinobu have not specially learned breathing, so they can only simple breathing. The fighting skills of the two people are mostly discovered by themselves. They can deal with ordinary people, but they can deal with evil spirits. Some tough. But if there is a special Dharma door, then it will not be so difficult to deal with evil spirits. Is this, the breath of the sun? Standing on the top of the tree, watching the people dancing in the courtyard, Sumu's eyes were slightly dignified. Even if it is far away, he can feel a hot breath. It was a very dangerous aura for evil spirits. Deadly breath. For humans, this kind of breath, people will only feel very warm, but for evil spirits, this kind of breath is so uncomfortable. No wonder Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of ghosts, must destroy the inheritance of breath of the sun. I am afraid, not only because of the reason of Jiguo Yuanyi, but because this breathing has deep restraint for evil spirits. He couldn't help thinking of this. If he was Kibutsuji Musen, he probably wouldn't allow this kind of breath that restrains evil spirits to be passed down to the world. The night was extremely long. The boy sitting on the threshold couldn't bear the drowsiness coming from his body, and began to doze off. As the night gets darker, the surroundings become quieter. Inside the hut, the children's slaps had gradually ceased, and at some point, a woman in a kimono with a beautiful face walked out of the door. After taking a gentle glance at Kamadu Tanjiro, who was dancing the fire god Kagura dance in the courtyard, he stretched out his hand and pulled the boy sitting on the threshold into the house. Soon, the whole cabin fell silent, and almost everyone began to sleep. Only in the courtyard, the Kamadu Tanjiro, who clearly looked yellow and skinny and looked extremely weak, was still dancing. It's been almost half the night, even a human being in good health can't hold on for so long. Even those who break through the human limit, at this moment, are afraid that they will be exhausted. But Kamadu Tanjiro was still breathing calmly, just like the fire god Kagura dance at the beginning, and he couldn't see the slightest fatigue. Really amazing. Sumu sighed, just watching from a distance, not close. Beside them, Kocho Chanel and Kocho Shinobu had already opened their eyes wide, as if to remember all this. The chestnut flower that was held in Sumu's arms fell. Chanel's pink and purple eyes were also flickering at the moment, and it was precisely because she was born with extraordinary vision that she relied on her sharp vision to avoid being caught when she was a child. The parents were able to survive by hitting a vital position, otherwise, they would probably have died under the same violence as several other siblings. At this moment, in the girl's vision, the person dancing in the courtyard seemed to be following a certain trajectory. The movements of these trajectories are all assisting oneself to carry out some kind of breathing. Could it be that this is the breath of the sun that Uncle Evil made us want to comprehend? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's pink and purple eyes flickered, and he looked more and more seriously. At the same time, his own breathing was also beginning to learn. Sumu, who was silently watching Tanjiro dance the fire god Kagura dance in the courtyard, suddenly felt a little hot in his arms. Instinctively produced a faint sense of danger. This made him feel startled. He lowered his head suddenly, and before he knew it, the chestnut flowers fell. Chanel exuded a very warm feeling. This kind of warm feeling towards people is disgusted by evil spirits, and it seems to come from the warmth of the sun. That's something the demons can't reach. Silently fell on the girl's breath. I don't know when, the chestnut flower fell. Chanel's breath began to breath according to a specific frequency. Sure enough, people are different. He raised his head and glanced to the side again, and Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu also seemed to understand something. On the contrary, after watching this for a long time, he only noticed the extraordinary dance of the god of fire, Li Hao, but he couldn't comprehend anything from it. Perhaps, if I hadn't known in advance that this god of fire Kagura dance contained the cultivation method of breath of the sun, I would probably have only regarded this god of fire Kagura dance as an ordinary dance. However, before I knew it, a ray of dawn was about to peek out from the horizon. It's almost dawn. He looked at the direction of the horizon, and hugged the warm girl who was warm in his arms, but the body of the evil spirit was instinctively disgusted, and said calmly, "It's time to leave." When the dawn was about to come, Sumu held the chestnut flowers and fell. Chanahu took Kocho Chani and Kocho Shinobu to the distance. A ray of morning light pierced the darkness and brought warmth to the earth. With the first ray of sunshine falling on the body, Kamadu Tanjiro, who was dancing the deep music of fire dance in the courtyard, also stopped, raised his eyes, and glanced calmly at the treetops in the distance. Chapter 114. When the light of the morning light pierced the darkness and descended on the earth, Sumu was already holding chestnut flowers. Dark cave, no sunlight, the only burning bonfire brought light to the dark cave. Sumu stood by the bonfire and dropped the chestnut flower in his arms. Chanel placed it on the ground. Turn back. The scarlet eyes under the hat fall on Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu. Find a way to understand the breathing method contained in the fire god Kagura dance. He spoke with a command. Yes, sir. Kocho Chana Megami and Kocho Shinobu nodded earnestly. You can also try to get in touch with the Kamadu family these days. You must have seen that this Kamadu family is not ordinary, and it may not be just as simple as the breath of the sun. He whispered softly. We understand. Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu nodded, and from seeing Kamadu Tanjiro dancing the fire god Kagura dance all night without a trace of fatigue, they had already seen that this person was an extraordinary powerhouse. At this point, there's not much I can teach you, and you need to comprehend the rest. He spoke softly. He is not taking the breathing method route. From today watching Kamadu Tanjiro dance the fire god Kagura dance, he already has some understanding. Is comprehended. Even, the chestnut flowers fall. Chanel has already learned a little bit of the breath of the sun. This point, he felt it when he hugged Chanel along the way, the chestnut flowers fell. Along the way, he almost couldn't help throwing it out of his arms several times. What else do Kocho Chana and Kocho Shinobu have to say? Sumu has already waved his hand. These days, I have also collected rumors about whether there are ghosts nearby, and now, you can go down and comprehend by yourself. Looking at the Kocho sisters who were about to leave, under the hat, Sumu's face was still very calm. Uncle, I feel that I have learned something from the fire god Kagura dance. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel scratched his sleeve with a small hand, but, I feel that my uncle doesn't seem to like it. Since childhood, the chestnut flowers have fallen. Chanel is very sensitive to the outside world, so, along the way, she can feel the urge of her uncle to throw her out several times. This made her feel a little terrified. In the young girl's small heart, the evil uncle, CBBF, has already been regarded as more important than the sky, and she is very afraid that the evil uncle will hate her. She doesn't really want to learn what she learned last night. But these are what the evil uncle asked her to learn. The girl's heart suddenly felt a little conflicted, worried that she would be hated by her uncle, and she had to obey his uncle. Sumu squatted down slightly, stroking the girl's jet black hair. Study hard to learn what I saw last night, and try to understand as much as possible. However, I feel that my uncle seems to hate that kind of breathing. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel was a little worried. Hate is not important. He rubbed the chestnut flowers. Chanel's little hand, strength is the most important. 39. When Chanel learns the breath of the sun, he will have the strength to protect himself. Can I protect my uncle? The girl is looking forward to it. If it can reach a certain level, maybe it can 99. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he thought of the fate of the people who lived like gods and Buddhas for thousands of years. If he can practice the breathing of the sun to the level of that person, he can kill even the ghost ancestor Kibutsuji Musen, and he is the person who truly stands on the ceiling of this world. Then I will work hard, and I must have a good understanding. The chestnut flowers fall. Chanel is very serious. Then I expect Chanel to surprise me. 95. He patted Li Huoluo Chineu's head and asked her to discuss the Kagura of Fire dance with the Kocho sisters. The three of them are all very talented people, and if the three of them study together, they may not be able to truly comprehend the breath of the sun from the fire god Kagura dance. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel nodded, and immediately trotted to chase after the Kocho sisters. At this moment, the girl also made up her mind and must study hard. At least, stronger than the Kocho sisters. Wait until Kocho Chana Hui, Kocho Shinobu, chestnut flowers fall. Chana almost left, the entire cave only Sumu. In the dark cave, the flickering light of the bonfire reflected in the scarlet eyes under the hat. It seems that there is no way to learn the breath of the sun. He whispered. Of course, it's not that he can't learn, but he feels that with his talent, it should be very difficult to learn the breath of the sun, and it will take a long, long time. Moreover, compared to learning the breath of the sun, the way to truly increase his strength is not necessarily to learn the breath of the sun. After all, the breath of the sun was not created by evil spirits in essence, but was practiced by the human body. Not for him. In the morning, the Kocho sisters and Li Huoluo Chineu talked about the Kagura dance that they watched last night, and shared their understanding together. In the afternoon, the three of them were resting. During the period, the Kocho sisters will also walk out of the cave and enter the human town to inquire about some news. In the days that followed, the Kocho sisters and the chestnut flowers fell. While trying to understand the breath of the sun, Chanel would deliberately approach the neighborhood where the Kamadu family lived. Soon, I got to know Kamadu Tanjiro, Kamadu Nezuko, Kamadu Takeo, Kamadu Hanako. It was a preliminary contact with the Kamadu family. And with the constant comprehension of breath of the sun and the practice of hard work every day, the strength of the Kocho sisters is also growing rapidly. The level of a ghost, moreover, is rapidly approaching the level of his evolutionary ghost. Even if the chestnut flower falls, Chanel's strength is also increasing step by step, coupled with the girl's extraordinary vision. Even the Kocho sisters, if they want to take down the chestnut flower fall, Chanel is also somewhat difficult. On the contrary, it was for the Kocho sisters, Li Hualuo. The strength of Sumu, who was trained by Chanel, did not increase at all. These, the Kocho sisters and Li Hualuo in the sparring practice. Chanel can also feel it. Feel these. Kocho Shinobu is a little excited and hopes to one day surpass Mr. Kocho Chanel's expression is more complicated. As for the chestnut blossoms, Chanel almost. But more effort. And Sumu can naturally feel this, but he still looks silent, can't see the slightest expression, but every day he keeps rubbing some haunted information collected by the Kocho sisters with his hands. Raised his head, his scarlet eyes stared outside the cave. Under the gentle sunshine, Kocho-chan Ahui, Kocho Shinobu, and chestnut flowers fall. Chanel is practicing Breath of the Sun together. 3 swordsmen of Breath of the Sun. He sighed. Take 3 swordsmen from the Breath of the Sun to hunt ghosts. Chapter 115. The night was dark, and only the waning moon hanging high in the dark night sky brought a bleak moonlight to the world. In the cave where the moonlight does not shine, there is a bonfire burning, and a small pot is standing on top of the swaying bonfire. The fragrance of the small pot is wafting to the nostrils. The flames of the bonfire fluttered, and the flickering light made the faces of the 3 girls who stayed by the bonfire glow red. Grumbling, Sumu lifted the lid of the pot and the soup was tumbling. Eat. Sumu spoke. Although a little impatient, Kocho Kani still used a spoon to fill a large bowl from the hot pot. Kocho Kani respectfully handed over the served food. The scarlet eyes under the hat flickered slightly, but he still took it. As a ghost, he doesn't have much need for these foods, it doesn't matter if he eats them or not, but if he refuses, the Kocho sisters and the chestnut flowers will fall. Chanel, it's not going to be very reassuring, eat it. Even if he knew he was a ghost, and even though his strength had improved rapidly recently, Kocho's respect for him did not drop a little bit. Originally, he was ready to be attacked in his heart. But now it seems. This girl did not. At least, not currently. He didn't feel that he was speculating with the greatest malice that there was something wrong with Kocho-chan Ahui. At least, there was only one life, and even evil spirits were not really immortal. Appropriate vigilance is still required. Don't leave the power of life and death in the hands of others, this is what the future Tomioka Jiyua said to Kamadu Tanjiro, and he agrees with it. As the strengths of Kocho Kani and Kocho Shinobu increased, and the gap between them gradually narrowed, his inner sense of urgency was already very strong. But he remained calm. Because, he has his own arrangements, at least, it should start today, and these days, it is not that he is unprepared. While eating, I thought about some of the haunted information the Kocho sisters have collected these days. Wasn't it time to wait for so many days to hunt evil spirits? She couldn't help but raise her eyes slightly. The Kocho sisters were eating deliciously, and the girls' delicate faces were filled with happy smiles. With these 2 Breath of the Sun swordsmen assisting, as long as they don't meet the evil ghost, they will basically be in no position to lose. Then, as long as he doesn't set his sights on 12 Kizuki, then there shouldn't be any danger in his behavior of hunting evil spirits. Sir, this hot pot is really delicious, I have never eaten such a delicious hot pot before. Kocho Shinobu stretched out his chopsticks and put a piece of beef into the small pot. His mouth was obviously stuffed, and he wanted to eat it, like a gluttonous little hamster. Compared with her gentle and elegant elder sister Kocho-chana Megami, she is like 2 extremes. Obviously they are a pair of sisters, but the sisters' personalities are very different from each other. The older sister is more gentle and calm, while the younger sister is more impatient and impulsive. Probably because one is an elder sister and the other is a younger sister. The elder sister is always the one who takes care of her, so she has to think more about things, so she appears so calm. Nice. You love it. He spoke calmly, but his voice seemed a little hoarse. Saying that, he couldn't help but stretched out his cross-legged legs. These days, most of the time he is sitting cross-legged here. Even with the physique of an evil ghost, he still feels a little stiff. Let me give Mr. Massage a massage. Coco Chanel looked at her husband's movement of stretching his wrists, and she could see it carefully at a glance. My elder sister is very good at massage, not only in massage, but also in gohan and tea art. Before, my elder sister was the most beautiful woman in town. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but promote his sister in front of his husband. These days, no matter what, Kocho Shinobu always lingers in front of her and says something about her sister. For example, my sister is almost 14 years old, already very old, and it's time to think about her husband. For example, ask him if he has a wife. Another example. How does he feel about Kocho-chana? Thinking of what Kocho Shinobu had said these days, Sumu couldn't help but glance at Kocho Kani, who was covered with a layer of black cotton coat, and the soft black cotton coat outlined a very full curve. Being complimented in front of him by his younger sister Forbearance, the girl's fair and pretty face was slightly flushed at this moment. Sir, don't listen to Forbearance talking nonsense here. Kocho Kani slapped her sister Forbearance, and explained to him shyly, Kani is not as good as her sister. 4 flowers. Sumu didn't say anything, just indifferently pointed to his legs with his fingers. The girl blushed slightly and stood up. Compared with her younger sister Kocho Shinobu's petite figure, her older sister Kocho Kani's figure is a bit taller, with straight and slender long legs and a slender waist. Everything shows that the girl gradually began to show charming flavor. Like an apple that is about to ripen, but not yet fully ripe, waiting to be picked when it is about to ripen. Kocho-chana Megami came to him, half kneeled on the ground, raised his wrist with his wrist, and began to press it lightly. I have to say that the girl's massage technique is very good. The legs that have been sitting cross-legged seem to stretch a lot and become more active with the girl's massage. 0. Not bad. The scarlet eyes under the hat were slightly closed, and a slightly hoarse voice praised. If you like it, sir. Kocho Kani whispered shyly, her soft voice with a hint of joy. Obviously, the girl was very happy to be praised by him. The chestnut flowers fell on the side. Chanel heard that Sister Chanel was praised, and her small mouth pouted unconsciously, as if she was a little unhappy. Sumu's eyes swept slightly at the chestnut flower falling, who was pouting. However, I just enjoyed the good massage technique of Kocho-chan Ahui for a while, but my eyes swept over Kocho-chanawi's hair accessories inadvertently. It turned out that, unconsciously, this gentle and demure girl even had a pair of ponytails. The scarlet eyes under the hat were slightly rippling. Feeling that her husband's eyes were on her hair, Kocho Kana Megami also lowered her head slightly, her face flushed as if blood was dripping. The girl's delicate body was also tense at this moment, and her kneeling posture seemed to be a little stiff. I like this hairstyle. He glanced at Kocho Kani and spoke calmly, but his hoarse voice was mixed with a trace of irritability. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of violence. It is a kind of emotion that wants to suppress too much in the bottom of my heart, and needs a place to vent. Chapter 116. Looking at the dangling double ponytails of Kocho Chanel in front of me. Half-kneeling upright body. The scarlet eyes under the hat gradually became violent, but soon, they were suppressed again. His eyes were slightly closed, and the irritable breath gradually subsided. Feeling the change of her husband, the girl's taut body gradually relaxed, but for some unknown reason, she felt a little lost. What are you missing? Or what are you looking forward to? The slender eyelashes drooped slightly, and the small hand gently pressed the wrist for the husband. Occasionally, the eyes would be slightly raised, and the good-looking eyes fell on the husband. It's a pity that, because of the shade of the hat, I don't know what kind of expression Mr. There has never been such a moment, eager to uncover the black hat of Mr. There has never been such a moment when I want to see what Mr. is handsome. What about the cold 053? Or, the gentle type? Don't know. I just felt my heart pounding wildly. Obviously the other party is a ghost. Why do you? The girl's mood was a little irritable, but gradually her mood returned to peace. I don't know when it started, but I don't seem to care if Mr. is a ghost or not. Possibly, the only one who cares and worries is my sister. Some worried that my sister would regret knowing her husband's true identity. After all, the younger sister hates evil ghosts so much, and hates evil ghosts so much. Then what should I do? Help your sister? Or help your husband? My heart suddenly began to tangle. A slight wind blew from nowhere, swaying the flames on the bonfire, and Sumu, who closed his eyes slightly, opened his scarlet eyes at this time. She put away the legs that Kocha was massaging and slowly stood up. With his movements, Kocha-chan ahui, Kocha shinobu, chestnut flowers fell. Chanel also followed Sumu up. Sumu walked slowly to the cave. The night was so dark and the breeze was blowing. He turned his head, his eyes under the hat fell behind him, one by one on Kocha-chan ahui, Kocha shinobu, and finally, on Li Huoluo. Chineu's body. He came to the girl, squatted down slightly, and picked up the girl. Slowly dropped the chestnut flowers. Chanel placed it on a floor padded with bear fur in the cave. Have a good rest. He whispered, and at the same time, he pulled up a thin quilt to cover the chestnut flower fall. Chanel's body. The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel's small face protruded from the thin quilt, and a pair of pink and purple eyes looked at him. Sumu stretched out his hand and gently scratched the girl's lovely nose, obviously rest. When will that uncle come back? 35. Soon. 35. What is uncle going to do? The chestnut flowers fell. Chanel almost blinked. Ghost hunt. The foot of a mountain. The gentle lights shone, and the family gathered together warmly, laughing and laughing. The door was suddenly knocked open, and an extremely ferocious body broke into this warm home. Accompanied by the sound of panic, it was the sound of the evil ghost chewing continuously. Fright, pain, and helpless wailing pervaded this once gentle little family. Happiness was destroyed, and the smell of blood spilled over all the rooms. The man of the head of the family mustered up his courage, picked up the hoe at home and slashed at the evil spirit who had intruded into the family, trying to protect his wife and children. As the man expected, the hoe slammed into the devil's head, and the iron hoe smashed a huge gap in the devil's head, causing blood to flow. The devil who was chewing the food turned his head sharply, looked at the food that was attacking him, and grinned. With human blood dripping on the devil's lips, it was so terrifying that the man protecting the family trembled with fright, trying hard to hold his hoe, and wanted to continue to smash at the devil, but he didn't wave it. Strength. In the next second, the evil spirit suddenly pounced, and his metallic palm emptied the man's heart. Holding the beating heart in one hand, the evil spirit raised his head and his eyes fell on the hostess of the house protected by the man. This is a woman wearing a kimono and looks very gentle. Now, his face turned pale with fright, but his hands were tightly holding a young child in his arms. Looking at the gentle woman, and at the child held tightly in the woman's arms, the evil spirit licked his lips, revealing a touch of greed. What? Accompanied by the woman's terrified sound, almost the next second, the woman ran away with the child in her arms. Run, run, panic and run will make food more tender. The evil spirit devoured the heart in his hand in one bite and opened his mouth full of blood. At the same time, he followed in the footsteps of the food unhurriedly. Legs are as heavy as lead. I can't move any more. The woman's eyes were full of despair, but looking at the crying child in her arms, another strength burst out in her heart. Ben's unmoving steps stepped up again. You have to escape, you have to escape, you have to keep the child alive. 99. The woman kept cheering in her heart, but she felt the faint footsteps behind her, which made the woman's inner fear even more intense. Can she escape? At least let the child live. As long as the child can live, she can only have this extravagant hope at this time. She does not expect herself to live anymore, but only hopes that her child can live. Keep moving. Constant stride. No matter how much you persist, no matter how strong your perseverance is, there is a limit to a person's physical strength. After a woman falls with an unsteady step, she will never get up again. Turning back, looking at the evil ghost that gradually entered, the woman's eyes were completely replaced by fear. Please, spare my child. A woman crying and begging. You. The child who had been quietly in the woman's arms also cried at this time. The evil ghost moved forward, with scarlet eyes full of greed, like the most hideous evil ghost constantly approaching the woman. The smell of blood filled the woman's nose and mouth. Looking at the evil ghost's hideous face, the woman's face was as pale as paper. At this time, her brain was infinitely blank, she just instinctively hugged the child in her arms. The cry of the child being pinched under the mother's strong hold became louder. The mournful sound spread throughout the night, but the silent night was still silent. Delicious food, it's time to dedicate your life to please me. The evil ghost laughed horribly and slammed into it. 57. Seeing the evil ghost's hideous face, the woman closed her eyes in despair. Only the pain of being penetrated by the evil ghost did not come. Instead, the woman felt that her shoulder was being dragged by something, and she was quickly retreating. She opened her eyes involuntarily, and what fell into her eyes was a petite girl with purple eyes and short hair. At this moment, her delicate face was full of serious expressions.